Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Microsoft Build Live. We've got a ton of great content to bring you today, coming straight from the Washington State Convention Center in Seattle, Washington. This is your live streaming coverage of Microsoft Build. It begins now. All right, we are here at the Build Live stage. Thank you so much for joining. We got our studio audience right here. Coming up, we're going to be live streaming breakout sessions from Anders Heilsberg with What's New in TypeScript, and James Montemagno will share the next transformation in mobile development with Xamarin. Be sure to send us your questions on Twitter using the hashtag MSBuild or by using the link below. But first, I'm going to be sharing some new things in AKS with Brendan Burns. What is your title? I was going to say benevolent dictator, but what is your architect?
Well, I like to claim that I'm a software engineer, but it doesn't happen as much anymore. My official title is distinguished engineer, which always feels a little silly when I say it. But
it's very distinguished, though.
Yeah. I know. I feel like I should not be wearing a T-shirt.
That's cool.
No.
Yeah,
we actually matched with the bit mapping.
I'm feeling the whole 8-bit thing is working for us right now. So AKS, I heard that it is the fastest growing compute service right now?
It is the fastest growing compute service right now. So yeah, it's definitely been very popular since we GA'd almost about a year ago.
Yeah.
You know, growing like that has its own challenges, which has been cool, but it's been fun to focus on the core infrastructure and that sort of stuff and make sure that we can keep up with it. And it's also great to see the interest, honestly, and the way that it's helping people. So
let me ask you a couple of tough questions because I've always wanted to hang out with you.
No, please.
Did you have any questions that you thought Kubernetes could grow that big? Was there ever any like, well, maybe we got into this thing and it was going to be too big? Like,
oh yeah, no. I mean, all along, I think there was always the standard hype curve, pit of disappointment, and all that. Like there was always the feeling that it could be exciting, and then everybody be like, oh yeah, that's legacy now. I still think that, actually. I still think in 5 years people are going to be like, oh man, we've got that legacy Kubernetes system we got to get rid of, you know?
That's a technology kind of imposter syndrome where
yeah.
I think this is a good idea. Okay, yeah. This is actually working. It's still going. It's really got people excited. It's becoming a piece of the fabric of the internet.
Yeah, and that'll be the interesting test, I think, in 5 years. Is it like Linux? Is it still there 20 years later, or is it something that has passed on? It's an interesting discussion, and one that I have all the time actually with the serverless folks and the people who are sort of focusing on even the higher level layers about whether where does the cut line draw? It seems to me that the cut line for cloud is going to happen above the VM. Mm-hmm. We're not going to think about VMs eventually, but does it happen at the Kubernetes layer, the container layer, or does it even go higher? It's a philosophical discussion at this point, but it's interesting.
It's a philosophical discussion maybe we can talk a little bit about right here, because we are talking about self-driving cars, and we have people who are saying, as we get closer and closer to self-driving cars, I want a stick shift.
Yeah.
There are people
who love stick shift.
See? You heard it here first.
Yes.
So here are people who want a fully managed service. They want a self-driving Kubernetes, and other people might still want to drive stick.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still like the fact that I have a fuel-injected computer driving the fuel injection. I don't want to be manually calculating the fuel I'm putting in the engine.
Okay, and then
there's a degree of management that I like.
Squirt the fuel in.
Yeah, I'm not I don't want to be squirting the fuel in the engine as I drive down the highway.
Okay, so then discovering the right line for that both in your car and in your managed Kubernetes cluster is something you're always thinking about.
Yeah. And it changes over time, I think, too, right? As we sort of mature these things and people figure out what they need to know and where they want to forget about stuff.
Mm-hmm. And the whole point of AKS is that if I understand correctly, the management plane, you just don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, exactly. We run it for you. My engineers are on call. The analogy that I sort of think about is it's the difference between running something like SQL Server yourself or running it in Azure SQL. They're both good options for different reasons, and the manual versus automatic. But in one case, somebody else wakes up, and in the other case, you have to wake up if there's a problem, and for upgrades and everything else like that. So I think there's a lot of value, especially with Kubernetes, where people are focusing on building applications on top of it. Mm-hmm. There's a real value in being able to focus on your application and not have to worry about the details of how do I install it, how do I upgrade it. Everybody kind of does that once, and then they move on to a managed service.
That's interesting. When I first got my driver's license, my parents were like, you have to drive stick first, and they made me drive a stick. I didn't even know automatic shift cars existed.
Yeah.
And then I did that for a year, and they're like, made you look, and then they gave me an automatic. I haven't really thought about it since.
I had the same thing with power steering. I had to get my driver's license parallel parking with no power steering. It's good for the arms, though.
Yeah, and go all the way back. Okay, so then you think that people should do that. They should build maybe a Kubernetes cluster locally or maybe in their office and then understand it, feel it, and then say, okay, I get it. Let's let someone else manage that.
I mean, I don't know if it's a should, everyone absolutely should, but I think it's a good experience. And a lot of us like tech sort of from a hobbyist perspective and enjoy understanding how our systems are built. I mean, I've written code in assembly language, and like I don't think I've ever had to write code in assembly language, but it was fun, you know. So I think it's good to understand your systems, but also it's good to realize that you should delegate to people when they can develop expertise, right? I can have a team that focuses exclusively on running this system. And scale to thousands and thousands of clusters. Whereas if you're running them yourself, you know, even a big company may only have 20 or 30, and so you're just not going to have as big a team and be as sort of specialized.
Right. I always tell people that if you're a hosting company and like that's your business, that's your key value, then sure, do that. But if you're selling insurance, why are you tinkering with your Kubernetes cluster?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Okay. So you're saying that this is a managed service that is treated the same as all other managed services on Azure. There's someone else who carries the pager. It's all handled.
Yeah.
How far away can I abstract myself from AKS? Can I go all the way to I check in code and it goes live and magic happens?
Well, I mean, I think the thing with Azure in general is I feel like sometimes we talk about our products because we build our products, but like really I hope when a customer consumes Azure, they consume the whole platform, right? And so if you're talking about something like that, we integrate with like Azure DevOps, and there's really nice, easy to use integration between the Azure DevOps pipelines and the Kubernetes cluster, so you can create that experience. It's not like it's an AKS experience or an Azure DevOps experience, it's an Azure experience of the whole thing. But yeah, you can absolutely get to that world where it's, you know, check-in code and it runs all the way through. And in fact, I would suggest that that's where most people should be, right? Both for reasons of security and compliance, and also for, you know, agility.
Right. So, like as you point out, certainly not part of the fundamentals of AKS, but an optimal state that one could get into.
Absolutely.
You just stop thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, what are some of the brand new things that happened at Build around AKS?
So there's a couple of different things. I mean, we were talking about serverless earlier. A while ago, actually, we launched serverless container infrastructure with Azure Container Instances. So you can run a container on Azure without seeing a machine anywhere. Right, so that's been GA'd for a while. Here at Build, we're GAing the virtual nodes integration with AKS. So previously, if you ran serverless containers, it was sort of a one-off. It was like running a VM. Like you just ran one container and it existed, but it wasn't really orchestrated. Okay. With virtual nodes, we're integrating that serverless container infrastructure with AKS. So you can use the Kubernetes API to orchestrate these serverless containers. But there's no VMs there. They're hypervisor secured. So if, for example, you have users who are submitting code from the internet to run in your application. Maybe it's a little plugin in a spreadsheet or any kind of user code. You don't want to run that just in a bare Kubernetes cluster because you don't trust that person's code. But with Azure Container Instances, it's run inside a hypervisor. You can securely know that, you know, they do whatever they want inside their container, but they can't touch anything else. And with the integration with AKS, you can use that one orchestrator to manage both your code and, you know, potentially malicious end user code, or even just code that you don't trust, right? I mean, we see repeatedly the internet is a scary place, and, you know, for a lot of these projects, you know, you may want to run it in an isolated environment. Also, it's great for burst out because ACI gives you pretty fast startup and per second billing. So people are using it for dev and test, and so that's been GA'd. That's pretty cool to see.
The virtual, you said virtual nodes. Is
virtual nodes,
is that the kind of the name for the virtual kubelet open source project?
Yeah, that's the Azure product that we've built around the virtual kubelet project. That is virtual kubelet is a Cloud Native Compute Foundation project that is done actually in collaboration with a bunch of other partners in the industry, some here in Seattle, some elsewhere. And so when we take that and we integrate it with AKS and we make it available and supported, you know, it's important to distinguish the product name from the project name, and so it's the virtual nodes inside of AKS.
Now, you made an interesting kind of throwaway comment there about burst out. Burst out. When you make an AKS cluster, you have a sense of sizing, a general sense of I want it to be about yay big, right? But with Azure Container Instances, you can be making them left and right.
Yeah.
They're kind of sidecars. They're over here, and they're doing their own thing.
Yeah.
With the virtual nodes, you can basically say, I want it to be about yay big, but it could be as big as this. You're saying that burst comes from ACI?
It can. I mean, you can also do auto-scaling depending on sort of how long you expect the burst to come, right?
And how urgently you need the
right.
compute.
So ACI responds more quickly and is really great for transient stuff. So imagine you are like processing images, doing face recognition in images, and generally, you know, 1 or 2 images arrive a second, but somebody decides to like upload all their vacation pictures, and you have this giant queue. ACI is a great solution to burst out, process through all those images, and then immediately come back down and only get charged for handling that burst. Whereas something like, maybe you're running a site that has a daily, at noon there's a lot of traffic, and at midnight there's low traffic. Auto scaling the cluster itself is a great solution
or Black
for that.
Friday or holidays.
Black Friday or all those sorts of things. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where VM-based cluster auto scaling would be probably a better solution because it's more long-standing. Right? You're going to need that capacity for 3, 4, 5 hours, not for 30 seconds as you blast through a bunch of.
So the virtual nodes is G8, and it can give you that burst out quickly within within less than a minute.
Easy.
Seconds.
Yeah, seconds.
And then if you say, oh, this is our new steady state, so now we'll scale out.
But in fact, that's a good pattern too, where you can burst out quickly, and then if you stay there, auto scaling maybe kicks in and scales up your cluster, or you manually scale your cluster up. Yeah.
Are you hoping at some point that all of that will be abstracted away, or is that silly to even want?
It's an interesting question. I think it goes back to that sort of manual shift analogy of like, where does
even the automatic shift cars have that little thing at the bottom where it's like, I kind of want to fake being in manual shift.
Yeah, and you still can open the hood, and I think that there's still an appetite for people who want to be able to kind of see into the machines, and I over time I suspect that that's going to go away. But again, I think that's a place where we listen to the customer, and as we see interest in hiding more and more of that, then we start thinking about that.
Okay.
So in addition to that, also in the serverless vein, we also announced this project that we did in collaboration with Red Hat called Kata, which is the Kubernetes event-driven auto-scaling. And that actually runs on Kubernetes anywhere. Obviously, if we're collaborating with Red Hat, it has to work in OpenShift. It has to work anywhere, not just in Azure. And it's based on the Azure Functions work. So I think the other thing you're seeing with serverless is people are saying, I love something like functions in Azure, but I'm going to run some workload on-prem, or I'm going to run some workload at the edge where I don't have a service. How can you help me use the same code in both of those places? And so, or I'm using OpenShift on-premise, want to use Azure Functions too on top of OpenShift. And in that world, the Azure Functions team has actually open sourced this project where you can use exactly the same code for Azure Functions on the cloud and Azure Functions running on top of Kubernetes anywhere in the world, any cloud, anywhere.
Is this seems to me like the move away from our way or the highway at Microsoft is so fundamental. Is that one of the reasons that you came to work here? Because it seems.
No, for sure.
The prescription is, well, what do you want to do?
Well, I think another way of saying that is the reality is people are going to run their workload all over the place. And, if you don't give them options, there's lots of great solutions out there, and they're going to find their way somewhere else, right? And I think the other great thing about Microsoft, honestly, is that it has this long history of empowering and enabling developers. And I think building these projects is part of that too, right? VS Code runs anywhere, right? And why? Because we like to help people be more productive. And so that DNA is strong, has been strong, and definitely is a big part of why I ended up over here.
Cool. So we had the virtual nodes was GA.
Yep.
What else has gone?
The last interesting thing, and we talked a lot about developers, we're going to have to talk a little bit about enterprise. We actually announced policy for Kubernetes and integration with Azure Policy. So, I think a lot of people think about things like access control for their clusters, but I think what you're also seeing is people really need policy enforcement for their clusters. So it could be something as simple as you can only pull images from my private registry. The only way you can express that is through policy. It could be something like, hey, if you're turning up something on the public internet, you need to attach a ticket number of where you went through a security review. So if it's on the public internet, we know that we reviewed that service and it's secure. These are all things that policy can do for you because it looks at the API object you're submitting as you're submitting it, and it will reject it if it doesn't match the compliance of your company.
So if I understand correctly, policy is applying governance rules, business rules. Like these are the rules of our business.
Right.
Those are the expectations.
Yeah, and sometimes it's governmental regulation, HIPAA, that kind of stuff. Sometimes it's internal security rules or a mix of those. And with the integration with Azure Policy, which is available for the Azure APIs, which provides the same kind of stuff for the Azure APIs, you can actually establish it for every AKS cluster that was ever created by your company. So you can just set it once on your subscription or actually even in your tenant. And every cluster that ever gets deployed will have these policy rules enforced on those clusters. So it's a great way to enable developers to be self-service, but still have the right kind of guardrails to keep your company in the place that it wants to be.
I immediately saw the, because I'm such a great bowler, right? I imagine the
little
bumpers.
Inflatable things, the bumpers that you put in. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. No, I think it's exactly that sort of thing. And it's because you want people to be agile and able to do what they need to do in a self-service way. But you definitely still need to ensure that user data is secure, privacy is respected, you don't have a big security incident. Like, that's critical.
So as we get to the last minute or so here, where do people go and learn about this? Are there videos that you recommend, or do they just go straight to the docs?
Yeah, so if you go to aka.ms/K8S learning, that'll get you there. The docs are really great. If you're getting on board to Kubernetes for the first time, there's actually a lot of really great community resources at kubernetes.io and elsewhere. So those are all great places to get in contact with us. And obviously there's a booth too. So if you're here at the conference, come hang out with us.
We do have a live audience, and all of them could potentially go out to the booth and check out and talk to the actual engineers.
I was there all day yesterday. I'll be there later today. So yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah.
See, now I feel like I need to go and put my own cluster up. I went and built my Raspberry Pi cluster.
Yeah.
I need to upscale that to AKS now.
Yeah, AKS, or you can build a little hardware cluster. Wheel it around. It's a lot of fun. I have one in my basement. So.
You have a Kubernetes
I do. I have a little. It's made out of the NUCs. The Intel Next Unit of Compute. The little
next unit of computing.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Everyone should have a Kubernetes cluster in their home.
I think everyone should. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Pretty much. Actually, pretty soon everybody will. I think.
For the kids.
No, I think everybody will eventually. It's going to come in your refrigerator.
Fantastic. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brendan Prince.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, we're learning all kinds of great stuff here at Build 2019. I'm excited to be learning about all these things, and I think that we're going to be heading out to our remote. I think Christina's out in the world right now. Is that right? There she is.
All right, thanks, Scott, so much. So we're here now on the floor at Build Live, and I am here with Jenny Morgan, and she's one of our event coordinators. And Jenny, tell us a little bit about the area that we're in right now.
Sure. So we are in the Hangout area. So basically we have a few different areas where there's demo stations being presented, pop-up areas, which is kind of like a meetup, and then some lightning talks going on throughout the day as well. So we have some amazing volunteers from internal groups within Microsoft, like Leap and Gleam and the Cloud Advocates, and it's just been really great. Day 2 of Build. So.
Amazing. And this is Norm. Norm's a program manager at Microsoft, and you are one of the volunteers, and you're doing a lightning talk.
Yeah.
So tell us about your lightning talk.
Cool. So I am a program manager at the Innovation Lab at Microsoft, and my lightning talk is about human-centered engineering and how might we consider empathetic views of the user to design and innovate rather than just sit together and design together and not really consider the user's voice in the engineering process.
That's great. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. I don't want you to have to give your whole lightning talk away, but why do you think it is that traditionally the user voice hasn't been part of the process?
It seems to me that there was a lot of focus on we are the engineers, we know what the users want, we're going to sit together in a room and kind of crack down a design for a product that we're going to ship. And with time, users are going to get used to it and they're going to like it. But today, with also Satya's direction, empathy really is not nice to have. It's really necessary to have. It's what innovation is all about. You hear the user, know their needs, understand what problems they have, and then design to solve for that problem. We could come up with a design that we ship to market and spent a year on, and then if the user might not like it. So if we incorporate the user's voice from week 1 of the product design, even from before we start with development, we might find so much success. Actually, there's proven success in the entire process of human-centered design.
I love that. And I'm looking forward to your lightning talk.
Yeah,
that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
So we also have some people here. You're saying we have volunteers in the Leap and the Gleam programs. What are Leap and Gleam?
So Gleam is our LGBTQ plus organization within Microsoft. We also have the LEAP program, which is a 16-week apprenticeship. And it's just a really great way to dive into the Microsoft culture and also just obtain so many skills in your 16-week process. And so we have Monday here that's doing a demo. He's in week 9 of the LEAP program.
Awesome. So Monday, tell me a little bit about what's your experience in LEAP been so far?
Well, it's been great. It's actually made it easier for me to understand the Microsoft stacks and how to be able to understand the work environment and how to integrate with it, in an easier way. In the past, usually people don't understand what it takes to actually to work with Microsoft, but with the LEAP program, actually made it easier. It's a 5 weeks program. You spend the first 5 weeks just learning how to code, using Microsoft stacks, maybe using C# or any other language that Microsoft supports. And then after that, you have 10 weeks of just working with a team that you've been chosen to or assigned to, and just learn the rigmarole of what it takes to be an engineer.
Yeah.
And, I mean, for me, coming from a different background.
I was going to say, what were you doing before Leap?
I was just an electrical technician. So, and I wanted to get into software.
Awesome.
And I had some bootcamp experience, and then Leap just kind of helps solidify that whole experience, so that way you can integrate well into that.
Amazing. No, that sounds like such a great program. And so you're in week 9, so you're about halfway through the program.
Yeah.
And you've got a demo that you're going to be showing off. So what's the demo that you're
So
showing
basically,
off?
the team I work for right now is the Office 365. So an Office 365 team is comprises of different teams. But my specific team is in charge of accessing the data, basically your Office data, your mailbox data. Basically, we offer a compliant environment, a distributed environment that allows internal partners to be able to access that data and be able to provide high-level services for their own partners. In this case, maybe a tenant that uses a Microsoft services, for example.
Yeah.
So a good example would be, let's say you want to provide a service where you want to check for certain things in the email content, like a flight information, and you want that information to translate into your calendar. We have a service that internal partners can use to access that data and be able to do some machine learning and figure out what kind of information needs to be transformed to that calendar.
Got it.
Yeah.
Very cool. And I mean, it's interesting because what you're doing, the sort of things we're working on for partners, and what Nora's Lightning Talk is about, with user-centered design, I can see how those can intersect, because in this case, you're working on things that can be used by a lot of different people, but that you might want to, it might be especially important to get the feedback of your specific partners on when you're doing that design.
Correct.
So we're at day 2 now of Build, and obviously we've got a lot of great stuff. What have you all seen so far that's been really exciting to you, that was announced yesterday or that you've seen? Is there anything that's really kind of stood out that's been really exciting, you're really hyped on?
So one of the things I was super excited about was actually the data flow announcement from Azure Data Factory.
Yeah.
When I first joined Microsoft a year and a half ago, I worked with the team on that product. So super exciting announcement. Happy to see things actually coming to life. I was a user researcher on that team, and that's really a product that leveraged a lot of user-centered design, actually, approach
really?
and user voice. Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
That's great.
So that was one of my favorite things.
What about you? Is there anything you've seen that's really
Fortunately, I
exciting?
missed the first day, so.
You missed the first day. Okay. All right. Well, you should check out, especially since you do a lot of C# stuff. You should be checking out the .NET announcements.
Awesome.
and also some of the new stuff that's coming with Windows Terminal and WSL2. Those are the things I'm really excited about.
Nice.
And I know that Jenny, you've been in this in our community area.
Yeah.
Has there been anything that's been you've kind of seen day 1 about that's maybe been different from years past, or things you're really excited about?
Anything that's about inclusive practices or just the community and building the community is going to really resonate with me. So just some of the lightning talks that we've had about empathy and about, Sato just finished a lightning talk about dyslexia and programming.
That's
and
great.
so it's just adding that bit of an inclusive spin to some of the content that we're receiving throughout Build, and that is what really excites me.
I love that. I love that so much. And because we've been doing a lot to try to make the conference, I think, more accessible for all kinds of different people, which is really important, because there's so many different types of developers or people who want to be developers, and we shouldn't just cater to one specific type of voice.
Yeah.
So that's really great. So this general area, so we've got, we have demo stations here for Leap members, and we have volunteers hanging out. Let me just ask you, Nora, why did you want to volunteer? Why was it important for you to volunteer?
Oh my God, so many things. I wanted to, first of all, be in the forefront of receiving the good news about the company I'm working for. Also network and meet awesome people, raise awareness to some of the topics I've become very passionate about, that with your day-to-day life and work, you really don't get an outlet to share a lot about. So, and just volunteering, just making Microsoft awesome and meeting more and more awesome folks. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Making Microsoft awesome. And I think because of people like Nora and because of our elite members like Monday and because obviously of amazing people like Jenny, we are making Microsoft more awesome. So thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great content here at Build Live and at Build. And back to you, Scott.
Hey. Thank you so much, Christina. Now, of course, if you're just joining us, welcome. This is your live streaming coverage of Microsoft Build Day 2. And I am joined now by Partner Director Amanda Silver and Senior Program Manager Mark Wilson. Thomas, you're going to talk to me about IntelliCode.
Yep.
Not IntelliSense, IntelliCode. This is how
Yeah.
AI brings the wisdom of your community to your daily development work. Thank you for hanging out with me. I just like hanging out with you all because you always bring such cool stuff. And you have a laptop, which makes you twice as cool.
Apparently, yeah.
So, Amanda, we got to do some cool demos in the keynote.
Yeah, that was fun.
But apparently, there's even things I haven't even seen yet.
Yeah,
that
I
you
mean,
brought.
there was no way that, we have an 8-minute time span that we get to do that demo. There's no way we could show all of the awesome stuff we're working on in those 8 minutes.
Cool. So I'm glad
Yeah.
that you brought more awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe you can explain IntelliCode for folks who maybe didn't see
Yeah,
that
I mean,
demo.
so we've been on a journey over the past few years, basically trying to learn from developers what white space exists. Basically, what problems do they continue to have to deal with? And so what we heard from a lot of developers are a few things. Number one, it's really hard to onboard a new developer onto the team. Both from the perspective of the new junior developer who's trying to kind of, get integrated, but also from senior developers. It takes a lot of time for them to basically mentor those developers get onto their new team. Other things that we heard were that things like code reviews have still way too much comments, kind of feedback going back and forth after the code review is actually posted.
Okay.
And so what we tried to kind of think about is how could we help reduce both of those, the pain in both of those problems. And then the last thing that we heard that kind of relates to what we'll show you is that it's really hard to learn about a new API. It's hard to learn like a brand new tech, maybe an API that you haven't used before. What are the common calling patterns, coding conventions, and things like that for this particular API? Documentation helps, but let's be honest, especially when it's something inside your own organization, oftentimes there is no documentation that's associated with the library that you're working with. So what we've been trying to do is to figure out how can we solve these problems. And there's a group inside of Microsoft Research called the Research in Software Engineering team. And so we work with them a lot to try to figure out how we can use cutting edge science to basically bring it into your developer environment. So now IntelliCode basically takes machine learning, machine learning for those who actually work on it, and AI for those who just want to market it.
Sure.
And how can we take those machine learning models and basically integrate them into Visual Studio VS Code so that you can have a really productive developer experience?
I know you've brought me some cool demos, but before you start, I want to ask this question. 20 years ago, maybe almost 25 years ago, when I first saw IntelliSense for the first time, when I hit dot,
Yeah.
my professors in college said that's going to rot your brain. You only real syntax highlighting, syntax coloring, it's all a mistake. You should do it on a green screen. It should be as basic as possible. How much of this is removing thought versus removing the boring stuff that I really shouldn't have to worry about? Like I worry as a programmer, am I just going to hit tab and it'll do all the work for me?
Well, it's all just levels of abstraction, right? We don't code in zeros and ones. We don't code in assembler anymore, right? And there are purists who would say that we should all be coding in assembler. So, I mean, I don't see the difference between, coding in a programming language that actually has nice ergonomics versus having IntelliSense.
I mean, it depends what problem, Scott, you want to have in your buffer, right? I mean, if you want to have a problem in your buffer that's about, can I remember this 30-item long list of possible methods and properties, well, great, that's fine, go at it. But honestly, I'd rather have the business problem in my mind or the technical problem I'm trying to solve. And that's where we're at with IntelliCode. We want to make the interesting bits of your job more interesting and take away the kind of tedious, repetitive, boring bits.
I like
But
that.
there's nothing that we are hiding from you in this process, right? The only thing that we're doing is when you think about a completion list, that basically are all of the API calls that you could make on a member, where you used to have a alphabetically sorted list or a most recently sorted list, we now add a little bit of intelligence to basically guide you to what the member's should be, what members you should be calling.
So you're giving a prescription, but it's not an intense prescription. It's not a thou must do this.
It's stronger guidance based on developers who have tread this path before.
Right.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. I mean, where they've been, you can go without having to cut your knees.
And what's nice about that is that I think we've all been there. We've been programming, and I've said, I've got it in my head, but I'm I/O bound. And this disk isn't as fast as I need it to be, and now I can not worry. I can think about the business problem.
Exactly.
I can get it out.
You've got that kind of train of consciousness thing going on. You want to have that going on.
So this is going to smooth the path. I like that.
That's
So you've
what
got
we
some
wanna do.
demos. Maybe we can switch over to
For
your
sure.
laptop
For
and
sure.
take a look at that.
So, I mean, let's start with something that hopefully most of you have seen before.
Before we, there we go. Make sure. Good.
Are
We're
we,
up
are we
the
on screen?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to show you a basic IntelliCode demo here. So here I'm working on a string. I've got a program here that does some manipulations on temperature arrays, okay? And I'm going to go look at this string. You can see here, Scott, that I've got a lot of starred recommendations here at the top there. What those are is for the context that I'm in, the coding context that I'm in. So it knows I'm in a string inside an if statement where the string came in as an argument, okay? It can say the most likely thing I'm going to want to fill in here is to use a length. Well, that's logical, right? Because it's a test. I'm going to want to do some kind of test here. And even as I start to elaborate this, and I'm going to start to do something for Kelvin here, I'll do S, and here's substring again.
Well, hang on, that S dot was different than the first one.
It was, and that's because now there's a different context. I'm actually a little bit further down my line of thinking, and the system is aware of that context and knows what's going on.
Well, there's a star there,
hang
too.
on.
There's
look,
a star
look what's going
inside.
on, right? So we've got s.length here. Because here, inside a substring, the most likely thing here is that I'm going to need to return some kind of number that's going to give me the right argument for that substring, okay? So those recommendations are extremely context sensitive, right? And so we've learnt those across a whole farm, actually thousands of GitHub repos, okay? They're essentially the wisdom of the entire C# open source community that's out there in the open. We have distilled that down and brought it to your point of need here. So you can actually know what's the most likely recommendation there. So that's pretty cool, right?
And you're not sending my code to the cloud to be chewed on.
Absolutely not, no. So this actually is trained entirely on open source code. But you're probably wondering to yourself, well, gosh, that's great for classes and members that are out there in the open. Well, what if those classes and members are my stuff?
Right, exactly. More than string. I've got some local class.
Well, the good news there is, if I just quickly flip over here, we actually have a capacity here to train on your own code, okay? So if I want to see stuff that's completions on my own code, I can absolutely do that. And even there, we want to take care of your intellectual property rights. We want to be very careful about that. So all that we do, and this is kind of nerdy, but this is a nerdy place. We're okay to talk nerdy, right?
It is safe space. Safe space.
Safe space, good. What we do is we run a pre-compilation on your local machine,
right?
Okay, and we extract from there just a summary file.
Ah.
Okay? Now that summary file just contains what we need to answer the question, given this location in code, what would be the most likely completion for this class? Okay, so you can imagine it's a bunch of numbers in a big tree. Okay, that's the way that you would represent that. We send that to the cloud, just that tiny summary file, not enough for you to compile, not enough for anything of that sort. Send that to cloud. There we do some learning process, but you'll notice that I'm logged in here to Visual Studio.
Indeed.
And what that means is that we can keep that model that we have generated for you personal just to you until you choose to share it. Right?
I see.
So it comes back down to your machine, and you see we give you the option right here to share that model with someone else. If you want to do that, and you're working in a small team, you want to sort of give this a go, you can do that and then use the add model function to just add it in. And this works just like it does in LiveShare. So if I hit share, it pops a sharing link in my board and in my clipboard, and I can just paste that right into here.
And that's the binary model. I'm not sharing any code there. I'm sharing
No code.
the wisdom.
Just the distilled wisdom.
The distilled wisdom.
Exactly right. And so now I can actually go ahead and use that wisdom as I'm coding, and so I'll see completions on my own classes. So,
and this is available today. Like
that's available right now.
People may have this and not even know they have this.
You know what? If you have VS 2019 16.1, if you have the preview that's been shipped at the conference, you have this in the box right now. And in fact, we're on by default for all of the C#, XAML, and C++ and JavaScript, TypeScript workloads. Okay, so you can find that. The actual feature that you're looking at here, I should mention, is a preview feature. So if I go to Tools Options, I just want people to know about this, and I tap in IntelliCode, And if you've got a build that's of 16.1, you'll see that you have these preview features. So you see that I have them all enabled here because I'm doing lots of demos of all these wonderful, cool features. I can turn those on, but they're preview features. They're not quite ready. So, you know, the way we work these days is we get these features out in preview and we make sure everyone's had a chance to use them, refine them to beautiful before we're ready to call them done.
We've only got about 6 minutes left, and I want to make sure I see the stuff that I haven't seen before.
Oh, you want to see the magic?
You came here and you were like, oh, you wait, Hanselman. I'll show you something you've never seen before.
You want to see something?
This is
I don't
super
believe
cool.
it. I don't believe it.
Something beyond awesome. And it takes a lot for me to say that because, you know, I'm a modest Englishman and that's what we do.
All right.
Okay?
Blow my mind.
So here we go, Scott. Take a look at this. Here's a fairly standard programming problem, right? I've got my Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion here, and I hate the code smell of having these constants in my code here.
Oh, you've got it a couple places, and you did it a couple different ways.
It's spread all over the place, and not only that, the variable names are different too.
Yeah.
So I've got different usages downstring here, and it's a bit ugly. And what I want to do is to move to a nice little helper function that I've got loaded up down in the temperature conversions class that you'll see in my solution there. And you know, here I am doing this tedious task. So you know, great, I've got that done. And
you need an extra
I
thing
think
there.
I'm missing a brace there. So I got that done. That's great. Now I've got to go look for all the others. And while I'm doing this, I'm thinking to myself, do I really want to go ahead and write that regular expression?
Well, they're all kind of shaped different.
Yeah, so there's slight differences.
That is a different variable
The variable
name.
name's different. You'll notice the white space is different here. And, you know, I've got to go through them all. And I'm thinking, if I'm going to write that red...
Well, and with all due respect, I'm seeing a lot of like right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow. Like, you know,
It's dull, right?
it is. That's dull to watch.
You know, it's I mean, it's just awful, isn't it?
Okay,
I mean,
make it stop. Mark.
are you asleep yet?
I am.
Yeah, I thought so. And didn't I promise you to keep you awake?
You surely did.
See that? That should keep you awake.
Hang on. Suggested change. When did it know that was a good idea?
It knew, Scott, right after
Because you did something twice.
the second example, because this is program synthesis by example, let me know that actually what I want to do is this. And you see I get in a little preview here? Ta-da!
Hang on. I've seen this before because I was in Excel and I typed Sunday, Monday, and it goes Tuesday.
Yep, exactly the same underlying technology, but
Seriously?
the same team. Yeah,
By the same team.
by the same team, the program synthesis by example team. Okay, have done this work for us, and this is actually currently not out, but it will be soon.
Just like only on your computer kind of a thing.
It's on like 4 or 5
4 or
other
5
computers, but yeah, exactly.
So this sounds like this is just a taste of the kind of stuff that you're about to unleash on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for us, we really kind of view the IntelliCode Charter as very broadly. How can we take machine learning techniques and apply them to software development? And so what we want to do is make every developer and every development team more productive based on this kind of technology.
Right, and we can do this right here at your point of need.
Wow. When and where do I? Like,
So,
How do
so
I get this?
basically,
When
if
do
you
I-
just-
where do I go?
If you just get the Visual Studio IntelliCode extension,
Yep.
which will actually start to be included by default as of 16.1,
Okay.
then you'll start to basically get a steady stream of these enhancements.
So
Oh,
hit
it's
us
going
up
to happen
on
automatically.
Yep.
hit us up on AKAMS WAC IntelliCode.
Okay.
Okay.
AKA.ms
Whack.
slash whack IntelliCode.
IntelliCode.
And then that's where I can get my extensions.
You'll
and
get
it'll
the
just
extension.
always be up to date.
And this works on VS Code as well. So we actually have 6 supported languages for that IntelliSense feature we showed you earlier.
Okay.
And so that is, you know, if you're in VS Code, you're going to get JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, Python, all in VS Code. And then on the VS side, we have C++, C#, and XAML.
Wow. Okay. And this
Yeah.
is just going to keep getting better. This is
Yeah.
continuous
That's right.
improvement
Yep.
in the world of code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anytime we can learn something from the code or the metadata that you've got, we're going to go ahead and do that and bring it to where you need it.
And if you're here at Build, you can go and see folks at the booth.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have the booth right as you're walking into the big, what do we call this, expo area?
Yep.
There,
miss us.
Where we basically have the entire team right there working on Visual Studio Live Share, IntelliCode, other things like that. And then we have a specific booth.
Yeah, and we have some fun
devoted.
challenges there as well. So if you're here at the show, you really want to come along because you're going to get a chance to win one of these cool T-shirts.
Actually, it's true.
You
This
know?
is my,
You know?
It's dangerous to code alone.
Yep. If you want to win
this.
one of these cool T-shirts, you get yourself
You've
along
got
to our
one
booth. And you're going to take a few challenges, just try out some of this cool tech. And just for the fun of doing that, you get a free T-shirt and into a raffle to come have dinner with the team tonight.
Are you seriously raffling off dinner with nerds?
Totally.
It's true.
That is a really good idea. I think a couple of people who've been in the audience that have been asleep, but they're just like, dinner with other programmers?
And if it wasn't clear,
I would love to do that.
the raffle dinner is on us. So.
Yeah,
oh, you pay for it too.
Yes.
They don't even have to pay.
Yeah, they don't have to pay their way.
That's really great. I appreciate you chatting with me because this stuff just keeps getting better and better. And when I first saw IntelliCode, I was like, what's happening here? And now all these neurons are starting to fire about, oh, we could do this and we could do that.
It's funny you should say neurons because all of this is based on, distributed neural nets and that kind of technology. So
Fantastic. I am learning all about neural nets and how I'm going to apply that to my code. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more from Build.
We're here in the Microsoft garage. All right, so we're live. Yes, hello, Margaret. We're here to learn about IoT. IoT stands for the Internet of Things.
You are such a corporate lackey. First, we show you something super basic. Then we kind of do something incredibly stupid with it. By far the weirdest thing I've done today.
It is another beautiful sunshiny day here in Seattle, Washington. And you know what I need.
Coffee?
Coffee.
We're at Pine and 3rd right now at Victrola Coffee.
And I got good coffee. Let's get one.
All right, let's do it.
Well, Suze, we made it. We're inside of Victrola. Now, I don't have a coffee, but you do.
I do. It tastes really good, too. So I'm really excited to find out more about this specific one.
I think we have an expert from Victrola that can help us out.
Totally.
Andrew, standing right here.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. What you're drinking here is Ethiopian Yurgzi Yirgacheffe coffee. It's actually been hand sorted 3 times before it came to us. Right now, and you can actually get it if you need a coffee.
Yes, I do.
We've got a honey that comes from Guatemala, but this honey is actually made from coffee blossoms. It's the world's first fully traceable coffee blossom honey. So we can make you a coffee blossom honey latte.
I'm in. I never say no to a coffee. Suze, where are we?
So we're a 5-minute walk from the convention center, and we're at a cafe called Mr. West, which has amazing food, amazing coffee.
And plants. Let's go see.
Yeah. So we're at one of my favorite places in Seattle, and it is kind of a plant heaven as well as an amazing coffee shop. And I'm actually here with my new bestie, Meredith, who is the general manager of Mr. West.
Yes.
It's awesome to have you here. So can you talk about some of the unique parts of Mr. West?
Mr. West has been open for about 3.5 years. We're a cafe style, so we do excellent kind of avocado toast, grilled cheese sandwiches that are really, really delicious.
And what are we drinking here? What kind of beans does Mr. West serve?
So every 3 months we actually feature different coffee roasters, and right now you're enjoying Oddly Correct out of Kansas City, Missouri. We actually make cocktails using like aperitifs and amaros. So we have our own spin on an Old West fashioned and a West Mule, so they're kind of fun, a little bit different.
Well, very cool, Meredith. Well, thank you so much. And I think we're going to go grab some avocado toast, perhaps.
It's delicious. Thanks for coming in.
You actually know what you're doing.
A little bit.
I'm just flying through life like snowing people.
But only because it's cool and fun.
At some time.
Yes, we should now that we're
right.
met. Oh. Action.
Hi, I'm Burr Collins.
And I'm Noella Charity.
And this is 5 ways that you can infuse AI into your applications today. Thing number 1, you can build a bot, which honestly to me sounds a lot like build a bear. So exactly how does this work?
Yeah, so we now have a artificial intelligence, this machine learning model that would be really difficult for us to build from scratch, but it's actually available as a web service, and it's called Q&A Maker. And what it allows you to do is point out to something that many, many websites already have. It's like an FAQ page, right? You can go to any website's FAQ page, point Q&A Maker, which is qnamaker.ai, point it to that FAQ page, and it'll generate a natural language.
And then what do you do with that bot? Like, how do you use it?
Yeah, so it's a conversational application. So at that point, all the questions that were in that FAQ show up as ways for a user using natural language can just type in, like, let's say I was looking at, I don't know, like Azure's FAQ or Xbox's FAQ. Anything in that FAQ, I could now type into a chatbot, and rather than going, which is what I'd have to do, go to the website and look for my question and find the answer. Now I can just type in the top of my question that I have, and poof, I'd get the answer. But the benefit to that is that I don't have to type in exactly the question. I can type
you can just get close.
Yeah, I can type in any variation, because natural language, the machine learning model behind it, is going to figure it out based on the entities that I have in my question.
Usually when I'm going through an FAQ, it's how do I cancel my subscription?
Right.
To fill in the blank, any site. Like, it's the only reason. So now people can cancel their subscription with
Super
a bot.
easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. The last time we did it, I noticed that I had shaved, but like missed the spot on my neck, and I could see it in every video because it's in high def. And I was like, oh,
so bad.
Kill me.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not super vain, but come on. Thing number 2 is something called cognitive search. That's a big word. I mean, not search. It's only like 5 letters.
Right.
But cognitive's a big word. So what exactly is cognitive search?
So cognitive search is the ability for a developer to solve a problem every company has, which is a ton of data that no one knows how to make sense of, all structured and unstructured data.
I feel like that's the definition of like enterprise development.
Yeah,
is every day in and day out, here's a bunch of garbage. Please make sense of this.
Right.
Yeah.
And now, oftentimes we have to recruit a data scientist or get someone to help us massage it. Now we don't need that. Now you can leverage a API, literally a web service, to do text analysis and image analysis, location analysis. Even if you had celebrity data you wanted to analyze, computer vision, you name it, you can now use these services just as checkboxes as it executes an index on your content.
And to add that in, you're just calling an API, right? It's just an endpoint that you call.
Yep.
And you pass it your garbage, and it sends back results. Is that how that works?
Exactly.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. Caitlin is nothing short of a magician.
So yeah, I'm a big fan. And
All right.
Airbrushing is certainly welcome. Especially if you see
I didn't get it,
shirt.
you don't get it either.
That's right. I don't know how you'd airbrush a hair spot.
I know, like a strip of like what happened.
Maybe a sticker.
When you just close your eyes.
Tattoo
But look,
overlay.
I got to shave a lot. There's a lot up here that has to be shaved. So, some of it's going to get missed.
That's
a lot
right.
of real estate.
That's right.
Thing number 3 is the custom speech API. Now, I know that the browser already has APIs that can convert speech to text. So where in my application would I plug in the custom speech API?
Yeah, so custom speech is used, there's 2 different pieces of it. One is synthesized voice. So if you want to create a special or fun voice, you could do that. But the other more important one, more functional, is the ability to create a custom language model, which is what's necessary when you try to use a word that isn't understood by the model, right? Or it's like when you talk to Cortana or Alexa and it says, I don't know what you mean by that, right? How do you get around that? Most of the times you're dead in the water. But now you have an opportunity to actually teach it.
You can actually teach it new words.
Yes.
So like I could teach it Elvish.
Yes, you could.
I speak Elvish. Did you know that?
You look like someone who could speak Elvish.
Ouch. Thing number 4 is the custom search API. So how does that work?
Yeah, so you can imagine if you're a developer, we're all familiar with building that search feature. Everybody adds it's like a default function to the page.
The search box on the web page. I hate that so much. I never use the search box on the web page. I don't think anybody uses the search box because it's like a guaranteed way to get lost on the site. You might as well just back up and go to the search engine, start all over again.
Exactly. So that's why we created a web service that allows you now to curate your own search and your own search results specifically for your domain, so you can control that experience.
So basically, you're getting an entire search engine, like a legit search engine, but leveraged for your content and your data.
And you get to control it.
That's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
Can you teach it Elvish?
Probably.
Thing number 5 is the computer vision API. I assume this has something to do with image recognition?
Yeah, image processing. So you can imagine if you have a bot Wouldn't it be great, instead of having your users explain everything in text, they could just send you a picture and you could process it?
Nice. So it would be kind of like taking a picture of a receipt, because we're in Vegas. We had kind of an expensive dinner last night. To him so he could deny that.
That's right.
Send it back to me. That sounds
right.
wonderful.
OCR.
Yeah,
Beautiful thing.
absolutely. Or you could use it to like take a picture of your diary and capture your existential crisis.
That's right, and it could turn it to text, and you could imagine we could even use the speech that we talked about to even create a voice and have it read back to you.
Oh, that's what I need, is a computer to read back my diary to me in a voice that's not mine.
It's a little creepy, but anyway.
A little bit terrifying. I like it.
Future.
Free business idea, startup idea, a service that reads your diary back to you in someone else's voice.
That's right.
I think people would love that.
Or Chucky's voice, whatever.
Oh, gosh.
Or Elmish.
Cool, let's just wrap it up. I'm Bert Collin, and then you're gonna say, I'm Noelle LaCharity. I
Well
practiced
done.
that
That's beautiful. That's the best
because
thing I've ever heard.
I wanted you to like me.
That's awesome. And I do. We're fast friends now.
We're BFFs. I'm Bert Collins.
And I'm Noelle LaCharity.
And now you know 5 ways that you can infuse AI into your applications today. Did you know I speak Elvish?
You look like someone who could speak Elvish.
You couldn't even get it out.
I'm
All
like,
right, let's do
I
it
am
again.
insulting
You
this
can
man.
do it, you can do it, you can do it.
All right.
Hey there, I'm Beth Massey. I'm the product marketing manager for the .NET platform, and I'm here with a panel of awesome people. We're going to talk about .NET today and tomorrow. I've got Scott, Damien, and Alia. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves, Scott?
So I'm Scott Hunter, and I'm the Director of Program Management on the .NET platform. I've been at Microsoft since 2007, joined the ASP.NET team, and now I lead the .NET platform.
Cool. Damien.
I'm Damien. I am a manager who reports to Scott, and I look after the .NET application frameworks, I think we call it. So EF, ASP.NET Core, WinForms, CoreFX, that type of stuff. And I joined, 2010? So it's coming up to 10 years, and been on basically the ASP.NET, been under you basically the entire time. So
Awesome.
there you go.
I'm Olia. I'm a program manager on .NET team working for Damien. And I'm working on Windows Forms and porting your applications to .NET Core.
Awesome. So we had a couple really amazing announcements actually here at Build Around .NET. So Scott, why don't you start off with what's the next of .NET?
Yeah, I think so. The biggest announcement we had yesterday was we introduced .NET 5. So we started this journey in 2014 where we had 3 .NETs. We had .NET Framework, we had .NET Core, and we had Xamarin. And along that path, we're trying to figure out, okay, we have these 3 .NETs. How do we make it easier for our customers to share code across those? So in 2016, we introduced .NET Standard, which is basically a spec that all these .NETs had to support. So they all had the same APIs, and it was easy to basically write code that was shareable. But it's now at a point where we can actually start kind of converging the .NETs back together again. So we took the best of Mono and the best of .NET Core, merged them into a single platform that we're going to call .NET 5. And that will be the version of .NET we recommend for customers as they build apps moving forward.
So we're starting with .NET Core as the core.
Yes.
And we're adding, what are we adding exactly from Mono?
Yeah, so we in .NET Core 3, we're adding WinForms, WPF, and NVIDIA Framework 6. So those big stacks come to the .NET Core stack. From the Mono world, Mono runs on a lot of platforms that .NET Core doesn't run on today. So you can write a Mono app that runs on a Nintendo Wii, or a PlayStation 4, or an Android device, or an iOS device. And so the Mono stuff will bring us platforms that we don't have today. And then the Mono bits also support something called ahead-of-time compile.
Okay.
And ahead-of-time compile is when you actually compile the application down to native code that does not require any just-in-time compiling like we do with .NET Core today.
And so that's better for smaller devices? And
Better for smaller devices. It's better for startup. And in some ways, you can dial it so it's actually more secure. And so we kind of take the best of everybody. And so it means in the future, Xamarin projects will run on .NET Core.
So you have, like, the base class libraries then will be CoreFX?
Yeah, it'll be
Okay.
CoreFX.
So we have one implementation.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of folks don't realize we actually have 3 implementations of of the BCL today. We
Right.
have the .NET Framework version, we have the .NET Core version, and we have the Mono version. And the Xamarin team actually takes bits from the .NET Framework version, the .NET Core version, and even a different project we had, and they put that into theirs. And so we have these 3 competing BCLs. And so having one single code base that's all managed together will be...
.NET Standard doesn't go away, though, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And .NET Standard will be very important as
Because
we
we're
move
still going to
forward.
have .NET Framework.
You have .NET Framework. If
Okay.
you want to share code between .NET Core or .NET 5 with .NET Framework, .NET Standard is going to be the way to do that.
Got it. So the first step in this journey is WPF and WinForms coming on board and new applications that we can build on Core. Alia, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So we already brought most of WinForms and WPF CLR, and it's available in Preview 5. And right now we're working on designers. WPF Designer is in preview version, and WinForms Designer is coming. But even though it's not available yet in .NET Core, you can still find a way and use a framework designer for your .NET Core applications, because developers will always find a way, right?
Gotcha.
So
cool.
Yeah.
And then you're working a lot on that piece of the framework.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes, right now the team is heads down on the designer.
Gotcha. And we saw an interesting demo yesterday. We saw the designer, actually. It came up. And
Yeah,
that's
it's an
awesome.
early preview of the designer. At this point, you can actually double-click a form. We'll actually show you the form inside of Visual Studio, and you can change the properties on the form. We don't actually persist the properties back to your source code at this point, so it is kind
in
of
preview.
It is kind of hand-wavy. We showed it mainly because we wanted to show that we are making progress.
Okay.
We'll have some kind of preview of that by the time we actually RTM .NET Core 3 in September.
So what's coming with the web stack, Damien?
Oh, lots of stuff. So in .NET Core 3, we're continuing kind of our work in improving the distributed application / microservices / web API space. So we've got support for gRPC, which is a open source RPC protocol stack, which is built on top of HTTP2 and Protobuf. And so we've actually been...
gRPC stands for Google RPC.
No,
It does
you're
not?
doing that just to tease me.
I am.
No, gRPC is actually a recursive acronym that stands for gRPC because that's what these people do. And so we've actually been contributing code. We're working with the team at Google and the wider gRPC community to contribute a new .NET Core implementation of gRPC that's based on all the great work we've done on ASP.NET Core. So it runs on the Kestrel web server, it goes through the middleware pipeline, uses our DI logging and configuration stack, and just basically runs inside your ASP.NET Core as another middleware using HTTP2. And then we're also working on a managed .NET Core gRPC client. The great thing about gRPC is that it's contract-based and you get a great tooling story, so you can define your contracts in proto files and then it'll generate you the code for the server and the client, very similar to some other RPC stacks that people may have used in the past. So we have that in the box now. We also have a new worker service template, which is the idea of saying, hey, you may have apps, you like all the stuff we've done in ASP.NET Core, again, with the config, the logging, the DI, et cetera, but I have apps that don't have an endpoint necessarily, or they aren't web apps. They're a bit smaller, they do some background work, maybe they dequeue, or they poll the file system or something. But I want to use the same application primitives, and I want to have them feel and I develop them the same way as my ASP.NET Core app. So we have this new worker template that builds on top of something called generic host, which is what it sounds like. It's a class that you can use to host generic applications. In fact, we have prototypes of running WinForms apps on the generic host because it is truly generic.
Interesting.
And then you get all the great benefits that we've done in the Microsoft Extensions library with, again, DI, config, logging, and all the other great stuff. And so that's in the box now as well. So.
That's cool.
And then, of course, Blazor.
I was going to ask.
You're looking at me going, when's he going to
I'm
say
like
Blazor?
waiting for you.
I had to get
Come
that out of
on.
the way. I always
This
give
is,
my
like,
team a
super
hard time
exciting.
because they talk about Blazor a lot. But,
Blazor's a thing.
Too much.
Too much. No. Well, I did the service there. I did the other two things first. So yeah, Blazor, which is a new web application framework for building client-based applications. And so in .NET Core 3, we will ship the ability to build Blazor applications that actually render from the server, which sounds a little weird, right?
So how does that work?
Client model. So the programming model for Blazor is client-centric. You build components and you react to events, right? And so it's very similar to doing WinForms or XAML, no matter what type of XAML you're doing, or even web forms, right? Where you have things and then you handle events and they render. So when we do, render that from the server, though, what we're doing is sending down the HTML, and then we establish a WebSocket connection using Signaler, another great ASP.NET technology, and then we basically do remote diffing of what it is happening in the browser. All the events get sent back to the server, that gets diffed, and then we send down the deltas back to the client. And then we're continuing to work on our client-side story, which Scott talked about with .NET 5, where we want to support WebAssembly. So you'll eventually be able to take those Blazor applications and run them in the client, in the browser, on top of WebAssembly, which is an open standard. You can do it in preview today. We already have preview builds of the Monotech that lets us do that.
So WebAssembly is an open source project that's not just Microsoft. Right?
No, WebAssembly is a
you're-
spec that all browsers now support, evergreen browsers, and it lets you run basically a constrained version of the JavaScript engine, but you can compile down to WebAssembly from pretty much any language.
Gotcha.
And so the Mono team has been putting together great support for WebAssembly for .NET, and we'll continue to work on that post.NET Core 3, and probably end up aligning that with the .NET 5 story that we announced yesterday. So.
Gotcha. That's awesome. Like I know that there's a lot of people who are really excited about Blazor.
Yeah.
Finally being able to write full stack C# web apps, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's really at the core. So that's awesome. So I wanted to get back to a little bit to a couple questions here. We've got live questions. Ask your questions live, and we'll go through them. One question here probably for Scott is I really want to know how does UWP fit into this .NET 5 and this vision?
So we announced that UWP is on the roadmap for .NET Core 3, meaning that we would actually have the ability to run a UWP app on top of the .NET Core 3 stack. Today, UWP runs on something called .NET Native. That's a ahead of time compile runtime that we have for Windows Store applications. In the .NET Core 3 wave, you would not have ahead of time compile. You would actually run on the same framework that we have. So what we'll actually do is we'll take .NET Core 3, we'll make it a package, we'll put it in the store, and then store applications can actually depend on that package and run. As we get to the .NET 5 wave, we will then have ahead of time compile, which will be the mimic of .NET Native for those applications. But what it means is in the 3 wave, we'll have the ability to take a UWP application. It can take advantage of all the new features in .NET Standard 2.1 and run on .NET Core 3. Peter Torr and I have a session later today, I believe.
Okay.
And we're going to actually demo some UWP applications running on the .NET Core 3.
So we love all
stack.
our Windows client frameworks. So, okay, great. Another question here on .NET 5. It didn't mention Core RT. What's the status of Core RT?
Core RT we never really shipped Core RT. Core RT's kind of been a project we had inside of Microsoft for running ahead of time compile applications on .NET.
Okay.
And because, .NET Native was only available to UWP applications. If you built a console application or a WinForm application or an ASP.NET application, there was no way to do an ahead-of-time compile on that. But we also announced as part of .NET 5 that we'll have ahead-of-time compile support or native support in that wave. And so what I would tell these people is it'll be that feature will be available for all .NET customers on all of our frameworks in the .NET 5 wave.
Gotcha. Awesome. Okay, so Ollie, I wanted to get back to a couple questions for you, actually. So why would I move to .NET Core as a WinForms developer? What's the benefits of using Core?
Yeah, that's a great question. I got asked it a lot at the booth. So with the .NET Core, you enable your application to benefit from all the features that .NET Core has to offer. And that is a self-contained deployment or side-by-side where you can have multiple versions of your .NET Core and you don't break your existing customers with a new version. You can benefit from performance. You have C# 8, which was not available for your desktop applications before. And now we have a XAML islands where you can host UWP controls and WPF controls and WinForms and vice versa. That is also available for Framework, but that's a new feature we just recently added. And
so you can slowly evolve your WinForms and WPF apps to take on newer modern controls in Windows 10 and APIs. Is that sort of the idea?
Yeah,
So you don't have to rewrite the whole thing.
And looking forward, as .NET Core will be the place where we will innovate. If you want your applications to benefit from all the newest features, .NET Core is definitely the platform you want to target.
So, and WebForms would then go along the journey to .NET 5 as well, right? That was a question, is WebForms coming to .NET 5? So, yes.
Right.
Great. Awesome. There's another question here I want to ask Damien, actually.
Just to clarify, did you say web forms
She
or
said
win forms?
She said web.
Sorry, web forms.
Web forms will not be in .NET.
Is that
5.
okay.
Okay, so
Win
the
forms.
Win forms
That's
is what we
what I
were
was
talking
gonna-
about
Okay.
there.
Web forms, why not?
So we've talked about this on the blog post. I recommend people go and read that. Web forms is built on system.web, which is the existing sort of web stack inside .NET Framework. If we were to attempt to move a lot of that stack into .NET Core, it really wouldn't be compatible given the way that it was originally written. It's heavily tied to IIS, which is obviously Windows-centric and Windows only. And the reality is most of our customers, when we talk to them, have already gone through a process of modernizing their web applications, either from the MVC framework that we introduced back in, 2010, I think now it was.
Yeah.
And which is a much easier migration onto .NET Core because MVC is available there with the same paradigms. And
We have to, like, System Web was initially in the beginning also very difficult to dissect just to get to core, right? I mean, I kind of remember
Yeah.
it's just this big thing that we had to like refactor and rethink.
it is very large.
Yeah.
So there is actually a system.web assembly on .NET Core, and it has a few classes in it,
Okay.
and not actually any of the framework stuff.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, that's the one of the major reasons is basically the cost. It would be an incredibly large cost for us to do that. That's an opportunity cost where we would like to go and invest in new technologies that
And
customers
you
are
guys
asking.
were
And then, as Damien said, it would not be compatible anyways.
Right.
So, the idea, most customers who come to us are like, I just want to move my app without changing any code.
Got it.
That was not going to happen anyways. And so it's a huge cost. It's not compatible. Even WinForms, as I was demoing the WinForm Designer yesterday, that is a huge cost. It will likely take us over a year to get the WinForm Designer to work. And then all the existing controls by the component vendors like Telerik and DevExpress and Component One and stuff like that, they won't work in core. They'll work in runtime, but for the designer to work, those control developers will have to go and alter those things. So to me, as we've gone down this WinForm journey, I recognize how hard it is to actually make any level of compatibility as you try to move one of these frameworks to core.
Tooling is hard, right? And tooling is part of the experience.
Tooling is part of the experience, yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay, so what about this question? Would it be a stretch to say that WebAssembly is for web platform what IL is for .NET?
Not at all. It's a fantastic analogy. Yep.
It's a good analogy.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
Cool.
you can compile down to WebAssembly, which is essentially bytecode for the web, and then it'll run in the browser no matter where it came from. So.
That's cool. I think Scott Hanselman, I think, showed that in the yesterday when you guys were showing the Blazor, and it was actually running client side.
Yeah, we were showing a pizza app where you can order pizzas and stuff, and it's all running in the browser.
That was very cool.
Autodesk had a cool demo that I've seen before where they actually had Autodesk running in the browser. It's a C++ app.
Okay.
They compiled the WebAssembly, and they did a lot of other work, too, to make it actually render. But
Gotcha. So part of some of the announcements, we actually had a release of ML.NET 1.0. I wanted to get to that, too. So what do it looks like we're kind of going into these other spaces that .NET was never really there, like big data and AI and ML, and we're starting to see these frameworks for .NET developers specifically built for these guys, right? So, and me. So tell us a little bit about ML.NET.
Yeah, the ML.NET is something we actually introduced at Build last year. So a year ago, we had the first preview of ML.NET, and I said this yesterday in my talk. It was kind of funny. I remember sitting down with my team, and they gave me this demo for Build, and I'm like, I can't read this code, so I'm not going to show this demo. And I look forward to where we are today, and we showed a tool yesterday, which is called Model Builder, and the idea is even if you are really good at ML, you probably don't know all the different algorithms that we have in ML.NET. You wouldn't know how to choose one of those algorithms.
Right.
So we now have some tooling that's available both command line and inside of a right-click option inside of Visual Studio, where you can basically give us your data file, tell us which column you want to predict, and we'll run it on all the algorithms for a period of time, and then we'll emit the code for you just to reference and add your application. So we're trying to make ML something that
any
more
application.
customers can actually use.
Cool. And is that a Visual Studio extension? It's like preview?
It is a V6.
That's
yes.
very cool. And it's in preview. That part is in preview.
It's a preview that I think is out today. If it's not out today, it'll be out by this time next week.
Gotcha.
So they're rushing to go and fix a few bugs in it before it goes out.
So that's cool. And then Spark.NET. I know they announced at the Spark Summit.
Spark conference last week.
Last week.
Yeah.
That's very cool, right? So what is that? Like we're basically bringing the power of Spark to .NET developers.
.NET. So that's pretty cool too. So the Spark world has primarily been used by Java people up to this point. One of our goals with .NET is to make it where if you want to build an application, you shouldn't have to learn 3 other programming languages to build your application. So that's where the ML.NET comes into play. That's where the Spark comes to play as well. We want to make sure that if all the cool tech out there, there's a WebAssembly comes to that thing as well. There's a .NET solution for all those things. In the case of Spark, if you have huge files, we were showing a 350 gigabyte file that we were actually able to go and run queries on that ran in about 45 seconds yesterday. Parsing that amount of data is just crazy, and that's what Spark enables you to do. We were running on 30 machines using 240 cores, 1.8 terabytes of RAM.
Right.
And that's kind of the cool power of Spark, is you can just go to like the cloud and just drag the sliders to get more performance out of it. And we have a native .NET solution for that now.
That's awesome. So that was you were showing Databricks. Was that?
We were showing Databricks.
Yeah, that's very cool.
But all the Azure services that have support for Spark support .NET Core now.
Supports .NET Core now. Awesome. Okay, let's get to a couple more questions here. Here's one. Which one should I choose if I want to rewrite my enterprise system? .NET 5, .NET Core 3 with MVC, SPA? Sounds
Well,
like...
.NET 5 doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, I
we
would say.
only introduced the concept. We haven't shipped anything.
Exactly.
.NET Core 3 is still being built. So we're in Preview 5 that came out yesterday, and there'll be a Preview 6 in June and a Preview 7 after that. We announced it'll GA in September.
Yeah, at .NET
So
Conf.
if you're starting your planning now, I'd be looking at .NET Core 3. Would be my initial recommendation. With regards to whether I should use MVC or a SPA, that's more of an open question, and it really depends on a lot of different variables. I'm going to give the classic "it depends" answer. I'm a big fan of server-side rendering, but I also love JavaScript in my years gone past. But then also Blazor is now on the scene. So I usually tell folks to assess each of these techs by trying to perhaps build one feature, time box it to a couple of days, and try out building a form in each of them and see what resonates for you. So.
Gotcha. Good advice. All right, here's probably one for you, Alia. What are the benefits of having UWP on .NET Core 3?
So I would say same as WinForms and WPF. If you want everything that is available in .NET Core, you can retarget your UWP applications to .NET Core, and that is performance, side-by-side deployments, self-contained, and so on. And in future, we will be investing in .NET Core. It will be fast-moving platform. So if you want to
I'll throw one more out there.
Yeah.
As you build UWP applications today, you develop locally against Core CLR, and then when you actually publish, you publish against .NET Native.
Gotcha.
Those are 2 different runtimes, which means sometimes your local development experience, it works great, and you publish it to the store, and it doesn't work. So I think another benefit of UWP on Core will be you have the same development story as you have for your production story, which means you're going to have, it's going to make development easier.
Gotcha. Cool. So you also, I think you mentioned Unity as well as kind of in that wave. Is that also something
Yeah,
you
we're
guys are
working
thinking
with
about?
Unity as well.
Okay.
As we started building the .NET 5 journey, we actually went to Boston in January and met a bunch of the Mono developers, and we had the Unity team there as well, as we were kind of proposing this idea of merging Mono and .NET Core together into a single platform. And Unity will follow us on that path.
Great. So they're part of the technical steering group,
Yeah.
and they're okay. Awesome. All right. So let's see. Another question here. Is it any plan to introduce C# analog of Electron.js framework with Blazor?
We actually have samples of building Blazor Electron apps today, which we affectionately refer to as Blectron. Yeah, I didn't say that. No one knows that. So yeah, because of the way Blazor was designed, it's actually a split rendering system. So you can run the engine that does the event handling and DOM diffing separate from where the UI is actually being rendered. And that's how we have Blazor server-side working. So you can imagine, instead of having the server running the Blazor engine and then being rendered in the browser, if you just bring them closer together and have .NET Core running in your Electron app, which also has the Chromium engine at the front of it, you've now got .NET Core and HTML on top of each other, and that's effectively what a Blectron app is. And so there are active samples of that today. There's no file new experience for it yet. We haven't ruled it out. We just haven't got to that point in our sequencing. But you can actually go and do it today if you wanted to try it out. So.
That's cool. So we're talking about like all these changes rolling out. We're releasing Core 3 in September. We also kind of announced this more set schedule, right? We're talking about releasing every year now.
Sounds great. Sounds like job continuity to.
Wow, that's awesome. How did you get people to sign up for that one?
Yeah, that was all about, Damien and I talk all the time about trying to be better about publishing our roadmaps and our strategy and where we're going so our customers know what's going on. If you look at the history of .NET Core, it's been released all over the place, sometimes once in June, once in February, once in December. I mean, it's
been organic.
That's what we say. It's been organic. And then when I go talk to customers, they're like, well, I need more support on .NET Core 2.1 because I don't know when .NET Core 3 is going to ship or the next one's going to ship. And so going to an annual cadence just makes it easy for the customer to realize when the next wave of innovation is going to come and when the next long-term support version of .NET Core is going to come.
So what is a long-term support version?
Yeah, so we have two models, and they're actually still too hard to explain. Damien's laughing. We have one called long-term support, which is if you're on like .NET Core 2.1 today, you can stay on that version for 3 years, and we'll continue to give security patches and bug fixes to that version. And we have, or you could decide to be on the latest version, which is currently 2.2, and then there'll be a 3.0 in September.
Okay.
And for those, if you want patches, you have to keep moving forward. So as soon as 3.0 ships, we'll stop doing patches for 2.2. And if you're a 2.2 customer, you'll have to move to 3.0 to get a patch.
Gotcha.
But if you stay on 2.1, you'll get patched for the entire 3 years and can stay on that particular version.
Gotcha.
As we think about, we're talking about JavaScript frameworks. I go talk to customers. Most customers now are actually consuming a JavaScript framework like Angular, React, or Vue at a much faster rate than they would move to a newer version of .NET. I hope that we get to a point where we make it easy enough to move from .NET Core 3 to 3.1 to 5 that customers just stay on the latest version.
Gotcha.
We want to make that delta of moving from version to version of .NET Core, the burden to do that easier and easier in the future.
Gotcha.
Because what a lot of our customers have done in the past is they'll build an app on .NET Framework 4, and they'll wait 5 years to move it to the next version of .NET. And then it's hard to move because you waited so long. So I hope we can get people to move down the path faster. And I think our data has shown that people are adopting newer versions of .NET Core at a much faster pace than they were adopting newer versions of .NET Framework.
And certainly the folks who have made the move to Core or are building new apps on Core seem to be adopting newer versions a lot quicker. That's also true of Visual Studio since we've started increasing the cadence of Visual Studio. And I also think, because .NET Framework is tied to Windows, a lot of the decisions around updating .NET Framework app-based applications was often dictated by when you would update your Windows server, which often elongated the cycle as well. But that's just not typically what we see in the rest of the industry now. People are leaving that decision more closer to the developer so that they can get the latest patches, they can get the latest features, be more productive in what they want to do. Obviously, we have evergreen browsers, we have mobile platforms that people are buying new phones every year or two, so people want to be on the latest stuff in order to satisfy whatever the needs of the business are.
So it's choice. We deploy side-by-side deployment, and not
Absolutely.
It makes this possible. There's a question here. We should clarify. If an ASP.NET MVC Core 2.2 application is started now, will it in essence update to 3.0 later this year? Well, that's up to you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple of caveats to that. One is today ASP.NET Core 2X runs, you can target .NET Framework or .NET Core. The vast majority of customers are targeting .NET Core. We have a much smaller number who are targeting .NET Framework for specific reasons, and we've been chipping away at those reasons to try and make it easier for people to move to .NET Core. That will be the last version of ASP.NET Core that you can target .NET Framework on. And then talking about long-term support, we've already announced that if you're running ASP.NET Core 2.1 on .NET Framework, we will provide patches and support for that indefinitely, for as long as we support the previous ASP.NET stacks, ASP.NET MVC 5, Signal R2, Web API 2, we'll support those indefinitely. So you've got a nice long road there to move to 3.0. If you're on 2.2 Core and you want to move to 3.0, that will be a very simple migration. It'll retarget your application in the project file, work through any of the small breaking changes that we've made, and then you're ready to go.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I think customers just need to understand that it's up to the developer process, DevOps process actually, and updating the apps as needed themselves. It's not something that you do across machine.
And we offer both choices. You can do framework dependence, or you can do self-contained, and we have that flexibility. Yeah.
Got it. So let's talk a little bit about .NET Framework 4.8 just released. We were talking a little bit about .NET Framework and the future of that framework. It's going to be supported with Windows just like it always has been, right?
Yeah, so we announced the .NET Framework 4.8 is the last major version of .NET Framework yesterday. And it's interesting, as you go and read the comments on our blogs and stuff like that, people are already asking, when are the security patches going to stop coming? We still actually have the Visual Basic runtime from VB6 is still in Windows. We have ASP, classic ASP is still in Windows. .NET Framework will be in Windows forever. We'll patch it forever. And people need to realize Visual Studio is built on .NET Framework. Many of the services that our customers use in Azure and with large Microsoft products are built on .NET Framework. So we're committed to supporting .NET Framework forever because we actually still use it ourselves.
So existing apps will run as like they always have. All right, guys.
And it should make people's lives easier because we're going to quit breaking you with the Windows update.
All right, I want to thank you guys very much for all the great .NET stuff you guys are working on. Really love working with all of you guys. So we're going to take it out to the floor now. We're going to check in with Tara. She's with a muralist out there. Tara.
All right. Thank you so much, Beth. So we are here on the 4th floor, build day 2, and we are in front of the live muralist. So this is Naomi. She's with Thicket Design. She's the founder and talent of Thicket Design. And basically, Naomi is an expert in really bringing together natural history, art, innovation, and just wildlife all into one space. And so this has been a really amazing opportunity for the build attendees to experience art in the making right in front of your eyes. There's a lot of really great benefits of seeing artwork or seeing something being painted live. It reduces stress, it increases your ability to concentrate, and so this has just been amazing to have Naomi here. And as you can see, if you see the painting here, it represents animals and tech. So all of the different animals here are showing different companies and different aspects of technology that we all know, and the mascots that represent those different aspects. So if we want to get a little bit closer, we can talk to Naomi. Hi. Hi. So I've told the audience a little bit about what you're painting. If you want to go into a little bit more detail about what this is and what you're showing.
So the idea for the mural was to do mascots, computing mascots. So like, for example, the T-Rex is the original mascot of Mozilla. I know the elephant is for PHP. So I've actually been having a lot of fun talking with some of the folks who are attending, and they can kind of tell me even more. They recognize them right away. I'm primarily a plant and animal illustrator, so this was just a great marriage of my style with tech.
Yeah, this is so cool. So I know that you've been an artist ever since you were a kid, so how has your art evolved over your career?
Right, so in the last 5 years, I started working in the home decor industry, creating artwork for hospitality and then furniture markets. And I worked for a company doing that, and then ended up going out on my own, starting Thicket. So that plus working with the Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fishery, doing species illustration, rendering animals, and then having that be approved by the biologist there. That's sort of, those two things are what make up Thicket.
Sure. I know that the feedback from the audience is that it's been a really cathartic experience to see you painting. Do you feel those same benefits, or do you feel under pressure while you're painting, especially in front of a live audience? How do you feel?
Yeah, so it's been really relaxing. This space is totally beautiful. I've got all this natural light. People come up, engage in conversation. I'm feeling a very zen vibe over here as well. So happy to provide that.
Yeah. You've said that a lot of people have been coming over to speak with you. Has there been anything specific that's resonated with them, or are they just really trying to learn more about you?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we end up talking about is creativity in general. People who are programmers, their job is very much a creative endeavor, right? It's problem solving. So the things that we can sort of relate to one another on are like mistakes are part of the process, editing, throwing things away, to then come back and make something new.
And painting is the specific medium you typically work in?
Yeah, I'm primarily a painter. I've done a little printmaking here and there and drawing. Drawing is sort of how everything starts for me, so that's really at the core of my practice.
That's really cool.
Thanks.
I know that you've done murals in people's homes before, but is this your first time doing it in front of a live audience?
Yeah, so this is the first time having it sort of be a little bit of a performance. So yeah, it's definitely been something to get used to, having people sort of like looking over my shoulder as I work. But honestly, after the first hour, it was like, oh, this is great. You just work. I'm in my element, and if people want to watch, that's great.
That's amazing. Do you feel as if most of your network are artists as well? Do you find yourself drawn to, we've got a lot of creators, as you mentioned, so do you feel yourself drawn to those type of people that have that creative outlook on life? And
yeah, I'm always interested in meeting different kinds of people. I think that the ways that different brains work is really interesting. So it's always fascinating for me to hear what people are working on. I've been asking questions about what people's favorite exhibits have been, and so really just super honored to be here.
Yeah. Well, as some of us may or may not know, we are about to donate this finished mural to the local children's hospital, which is going to be a really great opportunity for it to be enjoyed not only by the Build audience, but also forever while it's in the hospital. And so going to a children's hospital, I know that you and I kind of discussed the height ratio of how artwork presents itself based on how you're seeing it in the eye level. Do you have anything else that you kind of want to add to that about children and how they interact with art?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I'm just so pumped that this is going to the Children's Hospital. I love to know that my work is ending up in a place where it's appreciated, and especially by kids. That's super cool. I think adults have favorite animals, but kids especially have favorite animals, right? So kids and animals are a good mix. Yeah, definitely murals really are about your own size as a person and sort of how you interact with that. Are you looking up at something? Or do you need to squat down low to see something? So yeah, definitely.
I also think movement resonates really well with people just enjoying art, but also kids. You and I talked about how my son likes to see a mural of all these people jumping or running and doing just action-oriented movements. So I think that I agree with you. I think it definitely resonates. Do you want to talk a little bit more about some of the artwork that you have here as well?
Sure. Yeah, I brought prints of my work, more of the kind of species illustration, botanical illustrations, and then some other like kind of little worlds where it's a combination of plant and animal. I wanted to show kind of the other work that I do more typically when I'm at home in the studio.
Sure.
And so I just thought this would be a good way to kind of showcase that.
Are any of these specifically your favorite?
That's a good question.
That's a hard question.
So I'll tell you, maybe this isn't an exact answer to that question, but I'm really drawn to right now these types of plant and animal combinations.
Okay.
They're really influenced by chinoiserie wallpaper, and that is sort of the direction that I'm going in right now. I'm starting a new series of work based on that. So
excellent.
Yeah, definitely looking at the ones I've done in the past. This is an example of that as well, with the plants and animals all together in a world.
Fantastic. So if people want to connect with you after this event, how do they find you?
Right. So I'm on social media at Thicket Design, and then thicketdesign.net is my website. So
perfect.
Love to connect.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think we are going to a 5-minute break after this, and then a session with What's New with TypeScript. So thank you all.
Thanks.
What makes a great extension for VS Code? We all know VS Code extension APIs are powerful enough, and even you can build a Vim emulators on top of those extension APIs. But what makes the Vim extension for VS Code a great extension? So there are 2 points. The first one is it can provide enhanced coding experience. With the VS Code extension API, we can implement most key bindings of Vim. So it gives Vim users a great opportunity to embrace IntelliSense, source control, debugging, and others, which we call the core inner loop of development in VS Code. And most importantly, you don't need to change your muscle memory, so you can be as effective as in Vim. Secondly, it has a powerful and active community which pushing things forward and up to date. Vim key bindings are powerful, but they are also super complicated to implement. Right now, we have 5 long-term maintainers for the Vim project, Vim extension project, but none of us can say we know Vim 100%. However, we have an active community out there answering questions, helping each other with setup, reporting issues, and even sending out pull requests. For quite a few times, I reviewed pull requests which implement a specific Vim key binding, but I don't even know this exists in Vim. So only with the continuous contribution from the community, the extension can improve every day and succeed.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? A little louder. There we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Rosenwasser. I'm the program manager on the TypeScript language, compiler, and language service team at Microsoft. And today I'm here to talk about what's new in TypeScript. Just by a show of hands, who is using TypeScript today? Okay, wow. That's the majority of the room, actually, for those of you who are streaming. But for those of you who are not using TypeScript, maybe you're not as familiar with it. And so let me give you a brief rundown of what TypeScript is. So TypeScript was born out of a basic thing that we saw at Microsoft, which was as we were building more and more code in JavaScript, as we needed to target the web more, our applications we were having a hard time building applications that we could manage at a certain complexity level. And the issue is that over time, as you build code, there are a lot of implicit assumptions in JavaScript. For example, it's not really a problem here in this 3-line function, but this origin distance function takes some point object, and presumably it has an x and a y in it, and those both probably need to be numbers, right? But as you build more and more and more code, and most of our code is not just this simple for the most part, you start to hit some problems of actually scaling, and along with other things like implicit coercions and whatnot, we were having a hard time writing JavaScript. And so we asked ourselves what we could do from other languages that would make JavaScript easier to write. And so we added these things called static types. And so TypeScript adds these optional static types. You don't need to actually put them in, but it works better when you do. And so here I've defined a type named point, and all that says is it's an object. This is an object that takes an x and a y, and both of those need to be a number, right? And so the top left here is the type declaration, and the places that I use it are the annotations. And I can run this through the TypeScript compiler, and whenever I do something incorrect, like for example, if I use a property that's not on a point, it can give me a little error message and say, hey, this thing doesn't exist on a point. You need to be a little bit more explicit. And when we tell the computer a couple of other things, right, when we actually can tell it the shape of things, we know where things come from. We can navigate our code more easily, but the computer can also help us navigate more easily. And so if you use an editor with TypeScript support, you can just hover over a variable and see the type. You can see that x is a number. You can jump around your code base, see who's calling a function, where the function is defined, etc. And so that's TypeScript in a nutshell. It's an open source, cross-platform superset of JavaScript, right? And really, TypeScript is type JavaScript at any scale. Effectively, if you've already used JavaScript within our editors, we give you some level of support based on TypeScript. And if we have some time, I'll get into that in a little bit. But the core idea is we're trying to make it so that you can write type JavaScript no matter if you're writing a very small, simple build script or a very large application. And so the way that we build the product is we have a couple of core values. We try to do open source, but also open development. So we're not just hurling code over a wall. We're actually talking to our users over GitHub. We're on the issue tracker. We're taking PRs all the time. And we're also not trying to diverge from the JavaScript language at all, right? We see it as our goal to build a better type system for JavaScript so that you can get a better editing experience and a better experience writing code. And so diverging from the JavaScript community basically negates the value of doing that in the first place, right? And with that, we can't just keep adding features and making the type system more expressive. Part of the idea is to make it more approachable and to try to grow the community so that we have this virtuous cycle. And so the way that we think about community is through empathy and transparency and open-mindedness. And part of this open-mindedness is often meeting developers where they are. And so, a good example of this is, a while back, we saw that the thing that was stopping a lot of users of this thing called Babel, this product that allows you to take newer JavaScript code and compile it down to JavaScript code that runs in older browsers. So features from ECMAScript 2015, 2016, 2017, et cetera, things like async functions and classes and whatnot. You can use a tool like Babel to compile your code and run it in an older browser. But TypeScript also does this as well. And so, for a while we were trying to ask ourselves, how do we get Babel users to switch over to TypeScript? Because what they ended up telling us is, I don't want to touch our build script, right? No one knows how it works. Or, I have this CLI that already set up Babel for me, so I don't know how to tear it out and switch over to TypeScript. And really, we kind of reflected for a while, and we came to the realization that trying to change the tide was not the right move. Instead, TypeScript and Babel could coexist, and we could make TypeScript a choice for Babel users. And so we actually sent pull requests, did the work so that Babel could understand TypeScript syntax, and then basically just rip out the types so that you can use Babel as a compiler or transpiler for your TypeScript code. And that was in development last year. And this past year, Babel 7 was released with TypeScript support. And that actually has enabled a lot of users in the React community using React CLI, Create React App, or the React Native CLI, or even Vue users, for example, as well. So people who were not interested in TypeScript because it was too much setup could finally use TypeScript. And that was a beautiful thing. Another example of this is a little bit more recent. So one of the things that we consistently heard from our users in both Visual Studio and VS Code was that the editing experience is pretty good, but the linting experience in the editor seems to be problematic. And so this came from both TypeScript and JavaScript users, and we see it as our mission to give you a better JavaScript experience as well. And so the two primary linters that the communities use are TSLint, which is a linter for TypeScript, and ESLint, which is probably the de facto linter for JavaScript users nowadays. And, well, we looked at TSLint, and it didn't have the right architecture for speeding things up. Basically, every single rule that you run in TSLint needs its own walk of a source file, of the source file tree. And if you have 200 files and then 20 rules, this gets slow and it becomes pretty apparent pretty quickly. And meanwhile, ESLint had this more efficient architecture, and we knew that we were not going to be able to actually get JavaScript users to start using TSLint. And meanwhile, we had this very enthusiastic ESLint TypeScript community, people who were trying to get the editor, the linting tooling working with TypeScript. And so we took it upon ourselves to bring the ESLint functionality with TypeScript to parity with TSLint. And so this was a great story because once we actually, went a little, we made this public, made our efforts public. The ESLint and TypeScript communities as a whole actually started moving with us as well. There was a lot of enthusiasm. And this comes back to transparency, right? All we did was tell our users what we were thinking about doing, and people got really excited. So this past January, we published our first 6-month roadmap detailing what features we want to work on, the sorts of things that we want to actually tackle this upcoming 6 months. And this was actually great. We got a lot of good feedback, a lot of people asking, hey, where's my favorite feature, right? But you know, in the next month, we're going to do this again, and we're actually going to take all that feedback and reevaluate it and do the roadmap once more. And this is true of our iteration plans as well. We actually have started taking notes at our planning meetings for every release of TypeScript. And so you can see what things were actually considered, what things we ended up doing, and which things end up getting punted for any specific reason. And I think this has paid off. So I don't know if you all keep an eye on these surveys, but NPM recently took a survey and reported that 62% of those surveyed consider themselves TypeScript users. And 42% of those users are writing TypeScript. So I just want you to think about that for a brief moment. I kind of think of the people who were surveyed here as, you know, there's always like maybe a little bit of bias, but this is perhaps the cutting edge of developers who are early adopters in a lot of cases. And 62% of them consider themselves TypeScript users. More than half of these JavaScript users consider themselves TypeScript users. And that's huge. And we keep hearing these consistent results as well. So in the State of JS survey, year over year, we've been seeing more and more people using TypeScript and more people who are willing to use TypeScript again. And again, this is very humbling because I don't think we ever would have imagined we were here a couple of years ago, right? TypeScript is about 6 years old now, and JavaScript is about 24. And yet we're seeing so much enthusiasm within the TypeScript community. And you can sort of read this chart as 9 in 10 TypeScript users would recommend it, right? It's like we're dentists or something. And the beating drum goes on, right? On the developer survey results of Stack Overflow, we're the 7th most used language and the 3rd most loved, so people just continue to want to use us. But beyond surveys of what people are saying they're doing, we're also able to take a look at what developers are actually doing. So GitHub also runs this Octoverse landscape survey, where they basically look at, you know, contribution counts and what languages people are using, and TypeScript has slid into the 7th most used language on GitHub. And that is consistent with actually what we saw in the Stack Overflow developer survey results. But it's the 3rd fastest growing, and you know, definitely typed, which is the heart of the TypeScript community, the thing that actually allows us to integrate with JavaScript, and where we have the most contributors. That's the 10th most active repository on GitHub. And so this is all thanks to everyone here who's using TypeScript, or everyone who is a TypeScript user today. That's the beauty of community, right? Without community, we're just a kind of cool project for adding types to JavaScript. But with community, we're an actual language that people care about and we can do things with. So, you know, we should start talking about, I guess, you know, what's new other than the development of the community as well. So TypeScript 3.0 came out this past year, and this was extremely exciting, and we had a bunch of features packed into that release. But it's hard to just isolate TypeScript 3.0 as, you know, this is where all the features went into, right? Because we release on a bi-monthly, half-monthly? I don't know. We release every 2 months. And the point is, every 2 months we come out with great new features. And so I'd like to actually show a couple of those. Does that sound good? Yeah? OK, great. Great. Let's dive into this editor. So I'm going to turn this into, I'm going to turn this onto Light Plus. And I'm going to, can people read the text here? Who cannot read the text here? OK, I'm going to try to zoom in one more time, just so you can, in case. So I'm going to write a function called call. And call takes some function fn, and it takes a bunch of arguments. And the thing that it's going to do is it's going to return the result of calling fn with those arguments. So all it's going to do is pass those arguments through. Now, this is pretty, innocent-looking JavaScript code, but it turns out that most type systems can't easily describe the behavior that's happening here, right? So let's take like a first approximation. I'm going to scaffold out a couple of different functions, f0, f1, f2, f3, and each of them takes a different number of arguments. And this is our first attempt at typing call. So the first thing that we pass in, we're going to need is a function. So this takes any number of arguments and returns anything. And then it takes any number of arguments and it just passes them through. And this is OK. So if I call this thing with a string, I'll immediately get an error. So that's some type safety. And let's try to play around with this a little bit. Let's actually try to capture the value that this thing returns. Well, it says that this type is any. So what I actually need to do here is I need to capture the result of this function itself. So I'll introduce a generic type parameter. And basically, in those positions, TypeScript will try to infer those to that type. And we don't have to specify the return type. We can actually just hover over here and see that TypeScript is giving us the right return type. Great. So we're a little bit further, right? Well, what if we tried switching this to F1? Well, it still gets the right result type, but it's not actually complaining about the fact that we're not passing in the right number of arguments, right? In fact, I can pass in a number, and there are no complaints. And so this is very questionable. So we want to try to do a little bit better here. So let's try to add another type parameter. Well, let's say that args is an array of t in both positions. And now we actually get something a little bit closer. We actually see that a number is not assignable to a string. But I can start doing some really more questionable stuff. Like I can start passing in too many parameters, and that's not a problem actually. And even further, I can pass in the wrong parameters entirely if I keep adding more and more parameters. And so the way that most people tackle this is by this thing I like to call death by 1,000 overloads. Basically, you just keep adding overloads for every arity, for every count of arguments that you're going to take. And so you might have seen this if you use languages like C# or Haskell. Like this is just the state of the world. You need to basically statically tell the compiler how many arguments it's going to take at any point. And so indeed this actually works until you say well, let's actually verify that it works. I can pass in their number, and then the error goes away. So this works until you expose this in your API, and then a user says, well, I really needed 6 arguments. Can you give me another overload? And yeah, OK, fine, you can do that too. But the thing is, this gets very annoying, and it's very error prone, right? Every time I write the example here, actually, I keep screwing it up. So we asked ourselves how we could do a little bit better here in TypeScript 3.0. So what we said is we need to be able to try to represent an entire argument list at each of these positions. And so when we infer from one argument list, we need to capture that entire thing and plop it into another place and make sure that whatever functions you pass us actually match up there. So let's write 2 functions, foo and bar. We're good at naming things in programming. OK. And what we want to do here is we want to be able to say that this entire argument list has some type. So we need to be able to represent the same argument list of foo in bar. Well, how do you represent an argument list, a parameter list? It turns out that is mostly just a list of types, right? And inside the implementation, it has to be an array type. Well, we have a thing that's a list of types that's effectively an array type, it turns out. We've had this for years now, and it's called a tuple type. Let's call it my tuple. And this takes a string and then a number and then a Boolean. And in TypeScript 3.0, what we decided was, hey, what if you could actually just plop in that tuple type right in this argument list, right in this rest parameter. And so now if I hover over foo, it says x takes a string and y takes a number and z takes a Boolean. But when I look at bar, it's saying some argument takes a string and then the next one takes a number and then the next one takes a Boolean. And so what happens is whenever you put a tuple in these rest parameters, then it just basically flattens that thing out and it creates parameters for you. And so that means you actually get the same level of signature help when you're writing things out. And if you pass in the wrong type at some point, like we passed in 42 and then another number, and it says that number is not assignable to Boolean. So this is really nice. Now, it turns out this is close, but when we looked at parameter lists, there are a couple other things that parameter lists do that tuples didn't. So we said, well, in a parameter list, I can actually mark all these things as optional. And we said, well, we can make elements on tuples optional too. So in TypeScript 3.0, we said, hey, what if we could make those optional? And we did. And now you can actually omit as many of the trailing optional parameters as you want when the tuple type has optional elements. And so this is nice, but we also realized that, hey, you've been seeing another parameter type this entire presentation. We had this thing called rest parameters. And so you say that rest has to be of a type Boolean. Well, as you're probably guessing at this point, we said, well, we can do the same thing with tuples. Tuples nowadays they're fixed length. They have, the exact number of elements that you specify. But what if you could specify a tuple with only the first few elements being known, and then you take any number of some type? So in this case, we're able to say that this is a tuple that takes a string, maybe it has a number, and if it has anything more than that, maybe 0, maybe 1, maybe 1,000. You can pass in as many Booleans as you want. And so now we can really bring these things to parity because they have the same arity. So I can just keep passing in as many of these as I want. Now that's cool, I think. But we were originally trying to type call. So let's give this another try. Now that we have the ability to use tuples as first-class types within parameter lists. So we're going to do the same thing that we did. We're going to introduce an R type parameter, but then we're going to introduce another type parameters named A for arguments. And A extends some array type. We don't care what it is. We'll figure it out at inference time. And let's break this to the next line so you can all see. Args is going to take a type called A, right? And we'll put A in both positions. And these two things need to line up is the idea. And so now, if we take a look at call, still returns the right type. We hover over it. Looks a little gross. But if we actually try to use signature help, we're getting something that's kind of reasonable here, right? It's saying here I take a string and here I take a number. And what happens if I try to pass in too many? Well, it says, hey, you're passing in one too many arguments. And if you pass in too few, you also get an error. And if you mismatch them, right, it just works as you expected, right? Which is the nice part, right? Now, so we succeeded here. But you might say, well, do I run into these functions all the time, right? Like, how common is it to actually write a function that just calls another function? Well, it actually comes up a lot in a lot of asynchronous programming where you're indirectly calling callbacks at a later time. But it's more fundamental than that, right? Because it turns out every function in JavaScript has a couple of methods on them: call, bind, and apply. And basically, if I jump to the definition of call, before more recent versions of TypeScript, we just had this very loose call function. It took some function, it took something for this, that's a little bit more than what we were working with. And then it takes any number of arguments and then returns any. So it's very similar to what we started with. But that's very lax. So with TypeScript, more recent versions of TypeScript, we actually introduced a new flag called strict bind call apply. And so now if I jump to the definition here, it gives me a more precise version of this call method. And the reason for that is because we didn't want to introduce a breaking change without a strictness flag here. So now it actually does a very similar thing to what we did. It takes some arguments, that extends any, takes the result type, and then funnels along the result type and the arguments. So if I just pass this in, this is a little bit different because it takes this argument. But if I pass in the wrong arguments, it gives me a reasonable error message. If I pass in the right ones, everything just works. And so we're not just doing cool features because we think that they're important to type in this one niche scenario. This is stuff that is supposed to be broadly applicable. And we want it to be able to generalize across different patterns as well. Another thing that we started thinking about once we did this was transforming each of the elements of a tuple type. So I'm going to jump a little bit back in time to show you just a quick thing. Let's go to a light theme. I like dark theme. So what if we wanted to be able to do things on argument lists right after transforming each of the elements in the argument list? So this is sort of this uniform transformation, I call it, right? You basically take a type and you do the same thing with each of the element types. And we have something like that in TypeScript, and it's called a mapped object type. And so I can, just to show you an example, I'm going to write one up here, and it's called optionalize, and it takes some type T. And what's going to do is iterate over each of the properties in T, and it's going to basically fetch the original property type out. So we'll say that fetch the property K inside of the original type T. And so basically this duplicates it, but the thing it's going to do is it's going to mark each of these things as optional. And so now I can say I have a partial person, which is an optionalized person. And if we hover over this, it's basically identical to the person type, right? We just took the name element and we said it was optional, age is optional, location is optional, right? But we could be very flexible about this. We could actually say that each of these element types are promises of the original type. And instead of optionalize, we'd call this promisify or something. And if we'd write promisey person, just so we're consistent. So now we have a name that's a promise of string and an age that's a promise of number, et cetera, right? What if we wanted to do this with a tuple type, right? What if I wanted to be able to say that I have a number, a string, and a Boolean, and I want each of these to be a promise of string, promise of number, promise of Boolean? Well, if I hover over this type now, that's not what I get, and I don't think it's what you want. Like, you probably don't want this. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. It gets close to what you want, right? It maps each of the numeric properties of the tuple, right? So at 0th position, you get a promise of number. At the next one, you get a promise of string. But then you get some questionable stuff, right? Like length is a promise of 3, which, I mean, I use that all the time, but probably not most of you do. And then you get the includes method, and so you have a promise of this function that I don't know. I can't even read this at this point. And so people would often try to run array types and tuple types through map types, but they'd get the wrong result most of the time, and this was very unexpected. So what I can do here is, fast forward in time. That was TypeScript 2.8 that I was running in. So what I can do here is I can plug this through. It's not really a promise person anymore. We hover over this, and we actually get the right type. So in newer versions of TypeScript, each of the element types in the tuple is actually mapped, right? And it's not just tuples, it's actually any array type. So if I say that I have an array of number, then it's going to give me an array of number promises, effectively. It's a little bit hard to read in that order. But basically, this is very handy because we didn't have to introduce a new concept. You can just reuse your map type logic in a lot of these cases. So why does this matter, right? That's always the question. Well, it turns out we have this function built into our standard library, or into JavaScript runtimes nowadays, called promise.all. But the way that TypeScript types promise.all, well, maybe you've heard of this expression. It's called death by 1,000 overloads. So it does the thing that you expect it to do. It takes each of these and it defines an overload for each of these things. And it goes up to 10. And if you get 11, I mean, sorry. But you know, it currently doesn't do it today, but we could make something that actually does work as you might expect. So let's write our own promise.all. So let's scaffold it out. We have a string promise, we have a number promise, and we have an untyped promise.all. And the idea is that this should take an array type and basically give us a promise of the list of each element type, right? So it waits for each of these things and then gives you a promise of that. Well, right now it returns any, and you know that's actually the issue. So what we can do now is we can use a little bit of inference magic here. So you can take some t that extends any array, and what we're going to do is instead of trying to unpromisify each of the elements, we're going to use a very declarative form. We're going to say that we're going to call it P's. We're going to say that P's extends this t type, or sorry, promisified t. And basically, when we get a type here, we'll try to reverse infer from a promisified t to the t type, and then we'll end up with a promise of t itself. And so now if we look here, we end up with a promise of a string or number array. And so that's actually pretty close to what we wanted here, right? I can write an async function foo, and I can say let x or blah equal await x. And now with blah, I have an array. I can index into it. And if I hover over this thing, the issue is that I get a string or a number. And the reason for that is because the inference process basically assumes that you want something that you can mutate. So for example, I should be able to actually push another element into this array. Push. Jeez, what's wrong with me today? I can actually modify the array. So it takes mutability into account. But what I'd really like to do is to be able to say that this thing needs to maintain each of the indices. It needs to maintain the types at each position. So what I can do here is I can use this new thing called asConst. And right now it yells at me and it says, well, you're giving me something that's read-only, but you're trying to assign it to a mutable type. So you know, that's not an error in the demo. This is actually something that I need to account for. Right now, promise.all effectively expects what it says is that it takes an array type, but it doesn't make any guarantees. It implies that it could actually be modified. So what we want to do is we want to say that we have a read-only array of any. It extends a read-only array of any. So what did I just do there? Let's try to extract this out to its own constants. If we hover over this thing, it tells us that we have a read-only tuple of a promise of string and a promise of number. And so this asConst assertion effectively says we are in a position where we want to only think about things as immutable. We're actually taking immutable data structures as, well, we're taking first-class JavaScript data structures, but trying to give them a way to be described as immutable in a first-class manner, right? And so now, I can actually say that this thing takes a read-only array, and when I look at this, I actually get a string. And so I can do things that strings can do, right? I can do to lowercase. That's my favorite method on strings, I guess. And I can take the one at the first position, and then it's an error because that's a number. And then if I can take it at the second position, it tells me, well, you're going too far in the array. And so, you know, we really took immutable styles of programming in JavaScript and TypeScript pretty seriously in the last couple of releases, right? In the 3.x series, we started thinking a lot about function composition and immutable data structures. And this comes up a lot in JavaScript nowadays. And so we even added a new syntax that you can use. So you can, instead of read-only array, you can say read-only array of the thing that you've got, right? And so this makes it a little bit more, a little bit easier to express the things that we want to do here. So that's a couple of the things that we've done in the last couple of releases over the last year. The correspondence between tuples and parameter lists, easier functional programming patterns. I wish I could dive even further in, but I don't, we just don't have enough time. But then one other thing that we started working on is we started thinking about how we can give you faster project builds. So, there's this certain style of coding where you can basically set it up as, you can basically start up a pretty small TypeScript program, and it's very self-contained, and you have no issues, and you just, every time you need to make a change, you recompile, right? And then you can think of organizing your code in terms of basically separate packages on NPM, potentially. But there's something in between these things, which is what a lot of people tend to call a monorepo. And that just means I put all my projects in the same folder. It's not, it sounds scary, but it's pretty common. And the most common monorepo setup that we end up seeing is, this is the simplest one probably. You've got a front end and a back end. You have client and server code, and each of those has tests respectively. And then you have this shared code base that each of them uses. So you might have types, you might have validation logic, things like that, right? And the thing is that, previously it was the case that if you wanted to recompile client, it would just suck in shared and try to recompile all of that. And so you were doing a lot of wasted effort. And there were just issues with the way that everything was emitted. So your output directory would be cluttered. And so we introduced this thing called project references so that you could make these logical boundaries between each of your projects. And so you can actually say that whenever shared is affected and it has a downstream effect, then you need to recompile the client and the server. And if the client and the server don't have any downstream effects in their API boundaries, you don't have to recompile your test and a subsequent build. And so, assuming each of these is equally as large, right? All your tests are as large as your application code, right? Then you're basically able to, in this scenario, cut out 40% of your build time in theory, right? And so project references in TypeScript's build mode allows you to really cut down on wasted builds. So for example, if I actually just affect one line in my shared directory, and I really didn't affect the API, right? I just added a comment. I shouldn't need to do a full rebuild of the client and the server and everything else. So in this scenario, client and server aren't affected. They basically, none of their assumptions have been invalidated since the last time. So we implemented build mode, and that understood project references in TypeScript 3.0. But that was the minimum viable product, right? We had watch mode and things like that. But we also had a watch mode that was built into the regular TypeScript compiler, right? Just for any other regular project that didn't use project references. And whenever you have, whenever you're running in watch mode with the TypeScript compiler, it actually does this file level incremental rebuild whenever you touch a file. And so it actually does the same sort of logic, right? It figures out which files have been affected, and whichever ones need to be rebuilt need to get rebuilt. And that way, as you hit save, like we're able to really just almost instantaneously do a re-emit and a recheck in a lot of cases. And the build mode was not using that. So the logical next step was to make it even faster, right? Because no one, well, I mean, I like my coffee breaks, but no one likes long build times. So we were able to implement that, this is a weird diagram, but we were able to implement that file level incremental watch within build mode. But then there was just still this question of like, well, I still want faster cold builds, right? Because build mode is all about being able to look at the state of the world since you last compiled, see what needs to be recompiled, see which projects are affected. And, well, you're not able to give me that at the file level, right? I still want to do that at the file level. And so we said, what if we could make it faster, builds faster for everybody, whether you're using build, whether you're using regular compiles with TSC, but just saving the state of watch mode since we last ran. And so we take all of your compiler options, we take the project graph, we figure out how we even got the state of the world, and we put it into this new file called tsbuildinfo when you're running with this new flag called incremental. And incremental is kind of a dream, because if I show you what the VS Code team was dealing with before, if you look at what a compilation with incremental was, just a cold compile, that's about 47 seconds. Now, if you turn on incremental and do your first compile on a repo, that's about 52. And that's still pretty bad, right? I don't know how the VS Code team keeps generating such great features, but somehow they deal with this, right? And it's probably because they're able to get fast checking in the editor. But with incremental, right, if I make a change that affects a lot of files, that goes down to 30 seconds on a subsequent build, right? Because it's able to look at that tsbuildinfo file and see what was the state of the world, what do I need to recheck, what's been affected, and then you're basically done. So you're able to cut out 22 seconds of a build. But even better than that, if you're just making a very minor change that's pretty isolated, that just goes down to 12 seconds. So we can cut down build times by 80 seconds in some of these cases. And that's just the beauty of it. And so if you're not using incremental today, I would highly recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of TypeScript. Give it a try. Nobody doesn't like fast builds. Everyone loves fast builds. So one last thing I want to talk to you all about is, well, not last thing, one more thing. One more thing I want to talk to you all about is productivity and tooling. So the TypeScript compiler is not just about it's not just about, the language and the checker and all that. It's actually about the editing experience. As you saw when I was up here, I was able to write a bunch of code. I was getting signature help. I was able to jump to definition of things and find all the references of these things as well. And the TypeScript compiler is the core component that actually powers all of those things. We actually build this language service that provides all of the information that an editor needs to power these experiences. So if you're using VS or VS Code or Sublime or whatever, TypeScript is actually the heart of that. So just wanted to show you a couple of the new productivity features that we were able to work on for the last year or so. So maybe a couple of you have seen this before. But if you're running in, let's say strict true, we're able to do this thing where, hey, we can tell you when your parameters and other variables are implicitly any. And any is not great because, well, it lets you do anything, and it's a source of unsafety. So we added a quick fix for this so that we could infer the types from the usage, right? But something that's a little bit more subtle than that is when we turn strict off, we don't like to see all of these red squigglies because it makes it a little bit overwhelming to migrate to a stricter mode in TypeScript. What we're now seeing, though, is that there are these 3 gray dots. I'm not sure if you all see them, but that's a suggestion diagnostic. So instead of a full-blown error, we're able to actually tell you, hey, this thing actually has the type any. You might want to add a type annotation. And so what we can do there is we can actually still respond to these things. And now people who want to be able to incrementally migrate to the stricter modes in TypeScript can do so in a feasible way without feeling like you're drowning in a sea of red squiggles, right? And that's really nice. And then we can play a little bit more with this sample, right? So for example, let's say I'm looking at this function greet here. I take a look at each of these parameters, and I can kind of guess what they do. But if I'm very far away from the declaration, I don't want to have to jump to it or hover over it. And maybe I want to reorder these for some reason or another. Well, in one of our recent versions, we had our intern Gabriella work on this really handy refactoring to make it look like you're using something like named parameters. Now, JavaScript doesn't have named parameters, but we can apply this refactoring to turn these parameters into a destructured object, right? And now I actually know which parameter corresponds to what. So I can take this and I can move it over. I can move it over to this position here, and that's handy because for really long object types, we often have these option bags in JavaScript. Once you start to see that you've got maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 parameters, it might be time to reorder them so that it's more obvious what your function is doing. And so, I'm using this function. Maybe I want to move it to a new file as well. So that's another new refactoring that we started to add. So now, I guess I have a greet existing already. Whoops. Well, I can jump to greet 1, and now I can see that I don't have to think about what dependencies does this depend on? How do I put them all in this other file here? And if I want, I can call this phrases instead of greeting. And now I'm getting another thing that says, hey, I saw that you renamed phrases. Do you want to update the paths? Sure, I'd love to. And so now the path is updated. But I don't really like to leave my editor. I really like to stay in the buffer. So I can rename this my phrases from here as well. And so basically we're trying to make it so that you can easily just move code around without having to think too much about it. And you just don't need to make as many context switches as you otherwise would. That's what makes you code faster and happier. So those are just a couple of the refactorings that we've done and the productivity features that are built into the editor. And the last thing I want to talk about is UX and approachability. So last year, we made a trip to a couple of companies everywhere, but there was one trip in the Bay Area where we got a lot of different feedback from places saying oh, could you add this feature, could you add that feature? But the thing that we consistently heard from every company was, man, your error messages get so bad sometimes. And we're adding good features, but sometimes they admittedly do get a little bit out of hand. And some people are trying to break records, and hey, if you like to compete on this, I encourage you. But we really didn't like this, right? This is a fairly small example, but it triggers this very nasty thing. And the thing that we heard from these companies was we often have new people coming in. They've never dealt with another typed language at all, or maybe JavaScript is their only language that they know. And the learning curve of TypeScript ends up being very scary because of this. And so we worked on this, and we started thinking and working with with the editor teams of how we could display the information that we want to better. And so we cleaned this up dramatically, where we were able to just, for example, you no longer have the error span on the entire object literal. We can tell you the thing that, the place that the error is occurring. And then we can cut out all of the, that entire huge stack trace, that pyramid of doom sort of thing. And we can also even tell you, hey, this thing was declared here. Do you want to jump over to this as well? And that sort of thing makes it easier and more approachable because, do you want to read this entire thing? No, right? And so between 2.8 and 3.0, we started making these huge leaps, right? And it was great because, the same sorts of things, depending on whether you're using object literals or even, for example, JSX, it didn't matter. We were able to just make the entire experience nice. And we were proud of that. And we're committed to that as well. So we've been working on the last couple of versions thinking about, hey, how can we do a little bit better? And it's not just us either. The community has been pretty amazing about sending us pull requests. And in fact, anyone here should feel free to send a pull request for anything marked as error messages and good first issue on our issue tracker as well. And one other last thing was I want to talk about the documentation on our website. So over the years, a project starts to kind of get a better idea of what the targets that it has are and what its goals are. And one of the things that we heard from people was, the TypeScript handbook makes a lot of assumptions. It makes assumptions that I already know another language. It makes assumptions that I know C#. It makes assumptions that I'm using OO patterns and things like that. And while we want to be inclusive to everyone who's already in that group, we actually want to broaden what we're trying to do. And so we've been working on a new handbook. And so the real treat is, the content. The things that we're trying to focus on are, for example, union types are one of the first things that we end up covering. And so you don't feel like that's an advanced type, so to speak, right? That's actually the bread and butter of what TypeScript is. So narrowing, for example, is the third chapter in the new handbook. But we're really taking documentation seriously as a first-class citizen. So for example, you're seeing this little red squiggle. And the thing is that this is not just any red squiggle that we did on our own. This is actually generated from the TypeScript compiler. So every single example in this handbook is validated, and error messages are one-to-one with what TypeScript would give you. And this is good because it's not something that is unexpected when you see a difference between your documentation and your editor. But it also keeps us honest. So if we ever see a bad error message, we can actually take a look at that and say, no beginner would ever want to see that. We need to fix that right now, right? So it gives us a little bit of priority. And we can actually make documentation using everything that your editor has. So for example, when I'm writing this, I don't have to write the type here is a string and the type here is a number. I can actually just point to any of these locations, and this is exactly what your editor would display if you were working with it with TypeScript. And that's actually kind of a beautiful thing. And of course, one thing to show off is dark mode, right? So we're actually thinking about dark mode and different theming, so that if you're reading this stuff late at night, I know these are big transitions for your eyes, sorry, but as you're reading these things, we want you to feel comfortable. We want to make this as fast as possible, and so this runs with as little. This is ironic. It runs with as little JavaScript as possible. It's all rendered once with our compiler, and we're hoping that this is an experience that comes by November of this upcoming year. We should be done, and we should have something ready for all of you. So with that, we have about 10 minutes left. And what I'd like to do is open up the floor to a Q&A. And we have the pleasure of Anders Heilsberg. He'll come up as well. If you all want to applause as well, yeah. So I guess we'll do a joint Q&A. Yeah. Do we want to open up the floor? Any questions? That microphone is right there.
Yeah, so I was kind of curious about WebAssembly, and if there is, I knew you were going to get this, so. I just saw assembly script for the first time.
Right.
We know it's going to become a bigger thing in the future, and I'm just wondering if that's going to be a target.
So let me talk a little. It's funny, the first question is always WebAssembly. So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think WebAssembly is the most incredibly aptly named technology, and on the web today, everyone wants assembly because it implies faster, right? But it's also in many ways misunderstood, and I'm not implying that you're misunderstanding what it is, but something like assembly script, for example, takes this TypeScript syntax, but it doesn't take any of the semantics at all. So it's a different language. It has nothing to do with TypeScript, really. And if you think about what has to happen if we compile to WebAssembly, well, in order to compile TypeScript to WebAssembly, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. In order to execute that in WebAssembly, you have to include a full JavaScript VM inside your JavaScript VM. This is getting very meta. But WebAssembly is really the ability to run a low-level machine code inside your browser in a sandbox, right? But anything you want to run, you have to include yourself. And that means we would have to package a complete JavaScript VM along with the code if you wanted to preserve the semantics, or we would have to define a different language, and now it's no longer TypeScript. So WebAssembly, in my mind, is really suited for if you have some C code that you want to compile, say with Emscripten or whatever, a game, a compute engine, or whatever, you want to compile it into machine code. And then you want to call it from JavaScript and get the result back and have the computation go faster. But you're not having that piece of code in there called JavaScript APIs or anything like that. That's really sort of the level that WebAssembly is at today. Now, WebAssembly is going to evolve, and the cost of transition in and out of the sandbox is going to get lower and whatever, and we'll see where it goes. But so far, if you want to run JavaScript or TypeScript in a browser, you already have a fantastic VM built into the browser, and it makes much more sense to use that. So for TypeScript to target WebAssembly simply isn't meaningful.
This is actually why I brought Anders, because he has this entire response, like pre-canned, right?
Now go sit down.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. But I think it does help to think about it Socratically in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, how's it going? So I know we have the Reflect Metadata API, and I was wondering, is there going to be sort of progress on runtime reflection? So maybe a little bit more specifically, being able to look at a method and see the arguments when they're specified as interfaces. So.
Well, I think there's a couple of things there. I don't think that we see interfaces compiling down to anything anytime soon, right? Basically, the entire premise is that these things get erased away, and so that way you can easily overlay TypeScript without affecting the JavaScript semantics. Now, that is something that we've heard a lot of demand for a while, but I don't think it's anywhere in the near future for that direction at this point. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
My question is about private variable syntax. I noticed in the new ECMAScript there's syntax that looks different than TypeScript private variable syntax. So I was curious about the plans for the future there.
Yeah, there is a proposal to use the pound sign or number sign in front of an identifier to designate private variables. The proposal currently, is it at stage 2 or is it at stage 3?
I think it moved to stage 3.
It moved to stage 3.
And Chrome has it implemented now.
Chrome has it implemented, but it is not officially in the ECMAScript standard, and we're weighing whether to go there or not. It's not clear whether it's going to make it all the way through. I mean, so we'll see. I mean, our concern here is we don't want to put features into language that we then later have to retract. Is basically it. There's already actually an implementation of private variables, a pull request implemented by Bloomberg that we're considering merging, but
we've been working with them for the last 6 months to make sure that as it goes through ECMAScript, it's in a ready state for us to pull in, and so that actually has looked pretty good so far, and so the two of those things, one thing that people often ask is whether or not TypeScript's private fields or private properties are going to be compatible with the private fields proposal. And the way that you can sort of think about it is that they really are orthogonal, right? They don't actually affect each other. Private fields are inherently design time private, and so you never really have to think about whether or not you toggle the public or private modifiers on them. But then you can think of TypeScript's public, private, and protected as really just types overlaid on the type system, right? And so those just like anything else in the type system, they're supposed to be things that we can erase away easily. And so,
but certainly, if the ECMAScript private fields proposal makes it to stage 4 and looks certain to go in, then we will absolutely pull the trigger and support it in TypeScript 2. We just want to be cautious because we have features today that are legacy that we're having to maintain, like our decorators that are incompatible with the other decorators that then in turn didn't make it into JavaScript, and so it's like, there we are. And we just don't want to do that again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. The rework documentation you showed at the end looks awesome. Any chance of it including some beefed up documentation for the compiler APIs?
So I guess as the person who wrote the compiler API examples, I should answer to that. I don't necessarily think that the audience for the compiler API is the same group of people going through the handbook.
Right.
However, you're not the first person who's brought this up, and I think it's something we should strongly consider once we have some time after the new handbook goes out.
Okay.
So if you actually have examples of things that you'd like to see, the wiki itself is its own GitHub repository, and so you can send pull requests, you can file issues and tag me in them, and we can try to consider that, because I think the examples are often the most telling ways of, they can actually help you understand the internals better.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, so is this capturing decorators, arrow functions, or binding?
What about decorator arrow function binding?
No, like capturing this, what's your preference between decorators, arrow functions, or using bindings?
Personally, I would recommend you in any function where you want to be assured that you've captured the actual this, I would write it as a lambda as an arrow function, and then just assign it to a property of your object. At that point, you know that you have statically captured or permanently captured the outer this in that function object. And it doesn't matter how that thing is called, you will always see the correct this inside your arrow function. So that in my mind, it's always the one and only sort of absolute certainty way to capture an outer this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And when you use all of our strictness flags, we specifically have ones for capturing this, and those are really handy, right? So arrow functions with those combined really help avoid the problems with this in JavaScript that you end up running into a lot. Any other questions?
Out of time.
2 seconds, 3 seconds? Oh, okay. So, all right. Thank you all very much, and thank you.
Hey friends, welcome back to your Build Live event coverage. We're back and we're about to dive into even more great content. Be sure to tweet your questions at #MSBuild and submit using the link below. If we have some time, we'll be answering them here on stage. Now, let's just address the elephant in the room. We have 3 black women in tech on stage at Build. This is not something that happens every day.
Nope. No.
But it should.
Yeah. Yes.
And I have to say that when I go to a conference, whether it be Build or whether it be any of the large tech conferences, I see lots of people who look like me. There's always a line at the bathroom. But when I go to the mall, I see what looks like America. And I see a large group of people from all over the place who are all going about their business. I would really like it if Build and tech and Microsoft and big companies felt like the mall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe you can start, Keilani. What do you think about that? Is that a good analogy?
I believe so, yeah.
How did you get started?
So I moved here recently, and I was on an online mobile banking company, and I worked at an apprenticeship and got into Microsoft that way.
So you started at an online mobile banking company, but you have an MBA.
Yeah.
You have a master's degree, you have an undergraduate degree.
Mhm.
Did you need those things to get to Microsoft, or did you feel that you needed those things for yourself?
At that point in time in my life, I did feel like that was something I needed. But once getting into Microsoft, I did realize there's other avenues you could take. You can go to coding boot camps. There are some people who even teach themselves how to code, or there's a lot of different opportunities out there.
Mhm. It feels like, though, like if someone says, "Oh, wow, she's got a master's degree," and they may be listening, "I don't have a master's degree." Is that a necessary thing to get into tech? Can someone be in tech without those credentials?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Now, you went to the University of Washington.
Of Washington, yes.
Right. Maybe introduce yourself and where do you work?
Yeah. My name is Ruth Nagusa. I went to the University of Washington. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft right now in the Core Services Engineering organization. And I specifically work in the SAP finance space.
Okay. And your background is in computer science.
Yeah, I started off with computer science, and then I switched over to indisciplinary arts and sciences and a minor in applied computing. And now I'm pursuing a master's degree.
Wow, so you're doing a master's degree, what, at night in your spare time? When do you have spare
Yes.
time? You're presenting at Build. You have what spare time?
On the weekends.
On the weekends? On the
Yes.
weekends? Is that a typical path into tech? Now, you did computer science. I did software engineering.
Yeah.
Those are very different disciplines.
Yeah, thankfully there was a program that I learned about. It was a Microsoft Leap program, and I joined that right after college, and that helped me get back into tech.
So why do you say get back into tech?
Yeah, so I started at Microsoft when I was in high school. I started off during my senior year of high school with the TEALS team. At Microsoft, teaching computer science in local high schools. And because of that group I was in, I learned about computer science, and I was able to go off to college and pursue computer science, and then make that switch and then come back with the help of the LEAP program.
So when you were here as a high school internship?
Yes, 1-year internship, the Microsoft TEALS team.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Now, you went to the University of Washington.
Yes.
Was there a Microsoft recruiter, like wandering around looking for people to hire?
Yes, there was always a Microsoft recruiter visiting at the Career Center and then also at the career fairs. Yeah.
Now, I don't remember a Microsoft recruiter walking around Portland Community College.
Yeah,
Where did you go to
University.
school? Was there a recruiter running around looking for people?
Not even close. I went to school at some Houston State University in Texas, which is kind of like a small state college, and so not a lot of large companies go there to recruit. So for me, I felt like I had to seek out those opportunities by going to events and conferences and seeing what's happening. And so that's what happened for me. I went to the Grace Hopper conference, and that literally changed my life. And so I loved meeting a lot of women in tech who are doing great things and really inspired me to work for a big corporation.
And Grace, what group are you working in?
I work with Azure Customer Experience. Yeah.
So you make sure that people are successful in the cloud.
Yes.
When you come to Microsoft, though, you realize it's 100,000 people, 130,000 people. When you get frustrated, do you think, oh, forget it, I'm just going to quit Microsoft? Or do you think about the other groups and the other great stuff that's happening? Like, you might not want to do that your entire career.
Yeah, well, no, I don't get frustrated. I mean, what we do, we support our online developers community, so on Stack Overflow, GitHub, MSDN. And so it's so beautiful to see what developers are doing on the cloud and see where they get blocked, and we can unblock them and also work with engineering teams to say, hey, this feature would be nice because a lot of customers are requesting this, or this is an issue that people are facing. Let's go ahead and tackle it right now. So it's great having that interactive customer experience with the customers on the online platforms.
And I know that all of you, one of the things that you've done now that you're in Microsoft is that you're sponsoring people, that you have your own kind of mentees and mentorship. How important is mentorship? I'll start with you. Like, how important is that to help other people and kind of smooth their road into Microsoft?
Mentorship is huge. I think for a lot of people who are still curious about technology and don't really have an insight of what it looks like, mentoring someone and just sharing your journey, even if it's on Twitter or LinkedIn, and people can learn so much from you and it can inspire them to want to work in tech.
Yeah. I really appreciate your LinkedIn. She's a professional LinkedIn user.
I don't know if that's a real title.
I'm telling you,
Thank you.
like if that was a thing, like your LinkedIn is always top of mind.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. The idea of mentorship, also having a group of people to vent with. In some instances, are you the only person of color on your team? And how do you find coping mechanism. Anyone want to touch on that? Rutha?
Yeah.
No?
So yeah, I believe there are people of color that look at me in my team, but I like to be a part of different circles to find my people, and I do that on a daily basis or a weekly basis.
I like that you said that, find my people. And this is really important because it's not necessarily about color,
Yeah.
it's about your people.
Yes.
And we have these
Community.
we have these enterprise ERGs, enterprise resource groups.
Yes.
We have these resource groups.
Yes.
Like diabetics at Microsoft, veterans at Microsoft, Ethiopians at Microsoft. Like whatever group you're a part of, you can
Right.
find your people, and your people are
Eritreans
really
at Microsoft.
Eritreans at Microsoft. They could be intersectional.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? Because you might have many different groups that you'd like to serve.
Right. Yeah.
Single parents at whatever kind of thing. I'm dads at Microsoft, right? So once you find your people, you can use them to find your way around the company,
Right.
but also sometimes to vent. I know that we have a little kind of chat room that we use to vent a little
Oh.
bit when it's like, oh man, this company sometimes.
Yeah.
How do you find yourself coping?
I tend to reach out to some of the allies that I know as well. Like there's certain individuals on my team and outside of my team, and these ladies that I reach out to, and I vent to them, or different measures like that.
Is there, sometimes people say that we maybe focus on gender and color too much, that we think, well, just write the code compiled, why are we worrying about it, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
Is it about color, or is this really about culture?
It's culture, absolutely.
Yeah. What do we mean by that?
So I think that when you get in an environment and you're interacting with people and having conversations, like it's about what makes you feel comfortable. I can go hang out with someone that's a white male and still have a good time just as I can with an African American woman or a black woman. So
Right.
it's about, who makes you feel comfortable and who's helping you succeed and get to where you need to be, whether it's professionally or personally.
Yeah, I mean, people are people, but at the same time, if you meet someone and then maybe they're from the same city or the
Right.
same
Yeah.
the same college,
Yeah.
no matter where they're from, you're like, oh yeah, I went to that school too,
Yeah.
and then you vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's huge. Also, like now being where I'm at, a lot of people from my university, like, wow, like we don't really know anyone who works in Seattle or works at Microsoft. So it's great just sharing my experience or the things that I use to get in to the company and share it with them. And it goes like a long way because they really appreciate that information.
That's really cool because then they now have a friend.
Exactly.
That works, and I'm sure you have to go and like install Windows for them and stuff too. I have to do that at Thanksgiving dinner or whatever. Can you get me a free copy of Office? Is the primary thing that comes up with my family. One of the things that I think it was you that mentioned you have to take ownership of your career. How important is it? What does that mean to take ownership of your career?
I think it's just making sure that you're prepared and making sure that if an opportunity presents itself, like sometimes you may wake up tomorrow and have a notification like, oh, I have an interview at Microsoft tomorrow, make sure that you're prepared or make sure that you're, doing whatever you need to do to achieve whatever it is your long-term goal is.
I think a lot of people, this is my opinion, let their life sometimes happen by default.
Right.
So a lack of preparedness causes them to just simply let things happen. And we always talk about how luck is opportunity plus being prepared.
Yeah.
And that preparedness is super important.
Yes, absolutely.
Rutha, what would you say to people who are watching this and they're like, wow, they work at Microsoft, I want to work at Microsoft? I've actually met a young man who I met 2 years ago at a conference, and he said, we met, we chat, he walked away, and I haven't thought of him since, and he now works here. And he was like, being at the conference made him feel like he found his tribe. The conference was his tribe, the technical people were his tribe.
Yeah.
What do we tell the people who are watching how they can come here or to another big tech company?
Yeah. I'd say introduce yourself. We'll be here all day. If you can, see us up here at Live, you can also one day be here as well.
You got to put yourself out there, though,
Yeah,
right?
put yourself out
Unapologetically,
there.
whether it be a blog or a podcast or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah.
Be intentional. Like,
Yeah.
if you want something, go for it. Shoot for the moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think? You did that. You found it's funny. I mentioned LinkedIn. I was teasing you a little bit. Twitter's my place.
Right.
And you're on Twitter a little bit, but
Just a little,
Twitter's
yeah.
my thing. LinkedIn, you found a tribe there, didn't you?
Yeah. I think for me, the reach on LinkedIn is being able to connect with people and learn more about them in the professional setting and being able to learn from their experiences, learn from their expertise, and being able to share and contribute to that. And also just sharing opportunities. When I see like a hiring position, I always try to reshare it or tag people like, hey, this is a cool opportunity, you should probably check it out. And then use my connections. If I know someone who's looking for something, like, I know this person at this company, I think you'd be a great fit. And so using that to sponsor people or to kind of like get help them get their foot through the door.
Right. I like that. That word sponsorship is so important. I call it sometimes also the warm intro. I wrote a blog post called The Transitive Value of Friendship, where it's like, I'm cool with you.
Yeah.
You're cool with her. Therefore, we're cool.
Yeah.
So then you do a warm introduction. And we're not talking about opening the door and sitting someone down and teaching them how to interview, but we are talking about cracking the door open.
Yeah.
And then you walk through. But you just need the door cracked open.
Yes.
So then what can we do to lend our privilege to other people now that we have some privilege now that we're at Microsoft?
Yeah, I think something people are not aware of is sometimes you feel like you have to be at a certain level, like you have to be a manager or have a certain title to have impact on people, and that's not necessarily true. Wherever you're at right now, you can be of help or of influence to someone within your network, within your team, within your company that can help go a long way. So don't underestimate the power or influence that you have where you're at right now.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's really true. Yeah, we have more power than I think that we realize, no matter
Right.
what level that we're at.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And we can offer our perspectives and our stories to other people and hopefully inspire them to come and make this happen. Where can people go and learn about, like, for example, LEAP, which is just one of the many apprenticeship programs that we have at Microsoft?
So you can reach out to Yolanda Santos on LinkedIn, or you can go to industryexplorers.com. That's a good place to get more information about LEAP.
Okay, so Industry Explorers. And I assume LEAP is some acronym that I don't know the learning, educational, apprenticeship, something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I could make up a good acronym.
And you can also reach out to any of us. We went through the program.
Yeah.
We're more than willing to talk to you about it. Or if your teams within Microsoft would like to hire some leapers, we would love to talk to you about that process.
Now, when you say hire some leapers, I understand that this was an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
Does everyone who comes into LEAP immediately get like a free job and a
Nope.
bag of gold doubloons?
That's not how it works. I wish it was, but it's not how it works. You're placed in a team and you're given a project, and it's just a great opportunity to kind of like showcase your talents and your strengths and work with that team and learn about their culture and what they're doing.
Okay, so then if you do the apprenticeship and maybe it doesn't turn into a full-time job, it still goes on your resume. It was
Yes.
still a time that you spent at Microsoft working on real stuff. It's not a 6-month interview. It is working on a project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You're working on a project, you're presenting it, you're also networking throughout the program.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by that? Are you like you're doing your job and then at every opportunity trying to meet people and learn
So
about
yeah,
other
like
groups?
we extend like tickets to
Information.
build and just different things like that. Like give them opportunities to network with people and figure out which way they want to go.
And then are they handing you like an interview or a job, or you're literally basically shopping yourself around and saying, I'd like to work for this, or I'm interested in that? And I assume you can change disciplines, right? You might, like you're a PM, you're working in customer experience, you're doing software engineering, but that doesn't have to be your job forever.
Right.
That's the great thing about Microsoft, where
Yes.
jobs can change. I've had 3 jobs since
Yeah.
I've been here. Yeah. So what do you think Ruther, what do you think the next step's going to be? You've been doing some roving reporter work. Is that going to be your new job? Is that the way you're going to do things now? Are you going to be our new reporter?
One day.
Did you find it a little overwhelming? I surely do. I find all of this stuff very overwhelming. Especially we have a great audience here who is staring at us and making feel really, really comfortable. Oh, look, see, we've got someone online here. So Clark is saying that they appreciate the talk about color and culture and working at Microsoft, and then he is going to do his best to also work at Microsoft in the future. I think it's really important to be visible
Yeah.
and to be present.
Yeah.
And to bring your full self in a way that allows people to understand that you can be yourself at Microsoft, right? We've had a little bit of conversation online about the concept of code switching. Do you have to go into Microsoft job mode and then be a certain person when you're at Microsoft? You're smiling, and then do you have to be a different person when you get home?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. I sometimes have to be extra nerdy, and I'm like trying to figure out what we're talking about today, and then I'm different with my family at home. What about you? You're smiling.
Oh yeah. I think it can be intimidating for someone who's just entering maybe the tech field or Microsoft in general. So, you want to make sure that you're using the right acronyms. Acronyms are huge at Microsoft. So just making sure that you're being as professional as possible, and you might not necessarily be like that way at home.
Yeah. I love that we're all providing sponsorship, but we're also finding sponsors to help us, whether it be something like an acronym or friends and allies internally as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for chatting with us. We're going to go and head off. We're going to be right back with some mind-blowing serverless updates, but stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Downtown Seattle. For all of you that are attending Microsoft Build, and after all the awesome content, you're like, I want to go do something. We're going to show you 2 things today. Let's go this way.
Hey, Microsoft Build attendees, we are outside of the Museum of Pop Culture, and this was actually founded by Paul Allen in the year 2000. And we're going to take a look inside and see what's going on.
Absolutely. This is just 2 miles away from the Washington State Convention Center. So for those of you Microsoft Build attendees, you can just scoot right on over here.
Let's go inside.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, we are inside here, the Mopop with Brooks Peck. So tell us about Mopop for those that don't know anything.
Sure. Mopop, the Museum of Pop Culture. So we love film, we love TV, we love video games, we love fashion, we look at everything. We have standing galleries about science fiction and fantasy and horror film.
So I'm really digging the room that we're in right now. Why don't you tell everybody where are we exactly?
This exhibition is called Indie Game Revolution. Really weird and fun, cool games. So we have a rotating library of games. You can come in, you can play every single game here in the exhibition.
Well, I'm excited to see everything that's in here. Should we go check it out?
Yeah,
let's
go do it.
Beautiful.
So we're downtown in Seattle at the beautiful Wings Over Washington ride. Now this is going to be a really interesting 4D experience where people are going to get to experience the sights and the sounds of Seattle.
And the smells. My understanding is this is a 5K experience. Not only that, the thing moves around and it's going to be like, again, a very emotional experience for me. You can feel it just with the music, I think. And I'm literally going to be an eagle over Washington. I'm really excited.
I totally want to know what this feels like. You want to go upstairs and check it out?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
That was pretty good, man.
That was awesome. I loved it.
It felt like I was literally flying over Washington.
It did.
And we talked about the smells.
We did.
There were smells.
They're pretty legit, though. I really like the flowers. That was my favorite part about it.
I knew you would, because they smelled wonderful.
They're amazing.
Look, this is so close to the Washington State Convention Center. You got to check it out. It's right here near the pier, near Crab Pod, and near that ginormous Ferris wheel thing.
Yeah, so make sure you come down and check it out while you're here for Microsoft Build.
I loved it.
Lockie Evenson.
I'm William Morgan.
And this is the Open Source Show. I'm Lockie Evenson, a PM at Azure.
And I'm William Morgan, one of the creators of Linkerd.
Okay, William, service meshes.
Yes.
We have a service mesh, okay? We've made it this far. Where do we go from here with service meshes?
Well, the moment you have a service mesh, you solved all problems.
Right.
So everything.
Obviously.
So that's really all there is to it.
So who are the people that are operating the service mesh itself? I kind of get the developer use case and the developer workflow, but who do you see in the wild as the people that are actually responsible for the service mesh?
Yeah, so in our experience, the role or the title is a little different depending on which company you're in, but it typically falls under this role of the platform owner. It's the same person who's bringing in things like Kubernetes and Docker and a CI/CD system. They're building this internal platform for their developers, and the developers are going to run their code on it. And this is a person who is not only picking the service mesh, but also has to operate it, and is on the hook for it, and is worrying about the health of it.
So what kind of problems are they coming across in terms of, they have this service mesh, they're responsible for it?
Yeah, so the service mesh is new enough that it's still falling into the category of, oh, this is a new thing, and whenever something breaks, I'm going to blame the service mesh.
Right.
So that's a lot of the motivation for us adding as much diagnostics as we can to Linkerd, so that when things are behaving in a strange, unexpected way, you can actually dig in. The service mesh sits at the intersection of all these different layers, right? It needs the underlying layer 3, layer 4 network to be in place. It needs the applications to be behaving. It needs the orchestrator to be orchestrating things.
Right.
And if any of those things go wrong, then the behavior that you see out of the service mesh can be strange. And then you have to understand, okay, where is the source of the problem?
Right, so can you actually use the service mesh to monitor the service mesh?
Yes, great question. That's right. So the first time you install Linkerd, before you've added the data plane anywhere, and you boot up the dashboard, the only thing you see is the control plane there, because the control plane runs its own data plane as part of it, and you can use that to inspect, okay, here are all the different components of the control plane, here's their success rate, here's their request volume, here's their latency, and that's one of the basic ways of understanding what the health of the service mesh.
Okay, so if I have a problem, one common thing that I would like to know is how do I isolate at what point the system is broken? How do I actually isolate quickly and easily where exactly the problem may lie?
Well, this is one of the things that the service mesh can actually really help with, because one of those components that we talked about in the early part of this was the visibility layer.
Right.
What Linkerd can add is a layer of what we call golden metrics across each of your services and visibility into things like success rate and latency distribution, and we can do it in a way where you don't have to modify the application at all to get those metrics. We can paint a picture of what the health is of each of the services in your application. And in fact, we can even draw what we call the service topology, which is which services talk to which other services. So you'll have A talking to B, talking to C, talking to E, F, D, Q, whatever. Right. And we can draw that map in real time. It turns out that's actually a very difficult thing to do if you're just looking at the code or if you're just writing things down in a spreadsheet, because it changes all the time. We derive that map from the observed traffic.
And who retains the role of actually watching the service mesh itself? As you see it in these production environments, is there an app operator? Is it actually the app developer? Is there somebody actually controlling the service mesh itself?
Yeah, so there's kind of two categories of people who we try to satisfy with the service mesh. The first is a platform owner themselves. They're the operators, so they have to feel really comfortable with this thing. They have to understand what it's doing. But there's also the developer. So the developer who is deploying things to this platform, there's a lot of value they can get out of the service mesh too.
Okay, so is there such thing as a fail-safe service mesh failure? So in the event that it goes down, my services may still function in a partial outage or an outage case?
Yeah, so the service mesh, along with your microservices application, is a distributed system, and one of the core tenets of a distributed system is that there are going to be failures, and you're never going to be able to predict them. So Linkerd has been designed to take into account all sorts of different ways that things can fail, ranging from one of the hosts that this control plane component was running on just died, all the way to, we have a network partition, and these two nodes can no longer talk to each other.
Okay, so clarify this for me. Can I use the service mesh to monitor the service mesh?
Yes.
Do you use the components to self-monitor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So when you install the Linkerd control plane, before you add the data plane to anything else, the only thing that you have visibility into is Linkerd itself.
Okay.
And you can look in the dashboard, you can see each of the components, you can see what their health is, you can see the request volume. That's a big, big part of giving you visibility into what is actually happening in the service mesh, which is vital as an operator.
Okay, so I'm bought in on service meshes. Where do I go to learn more?
So the best place to go is linkerd.io. We have a website for our open source service mesh. And all of our activity happens on GitHub, so you can also go to github.com/Linkerd. Finally, we have a very friendly and active community that is in slack.linkerd.io, and you should definitely join and check it out.
So all those links will be in the description. Along with that, you can go to opensource.microsoft.com to learn more. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and click subscribe. And thanks for joining us. Thank you, William.
Thanks, Lockie.
Hey friends, we are back at Build 2019. It's live, live, live. I love it. We've got a studio audience of dozens of people here at Build 2019. We love you all. We appreciate you very much. We are here with Jeff Holland and Eduardo Lariano. How are you, sir?
Very good. Nice seeing you again.
Nice to see you, sir. Your beard is looking just wonderful today.
That's not what my wife said.
I think it's lovely, and I'm envious. I wish I had a beard as nice as that. And we're going to talk about serverless. And I'm understanding that a whole lot of servers are being built so that we can say there's no servers.
That's right. They feel very underappreciated too because they're doing all this work, and we keep saying serverless, but they're there. There's a lot of servers that are powering this experience to let people write serverless apps.
Right. You're hiding all the servers effectively behind this giant cloud-sized slider bar that's attached to my credit card, right? I mean, you can go as big as I want to. Like, how big can serverless get? How big can Azure Functions go?
As big as anyone needs. And it really is. The whole point of serverless and what we're trying to accomplish is I just want to focus on my application code. I want to write what needs to happen, whether it's an HTTP API or a background process on a queue or event stream. And the rest is taken care of for you. Like we often talk about it in this analogy of you could go own a car, and if I need to get from the convention center to the Space Needle, I could go purchase a car, I could pay a lease and drive it there, or I can just open up the Lyft app and say, I want to get from here to there, and someone's going to pull up, pick me up. I'm not worried about gas. I'm not worried about directions. Serverless is much more like that for your applications. I'm just going to give you my code, take care of everything else for me. I don't want to have to deal with it.
That's a really good analogy. But then it gets even more complicated. You have to buy insurance for the car. You got to SSH into the car and run apt update. Right? Suddenly things get really complicated because that's effectively like a virtual machine. Right?
We lost the analogy.
You think you remote into you run Windows Update on the car, right? It's quite complicated. No, but it's a really good analogy though, because the idea is that you get a virtual machine. You're like, I'm going to build an app, but before I do that, I'm going to go and buy a CPU and put it in a box and put memory in it. So we got computers in boxes, and then we got virtual computers in boxes. But I still have to think about them. I have to love them and care about them and water them. And then we said, well, no, platform as a service is the way to do it. I'll handle the computer, you handle the platform. With serverless, you're really I make a function called do it, and you do it.
That's right.
And you do it as big and as loud as you want to.
Yeah. But and what we love about it, and just talking to someone here at Build, one of our customers, they're running their application during Black Friday. And you never know if these things are going to be successful or not. And this guy is monitoring live his application scale without changing his code. And he sees hundreds of instances literally running. And he's like, can this thing really scale? Can I handle the Black Friday load? And things work just fine. And he didn't change his code during the whole event. All he did was just watch the Azure Monitor live stream and see just the spike going up, and up, and the application responding. So that's the beautiful part of it.
But so we talk about how great that is, and we tell magical stories about, there's always the Black Friday story because everyone's trying to sell something on Black Friday, and they move the slider bar or they do nothing. The slider bar moved itself and it's scaled. But you do have to change the architecture of your apps, right? I can't take my crappy app I wrote 10 years ago and make it serverless suddenly, right? I need to think about architecture. I have to think about responsibility of the different segments of the application. Don't I need to have they call it a microservices architecture?
Yeah, and often even with serverless, it's event-driven architecture is really the architecture that people are talking about.
Okay.
And you're right, though, where in order to take advantage of serverless and really make it serverless native or cloud native, you do have to think about how do I take my code and make it so that run this in response to an event. And maybe what used to be one big app that had a few while loops and a few endpoints, this now turns into a few functions that it's like, hey, when somebody adds something to the cart, run this bit of code. Then when they click checkout, run this bit of code. But we do expect, if you want to take full advantage and take these benefits, you will need some refactoring or at least some rethinking for event-driven architectures.
Interesting. I appreciate that correction you gave me there, because simplistically I could think about tiny services that are up all the time and waiting. But you're saying they don't really have to wait. They just do the work when the work shows up, and then they don't get charged, I assume, when they're not working, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
And in order to take full advantage, you also be conscious of, I want to let the CPU go. I want my code to not be waiting for something. It might take a variable amount of time. If you feel like you're going to wait, just tell CPU, hey, run this async, let me move on. So that way you can pack a lot more executions in parallel too. That's another architectural thing that we recommend people do. Try to do one thing only and try to do one thing and try to run async as much as possible.
Okay, so you do one thing well, you get out of the function, and if it's any kind of work that needs to happen offline, that's another just-in-time thing to do, like another event. So, hey, here's an image. Okay, I take the upload of the image. Now do something really complicated and long-running on the image. You wouldn't want to hang at that point. Maybe you put it onto a queue, put it into storage, and then another function picks that up. and runs off into it. So you're saying I don't want to shove my entire app into a single
Exactly.
function.
Yeah. And once it gets more complicated, and some applications, real applications, they have these complex steps, and they need to run one after the other in a certain sequence, and you need to have some state. That's when we have this thing called durable functions, you might have heard of, that allows for you to orchestrate and coordinate all these activities to run in a certain sequence and passing the state forward and do error handling in a single place. So you have more advanced concepts that deal with sort of advanced application scenarios too.
Before we get into the great stuff that was announced at Build, maybe you could expand on that word durable. What's durable about the function? It's saving its state for a minute. It's a long-running workflow of sorts, isn't it?
Yeah, so the way durable works is on behalf of our customers, we do save the state. So we know exactly where execution is at all times. And something happens, your code dies, an error happens, we know exactly where to pick up from and continue your execution. And that durability allows for your function to run essentially forever, because you could have something that's going to wait for a long time, it can pick it up anytime later and continue running from where you
No,
started.
when you say wait for a long time, it could be wait for an email from someone, or
That's
wait
right.
for someone to push a button, like wait days in a suspended state until someone clicks confirm my subscription.
Right. Yeah, and in the same way, kind of explaining where durable fits, all the goodness you described with the event-driven, where it's like, hey, just do work when there's work to be done, and when there's no work, don't pay. Durable will build your app in the state in that way so that if it takes a week for somebody to click that email, you're not paying for anything during that week. Like your function may have scaled completely to zero, your charges are zero, somebody clicks subscribe, that drops an event, your function wakes up, and it starts from that point and keeps moving on throughout that workflow that Eduardo described. So very cool stuff.
I've got 16 or 17 websites that are running in Azure right now in app service, and I've moved pieces into functions, but is it desirable or is it even possible for me to have everything be in functions where everything's just in time?
It's a common question that people come against is like, hey, how should everything be serverless? I think especially for websites in the past, some of the stuff that's made moving everything to functions challenging is there are things, because we are running on demand, where you might hit some cold start. So if somebody goes to scotthanselman.com, which I hope is the domain.
It's not, but thank you for that.
Scott Hanselman appreciates the plug. The other one.
You can Google me with Bing, you'll find it.
But there might be some additional latency there. So sometimes we've seen people with traditional, maybe they're using MVC, they have middleware and those other pieces. You can't just take your .NET MVC app and run it as a function.
Right.
Both from a programming model point of view, but also from, I might get some extra latency that you're not getting with app services. However, one of the things we are striving to do is make it so that if you do want those benefits, maybe we give you options like this new premium plan where you can say, I want to write this as a function, but let me turn it on so I never hit cold start. Or we just expose some new dependency injection stuff so that maybe you can inject middleware or other pieces the same way you're doing with your .NET apps today, but have them run as functions behind the scenes. So I think it's fine. And in fact, the pattern we see the most is exactly what you're doing. I've got my site. I'm going to start moving pieces to functions. But I think we're moving towards a world where more and more people are going to start to be able to write things in a serverless way. And it's Eduardo and I's job to make sure that people have the tools, the capabilities, the experience that they expect to do that feels natural.
Very cool. There were some mind-blowing updates. What are those updates? Blow my mind.
Oh my gosh, there are a bunch of updates at Build.
He just challenged you a bit too.
I know.
Blow his mind,
I saw
Eduardo.
you were looking at your blog earlier as a reference.
There's
Where's
7
that?
things I just think I wouldn't
Yeah,
remember.
rattle
all
them off. What do you got?
So I mentioned some of them. So a lot of our customers develop on .NET. They want the best of .NET. I heard the .NET team is wonderful. You might know some of them. And so dependency injection was a big one. Like, how do I actually plug in either my test framework or some other logging mechanism to my function in a dynamic way in a decoupled application? So that's a big one. We finally brought it to function, something we teased at Ignite, and people got super excited about. So now we're releasing it. That's one. We added also other programming languages. So just recently, like a week ago, we support also PowerShell Core running on Azure Functions. So a lot of folks that don't think of themselves as developers, IT pros, SREs, they can run those scripts, regular scripts to react to the infrastructure, cloud automation type of stuff with functions now. It's very easy. It's a very event-based type of thing. Like something changed on a VM, you want to react to it. So that's another one that we did. On durable functions, we now have the stateful pattern now.
Stateful entities, yeah.
Stateful entities, also known as actors. Very common for IoT scenarios. So if you're familiar with durable, this is going to feel very familiar to you. It's another way that you can implement and represent your code in functions. That's also new. Any of them that you want to go deeper
Well,
before I keep going?
I see that you've got a laptop with some code open, and I want to make sure that we have to
Sure.
show some code.
This was the flexible. Let's see where Scott wants to go laptop right now. So
Is that
we
what
can
we're
go
doing
anywhere
now?
on
Is
this
that
thing.
has this devolved into let's see where I want to go?
Evolved is the right word there. We
I
can show.
appreciate that.
I do think
Why
it's
don't we
worth,
bring up your computer
because we have
screen
talked some
here.
about Durable. This is the most boring screen demo ever.
Could you just literally bring up the documentation?
Which I didn't know where.
If this
where the
isn't running in a
conversation was
function,
gonna go.
then I'm gonna.
So this is the stateful entity pattern, and I'm going to stop here for a second because I do think this is worth double-clicking on. So here I have an Azure function in Docs, but it has what's called an entity trigger. So this is going to be a counter. Now I could have many of these counters. This could be like connected to my Fitbit or my Apple Watch. Maybe I have Scott's counter, Jeff's counter, Eduardo's counter. I can keep an instance of that counter for every single person that I have. And we are going to manage the state for you.
It's not a static. It's
yeah.
an instance.
And it's an instance, that's right. In this pattern that we've just announced makes it so that I could say, hey, go add a step to Jeff's counter. This could have been a week after your last step, because I don't know, maybe you've been sitting at this hostess the whole time. We're going to rehydrate that function, rehydrate your state, make sure your step goes up +1.
Pick it up where we left off.
There. Pick up where you left off. So this is a really nice pattern for like IoT devices where you want an instance of a function execution with some state for my thermostat, for my conference room, whatever else, and then managing as people move, as people come in. Or gaming is another big scenario. Like I want to build Words with Friends.
But where is this? Where there's the state within the context of the function, and then there's the state within the context of my app. Am I putting it in a database? Is it in Cosmos? How do I manage the state that you manage transparently and the state that I manage explicitly?
So the one we do transparently is using Azure Storage. One of the other mind-blowing updates is that we now also have preview support to do this in Redis, which we know has been popular, like IoT. People want to do. Yeah, there it is.
There it
we
is.
got it.
My brain is exploding.
But it is a very common pattern where it's like, hey, I have some state here which can be managed for me, but maybe I'm going to align this with some data in Cosmos. So transparently, we'll do it with Azure Storage in Redis, but we want to make that story even more extensible so that ideally we make it even easier.
I just had a moment.
His mind got blown.
I just had a moment. Because people are asking questions, and the number one question that we can see over on the board here is like, but I don't understand. What's serverless? What's serverless? I'm thinking about services. It's not it's serverless, but it's serverful.
That's exactly
serviceful.
right.
Serviceful.
There you go.
That's a thing now. T-shirts.
It is.
Because what I'm thinking about is I'm going to use Redis for this. I'm going to use Azure Storage for that. I'm going to use Cosmos for this. Yes, there are computers involved at some point.
Yeah.
But I have a world database in the form of Cosmos that I don't have to think about scale anymore. It's fine. I've got an unlimited disk. It's not a C drive. It's just the world C drive. It's Azure Storage. I've got Redis, which can Redis service on Azure can scale as big as I want. And then I've got functions which can handle my CPU. And again, yes, there's computers. You handle them. It really is the ride-sharing kind of solution. That's amazing. I just got it. It's serviceful.
That's perfect.
Ooh.
I'm giving you credit for that.
You like that?
It
That's a
might
thing
have
now. We're
floated
going to make
around-
that a
It might
thing.
have floated around a year or two ago, but I'm giving it is now officially Scott Hanselman's idea.
Wait a second. You said someone's already had this idea?
Serviceful, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Because everyone. but you came on it on your own, Scott, and it was
Oh, well,
spot
you
on.
led me down the primrose path, so I will give full credit to you, Jeff Holland.
But that's exactly right. And
That
again,
was
the
very
one
special.
point, just to emphasize, because I know we've got some questions too. The whole purpose we're going for is make me as productive as possible. Let me just worry about the things I want to worry about. And that is really made possible with this serviceful world. Like, hey, I don't really want to have to deal with scaling my C drive. Azure Storage is a much more productive way to do that. That just permeates throughout the entire architecture.
That's really cool. So the things that you announced, are they all GA now? People can use these things. They can go to the regular places on Azure.com and find information about Azure Functions, or did they have to wait?
So a lot of we're announcing here. So the partial support, and stateful entities.
Wow, that really just comes out naturally.
Yeah, those are preview releases we have.
Cool.
Also the premium functions one. Jeff quickly said the one that you can do reserved instances and then you avoid the cold start. Those are all in preview right now. But you can find full documentation on Azure.com. We released the blog post. That was my cheat sheet. Was the blog post.
Yeah, the blog post is a great reference for people watching. We have links to all of the stuff we've talked about here, samples, docs, all that good stuff. So you can write real code and not dot code.
Fantastic. I appreciate you coming here to blow my mind. I know it took a moment. It took a little work, but you made it happen for me. Thank you so much, Jeff Holland, Eduardo Laureano. We're going to go ahead and talk to Christina out on the floor. What have you found for us, Christina?
All right, welcome back to Build Live. We are at the Washington State Convention Center, and we're actually, I think, the most popular place in the entire convention center right now. I'm joined by Jenny Morgan, who's one of our event coordinators for Build, and this is the therapy animal area?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, okay, so this is the second year that we've done this at Microsoft Build, where we've had therapy animals. Tell me a little bit about the program and what this is and who we're going to be meeting in just a couple of minutes.
Sure. So the therapy animal area is just a great space for Build attendees to come and just download all the information they've been getting over the last 2 days, but also find those therapeutic benefits of interacting with canines. There's a lot of research about physical and mental benefits that you can get by being around different animals. But right now we have Cascade service dogs. We've also been working with Brigadon, Pet Partners, and Project Canine. So there's a lot of local organizations that are partnering with Microsoft this year to just make this area possible.
Amazing. So this is just an area that's open between what time and what time?
It's from 10 to 2, all 3 days.
All 3 days, and people can just come and chill and relax with the animals.
Yeah, petting and just, cuddling and just getting those benefits of being with them. So
yeah, because I was going to say, it looks great. Like, we're about to go enjoy ourselves with animals, but there is real medical research to back up why this is a good idea.
Yeah, so these dogs have been trained for, about 1.5 years is typically what a dog goes through to get certified and ready to do this. But we have dogs that are assigned to different people based on medical needs, so it can lower blood pressure. If you have ailments where you have pain, dogs have been shown medically to lower pain, and it can be used as a substitute for medication. And also mental health. It's helped children with anxiety issues. I mean, it's across the board how many benefits there are with just being around therapeutic animals.
I love it. Okay, so we're gonna go. We're gonna take a look at some of these, meet some of these good boys and girls, and we're gonna speak with Rochelle, who's actually one of the trainers. So who are all these beautiful pups? Who is this?
This one is Radar.
This is Radar.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Radar. And Rochelle, tell me, how long have you been involved with this organization?
So I've been involved for about 1 year and 5 months. So.
And what did you have a previous experience with training dogs and for this sort of thing?
Actually, no.
No, that's amazing. So this was just something you were interested in doing?
Yes.
Oh, and what made you interested in doing that? It was just.
So I'm actually a veteran, and I do have depression and anxiety issues, and I definitely didn't want to be on the medication route, so I wanted a service dog to help me with that, and
amazing.
It's been wonderful.
Well, thank you for your service, and thanks for doing this. So, so the process, so you've been doing this for about 1 year and 5 months, and which one of these dogs are yours?
This guy's mine.
Thor.
His name is Thor.
Hi, Thor. He's so good. and so, how long does the training process typically take?
So it depends on the skills that the dog's being trained for. If there is a lot of different things, say if you are physically handicapped and needed, more different skills that the dog would do, it could take longer.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, for a basic dog to be finished, 1.5 years to 2 years.
So you guys are about when does Thor graduate?
He'll graduate later this month.
That's
on the
great.
18th.
That's wonderful. Well, happy graduation, Thor. So, what type of a process do you go through when you're training these dogs, and what's that process like?
So, well, they start out, a lot of them, if they're going to be the fully trained service dogs, they start with puppy raisers for the first year. And of course, those people are doing basic obedience type work with them. And at about 1 year, they come back to the training center, and Sharon, who runs the program, and then she works with them, daily, and they have handlers that put them through paces as far as, the basic obedience. And then they after a few months of that, they start the skills training, depending on what they may need to do. Picking up things, closing doors, turning on lights, whatever the task may be. And then once they advance through that, they can even specialize in more specific skills to whatever that person may need. Yeah. So if they have mobility issues, the dogs can help them to get up, so get up out of chairs, or if they've fallen, they can be trained to help them get up, things like that.
Amazing. And where are the dogs, I guess, placed after the training? Do they stay with the trainer, or they go to someone who needs, or does it vary? How does that work?
They would be trained and then placed with a person who, an individual who has a need, and then they become that dog's handler, and they're with them for life. And the nice thing about Sharon's program is she supports the team through the life of that dog. So no matter what's going on, if they have an issue, something comes up, maybe they need a new skill because the person needs something else that the dog to help them with, then she'll come back and help them train for that. Any issues that the team may be having, Sharon supports them in it.
That's amazing. Do you think you're gonna be continuing with this program after Thor?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. That's so great. I love this so much. I love this. The response, what has the response been like that you've seen yesterday and today with the
It's been
animals?
great.
Yeah?
People love it. They're coming in. There's like, just seeing them now, I can go back and do my work, and just totally a de-stressor for them.
Look at this.
And they're like, we'd love to have dogs in our workplace, and
a lot of people have been coming back.
And they've come back.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who is this beauty?
This one's Radar.
Oh, this is so Radar. Yeah.
He just snuck behind me.
No. He's a ham. He loves the camera.
Yeah.
He loves the camera. I love it. I'm gonna put all of them on camera. Who's this?
This one's Zeke.
Zeke. Zeke. Oh. This is so good. No, we cleared the area out so that we could get people filmed in, but I was serious when I was saying earlier that this is the most popular area, I think, of the entire floor, because who doesn't want to be around these wonderful, wonderful animals for all the reasons you talked about. I think, it helps with anxiety. I think a lot of us have that, and when you're at something where there's a lot of things going on and there's lots to absorb, it's great. All right, so we're going to be heading back to more great content. I'm going to stick around with the puppies because I don't want to go anywhere else. Thanks so much. See you later.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Christina. My dog would actually love to be in that petting zoo right now. He would just be laying on his back with his paws up. I'm Jeremy Thake. I'm here with Daryl Miller today. Thanks for joining me, mate.
Hey, Jeremy.
We both work in the Microsoft Graph team, and we work in the developer experience side of the house, and we get a lot of requests actually to talk a little bit about how, as a developer, you can plug the Microsoft Graph API into your existing applications. And so we figure the best way to do that is to show our SDKs and talk a little bit about the benefits you get from those SDKs with what you've already got. In this case today, we're going to show in .NET, but we have these SDKs in other languages and platforms as well.
Absolutely.
So elevator pitch of what the Microsoft Graph is. Go.
Microsoft Graph, it's an HTTP API that has all of your data and your organization's data, and it's really easy to get access to it in whatever applications that you're building.
It's such a dev answer.
Absolutely.
I think I was just on the stand, and an analyst came up and asked, and so my elevator altitude pitch is, like you work in one Outlook all day, you work in Word all day, you work in Planner and To Do. Essentially, the Microsoft Graph allows you as an app developer to get that data out into your application. So you can go create tasks in our To-Do experience around your business application. And then a benefit there is that when they go into To-Do on their phone, they can see the tasks that your app has created. Rather than you going and creating your own task repository and all your own interfaces, you can reuse the constructs that they use across many different apps.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like the altitude. Yours is the dev. Which is fine.
Problem, if you talk about the capabilities that are available, we could be here for the next 25 minutes.
Very true.
Graph covers so many different aspects of Microsoft 365, Windows 10, and the enterprise and security features.
Yeah, and so the other big bit of feedback we've had, which we've been on a journey on for the last few years, is as a developer, traditionally people will go against our REST APIs and kind of hardwire everything with URLs. We've come a long way in the last few years with the SDKs, and so Daryl, I really want to show you from just to showcase where we've got to and how easy it is as a .NET developer to use our SDKs and get started with the graph.
Absolutely. Well, do you want to take a tour around our docs? And
go crazy.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So the place to always start with Microsoft Graph is graph.microsoft.com. It will take you to our documentation portal. And as of build, we now have our getting started documentation right in the table of contents. So we have an overview page. We have a little video of Jeremy and I showing you more things about the SDKs. And we've got some instructions on how to install it and how to get started with a client. And I'm actually going to walk through that today and actually show you the process.
That's awesome.
The other really interesting thing that we have now in the docs that we have from Build is we have code snippets. So if you go down to the bottom of our docs here and go into the reference documentation, which takes a little bit of time because we're on the network there's a lot of other people on at the moment, and we'll dig into something like users. Everybody needs users in their app, and we already have users in the graph driven by the AAD users. So we look in here, we say, okay, well, what do we want to do? Let's say we want to get a list of users that are in our Microsoft 365 tenant. And we have information here, and as Jeremy mentioned, we had documentation of how to make that HTTP request, what the authorization headers are needed, but from an SDK perspective, the important thing is we now have SDK samples here. We have a simple one, and then we have a slightly more complex one down here. We have it both in C# and JavaScript at the moment. Keep watching. We'll soon have this available also in Objective-C and in Java. So for a demo, let's start with this code. I'm going to copy the code. And I have just a plain, simple Visual Studio .NET Full Framework console app here that I've kind of started. And obviously, HTTP calls over the wire are async, so I have the little run method that's going to run async. And I'm just going to paste this code in. And here we have now a graph client. We get the red squigglies, of course, because we need a NuGet package in order to be able to use this graph client. So heading back over to the docs, we go back to our use SDKs, and we want to install the SDK. And for .NET, they're just NuGet packages. We have the instructions also on how to do it for Java and all of our other languages, but let's just stick with the .NET. Let's copy these instructions to copy these packages over. I got a spinning wheel on doing a copy. Let's see whether it actually copied into my clipboard. And we're going to paste this into our package manager. And through the magic of local caching, hopefully that's not going over the wire.
The joys of ShowNet. And so while that's doing that, obviously it'll be a lot quicker on your home PCs or on your work internet connection. But the notion that the other kind of pushback we had, other than like not necessarily knowing how the code up to get those simple user calls through, was that effectively now we have this for the beta as well as the V1. So if you're trying to experiment with some of the new things we've announced this week that are now available on beta on the graph, you can now do this using the beta SDKs, which we didn't have before. So whether you're using V1 stuff that's generally available or you're experimenting with the beta APIs, we now have that SDK available, which is great.
So we actually pulled 3 NuGet packages in. The first one pulled in 2 NuGet packages. It pulled in the main graph service library, as we call it, which has all the generated types and all the request builders. And then it pulled in our core lightweight library, which just has the cross-cutting concerns, throttling and rate limiting and secure redirects and authentication. So, and then the last but not least is we pulled in a little auth library, which it has some adapters to help us work with MSAL. So we'll see all of that working in a moment. Let's go back to our code here. We can get rid of our red squigglies with the little magical control dot.
No one likes red squigglies.
No one likes red squigglies. So we got rid of 2 of those. We still have another one. We have an auth provider. So again, we need to get an authorization token because we don't want anybody to be able to get access to your data. So we need some kind of authorization mechanism, and we're basing this on Microsoft Identity Framework and the MSAL libraries that just GA'd at
this
Build.
week, generally available now. So there's no excuses to stick on ADEL libraries. You can now move to MSAL.NET or MSAL.js, which are now generally available, which is going to give you a heap of benefits that we showed in Rajesh's M365 keynote, which if you haven't seen, I'd highly recommend going back on your travels home and seeing what we've done with MSAL there for things like Window Hello integration, and even things like the FIDO2 sticks you put in your machines will automatically authenticate you in and have your web app straight away being able to call the graph.
So the challenge, of course, is with OAuth, there are a bunch of different flows that are appropriate in different scenarios. Whether you're building a web app, whether you're building a console app, there's a whole bunch of different flows, and we have different providers for each of those.
Right.
So we have this piece of doc here that says choosing an auth provider, And we go through each of the different flows, and we just kind of show you the code here. We have a link that goes back to the Microsoft Identity docs that has a much more fully featured description of when you should be using those scenarios.
Yep.
So authorization code, client credential for server-side stuff on behalf of, implicit, device code. We're going to use the interactive flow, and I'm just going to copy these 2 lines of code, go back into our demo, paste these 2 lines of code here. Because I pulled in the NuGet package earlier, I'm going to just do my magic control dot a couple of times, and all the red squigglies go away. Now, you'll notice I did have these 2 lines of code that I'd pre-created here. You still need to go through an app registration process to get a client ID,
right?
And you have to choose what scopes that you want to consent the user to consent this app to be able to get access to your data.
And just so you guys know, portal.azure.com is the place to go register applications to get that client ID. And that's where you request the scopes you need to get all your users or get maybe the user's calendar. And again, all of that requires the user to consent those permissions. It doesn't just automatically get you that data without that user specifically giving your app that consent.
And we have quick starts in the Graph Home documentation that make this process a lot easier.
Right.
So we seem to have all the pieces in place. We have no more red squigglies. We got to actually prove that it's going to work here. So we're going to go and get a set of users, and then I'm going to iterate over those users. So we're just going to do for each user in users and console.display right line user.given name. Okay, because we do have to prove to you that this actually works. Okay, so.
And I'm taking it Megan B is going to be famous again today as the.
Oh no! You will be introduced to my family. This is my own personal.
That's right.
Office
Nothing
365
like production data being demoed live on stage.
Not really production data. Well,
Just
although my
don't-
wife might think it's
As you
production
type your
data.
password, just don't mumble it to yourself to pronounce it to the whole world.
So as we're logging in, we try and get access to that data. It recognizes that we don't have a token, so it's going to pop up the MSAL login prompt, which is currently negotiating bytes over the network.
Everyone turn off Wi-Fi right now.
That's right. And
so these screens are all kind of generic Microsoft screens. So as a user, they'll be familiar with this flow. They won't see an extra sign-in page that might look kind of dubious. They'll be actually recognize this as part of being an M365 customer and trust this consent flow that they're going to see.
And if I had never signed into this application before, it would give me that extra step to say,
asking,
is this application allowed to access your data? There we go. Look at that.
And there you go, showing up on screen now, picking your account.
And it's going to retrieve the users, and it's going to list the users. There we go. We get
Okay.
a list of my
Very
family
simple
name.
demo, but you get the idea of how easy that was to get a simple list. But that could go get the users Daryl's personal calendar, where he's going to be running to another session straight after this live show.
That's
and
right.
Exercising quite well. But I guess the other thing is for those that are in the audience or they're listening live, the aspect of maybe they're already using the graph, they're using REST calls. Do they have to all or nothing jump from what they're currently doing auth-wise and API call-wise to the SDKs, or is there like an interim step that they can do here?
Well, I mentioned before that when we pulled in NuGet packages, there were kind of two components. There was a service library, which is our generated classes, which, because there's so much capability within Graph, it ends up being quite a large library.
Yeah.
And then there is our core library. And the core library contains those cross-cutting concerns, the authorization, the throttling, the secure redirect, those kind of very handy capabilities. And if you are currently using a native library in your platform, you can just pull in our core library and get all of that goodness.
Right.
We have what's called the Graph Client Factory, and you call that, and it will return back to you an instance of HTTP client that you can then just call, and you can plug that right into your own application and get all of our middleware goodness.
So we get a lot of feedback about, hey, Jeremy, we're being throttled because you're calling the REST APIs too hard to try and suck all that data into your application for whatever business insights you're building. By using SDKs, we actually help you with the throttling of the 429 requests.
Yeah, 429s and 503s.
It automatically backs off so that you don't have to go build all that yourself. So there's a lot of value in the SDK now that you can benefit from plugging into rather than using direct REST calls that you may be doing already or maybe looking to in the future.
Yep, and you can plug in your own piece of middleware. It's a very simple pattern that's been around for a number of years within the client libraries. And for those languages where there wasn't middleware pipelines already available, we've actually built them. So you can apply this pattern whether you're working in JavaScript, Java, Objective-C, or C#, the same capabilities. One of the things that we've been doing over the last last year is trying to apply a consistent pattern across all of the SDKs so that it's easier for us to design new features and then quickly bring them to all the languages that we currently support.
Awesome. And if you haven't already seen the announcements around web components, with the Microsoft Graph Toolkit, it's basically the UI layer on top of the SDKs that rather than you work out how to render users in your application, you can use our web components to render it, and it will look exactly like our Microsoft 365 experiences. And we have toolkits for listing calendar agendas, task lists, people lists if you're using the users API, and a few other things that we're announcing in preview this week. So definitely check out those sessions on the toolkit.
And they're all available on GitHub. We do all this work out in open source. So if you have issues with them, submit them on GitHub. If you want to add features, you want to add new middleware, do some pull requests, and we will take a look at them and incorporate them in.
So the right place to start for the Microsoft Graph is?
graph.microsoft.com.
The one URL this week you have to remember, just graph.microsoft.com. Plenty of videos, plenty of tutorials. You can all get started there. So a big thank you, Darryl. I appreciate that. I hope you found this useful. We look forward to hearing you on the GitHub repos and directly inside of Stack Overflow. If you have questions, just use the Microsoft Graph tag. And we're going to take a break now. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed. I hate it. I hate it. I know. Hello, world, and welcome to Microsoft Unboxed.
I need an opener like that.
What up,
Holla.
bro? That was my favorite.
Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed. I hated that. I did this, though. It was like a penguin.
Hello, world, and welcome to Microsoft Unboxed. Okay. Welcome to an ASMR version of Microsoft.
So every week, Colleen and I will have 2 stories to share with one another. So there's
I'm so tired.
Come on, shake it off. Energy.
Bring the energy. We're talking about the most thrilling
Security.
topic. Security.
Jumping jack.
Ooh, that was too sexy.
Was that sexy? I thought it was funny. My knee is locking. Pop, locking, locking.
We're just gonna my jaws are just gonna become unboxed. I can feel a little sweat mustache coming on.
What day is it?
All we know is there's an anomaly. I can't say an anomaly.
Anomaly.
AI for.
AI.
Okay.
That sounded weird.
We have a ton of access to data around how the world works.
You could see it crumbling.
Ooh. One of the things that I'm really excited about this Earth Day is a recent blog post by. What are you doing over there?
I'm scratching. She's like, what are you doing over there?
When I'm on a roll and I see something happen.
I will sit on my hands and not. Okay, go.
Did you say that it's tomorrow?
Yeah,
You can say it's International Women's Day is March 8th. It's a day to. Here, I'll give you some notes.
Which is at the Anita B.
AnitaB.org?
Yeah! Wow. She's at the Anita Borg Institute.
No,
And now
no.
she's a...
AnitaB.org.
Okay. Now she's at the AnitaB.org Institute.
It's just AnitaB.org.
What? So now she's part of the Anita B and senior What?
AnitaB.org.
Yeah, I thought I said that the first time. You said no. So April actually now works. So Abril now actually works at the AnitaB.org company. I said the. So Abril.
Get this.
This is all going.
So Abril now works at AnitaB.org.
Oh, that is so cool.
Our favorite, yeah, as a senior innovations analyst. I'm redder and redder as this episode's gone on.
I see it. I like it. I want it. What did she say? I got it.
Apparently, I'm not millennial enough to know what forest bathing is.
I'm telling you, you guys are. It is viral. You are all behind the curve.
And I'm wearing heels. Is it a boomerang? What is it? More fingers. Like, pew pew. Come here, your tag is sticking up, which I know doesn't matter, but it bothers me.
So whether you're digging into the data to figure out a way to make your business more sustainable or donating to the tree...
Could have said digging into it, double digging. Do it. Digging into the data, digging into the dirt, or something.
Okay.
Do it. I'm setting you up for success. Colleen, it's our favorite segment of the show. You ready?
Yes.
For
Yes. Outside the box.
Outside the Box.
Our favorite segment of the show that you've forgotten the name of.
And remember to subscribe to our channel. We have new episodes, fresh,
Hot
out
out
of the kitchen. We're always looking for more viewers, so, follow us along for the journey. That was weird.
So thirsty. We're always looking for more viewers.
Yeah, that was so thirsty. And you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say subscribe. Please, do it. Now, click the button.
That was thirsty.
That was thirsty. Please subscribe to the show. I know, it was pretty thirsty.
Like so thirsty, you're dehydrated.
Dude, we're running short on questions in the box, so please make sure to submit some questions.
Thirsty. Don't you want to know about us?
Subscribe.
Come on, people.
Get ready for 12 takes. Oh, you already did it. Okay.
You're on.
Sorry.
You're
All right.
on.
All right. Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed.
Hi everyone, we're back on the Microsoft Build Live stage. I'm Olivier, I'm going to be your host for the next 15 minutes. And today we'll talk about building and securing IoT devices. Thanks everyone for our live audience who joined today. Thanks for you for joining online. Gillen Hunt, you're with us today to talk about Azure Sphere.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. So what is Azure Sphere? That's my first question to you and for our audience.
All right. So Azure Sphere is an end-to-end solution that allows anyone to build highly secure IoT devices. There's three key components of Azure Sphere. The first one are Azure Sphere chips, microcontrollers, that have some
tiny like
one right here.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an example. This is the MediaTek MT3620. It's the very first Azure Sphere chip to ship commercially. Okay, the Azure Sphere chips, and these chips, they're made by our silicon partners, but they each have an IP block, what we call a hardware root of trust, built into them that's based on security technology that Microsoft has learned from and developed over 15 years. The second piece of Azure Sphere is the operating system that runs on these chips. So it takes a secured silicon environment and creates a secure software operating environment for your code to run inside. And then the third piece of Azure Sphere is the Azure Sphere Security Service. And the Azure Sphere Security Service reaches out to each of these devices and keeps them secure. Okay.
So we want to have a tight shot on that. So
All
can you
right.
hold it a bit more. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So Gillen, we understand like Azure Sphere is about securing the hardware, providing a service to secure this hardware. Why do we need that? Why do we need to have that in-depth defense on the devices today? Do you have anecdotes or stories about securing these devices?
Okay, well, so the critical thing that's changed is particularly its MCU. So this is an MCU. It's a single chip computer, right? And there are 9 billion MCU-based devices that ship globally every year. They're everything
every year.
Every year.
9 billion
with a
every year.
B, right?
Okay.
They're in everything from toys to home appliances, office equipment, all sorts of other stuff. And they have been, they've never been designed to be secure. They're designed for safety, okay? These microcontrollers. And they're typically not connected to the internet. I'll give you let's make it really personal. In your house, your family depends on a microcontroller in your furnace to make sure that you're not breathing carbon monoxide.
Yes.
You depend on a microcontroller in your refrigerator to make sure that it's not incubating botulism. You depend on a microcontroller in your airbags in your car to make sure that they don't explode at the wrong time, okay? And all of those devices have been are safe because they run a piece of code called an RTOS that keeps them safe, but they continue to operate safely because they're disconnected from the rest of the world.
Okay.
There's no...
They're autonomous, they work like deterministically.
They're what we call air-gapped, okay? So they have nothing connected. And what we're seeing is this huge transformation happening, driven by the power of IoT, of these devices becoming connected to the internet. Okay? Really simple example I like to use is, think about your refrigerator, okay? So today...
Why would I want to connect my fridge?
I assume you've got a refrigerator. Okay, why would I possibly want to connect to my refrigerator? Well, here's the answer. What I'll tell you is, you probably don't, but your refrigerator manufacturer wants it connected. And here's why. Because today, how do you know that your compressor on your refrigerator has gone bad? Well, you know because you go home and the milk is spoiled and the ice cream has melted. It's a catastrophic failure, right? If your refrigerator was connected, your refrigerator manufacturer could monitor the health of your fridge, and you'd know that you had a bad compressor because they reached out to you and sent you a message to say, hey, Olivier, you may have noticed your fridge is making a funny noise. That's because the compressor is going bad. We have a truck that'll be in your neighborhood tonight with the right part on it. Could they stop by and replace that compressor so that you don't have to have meltwater? Okay, you think about it. Which of those refrigerators do you want to own? You want to own, turns out you actually do want to own the connected one. And your refrigerator manufacturer wants to sell you the connected one because with the connected one, instead of you being the disgruntled, oh, everything was ruined in my fridge, you're the happy customer.
But now my fridge is connected. Now I start having nightmares about the fact that someone could hack it. And actually, well, the fridge is not that bad of a problem. But other systems actually might be big problems. They get hacked, and you know, my data gets stolen.
Well, nobody wants the ransomware refrigerator, right? Okay. So it turns out even in a refrigerator, security matters. Yeah. And the problem is once you connect a device to the internet, it's a two-way street. The hackers can come in and try to attack that refrigerator, and so how you need a refrigerator that is very secure.
Okay. Hence the need for that in-depth security, right?
And we talk about defense in depth is one of the critical things that we talk about with the security, right? There needs to be actually multiple layers of defense in that fridge so that even if a hacker can start to get a foothold in, there's no single point of failure where they're able to really take over your refrigerator.
Can I compare that to, I have a room, I have a lock on the door, I have different types of locks, I have an alarm, I have, like, basically you
got a camera, exactly.
Got it. So one of the things actually that is critical, and it was displayed on these three elements, is the security service that allows doing over-the-air updates. So why is it so critical? I know like Windows users are like, I have to update again my Windows. That's for your own sake, guys. You need to update. Devices, the same, right? You need to update the OS.
Absolutely.
And that's provided as for the service, right?
Absolutely. It's built into the Azure Sphere Security Service that it is going to provide ongoing updates. And the reason why is when we talk about security, we will never use the word secure. We won't say something is secure. We actually use the past tense, secured. Okay? And what that means is it is secured against all of the threats that we knew of at the time, at a particular time. Okay? And what happens with this internet security is hackers are clever and they're persistent and they're determined, and they will come up with new ways of attacking devices that we've never seen before. An example I tend to use in the physical space is, for years and years, we assumed that if in RAM on your computer, that your data was safe inside the RAM, that you could have, for example, unencrypted data in the RAM of your computer, because how would it ever get out without breaking security? Well, and then somebody figured out you could spray Freon on RAM chips and extract them out of the computer, and even when they didn't have power, they still retained all the data. Okay. Anyway, you come up with hackers come up with these new attacks, and what that means is you've got to improve the security.
Yep.
And the only way to improve security of a device that's out in the field is, well, you've got to update the software, add new mitigations. So this is in fact, Azure Sphere, the security service does 3 things.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them, Broker's Trust. We'll not talk about that. It provides updates, and the second thing it does, it also monitors all of the devices that are out in deployment for new abnormalities. For when we see things, say, oh wow, look, there's a hacker here. Let's figure out how they're trying to attack the device.
And then
we'll mitigate it. In fact, Microsoft will go fix our operating system to address that new type of attack, and we'll push those updates out onto those devices.
Can you tell us a word about that OS, that software that we actually are updating? What is it built out of? And it's your team actually has been building that OS, right?
Yes, so my team has built the Azure Sphere operating system. One of the interesting things that's usually a little shocking for people when they first hear about the operating system we chose to use. We've built a new operating system from the ground up for IoT security, but we've used many components and many lessons that have been learned, both from Microsoft technology. We've taken some of the best ideas out of Windows, for example, and also from the open source community. So we're actually, it's a defense-in-depth, multi-layer operating system. One of the layers is actually a Linux kernel. We've taken the Linux kernel, we've optimized it for IoT, we've done custom security enhancements and used it inside our operating system.
So developers, when they want to build applications for the Azure Sphere, right, they have this OS underneath. What do they have to use? They have to use like some fancy tools? Or?
So we have created a fantastic development experience for Azure Sphere. It is entirely a Visual Studio-based environment. Now, if somebody's old school and they're like, oh, I only do command line, they can do command line if they want to. Okay. But we have a fully integrated experience, Visual Studio extension that comes with our SDK. You can go in and say, I want to create a new Azure Sphere project. Instead of solving all these problems of like, how do I integrate OS or everything, you just say, oh, here's the code that I want to solve the problem for the device I'm trying to build. I can focus on the value I want to deliver. I hit F5, it deploys right out on the devices. It's an
cross-debugging.
And cross-debugging. You can actually have your cloud code and your device code in the same Visual Studio solution and debug between them. It's an amazing experience.
So that's about building a new device, right? But you were saying that we have 9 billion of the MCUs shipping every year, so there's tons of them already deployed. We saw a nice demo of Azure Sphere during Satya's keynote with Starbucks. And basically, these machines, even if they're new versions of these machines, they're already in production. So how do we secure these devices after the fact?
Okay, so we fit with Starbucks, we had an interesting problem. They came to us and said, look, we want to make our IoT secure. We want people to trust our espresso machines, right? And but they couldn't replace every espresso machine this week, for example. So what we worked with them, and one of the beauties of Azure Sphere, because it's a microcontroller, based on microcontrollers, these single-chip computers, they're pretty darn cheap.
Yeah.
And what they built is they actually built what we call a Guardian module. It's actually got an Azure Sphere chip inside of it, okay? And it connects to their espresso machines, for example. And then the Azure Sphere chip creates a secure IoT connection. So these Guardian modules allow companies that have existing equipment that's brownfield equipment to be able to add Azure Sphere to the device and add secure connectivity. And of course, what we expect over time, so that's what the immediate solution. In future generations of their espresso machines, Azure Sphere will be built into them. But the beauty is it's such a cheap, it's an inexpensive solution and with high security that you can apply it to almost any existing equipment.
Okay, awesome. So I was wondering, we had some announcements here at Build about Azure Sphere and in the last few weeks. Can you tell us a bit about what's coming for Azure Sphere? What's new and what's coming next?
All right, so we're in public preview and we're rushing as fast as we can to for a full GA release toward the end of the year or later. And we've seen some great momentum building around Azure Sphere. So one of the things that we've announced, if you go to the booth or look online, is a number of we have Guardian modules, but we have other modules and dev kits that our OEM, our our partners have built to allow people to very quickly try Azure Sphere. You can pick up a dev kit today and try it out. They can pick Guardian modules and start applying it to brownfield devices. So that's one thing we're announcing is this great momentum that we're seeing in the hardware ecosystem around Azure Sphere. Another thing, we have what we call our 1905 release coming out. Okay. So we push out a quarterly feature release of the operating system. And that is, we're previewing now support for real-time capabilities in Azure Sphere.
And for those who are not familiar, real-time capabilities is not easy because basically the component that is important is make sure that you have a deterministic OS, right? That actually will allow you to develop application that will have a behavior that is well known and controlled. So you have random things such as your app just stalls and you don't know why, right?
Yeah, and the way, if you look at the Azure Sphere chips, they have two components. They have a component where we run the high-level operating system, the security stack, and where we run the network connectivity. And then we have these other cores, these what are called a Cortex-M class core, a real-time core that lets you run real-time code alongside in a protected environment.
Cool. So I get asked a lot about how does Azure Sphere fit in the Microsoft IoT story. We had a glance at that in the Starbucks demo, actually, where we could see a IoT Central backend. But can you tell us a bit more about how Azure Sphere fits in that end-to-end story for IoT?
Okay, so let's talk about the solution that Starbucks, that they're piloting that was demonstrated yesterday. So in that case, there's IoT Central and Azure Sphere together. So what Azure Sphere is focused on is the hard problems of creating a device and keeping it secure. And doing that for you so that you've just got this really easy path to create new devices and know that they're secured and will remain secured throughout their lifetime. But Azure Sphere only addresses the device side. It doesn't collect data, for example. It secures data and secures data transmission. But then the actual data, well, you've got to have that data go someplace. You've got to analyze it. You need dashboards and things like that. And that's where the Azure IoT Central solution that was demonstrated yesterday is so powerful because there's a ready-made dashboard and analytics and all those things that come into place and a data storage. So you've got a scalable solution right there with that.
Good. And compared to other OSs like Windows IoT, how would you position Azure
That's
Sphere?
a good question. Well, fundamentally with Azure Sphere, we're taking Microsoft into a swim lane we've never been in before, which are these microcontroller class devices, all these embedded devices that were so small in terms of the amount of electronics in them that they couldn't run a full Windows operating system, for example. So Azure Sphere gives a very highly secure solution for those microcontroller class devices. And then when you get up to a PC class device, well, that's where you use Windows IoT.
Awesome. So you guys actually were lucky enough to be in the room. We have a hack space on the IoT booth where you can experience Azure Sphere. I think now we're going to take a quick break to follow up with some more live stuff coming soon. And we're going to have some news about Azure Cognitive Services. Break.
Thank you.
Minutes up to Melrose. What are we doing now?
Yeah, so there's one awesome thing about Melrose Market, and I know that you're gonna love it because I know that you love oysters, and we're here at Taylor Shellfish. So let's go try some oysters.
Yes! So you joked that I was the oyster connoisseur, but we're in Taylor Shellfish, and I feel like you know way more about this stuff. So can you explain to me sort of what we're looking at here, what this whole spread is?
Yeah, so Taylor Shellfish, they're known all for their oysters, 5th generation oyster farmers, all from the area.
So this is pretty a unique ecosystem where there's actually a lot of different species of oyster that you can actually get only here in the world, right?
Yeah, all from like the local Puget Sound area. And one thing that's unique about this place is that not only when they farm them, but also to consumption, they take the shells and put them back into the ocean, so then the next generation of oysters will use them.
That's so cool.
You want to try some oysters?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right.
Well, we have the man, Zach, General Manager of Crab Pot, to tell us a little bit about it.
How we doing? Yeah, so we're the Crab Pot, obviously. We've been here since the 80s, and obviously we're known for our crab. The availability of the seafood that we can get here in Seattle. I mean, we have the location, we have an amazing view right here on the pier, and just, the amount of seafood that we're just about to show you guys.
Oh, I love it. You want to go eat some seafood?
I'm pretty excited about that. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Check out all that crab you got on there. You got mussels, clams, shrimp, andouille sausage, corn, potatoes. You have your snow crab, you have your Alaskan Dungeness crab, and you have Alaskan king crab. Price quality can't find anywhere else here.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Let's crab it up.
Let's do it.
2, 3.
Go?
Oh, we're live.
All right.
That's not real brick back there.
Yes, we just realized that this is not cement.
This is not cement. That would have been heavy.
Expensive.
Yeah.
I have a lot of experience with cement. Well, my name is Miguel de Casa, and I work on the Xamarin platform at Microsoft, and this is my colleague.
James Montemagno. I'm a longtime Xamarin developer, once customer.
Once
then
customer, yes.
Got to come work at Xamarin, and now I'm here at Microsoft looking over all of our mobile dev tools.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and what's great is it's not just us. We love Xamarin and we love our community, so we have a little something special for everyone.
yes, we got a little video for you.
Hello, my name is Andres Pineda, and I love Xamarin and .NET for all the different choices that you have available with building mobile apps. Extensibility is another feature that I love about Xamarin, where you can easily extend what Xamarin offers you to meet your business needs. But what I love the most about Xamarin is the great community always willing to help.
Hi, I'm Sam Durr,
And I'm Sam Boy,
and we love Xamarin and .NET.
because we can share code and it runs everywhere.
Yay!
Hello, this is Sam from Houston. I love Xamarin and .NET because it lets me reuse my code across platforms, which means I can create beautiful and fast applications knowing that each line of my code goes a long way. That's why I love Xamarin.
I love Xamarin and .NET because it empowers me to develop awesome mobile, desktop, cloud, and IoT solutions. It's the unique platform that includes and respects me as a professional.
Hi, I'm Luis Matos, and I'm proud to be a Xamarin developer.
I am a Xamarin developer.
I'm a Xamarin developer.
We are Xamarin developers.
I am a Xamarin developer.
Ich bin ein Xamarin-Entwickler.
Yo soy una desarrolladora Xamarin.
I am a Xamarin developer.
I'm a Xamarin developer.
I'm a Xamarin developer.
I'm a Xamarin developer.
Je suis un développeur Xamarin.
True to actually work with everyone. Thank you. We love all of you in our amazing .NET community.
Now, this year is a special year for us. Well, first, let me give you an overview. We've divided the talk in three pieces. The first is about how Xamarin is responding to the growth in the ecosystem. The second piece, we're going to talk about how can we help you to build better user experiences. And finally, we're going to talk about .NET 5 and mobile. You've heard yesterday about how we're unifying the .NET runtimes, and we'll touch on that. Now, like I was saying, this is a very important build for us because it's the 10-year anniversary of launching .NET on mobile. 10 years ago, in September of 2009, we launched Monotouch. We became Xamarin to the public. At that build, we were already talking about how you could put .NET in mobile devices with Unity. So we had already created a static compiler at the time. And so it's been 10 years of this,
Has
so
been.
I guess we've learned a couple of things since then.
Yeah, it's been about 10 years since I quit my job and became a mobile developer, so thank you.
Right, and, well, I'm glad about that. The other thing is, we've learned a couple of tricks, and we've gone through the waves of change in the industry, and we'll talk about that a little bit more today. So you have to remember that when we launched the product, this was the device that was out in market, the iPhone 3G. That was my first iPhone.
Yeah, that was your first iPhone? Ever? Like, what about the ones before that one?
I was in denial.
Oh, okay.
So I was in denial when the iPhone came out, and I said, this is a gimmick. This is what I said publicly. You have to understand, at the time I was a Linux guy, and I was in denial. I said, if you really want to type fast, you need a keyboard, a real keyboard.
Oh, like a BlackBerry.
Yes. And I had a competition with John Lamb one day. I think it was a bill before, where we said, who can type faster, you on the iPhone keyboard or me on the BlackBerry? And he beat me.
Oh, so it was game over at that point. It was all in.
Well, I didn't accept it. It took me a while to accept it.
So it was a slow, progressive.
And the thing is, we were at a bar one day, and somebody let me borrow the iPhone, and I think I tapped on that thing like 50 times, the transition, going back and forth, like, how are they doing this? This is unreal.
It was magic.
It was magic. But anyways, this was my first iPhone, and this is what was available in 2009. We launched our product in September, closer to the launch of the iPhone 3GS. But look at the specs on this thing. This is a machine that barely has any memory. Even today, when you get a Raspberry Pi for $40, you get a gigabyte of RAM.
Yeah.
This thing didn't even have a gigabyte of RAM. The CPU was underclocked. It was actually 650 megahertz CPU, and they underclocked it to not kill the battery. And the camera, you can't really keep memories on that. That's more of like a sketch of your life than a memory.
It's like a pixelated story of your life, really. It just,
I paid like $400 for a 1 megapixel camera in 2000, and they're worthless. I might as well just have sketched it. The other thing you have to keep in mind is when you switch applications, this thing killed your application, right? There was no multitasking. There's no room for more than one app. So we launched this thing by the end of 2009 in September. And you have to keep in perspective, right? What was the big killer feature of this? The killer feature of this product is it was C#. It was very broad, a language that was, in my opinion, very objectively, way better than Objective-C.
I remember looking at Objective-C. I wanted to build an iPhone application. I looked at that and I go, I guess no? I guess, like, is this language telling me no? It's yelling at me. There's stars everywhere and
But
brackets.
there's like headers, right? There were like header files, and it's like,
I thought I got away from header files once I found C#.
Am I going to type things twice like an animal?
No.
And so these started selling like hot pancakes. I mean, we were amazed that this thing was selling so fast. But there's a couple of other things that were interesting about this product. The first one is we took a .NET API profile, very similar to Silverlight. It was based on Silverlight, so we shrunk that down. We surfaced about 3,000 APIs from iOS. That was it. It had a little bit of audio, a little bit of UIKit, a little bit of foundation, core graphics. It had the basics. And you could get some stuff, but there were no generic support. There was no debugger, so we shipped with console write line. In fact, there was no IDE, and we kind of had this thing on the side.
You just opened a notepad, wrote an iPhone app.
Yeah.
So boom.
And for years, and here's the thing, for years, code sharing was a matter of copying files and using them, or symlinking, and there were projects to symlink files. Or
I used to go into Visual Studio, and I had to install an extension that said, create this thing and then magically symlink all the things together. It was beautiful.
Was the thing. That was the thing.
It saved me hours upon hours. It was great. And one thing that's missing from here is there was no TPL. There's no test. I don't even think it was invented yet. Like, that didn't even exist. It's the test parallel library. No async await. What a world.
Well, there were a lot of things on generic. So you used to get this message about, hey, you're trying to jet some code. Game over, right? So we were like, well, don't do it. Easy.
Sorry.
So that was the launch, and I want to explore what the world looked like at this era. So just to put things in perspective, which machine is this one? This is number 2. So we want to show you.
There we go.
We're actually not allowed to put this thing in the presentation because they told me the logos are not mine.
We picked our favorite apps that we had installed on our phones.
So I'm using this slide, which is an unofficial slide, to show you some apps. But these are some of the key apps of the era. The Shazam app, Instapaper was big.
Marco Armenbell, ding. Yep.
Yes, there was IMT Paint. IMT Paint launch.
That was one of the top apps. It was an innovator of its time.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were a couple of other things, but this is roughly the space, right? But what is surprising as I go through my list of apps that I have installed, just how many things actually survived. Yelp was there already. Can we go to the
yeah.
But the other thing that was interesting is not only at this point there were not only these apps, but I don't even recall this. There was an app called I Am Rich, and this was an app that sold for $999, and the only thing that it did is display Red Ruby. And there were a couple of people that bought this thing, right? And that's all it did. But also very popular in the space at the time were the fart apps. And
this is your phone, right? This is your phone right here.
Yes.
You found it.
And this is Engadget article. Engadget run an article, the top 31, the top fart apps in 30 seconds. It was a big industry, and now it's gone. I mean, you have to remember.
It is.
This is what you could do in 128 megs of RAM.
Right. And only run one fart app at a time.
Right. Only one fart app at a time. You couldn't.
What a shame. I can't even go. I don't want to go back.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about our first apps in 2009. So my first app was called TweetStation, and it was my attempt at solving the problem of Twitter. We already knew it was poisonous. And my attempt at fixing Twitter took two forms. I figured, and the motto for this app was elevating the discourse, right? From the get-go, I knew that Twitter was wrong. And I did two things that I thought would really change Twitter. Now, sadly, Twitter made the rules super unpleasant, so it's very difficult to actually improve the discourse. But what I did is I had two things. The first one is, as you were writing your tweets, I used the soothing music, so it would take the edge off. So when you're about to tell somebody you're an idiot.
Yeah, 100, because you had up to 120 characters, so you could take your time to carefully craft that message.
Yes, but also I wanted to soothe you, right? So let's switch to the audio on number 2 so you can hear this. So this is the soothing audio that we used for composing.
Ooh. Zen. You?
So as you're about to tell somebody that they're...
Is it a capital U or is it just Y-O-U?
No, but you're saying, I disagree with your opinion. It's like...
I appreciate your opinion and your thoughts and you as a human being.
Exactly.
No.
These are the results. So my app elevated the discourse. Now, in the unlikely event...
Is this a loop? Is this a loop?
No, it keeps going. In the very unlikely event that you lost control and you're already fighting somebody else, you would pull to refresh. And pull to refresh was new. So I implemented pull to refresh with a mechanism that I thought, used a lot of psychology to essentially take the edge off. Yes. And that was to use chicken noises. So as you were about to reply, you pull to refresh to see what the enemy said, and it would have two audio bits. The first bit was when you pull, and the last one when you let it go. So this was the first piece. Now, I learned a lot. I learned a lot in 2009 because it turns out that licensing chicken noises is incredibly expensive. So, because this application was MIT licensed, right? I wanted everybody to have the right to use, modify, redistribute, and redistribute modified versions of it. And it turns out that licensing chicken noises for mass distribution, one that did not have a cap, right? You could license the noises for 100,000 plays or 200,000 plays. And it turns out it's super expensive. So I couldn't afford that kind of money to pay for chicken noises.
So you went to your urban chicken coop, and this was a CAF file. I saw that. It's a core audio file.
Yeah, I recorded.
Did you record it in the recorder?
Well, the problem is, what I learned also is that you cannot get a chicken to do that noise on demand.
No, that's true. That's a good point. Good point.
Unless you get PETA. If you try to obtain the result, PETA will sue you.
No, it's not.
So,
not good.
So I had to record my own chicken. So that's me doing the chicken. So that was my app. And sadly, it didn't go very far because, like I said, Twitter decided that they were going to make the life miserable.
But if you are looking for a delighter to add to your next app, even though this was 2009, this is still great in 2019.
And you can still get the audio. So let's talk about your app. What was your first app, James?
So when I first started mobile development, I had this task of building an iOS, Android, and Windows app. I never built one ever before. And I worked at a DVR company, Seaton, which was really awesome. And they tasked me to build an app, and this is what it looked like. And I even found some video. Look at this. I was inspired. I actually used almost all of your source code from TweetStation, and it was very beautiful. Look at that grid. I didn't get sued, so that was good. And you know, look at those buttons. It was very skeuomorphism-ish, but I was the designer. You could tell I was the designer, the developer, the tester, and quality assurance. And look at that. You can see galleries, and you can see it's just list view, very standard controls. You can watch this on your TV, which was really nice. But I had to scale across every device, and this took like 7 months, and it was fun. Yeah.
But fun. You learn a lot. You learn a lot. Even those icons at the bottom, just getting those icons to display properly. And there was a lot of magic, right? Yeah. You do the black and white versions, and iOS will make that beautiful gradient with the colors. So it was magical.
I do want to say, while I say fun, the actual most magical part of it for the first time was when I executed it on my phone, and I went from Visual Studio, and I hit deploy on my Android device. I was an Android user, sorry. And I saw it come to life. And I put the smile on my face. I said, I'm a C# developer. I put that on my phone. And it was fun. And now, you know, the designing part, not fun. Putting it, the coding part was fun.
Now, James talks about the Android as well. But, you know, what happened, let's go forward. Let's fast forward a little bit to today, right? Yeah. So today, this is a situation. So I wanted to show you the iPhone 3G and the iPhone XS side by side. And, you know, this thing has 4 gigabytes of RAM, right? This is not one single core, it ships 6 cores. The speed is the reverse engineered speed, as far as I can tell. I don't think Apple discloses that, but this is what the Wikipedia thinks it is. 2 high performance cores and 4 low performance, you know, high efficiency cores. A neural engine basically has a TPU bolted into the device. This is a supercomputer, and what is amazing is really that we've been keeping the product up to date to leverage all of these capabilities.
Yeah, and you say it's a supercomputer, but it's a lot more than that. I mean, this, honestly, we've talked about a lot that's kind of a part of your life. There was a big debate between me and my fiance.
A household debate.
A household debate as an Android user and an iPhone user. I got my Pixel 2, and I was very excited. I started to take beautiful photos, and she refused to upgrade from a 6S. Like, she wouldn't get a 7, wouldn't get an 8, X, no. And I said, Heather, I said, this is not just a phone. You have to understand, it's not just a computer. This is our life. Like, these are the photo memories. So it's kind of like my entire life and my memories of where we were and where we're gonna be. I finally did upgrade, and how I upgraded is I just bought it and then said, here you go. And then it took her 2 weeks to activate. She was like, I refuse.
She was in denial.
Face ID, no. And then she did it once. She's like, this is the best device I've ever owned in my life. So.
What I still find surprising, to me what is still surprising is that you can have a marriage that works with iPhone and Android. I mean, in my household, if I got my wife an Android, I would be divorced.
No,
and in fact, I tried. No. I tried once, and it was the worst evening of my life.
You know what it is iPhone and Android devices, the beautiful part is if you take the same photo, different color tones. So you get to pick what color. Do you like the Apple color scheme? Do you like the Google color scheme?
So anyways, it certainly had an impact for us as citizens, but I think that really, you know, you or users are really, you know, there's a business, you're business users. So let's talk a little bit about what happened to businesses, right? So we went from the gold rush, right, where everybody was building fart apps
to beautiful applications. This thing is not only your camera, it is your memories, it is your journal, it is your TSA pre-check, it's everything. Literally every aspect of my life fits into this phone. And what's great is that really these companies are saying we want to amplify our entire business. And what they mean by that is it's not just building consumer applications. They're building applications for their partners, for people on the ground, for their employees, for every single vertical that's out there. I work with some companies, some enterprises that are building hundreds of applications every single year. Hundreds. Because they say, if they're a piece of paper, put it in a phone. Just it's right there. It makes it not only just more efficient, but also error-proof. Compared to just loose pieces of paper sitting around. So this business is a core essential part of where they're going, so they need to evolve fast. They need to grow fast and amplify.
Yeah, so many years ago, everybody was building web apps, and that is how you get the reach. But now, all of these experiences, essentially mobile app allows you to engage with your end user, right? So instead of delaying something for when you get a chance to get to the computer or if the mobile website is going to work, you essentially want to make sure that you have a presence where people are, right? And this is a supercomputer that you're carrying in your pocket and it's going everywhere. So essentially, these mobile devices have taken over our lives. And so we're there with you. So this is what we have today, right? So today we've grown this meager API support that we had 10 years ago from 3,000 APIs. We've kept up with everything that is on iOS, up to it's almost 100,000 APIs. Android is 150,000 APIs. But the key here is that the code sharing that used to be this thing where you copy-pasted files and you edited things by hands and you had scripts to copy things back and forth. Now we do all of this with .NET Standard, and we take it for granted. Now, .NET Standard is both, it's a blessing, right? You get to share code, but also you have been using a lot of packages. So these applications kept growing and growing and growing, and you use more and more libraries.
Natural progression over time. And, apps, as we grow in API usage, we continue to not only build this, but we're using additional classes that help us build apps faster than ever. There's all these APIs with our cross-platform frameworks. We can use more code. But also, there's all sorts of crazy things that you can do on the native devices. Like back in the day, there's no Touch ID, Face ID, and we can get access to all those, which I think is beautiful, and use the tools you want. And one of the apps that we built, actually, for one of our reference applications, we worked with a lovely company that built this Smart Hotel 360 app. We've used it for a while now to actually build, and it does a whole bunch of things, talks to IoT, does beautiful graphs, charts, Bluetooth, and NFC to get into your hotel, kind of a nice modern-day hotel to book instantly. But like you said, apps are growing more and more, so I decided to take a snippet of all the NuGet packages and assemblies of just the Android app. And this is pretty common. And this is actually pretty light because we're using all sorts of different libraries to give us analytics, metrics, crash reporting, all of those different things.
Yeah, and this was a nice app because it showed how to build a web facade, mobile. It had a HoloLens backend. It had Azure Function. It had everything you can imagine. So it's a really well-orchestrated sample that shows everything. But these things are growing, and they're growing, it's like a garden. It's like my garden. My garden used to be, I paid a fortune to get nice grass, and then I have weed, and I got one.
It grows, it overgrows over
and now I have 17 kinds of weed, and I decided I'm not going to use any of those chemicals, so now I have a fight with the weeds in my garden, and there's a new kind of weed that just took over the others.
That's why I rent a tiny itty-bitty apartment for way too much money in Seattle.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about that. Perfect.
So anyways, this thing has gone out of control, and we started to hear some of your feedback. So we started to work, so this past year we was trying to essentially work on the fundamentals. So how can we improve the reliability and the build times for you? So this is some of the work that we've been doing to improve this. So these charts are going to focus mostly on Android, but similar work has happened on iOS. And what you see here is 3 scenarios, right? The time it takes to build, to package, and deploy an application. The first 3 is Hello World, just a very simple Hello World program. And the third one is Smart Hotel, right? And you can see the improvements that we've made between 15.8, Visual Studio 15.8, 15.9, and the new version that just came out. When you see that thing goes a little bit higher, it's a regression. Yes, we slowed down, but that's because we fixed a bug.
Yeah.
So we fixed a bug that was making builds unreliable. Right, some of you had issues with the delete bin object.
Bin
that was
and
a fix.
OBJ. Oh.
Yes, and
Fixed
it was like, hey, the breakpoints don't hit, or there was this bug that has been haunting us for years. We finally fixed every single one of those issues, and that's why it regressed. Yeah. We fixed the bug, but we made it slower, and now we made it faster. So make it correct first, and then make it fast. So this is what we've been doing in terms of initial build times, and we're very proud of the work that the team has been doing. Now. We've also been working on incremental build time. So when you make a change, we also want to get you back on the device very quickly. And these are some of the numbers that you have. So even for an app as large as Smart Hotel that took 12 seconds, we're now down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, what's great is I literally am now able to go in, make a quick C# change or a XAML change. As long as I'm not pulling in tons of packages, I'm redeploy, it's right there, it's good to go.
And we do have, internally my team we have a big, hairy, audacious goal, right? Which is we want to get to 1 second. So we're driving towards that. The deploy times, we didn't regress there, so that's lucky. But you can see that there's a trend, right? I mean, there's a trend of where we're going here. And I've been taking the data science class recently online, and I can extrapolate these very quickly, and you can tell where we're going here, right? So today we're there, and and we're hoping to take away time from your deployments. We're going to negative within by the end of the summer.
That seems accurate. That seems good.
There's nothing that is impossible for the Xamarin team.
Nothing is impossible.
Exactly. So, but we also, I mean, the other thing that we know is that getting into Xamarin is like, well, you're going to get into the Android ecosystem, the iOS ecosystem, you can install all these tools, and now?
Yeah, and the hardest part is that you want to get started, so we improve that. So I talked to so many brand new developers installing Xamarin for the first time. It's scary. You check that Xamarin.net mobile checkbox, you're like, oh, 58 billion gigawatts. Oh, my, what is happening? Ah. But actually, what's really interesting about this number is when we started in 2017, we actually reduced that even more. We reduced it 2/3 just from 2017 to 2019, but that's even from 30 gigs that we originally had. And this is going to give you all of the Visual Studio tooling, all of the iOS and Android tooling you need, and the Remoted iOS simulator. For reference, 7 gigs is the same install size of just Xcode for iOS development on a Mac. But you get 2 platforms and all the Xamarin tooling. So this is really great. And we also now have our own OpenJDK for Android, so you don't have to worry about crazy updates on your machine. And you can see, obviously, where we're going here. Now, I'm not a data scientist at all, but if I had put something, you'd imagine that area of that circle, which this is a perfect area representation of 2/3. I spent a half an hour. You just can't say this is 3 inches, make it 1 inch. That is not a representation.
That's right. So you actually did the math.
I did the math.
Pi multiplied by the radius squared.
Yeah, if you go into Bing or Google, you can say, oh, what is the radius? So and then you enter the number, and it tells you. It's amazing.
They don't tell you this? No. They don't teach you this in America?
They do. They do.
Okay.
20 years ago. 20 years ago. So this is really great, and we're also, like I said, combining it with this build speed. So now developers can get started faster than ever, and we're listening, and now when you check that checkbox, it's there. But I will say, this is, of course, if it's like a fresh machine. If you already have some of the dependencies like Android, SDKs, or some of the other things in Visual Studio, when I go to install Xamarin, it's like 1.5 gigs.
Yeah, and I have to say one thing. We're running a little bit late, but nothing that we're showing today, everything that we are showing today is released. So we very consciously this year decided not to pre-announce anything.
Yeah.
Except this.
Okay, so we're working on making it, so DEX compilation, which is a very complex sort of Android advanced compilation time, these are the bits when you go into the final packaging of your app. So by default, there's the DEX compiler from Google, which is what you use today. If you use too many things, you got a multi-DEX. Well, what we're doing is we're combining that with R8 and the D8 DEX compiler for Java code shrinking and DEX compiler, and this is going to give you the compilation size improvements by switching over to D8 and R8 for your compilation steps. So this already shaves off about 5 to 6 seconds with a simple combo box. And
now,
you can test that
again,
today.
We don't want to pre-announce anything, so that's it. That's it. There's a lot of things for the summer, so hold still. Now, so this is the summary, essentially, of where we are today. We've made great progress, and we hope to keep making more progress in this space. Now, let's switch gears quickly to building mobile applications, right? So, as I said at the beginning, there was a mood. In these 10 years, we've seen a lot of moods in the space. And one in particular was when Steve Jobs wrote this letter about his thoughts on Flash. And that essentially crystallized a lot of the opinions in the development of mobile applications at the time. And what it did for the community was essentially it said, you got to use native APIs, because that is the way that you get a native experience. This is the way that you leverage the platform. This is how you take the most, you make the most out of the platform.
Yeah. These platforms are adding all of these APIs, and you need to get down to that to create delightful experiences.
Exactly. And so, I mean, this is just a couple of photos that we took from both Android and iOS.
That was you at WWDC and me at Google I/O.
Yeah. So they have a lot of new APIs, and each one of them makes your application richer and the platform richer. So we don't want to, we essentially don't want to put a barrier between you and
yeah, we
the
want
platform.
you to be able to do any single thing that a native language developer can do.
So our philosophy since day one, for 10 years, has been this. We provide a one-to-one mapping of the native API to .NET. So everything that you can do with Java, with Objective-C, or with Swift can be done from C#. So you can use your language of choice, you can use NuGet, and we'll give you that support. But not only that, we also provide deep object integration. What that means is it's not just about calling the API, it's about being able to subclass a Swift object or an Objective-C object or a Java object in C#, implement methods, override methods, and hand that passed to the platform again. So it is making C# a first class sitting and F# as well. And the one thing that we've done is that during this mapping, we've made the language, we've made the APIs look like .NET. We've brought in async, we've got IEnumerable, we got all the properties and things that you expect to work in .NET, and we've made it composable, right? So it's not just the API, we made it compose properly with .NET. For example, there's sync context, there's TPL context that work automatically, so you can always use async, you can always dispatch to the right queue and all these things.
And this is important also for the user interface. You know, we showed Instapaper earlier, and I listened to Under the Radar from Marco. And what's interesting is when new versions of iOS come out, they change some of the fundamentals of UI table view or collection view. And he had a whole podcast on how he had to spend weeks and months rewriting his UI table view because he did something completely custom and it wasn't there. He did his own thing. But since we are mapping to those one-to-one APIs, when Apple upgrades or Google upgrades, we upgrade with you.
Our applications upgrade. So this is an example. And what is interesting is that even shades of white, if you customize even the shade of white, the white that is used on these applications is not even the same across versions. So it's very subtle, but if you use your custom thing, you'll see this, it pops out. It's like, what is that white rectangle doing there? So this is a screenshot that I took of one of our libraries that was taken 8 years ago, last time that this was updated. And what is nice about when you're using native APIs and you're not doing your own drawing is that this is the same exact application running today on the simulator. I took that screenshot just yesterday.
I literally saw him download the code, open it up in Visual Studio for Mac, recompile it, and run it from 8 years ago code.
From 8 years ago, it's the same code. So what is interesting here is that if you use the native APIs, right, or you use our approach to building the applications, as the platform evolves, your application evolves with it. So you don't need to come back. It's not like those websites, like when you go to a hotel, they usually, they try to clone the iOS UI, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And now you have these things that look like 8 years old, and you don't even want to log in.
Yeah, because the UI packages that you're going to use aren't going to scale with you, right? At the same time, and also your APIs aren't going to scale. And there's really complex things, not just like setting screens, but there's a lot of great applications that are built with Xamarin. We have up here, and pop over, boop. There we go. So one of them, we have a few different samples of what's been built with Xamarin. So Seeing AI, which you may have heard of before, is an amazing application from a team here at Microsoft for visually impaired individuals to help them see the world around you. There was a session here with Saqib and Amanda on Seeing AI and how they built it. It was an absolutely delightful experience to not only be able to scan and use the technology of voice and image and video and get into this. Now, when they started, they were using the Metal APIs. This was before Core ML, and they could then take all of their machine learning models and move it over into Core ML. And what's great is that the team is then working and say, hey, we built this in Xamarin. We can then take a lot of our core logic and move it to other platforms, which I think is delightful. I also work with another team that has worked with BBVA.
This is a bank in Spain. For those that don't know, it's a bank in Spain.
So here, this is in, I'm assuming that these things down here say that Xamarin is an amazing technology that lets you do augmented reality and share 80 to 90% of code and craft beauty. I mean, that's how that translates, correct?
That is, and what is nice, this is blending both Xamarin Forms and using the native APIs for doing the augmented reality, right? So you're getting live views, you're getting location information, you're getting orientation information, and you're overlaying data on top of it. So it's a blend. You do most of your work in Forms, and then you specialize a couple
You can
of
mix
bits.
and match as much as you want. And when you see these applications, there's probably a lot of things that they're doing the same, like geolocation, connectivity. And of course, you have access to all those native APIs, but we want to make it easier. So that's why we launched Xamarin Essentials, which is our cross-platform API library to give you access from a single library. It's installed with every single template in Visual Studio and Visual Studio for Mac. When you hit a new project, you get access to over 50 native APIs from a single cross-platform API that you can use in iOS, Android, Windows, in your .NET Standard libraries. It's super optimized, so if you use one API, that's the only thing that's included into your app at compile time. It's available today. It's there. It's open source. We have amazing community contributions that have been coming in. So we think it's like you need access to that stuff when you need customization, but you don't want to write hundreds of lines of code for geolocation. One line of code, done.
And not only that, right? So again, if you need some very basic APIs, this is good.
The building blocks.
Yes, it's a building block. But if you need to go deeper, right, this is a little bit, think of it as Lego, right? You can start with the Duplo blocks to put a big wall, but if you need to go to finer details, you still have access to that. So we've also provided Xamarin Forms. Xamarin Forms is an API that again uses, we provide one API that maps to different implementations. So let me give you an example. This is an activity indicator on iOS, and this is a progress bar on Android. These are two separate APIs that you have to use on each platform. And what we do is we essentially wrap these two and give you one API called activity indicator.
Yep.
So this is what you use, and depending on the platform, we'll use the native version of that. The same thing goes for other controls, like for example, in this case, the slider. You have different classes that you need to use on every platform. What we've done is essentially wrap it in a slider, right?
And we do it for like all of the controls.
Yes, exactly.
As many as we can.
This is
a bunch of stuff.
We've done this for everything, right? So you call one API and we switch over to the multiple different implementations. So now I want to show you, now let's switch a little bit into one of the things that we're delivering to you. So when you go to the store and you see this box, this is this is a picture of a Duplo Lego castle for kids. And it looks amazing. If you follow the instructions and you get everything right, this is what you build. Now, the situation really is that if you don't really know, if you don't really follow the instructions, right, this is what I built the other day for my daughter. And it was a team effort, right? It was a team effort to build this ship. It's a ship. Yeah, so
pretty good.
Sometimes you need a little bit of structure if you want to achieve the other objects, and this is fine. If you want to express yourself and you're an artist,
it's okay to be yourself, Miguel. It's okay to be yourself.
It is okay.
You be yourself.
And with apps, it's the same thing. It's okay if you're doing that on your spare time, but when they're paying you, you probably should not deliver this as your app. So we've done a little bit of work. Can we go back to the other slide?
Yeah, you're good.
So one of the things that we found is that people were essentially struggling. When they're building a mobile app, they didn't know what to do. There's all these controls. How do I put together an app, right? So it's like, well, I see that Amazon is doing this, so maybe I put like a menu here, and then I'll do a transition there, and maybe I click here. Oh, I messed it up, and where does the tab bar go, and so on.
Navigations, so, I put them on top, on the bottom.
Yeah, so that's been a struggle. So what we figured is that we would give people.
You're on this one. You're back.
But it's not displaying.
That one. You want that one?
Oh, is it that? Is this what I want?
Oh. Shell.
Oh, yes, that's
yeah. That's
is it? Yes.
That's the thing that we're not announcing.
Yeah. So the form shell is essentially a new control where we've said, with this one, we're going to give you a little bit of structure, right? So you fill in those blanks of this XAML thing, right? You fill in this thing, and we'll take care of the structure for you. We'll take care of the navigation. We'll take care of deep linking for you. Yep. We'll take care of placements, menus, hamburgers, tabs, and so on. And James is going to walk us through a little bit of this.
Yeah. So let me show you what this looks like really quick in my application. So what I have here is a standard Xamarin Forms application, and I have tabs on the top. And what I've done inside my application is I simply have main page equals top tabs. And now you're like, oh, that just looks like an initialization of a Xamarin Forms page. It's an application. But if I go into that top tabs page, it's a shell. It's not a content page. I can define every single aspect of my sort of design that my designers have given me for UI elements. So what does everything look like? And then what's great here is that this is how I create that tab page. I have these shell content pieces. I tell them what UI to put into them. Now let's say I want to put them on the bottom. So what I can do here is I can say I want a tab bar, and there's two tabs underneath them, which have browser items inside of it. Yep. So now if I go back into here and I say, well, this is going to be bottom tabs, I can go ahead and redeploy this onto my device. And with a single line of code, what this is going to give me is nice like material design tabs on the bottom of my device. So here it's going to go ahead and redeploy. So I just made a quick C# change, and we see it redeployed and booting it up here on my emulator that apparently is slow. So there we go. So now we have tabs on the bottom, right? So I can go ahead and click through them. And I didn't only change one line of code, and it's the same pages. But I think you add some more complexity, right? You want to have a flyout navigation.
Yep.
Maybe that's how your designer has told you. So again, you design everything here. Instead of adding a tab item, you add a flyout item. So you say, I want to use flyout items. So here I define my flyout item, what icons I want to use, and here I can say what pages I want to use. And then I come in here and I say, you know what, I want a shell, what is it called? This simple flyout, boom. And then I come in here. I'm reusing those same pages, so you can sort of use the shell as a template. Not only does it do the navigation, but it helps define sort of the visual style of your application. So you don't have to worry about, is it this type of page, is it that type of page, or this type of thing, right?
And it does limit a little bit of the imagination potential, but for 95% of the applications and for 95% of the cases, this is fine.
Yeah, right.
This is what you want. So you don't want to be fighting this over and over and over, and you can use your imagination for other parts of the application.
The last one here is a little bit more complex. It's search bar. So I just have tabs, but what I've done here is I have a item with a search bar handler in it. So you can kind of extend shell into the page. So this one's really cool because you can see that it's not just like, oh, all you're doing is showing off just a few little items, how you would navigate the page. So because we have more control of your application, we can extend it with floating action bars, snack bars, all these fancy snacks that sound delicious from Google and material design that I just want to eat up. I don't know what Q's going to be yet, but whatever.
Well, the keynote is going as we speak.
So now what's cool about this is that you can define it and you get this fancy search bar with literally no work. I say put a search bar in the title, which is a lot of work to do, and you're going to get that on all the different platforms.
Yes, exactly. So when you're using the Shell API, we'll map it to the natural idioms of each one of these. All right, well, this is fantastic.
That's
This
Shell.
is the first piece. But we learned a bunch of interesting things that we're building Shell. And let me go to the next slide. The other piece that we heard is, like I said, there was this transition over time from the Steve Jobs era of everything has to be native. And there's a little bit of a change in recent years, which is, well, now I understand that you want a different experience on each one of those phones. But for our business, we just want to train people once. We want to train people once. We want to show people things, how they work once. We want to design it once. So why don't you just go and make everything look the same?
Yeah, it's hard because you're in an enterprise or maybe you're in a consumer. You're like, you know what, I don't want to generate 2 different support packages, 2 different support pages, figure out where you're at. You want them to look nearly identical across the board. And the problem is, it's not really a problem, is that that's not everybody. When we surveyed developers, we found that, you know what, about like 40 or 50% want that. The other half, like, we want the native customization and want it to look just like an iOS or just an Android device. So don't make me and force me one way. Give me a lot of options.
Exactly. So what we did is we introduced this new concept in Xamarin Forms called Visual that allows you to style your application. And we're going to provide some styles out of the box. If you want to keep the native look and feel, you can keep that. But if you want to use a global look and feel, we can give you that too. So we first introduced the visual for material design. Material design is Google's design language, design system, right? And this is the original Gmail application. And we made a call to our community. And we say, hey, can you folks please try our new Visual API? We want you to tell us if the API is good, if there's problems with the APIs, how would you improve it? And in this process of doing this, reach out to the community, right? What we got a lot of mock-ups of people trying the API and tell us, yes, this works, this doesn't work, you should change it this way. So this is the original Gmail app that you've seen on your phones. And this is the results of people actually building these things with the visual design system.
And their first time ever using this brand new API, so it's an interactive API review.
So this is a clone of the Gmail API, right? Using just the visual API. Now, of course, this is the Google design system, and this works well if you're doing an Android app or if you want to bring that to iOS. But just yesterday, we also announced the Fabric design language. Visual design system, and from Microsoft, and we're bringing that too to Form. So you'll be able to choose with one line, you'll get material, or you'll get the Fabric.
And what's cool about the API too, since we're able to do this because we wrote the API to be extensible. So if you have your own design system at your company, you can create your own visual implementation. You can say, my tweet station, and then every page can be customized throughout your company.
I'm going to be honest. Yes, you can do it, but let's be very honest. People come to me and say, why didn't you just? And I love when people say, why don't you just? Why don't you just make it so that I can create my own style? And the problem is, yes, you can, but these are very, very large projects. I mean, doing a full design system takes a lot of time.
When I wrote my original apps, the reason they looked and felt like basically the apps out of the box is that I wasn't a designer. I didn't have a design team. So I bought an iPod Touch. That was my development device. It was a great device. And I had my Android phone, and I bought a Windows device. And what I did is I said, you know what, Google, Apple, and Microsoft, they probably spent a lot of money figuring out design systems. Why am I going to reinvent the wheel? So that's really how Visual was there. And we put this visual challenge, and that's an aka.ms link that you can go to. David put this together, our PM for SDKs and Xamarin Forms. And there's amazing people that did this, and they had some great quotes, and we figured we'd do a quick shout out.
Yeah, and what is interesting about what David did is that this was a usability study on the API and said, take Visual for a spin. Just use it. but use it for a week. There was a time.
It was time box. It was like
time box.
He said do it for an hour. And the average that people spent, I think, was 4 hours. And he said, you know what? Don't just do the pull request. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like, and what you couldn't do.
Yes,
That was
exactly.
the key, right?
So we've been learning a lot from you on this, and we're improving and polishing the API as a result. So let's talk a little bit about what the experience was.
So a lot of people, not only were they able to come in, they really enjoyed not only the activity of having a challenge, but seeing that Forms is evolving. You can't always take advantage of those new features when we announce them, but having a quick challenge you can do really quick, you're like, oh, now I can go implement that into my app. Right, so you get to play around with those preview bits. So first off, thanks every single one of you that's not only just a Xamarin developer and .NET developer that participate. And we're going to continue to do this, and you'll see. And this is what they built. They actually built all of these apps here.
We actually couldn't fit everything here, and now that I see that we have more space on the sides, we could have put more. But
I believe it was 60 or 70 pull requests.
Yes. So folks cloned a lot of UIs, and essentially now you can use this URL that we just shared for inspiration. If you like a particular style and you want to learn how to do that with Visual and with the APIs, there's a wide spectrum of different apps that you can do. You got Outlook on the bottom, you got WhatsApp over there.
Mixer was in there, WhatsApp.
Mixer, yep. You got the Bitcoin thing, and speaking of Bitcoin, I think it's a scam. I think the whole thing is a scam. But
I'm a Dogecoin investor myself.
Yes.
So, and
I'm
Doge
not surprised. I'm
is
not
doing
surprised.
very well.
Yeah, Doge is doing fine. In fact,
not a financial planner.
I don't know if you know this, but I have my own cryptocurrency.
How do I get this?
If you Google MigCoin, MIGCOIN, and actually I think it's more secure than cryptocurrencies. It is more effective. Just
Is this
Google
where
it
I
up.
hand you the money
It is
out of
much
my
better
pocket?
than all these cheap scams.
So
But
this is
I think that the UI
Coinbase.
is good. I think the
Yeah.
UI for this app is good. I mean, they got a lot of money, so they got a lot of designers. So this is the original Coinbase, and this is what was achieved with the Forms Visual Challenge, and all of this on the GitHub repo. So I think it's pretty close, considering that this was done in a very short amount of time. So what I really like is this idea that given a design, you can now replicate it very quickly and very easily with Forms. So if this is one of your concerns, we got your back.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of different applications, right? So I fly airlines all the time, and Ryan, he took a screenshot of his Qantas application. He lives in Australia. He said, I want to recreate this. I want to use Shell. I want to use Visual, and this is what it looks like. Now, of course, you're saying, well, this looks really good. This is on iPhone and Android. They look nearly identical, and all of the code is exactly the same between the two. There's no difference. There's actually no on platforms anywhere on his code. He didn't have to say on Android do this or iOS do this. So that would be fun is I took a screenshot. I took down his pull request. I did a before and after of the vanilla application. If I scroll down, it's a mess over on the base controls because these are the base buttons. And really, even though it's visually there, it's the interactions of getting the ripples and seeing it fluid in motion to then say that this application then looks identical yet again over on my Android device. So it's really nice to see, and I've already stolen a bunch of his code into my applications. So
But what I really like is this is what was possible with Forms before, right? And you
So
can
it's
see
pretty
that
okay.
it's acceptable. Your boss probably will say, yeah, that's fine. But you can see that now we can really polish things. We can really get this, we can really fine tune all of the details here. And we also repeated these with the collection view. So once we got into this challenge thing and people were responding really well, they were giving us great feedback. Hey, your API doesn't work here. There's limitations here. All these things don't work. You should also add this. We did this also with collection view, which is our new list view. And we had this little challenge, right? We're going to have to switch machines again because issues.
I'm on it. There we go. Yeah, so the collection view, we did this exact same thing. And with a tweet that came in from one of our developers in his pull request, they said, with the collection view, which allows you to do horizontal, vertical, grids, all these things, I'm going to see if I can do Netflix, which is a super customizable user interface using Visual, using Shell, and using the collection view, which is absolutely sort of delightful to see, which is very image heavy, very intense, multiple things going on, things that would take a lot of time. It's just a few lines of code to add a collection view. But what I also like is that it's not just these professional clones of applications. My good friend, Stephen Thuisen, he actually took this Dribbble mock-up, right, from an actual designer.
Right.
He said, this thing hasn't been built yet. I'm going to build it in Xamarin Forms with Visual and collection view.
So so Dribbble is this place where designers go and share work in progress or ideas or some of their portfolio. And he liked this one. He's like, wow, this is actually a really nice UI. I wonder if I can implement this in Forms. And
he did.
And he did. It's quite amazing. It looks really, really good.
Now, on this slide, about the only thing that's custom on it is that Seattle background with the clip, and it's a control that he made. It's a pancake view. It's very cool. But everything else is frames. I figured I would just show it to you really quick. I have a few minutes here.
I think that we're a little bit late.
This says 15 minutes.
We only have 12.
Cool. So I have 2.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Okay, cool. So let me switch over. Oh, I'm already. Oh, where am I at? There I am. Okay, cool. So
my watch is saying take a minute of deep breath, which is just very timely.
Okay.
All right.
Did it really?
Yes. Yes.
So here's the application, and I even try to add a few little things on top of here so you can kind of see it in motion as you scroll around. You get some nice backgrounds, and I added some buttons on here so you can kind of see the ripple effect, in action here as you press on it. And really, this is just standard control. So I'm swiping through, I'm coming through, I'm seeing my collections on side of here, everything like that. So what's nice is that all he had to do in this application is add the single line of code visual material. Now, when I type in here, we're going to see it says, let me zoom in. There we go. It says default and material.
Yes.
So what's great here is that this is what we provide. If you provide your own, or when we add fabric, it'll come up inside of this list. Now, you opt into this. We don't just shove it in there. You add this package so it's not going to bloat your application. It was designed that way. So this will be on the entire page. Or if you want to, you can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to add a button here, and this visual now is going to be default. So it's down the chain where you are in control. You can do it on your entire application there. So what he has here is when you see that search bar, what he did is he wrapped it in a material frame, this material here. And he added a material visual. He overrode the entry because the material entry has that nice little swoosh when you enter the placeholder.
Yes.
So he didn't want that inside of here because he already customized it. He wanted the frame. So he said, you know what? Make the frame material, but the child default. So he didn't get that look and feel. The same thing down here. This is the collection view. Here you have you can do horizontal list. You can do a vertical list. You can snap to point. You have really a lot of control over it. And inside of here, we just have a simple grid. So what we see in this grid is that it's wrapped in a frame. It's sort of the hero of material. It's a beautiful card view. And the buttons and the ripples. So to get those different designs, he just comes in, adds a frame with visual. I added it here just so you can kind of see it. And the same thing down here for the button. It's a button. You press the button, and you're going to get those nice little ripples down here. And you see those icons. They're little emoji icons or something, and they just show up here. Font Awesome, I think, is what they use. So you can kind of see the combination of application, it looks like you saw exactly the same between iOS and Android. So very super custom in its original design. So I just thought it'd be kind of worth showing sort of what this code looks like when you see, oh, it's a collection view, and it's just a data template. It's things that we sort of know and love as developers, and now we can take and build these user interfaces that really scale on all sorts of devices. So that's the other thing with
Let's keep
going.
Okay. Let's keep going. That's great, fantastic. But my timer for my breathing app is I was running out of air.
What else?
So now let's talk about what is next for .NET and mobile. So yesterday, Scott Hunter announced that this is the situation today. Today we have the .NET framework, then we have .NET Core, which is a separate runtime, and we have Xamarin and Mono as a separate virtual machine. So today we maintain 3 .NETs, right? So what we announced yesterday is that we are going to unify all of these things, right? So we're going to end up with a single .NET runtime across all systems. Well, there's a little bit of a semantic there with the runtime. So let's talk about that. So what it means is that .NET 5 supports every application type. So you don't need to choose one specific .NET for the application type. Now, everything that .NET supports, from Azure to IoT to watchOS to consoles to phones to everything, will be one .NET. There will be one BCL implementation. Today, we maintain 3. Today, we maintain specifics for Android, specifics for iOS. They have very different heritages. What we've tried to blend these two for many years. Even at this point, Mono is still 50% independent, 50% Microsoft code. So we're gonna essentially combine those two. There's gonna be a single tool chain for these projects, and we're gonna switch everything to SDK projects. We will support just-in-time compilation like we have done for a long time, and static compilation. And we're adding interop with Java, Objective-C, and Swift, right? So what you see here is that the core CLR, right, which is the VM that is used by .NET Core, and Mono they're not exactly, they don't have exactly the same set of features, right? If you have a Venn diagram, there's an intersection, a vast intersection, but there's a couple of things on the edges. So what we're doing is we're going to implement both in both, right? So both Mono will get some capabilities from Core CLR, and Core CLR will get all the Mono capabilities for interop with Java and Objective-C. Yeah. So they will have the same capabilities.
And I guess the question I have for you, too, is, well, one, we know that .NET is open source, Mono is open source, so was all this done in the open, or is it going to be done in the open? Or?
Right, so in fact, that is interesting. There? That is interesting. We've been working on this since December of last year. That's when the plan was set in motion, and we've been working in public. And some people started to wonder why we're doing those changes. And in particular, Filip Navarra from the Czech Republic is like, well, I like what you're doing. I don't know why you're doing it, but I might just as well send a pull request. So he's been helping us on this whole thing without knowing what was happening behind the scenes. But essentially, the key here is that we will have 2 VMs. So .NET 5 actually features 2 VMs with the same capabilities. Core CLR for high throughput. This is what you use for servers. This is what you use for desktop applications. And the Mono VM, what we use today for tiny embedded scenarios. So this is what you want to use for tiny microservices, what you use in embedded devices, watchOS, iOS, and things like that. In some platforms, we will have 2 VMs, right? So for example, Linux x86 64 will have Core CLR and Mono VM. In some platforms, we will have a single one. For example, WebAssembly will only have Mono, right? Because you need a super tiny version of this thing. And we'll integrate everything into the .NET command, so you'll be able to select which version you want, which flags you want to pass, how to drive the static compilation, and so on. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're integrating .NET with Java, right? This is part of our story that we've done with Android. We're bringing that to the desktop. We're bringing that to the server.
Is that kind of like Java IKVM thing? Remember that Java emulated like IKVM?
So this is different, right? So there was this very popular project called IKVM, which turned .NET code, turned Java code into .NET code. It was a JIT compiler.
And then you go back from .NET code to Java code, and then back once more, and then to C++, and then header
You're taking it too far. Too far.
I started to get architecture.
No, so what we're doing is we're running them side by side, right? So you have a Java VM and the .NET VM, and they're running side by side. And what we wrote is a system that makes those two cooperate for garbage collection purposes and interrupt purposes. So this is what we're doing. So .NET and Java, they're coming because we want to run everything. Yes. Visual Studio for Mac will run on Core CLR, right? It runs on Mono. We're going to make it run on Core CLR. Android emulators, Android designers, all of this stuff.
I think, as a developer, that's what I think about is I've always said I don't want to worry about anything. I just want to run my code. And to be honest, that's normally what I do nearly 99.99% of the time.
So in this case, it's going to be a flag. It's like, hey, I need some different characteristics. Let me pass a flag, just like when you pass a different flag to the compiler. Yeah. So, but behind the scenes, we'll do that. Otherwise, you don't need to worry about that. And essentially, we're very happy. We have one .NET for every possible scenario under the world. I think we're the only vendors that support absolutely every endpoint and every server with one platform. I don't think anything comes close to this.
Yeah, and I think here what's really nice is that all of your .NET Standard code, everything that you've already written, it's already just going to work because all this is built on top of .NET Standard to make sure that .NET 5 is going to run all of this. And we put out some of the frameworks. When you think about mobile, you think about gaming, and you think about IoT, we put such Xamarin, right? But you mentioned it. When I go to the Xamarin website now on .NET, you literally see iOS, Android, Wear OS, Android TV, watchOS, tvOS, macOS. You can now take that, and it's going to run that single .NET absolutely everywhere, and I don't have to worry about anything. And that's the story that we've been able to live already today as developers, and that unification is really a beautiful thing to see. So it's absolutely everywhere that you want to be as a developer. We're going to meet you there and give you world-class tools.
Yep, and then you can expect, everything, we're updating everything to work with it, right? So you're going to get the same great support across the board. We also made sure that we included Unity. Unity is one of the main users of .NET outside of this business space. It's a completely different world, so we're working with them very closely to make sure that everything that we do, they can reuse in their own products. And we'll work with other people as well, but we really needed Unity's input. Now, there's a lot more about Xamarin at Build.
Kind of deep dive sessions,
Deep
if
dives
you
in
will.
a lot of these things. Some of them already passed, so you should go and check out the existing recordings. And
yeah, on the Xamarin Developers YouTube channel, which we just relaunched a few weeks ago, I have a playlist there of all of the Xamarin-specific sessions, so you can check them out there.
And we still got some exciting sessions for tomorrow. Michaela in particular is going to be discussing Visual Studio for Mac.
And we have an interview later today.
And we have an interview later today. And that's it. Thank you very much. And I think we got 2 minutes for questions. If there's any questions, or we don't have microphones, do we?
Yeah. Thank you. We'll stick around. We'll be around.
Hey everyone, this is Olivier, your host on the IoT Show. Today we have a very special episode for you. It's an episode about Build and how we're preparing for it. We're here in Building 40. 40 is the home of the Azure IoT engineering team. And what we're going to do is we're going to stop here and there in this building for you to meet the engineers, the speakers for Build. We're preparing content demos and announcements for you. So we're going to stop in the coffee shop, we're going to stop in the kitchen, we're going to stop in some secret room that we have up there. Don't miss any of that immediately on the IoT Show. We're here on the second floor. That's one of the main kitchen of the building where people are getting their morning coffee and so on. I found Emmanuel. Emmanuel, I just picked him in the IoT Edge workspace, and it was pretty hectic down there. You guys are preparing to ship stuff, right?
Lots of scrambling going on, and yes, lots of demos to prepare.
So we are actually gearing up. There's going to be one session on IoT Edge. You'll be presenting with Chipalo on that session. Can you tell us a little bit, without spoiling the news, the main things people should expect from this session?
Yeah, sure. So several announcements, some about how to go into more production-grade environments with more like high availability scenarios, how to do machine learning at the edge in a more scalable way, how to do integrations as well with many partners, and how to build your solutions and get started in an easier way.
Awesome. So guys, don't miss Emmanuel and Chipalo for this IoT Edge session. Let's go check out some other place in Building 40 right now. So we're here on the third floor of the Building 40 where IoT lives. And this is one of my favorite rooms in the whole building. It's called the Speakeasy room. And you see this is a regular wall, but no, it's not. Actually, there's a secret room behind that wall. Let's go in there. Hey, and we have Will here.
Hey,
Will, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks for coming, Will.
Yeah.
So Will, I hear that you are in the Cognition team, right?
Cognition team, yes.
Yeah, so what is it exactly?
So it's the team that's working on HoloLens and computer vision and mixed reality.
Awesome. Yeah. So we're here to talk about the build session that you and Matthew from the IoT team are preparing, which is about?
We'll be talking about Azure IoT digital twins and how to take information from the digital twin and see it in context in your real world with mixed reality.
So can you give me a concrete example? I guess you're going to have nice demos. So without spoiling the whole thing, because people I'm sure are already getting excited, but a concrete example of what kind of scenarios you would be actually mixing mixed reality and IoT.
Sure, it's a good question. So the digital twin is all about connecting lots of information to this virtual world, and you often see that data in dashboards that are sometimes complex to navigate. And so imagine taking that information and actually putting it in your physical space. So imagine being able to walk up to a machine, an asset, or device, and be able to hold up your phone, or if you have a HoloLens, you can interact with it heads up, hands free, and see that data over the device and be able to see the live telemetry coming out of it so that you can make better decisions.
Awesome. So like basically all the visions video we had like a few years ago about IoT and HoloLens, that's actually taking shape and becoming real, right?
That's right, yeah. So we'll show an experience around that.
Yeah. So you guys will see an experience, we'll see an actual demo, but you also get to learn how you do that, right, as a developer.
That's right, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Will, for coming over. Thanks, guys. Let's go and see another of our guests. So we're back in the lobby of Building 40, and because not everyone is working in the office today and every day, so Peter is one of the folks that are actually working remotely. Hey, Peter, how you doing?
I'm great, Olivia. How are you today?
Awesome, Ashley. I see you're working in your lab, actually.
Yeah, I work from my home in Denver, and my office is my maker lab, so I've always got projects on the go all around me.
Lucky you. So you're one of the speakers for Build. You're going to have a session about a few things that we can talk about, other things you cannot talk about. This is actually something that should interest you folks. But still, Peter, can you tell us some about what's going to happen during this session at Build?
Sure. I would say ultimately the session is about how we at Microsoft are simplifying IoT. Azure IoT Central, hosted solution platform that you can use to build out the cloud side and the business side of your solution. But there are also complexities that happen on the devices side. And in this talk, we're going to be covering all of that and try to present kind of a cohesive picture of why we've got the best set of solutions to help you build out what you need to do to get business value from IoT.
So what should someone expect from the session?
So yeah, in this session, you're going to see a lot of demos of Azure IoT Central. You're also going to see how we can use the various other technologies in and around IoT Central to allow you to go faster and farther with your IoT solution and focus your efforts where you need to focus them, which is on the products you're building and on the business outcomes that you want to get.
Peter, you did a great job at tiptoeing around the topics you're not supposed to talk about. That's great. So guys, they should actually give you little hints that you should not miss this session. There's going to be big announcements at Build around IoT, and Peter will be actually presenting demos with some other folks around these new announcements. Announcements around devices, but also around IoT Central, right, Peter?
Absolutely. It's going to be a great talk. We're going to talk about a lot of really interesting things. I'm pretty sure anybody who's even slightly interested in IoT is going to be sad if they miss this.
Awesome. Thanks, Peter, for joining us remotely, and talk to you soon. We are here on the third floor of Building 40 in front of one of the kitchens, and some developers have been having fun here, as you can see. And we have Chandrika with us. Chandrika, thanks for joining us in between meetings.
Thanks for having me.
So Chandrika is the PM lead for Time Series Insights, and we will be co-presenting a session, right?
Yep.
And so this session will be about setting the stage for Azure IoT services in the context of an IoT application. You'll learn a lot about how you can, get data from devices, extract insights, take action. And I wanted Chandrika actually to tell us a bit more about what's going to happen around data in that session, right?
Yeah. IoT data is fairly complex to deal with, and a lot of it is time series. And we're providing with Time Series Insights the ability to bring data fairly easily into the cloud and be able to process that data, store that data, and analyze that data to provide value with scenarios like predictive maintenance, et cetera. So in the session, I will be going through some deep demos that will show you those capabilities, and we're super excited to be here.
And maybe you can actually, without spoiling the news, you can tell us about what's new. Actually, we have some bunch of things that are new to Time Series Insights, some that will be announced at Build that you don't talk today about. Yeah. But guys, you should be excited because
we're bringing value-add capabilities inside of Time Series Insights to provide industrial IoT-grade analytics with warm and cold storage capabilities and the ability to analyze that data in a seamless way inside a managed service.
So guys, if you're not in the IoT business today, well, you'd be surprised what your developer skills can do in an IoT application, especially if you're an expert in the data area. Come check out the session. Chandrika will have fantastic demos. I'm looking forward to see you there. Then we're going to check out someone else in the Xbox room. Thank you. So now let's go to that room where Pamela is actually working on something for Build. Hey, Pamela, how are you?
I am working on the MX chip lab at the Hackspace.
Are you really?
Yeah, I got Visual Studio Code open right now, and I'm awesome. Bring it.
Bring it on. Okay, Pamela, so let's get started. Okay, what is it that you were supposed to work on right now?
The hands-on labs for the Hackspace at Build. We're actually going to be running about 5 to 6 different labs where you can actually get hands-on time with the products and a bunch of different dev kits. And we have a bunch of engineers there to answer questions and come pick our brains.
So basically meet the Azure IoT engineering team, come play with the Azure IoT technology, and then, get to spend time with us, right?
Yes,
That's about it?
It's right next to the Starbucks cafe. So come and meet us at the IoT booth.
Get your coffee fix and then meet us at the booth.
We'll be wired.
And play with Azure IoT.
Yeah! Bring it!
Okay.
Yes.
I'll give you that one. So guys, if you're not excited about IoT at Build this year, I don't know what you need. We're doing our best here. So come and meet us. We'll be down there. We'll be presenting sessions. We'll be running labs on the Hackspace. We'll be presenting demos on the booth. And another last thing to convince you to come and see us. There's something wrong that's been inserted in this video today that if you find it, you come to one of us and you tell us what you think was wrong, apart from my accent or something, then eventually we'll give you an MX chip board to the first one who finds out.
Yeah, just approach Olivier or myself at the Hackspace booth.
Well, see you at Build. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Microsoft Build Live. My name's Amy Boyd and I'm actually joined by Lance and Anand who are from the Cognitive Services team. So in this session we're going to be talking about what's new with Cognitive Services. So my goodness, thank you very much for joining us. Can you tell us a bit about yourselves?
Go ahead, Anand.
Sure. My name is Anand and I lead the program management for Azure Cognitive Services platform. And I report to Lance.
And I'm Lance Olson, and I lead our applied AI efforts here at Microsoft, which includes cognitive services and Azure Search.
Nice, nice. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us online. We obviously have so many things with cognitive services going on, so we only have 15 minutes, unfortunately, so we're going to have to pick and choose a little bit between them. If anyone online has questions, please go to aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. Ask your questions there, and we can ask these guys while they're here with us. So yeah, aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. So let's get going when we've got enough time. Can you tell us a bit about what's going on? What should we focus on? What should we talk about?
Yeah, so there are a few big things. I think the first thing I want to call out is we added a new category. So we've had vision, language, speech, and search so far in cognitive services. But we've had a lot of demand for higher level capabilities that also provide recommendations and really action for customers. And so we've added a new category called decision.
Okay.
And the decision category, I've actually got a slide I brought with me here that kind of covers what we've got. But it has a personalizer, which is a new service that we've added, and also anomaly detector, which we added about a month ago, and then also content moderator.
So decision category, I guess that is more, we're talking about like action-based stuff, are we? And problem-solving type things?
Yeah, it's like the personalizer is a recommendation system that will basically look at a bunch of inputs for a given use case that you have, and it will tell you what are the things that you could present to your users that are most relevant to them and actually help them to get the best results and the best engagement with your application.
Nice, nice. And I mean, I think we have a demo, right, of the personalizer, and it
Yes.
seems to be really a hot topic here at
Yeah,
Build.
yeah. Let me.
So yeah, let's take a look at the demo on your device.
All right, let me jump in here. So I've got a couple things I wanted to show actually, demo-wise. So the first one is personalizer. So the way this works is actually, it uses reinforcement learning, which is a different kind of approach for machine learning, where you have a goal or an outcome that you want to achieve. In this case, it would be engagement. And then you have inputs, which are things like what you might know about the person that you're engaging with. Information might come from their profile or usage, or external information like the weather or something like that. You give it that information, and then it comes back and makes a set of recommendations to you for what you should do in your application. And then depending on how the user responds, you calculate a reward back to the service. Based on the reward, the service learns what is compelling and what's not compelling for any given person and optimizes the experience.
Nice.
So in this demo, I have a personalizer demo page. And I have a question here, which is show personalizer, or show a personalized article, and I can tweak some of the input parameters, like is it a work week, is it the morning, is it sunny or cloudy or rainy? And then you can see there's a timeout value here. And if I don't interact with this content at all, when the timeout value happens, it says a reward of 0 was sent to the personalizer because nobody interacted with the page. But now if I go ahead and do that again, and it recommends something. Here, if I grab the scroll bar and I start scrolling, you can see that the reward gets calculated. So maybe if I only scrolled halfway down, then the reward of a 0.5 might get sent to the model. If I scrolled all the way to the bottom, it would get a reward of 1. And it likes rewards. That's its favorite thing. And so it will do whatever it can to optimize for the reward. And I can change the values, and I can look at different things and ask for different recommendations. And one thing that I can also point out here is it also lets you control how much it explores versus uses the model that it's learned. So you want to balance, you want to dedicate some time to exploring. Exploring, in this case, would be trying new recommendations that it doesn't know if I want or not.
Okay.
But that's how it learns. So this service actually learns in real time. There's no extended model training offline and redeployment loop. The whole thing learns in real time, and it adapts to the real world around us. So as the world changes, the model changes dynamically and learns instantly. So that way, if you're doing recommendations and you're subject to changes in the world around you for your recommendations, it'll actually learn as those changes happen and be updated.
Nice. So, because reinforcement learning, right, is cutting edge stuff. Like, it's still in research almost. It is one of the harder problems to solve in the machine learning space.
Yeah, this was a joint project actually between our engineering team and our research team that specializes in reinforcement learning. And we had to do a whole project to all of the other deployments that we had to do before we built this service really required us to deploy a data scientist to tweak that model. And we were really able to advance the state of the art here by enabling developers to do reinforcement learning without having to go into the AI frameworks to make it possible.
Yeah, goodness me. And so, like, if as a developer, I literally query this with an API, just like all the other cognitive services?
Yeah, the way it works is you would basically just, as you're about ready to, if you have a mobile application or a web app, as you're about ready to show to your users what it is you want to display to them, you would call the personalizer service and you would send whatever information you think might be relevant to the decision, and it will come back with a list of what order it should present and which items to present. And then based on the interaction that the user does, you have a timeout value and in that timeout value, you then send the reward back to the service. And based on the reward it gets, it learns and optimizes and changes the behavior.
Nice, nice, very, very cool. And so this was the personalizer. You mentioned anomaly detection, and
there's one more in that category, which is the content moderator.
Oh, right, yes,
yeah. There's one other service I wanted to show that is in the vision category.
Oh, right.
And I know there's a ton of new stuff across all of these services, so I'm just trying to hit a couple key highlights. But the vision one is the form recognizer. And this one is one that we really built for people who are working with forms, with input forms of data, of information, where they might be today doing data entry and typing those forms or the values from those forms in. This service actually learns the forms and then gives you a JSON document representation of the forms.
Okay.
So for example, here I've got this Contoso form, or you could click on different forms and see the examples like AdventureWorks. And then what I can do is, and it would be hard to write a program that knows how to submit those. Like if you look at that address field, how does it know that 4000 Redmond, Washington is part of the address? There's nothing in the form to tell you that. So we had to train the service to actually learn patterns like that. And so now when I go look at the result that I get for that form, I can see all the values that came back. I can see the address. I can see the bounding box for where those items were, and get the information in a way that I can now work with it inside my application.
Nice.
So this is something that we think, we actually showed a demo of this earlier this week with Starbucks and Financial Fabric. And just in their case, this is something they said saves about 80 to 90% of the time that their analysts spend entering in data. Now they can spend that time actually focusing on the values of the data and the decisions that they want to make using the data with Form Recognizer.
I was going to say, because there's more paper-based stuff out there than we probably think. Like on a daily basis, how many times do you fill a form in, right?
Yeah.
Like it's all the time. So this is perfect. Yeah, take away that burden of kind of, data entry kind of stuff and all that. It's
and to use it, all you have to do is feed in 5 examples of the form. So you feed in 5 forms, it will learn the underlying form from those 5 examples and then give you an endpoint that you can then deploy in your application and use it directly.
Nice. 5 examples.
Yeah.
5. Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, that's incredible. That's really, really impressive. And so we've talked about personalizer. We've talked about form recognizer. So again, being able to, in both these cases, completely either bring in data, action on data, personalized data, all depending on the user, right? And you mentioned we've had sessions throughout Build with the cognitive services team. And Anand, you mentioned you've literally just had a session.
Yeah, I had a session on cognitive services for enterprises. So cognitive services, typically people have been thinking about just developers, right? So the last year we spent a lot of time and energy to make it enterprise grade. So we have the cognitive services, 17 of them GA in 25 regions, and available with various certifications, HIPAA compliance, and so on and so forth. So one of the areas I showcased at my session, so if you switch to this laptop, is cognitive services with Cosmos DB.
Okay.
So Cosmos DB made a large announcement at the Build, which is integration with native Spark. So am I on the screen? So
yeah, I was going to say, can we just take a quick look at Anand's laptop? There we go. We're looking for slides, is that right?
Yep. So this essentially shows the integration of cognitive services with the Cosmos DB and Spark. And what we did was, this is the Cosmos DB announcements. And then what we did was, we took the data from NASCAR. We partnered with Hendrick Motorsports. And then, so what I'm going to switch here and showcase is a notebook. This is Cosmos DB notebook.
Okay.
And this is the kind of the end-to-end flow, right? We took the data from Texas Motor Speedway from the race. We ingested them into Cosmos DB. So we got all the goodness of Cosmos DB, the globally distribution and all those. With the Spark integration, so we were able to build this and integrate with our cognitive services such as anomaly detector, which is a new category, speech to text, and so on and so forth. So let me quickly run through this.
Yeah.
This is, as I mentioned, this is the data from the Texas AAA 500 telemetry data. So when you ingest them, and when I So you can see here, I'm just going to run a notebook so you can see the race positioning, if it works. I heard we have had some snafus with the live demos here. So.
Indeed. Let's fingers crossed. There we go.
Yeah, so give me 1 second. So I'll give one more try.
So just a quick one. This actual screen is not just Jupyter Notebooks, right? You've gone via the Azure portal, is it, and Cosmos DB, and then you've been able to have a notebook in Cosmos DB.
This is Jupyter Hub in Cosmos DB.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah. So everything is here. I was trying to show you the race positioning. Let me do one more try. And what I was planning to show was the race track and how things were going. And I have this notebook run. So you can see things like brake time, throttle time. This is important for the drivers to understand, right? As the race is happening, this is real-time data that is being ingested.
Right.
Really want to understand. And with the goodness of Spark, so you can things like, so let me see if you can feed the anomaly here. So the live demo is not working. What you would have seen is a bunch of anomalies.
Right.
And then if you zoom in to see, this is time series data, what's happening. This is beginning of this car crashing in this case for this anomaly. So that's what we showcased the whole thing today. And we were able to get the data from the speech because when the drivers are speaking, it feels like it's going through like 10 different walkie-talkies.
Right.
And we were able to parse using speech to text.
Right.
And then get that information back. So all of this happening in real time with global distribution of Cosmos DB and Cognitive Services and Spark.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because I guess everyone kind of, as well as like, oh, well, how quick is the API call, right? Because if you have to call out to an API, you are going to have a bit of web traffic going on. So in that case, with real-time data, and those guys need it really fast, right? Was that containerized, or was that on, like, did you use it locally, or was that calling off to the APIs?
In this case, we just call the real-time API for the demo purposes, but I think that's a great point. I think with us containerizing, we announced 10 containers in preview, including speech as a container in build, anomaly detector, forms recognizer. All of these are containerized. So absolutely, Hendrik Motorsport should be able to use this in Azure Stack at the racetrack. So that's the whole idea.
Yeah, nice. I was going to say, I saw on your blog post, if anyone wants to see all of the details about the cognitive services, if you go to aka.ms, Cog Services, SVC update, you can actually see that full blog post, and there is all sorts in there. It took me quite a while to read through it, really, and go through some of the links. But all of these things were listed: containers, personalizer. We've got the handwriting stuff along with the form stuff. It's really coming together. I mean, in the last in the last minute or so, kind of, what's next? What's the vision?
Well, what we're trying to do here is just continue to take innovations that are not available to developers and make them easier, make them more approachable, and make them accessible to developers so that you don't have to go deep into the machine learning frameworks in order to get advanced techniques actually and put them right into your application. And that's one of the key areas that we're focused on across these services.
Nice, nice. Well, we are up on time. Thank you so much for joining us. If only we could have had longer to talk about all the different things that are happening. For everyone who's here at Build and online, Anand and Lance both have sessions at Build. Please watch them on Catch Up or attend in person. Thank you very much for your time. This has been What's New with Azure Cognitive Services at Microsoft Build Live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excited about this one. Where are we?
Well, we're at Indie Chocolate, the home of chocolate here in Seattle, and only a 7-minute drive from the convention center. And I hear that they have an amazing workshop set up for us. You want to get some chocolate?
Yes, please. Let's go right now.
Let's go. As soon as we made it, we're here inside the beautiful Pike Place Marketfront on Western Avenue. We're ready to try some chocolate, I hear.
I'm so excited. I love hot chocolate so much. So we are actually here with Erin, the founder of Indie Chocolate.
Yes, welcome to Indie Chocolate.
And can you tell us a little bit about the business?
Yep, we started with body care. We're the only body care company that sprouted a chocolate factory and a cafe.
That's awesome.
But we love to play in chocolate, and you can find the way we play in mixology kits and lotions and teas and spice rubs in all kinds of fun ways. So let's get you a a little taste of what that looks like
Yeah.
and a little sip of what that looks like
I'm
as
very
well.
excited.
Awesome.
Great.
Do it.
All right, James, so we're at Pike Place Market. I'm actually a huge fan of carbs. I don't know about you, so I think I'm ready for a palate cleanser. Do you like carbs?
I love carbs. I love bread. We're at La Panier. Let's go do it.
Let's do it.
Now, Suze, welcome to my Sunday in Seattle. Every single Sunday, I go get some fresh produce and then come right here to La Panier to get an Americano and a baguette.
So this is one of your favorite places,
It truly
personally.
is. Yes, I love it.
Awesome. And so I can see some macarons here as well. This is Laura, the general manager of this place. So can you tell us a little bit about your macarons?
We sell more than 10,000 a week of our lovely macarons.
That's a lot of macarons.
Right? The bakery was started in 1983 by a Frenchman who missed his daily baguette, as you do. And part of our original team who started the bakery are still here and owning and operating the place. 600 pounds of butter a week for our slow season. 600 pounds of sugar a week.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of carbs. I'm pretty into this place, I think.
I'm into it. So if you need your carbs, head to La Panier and get some.
Cheers.
This week's Xamarin Essential API of the Week, we take a look at the Map API to launch users directly into a map point or to start navigation on their device. Welcome back, everyone, to another Xamarin Essential API of the Week. Today, we're going to take a look at Maps, which is enabling developers, such as yourself, to open the default Maps application. Now, you can do it to a specific point on the map, or you can start navigation, like walking, driving, transit, all sorts of different things to launch Google Maps, Apple Maps, or Bing Maps, or whatever Maps application your user has. So let's head over to Visual Studio and see how to do it. Now, of course, I always recommend going to docs.microsoft.com and tap on the Xamarin Essential API documentation. And when you go there, you're going to find every single API guide for every feature inside of Xamarin Essentials. So whether you're using Launcher, Main Thread, Open Browser, Maps, there it is. Now, to get started, of course, we're going to take a look at the Maps API. And it's really, really simple. Of course, we're going to start by using Xamarin Essentials over here, and you can even copy and paste the code. And then we can see the different types of information that we're going to need to pass into the Open Map app call to launch the Map app. So for instance, here we can launch it by passing in a location, or we can do it by passing a place mark, so a location on the map. So let's head over to Visual Studio and take a look here. So here's my Essential sample application that I've been using as part of the Essential API of the Week. I have my Android, iOS, and .NET Standard project, and I've installed Xamarin Essentials into all of them. I also followed the Getting Started guide, and in my main application of my Android app, I've added a little bit of setup code for permissions and also a way to initialize Xamarin Forms. That's all I needed to do. So we're going to enable our users to enter the latitude and longitude and optionally a name to launch the Maps application. So here on the Maps page, I have a simple entry for the name, an entry for the latitude and the longitude. Now I've also put some defaults here, which are the Space Needle in downtown Seattle. And then I also have a button that, when clicked, will execute a way of opening up the Maps app. Now if I go into the code behind, I haven't done much. All I've done is done a little bit of try parsing to get strings into doubles that we'll use for the latitude and longitude. So the first thing we're going to do is go using Xamarin.Essentials to bring in all of those APIs. Then down here, once we have our latitude and longitude, we can just simply type in map dot, and we see open async. Now inside of open async, we'll notice, if I go ahead and zoom in for us here, that we can pass in a location, a place mark, or lat or a longitude right here. Now what's nice is that I have the option to not only do those different parameters, but also these map launch options. So let's go ahead and just say lat long, and we'll see that it'll default to the latitude, longitude, and these map options. So I'll go ahead and create a new map launch option so we can take a look and see what's inside. By default, we have a name and a navigation mode. So for name, I'm going to do entry name.text, so whatever we enter. And then navigation mode, gives us the option of cycling, default, driving, none at all, transit, or walking. So let's just open it up and say none. Just don't put it in a navigation mode at all. I just want to launch to that point on the map. Now this is an async call, so we'll go ahead and await it, and we'll go ahead and put an async flag on top of here. And there we go. With just a few lines of code, we should be able to launch our map application from the code right here. So let's go ahead and relaunch it over on our Android device where I have Google Maps installed. There we go. So we'll give it a few seconds to recompile and then get it up on the screen. Here we go. We've launched, so I can go into my map section. Here, I will go ahead and type in Space Needle. I can see my latitude and longitude there, and then I'll say Open Coordinates. Now, I have multiple applications installed, so I'm going to go ahead and select Google Maps and go ahead, and just with that one click, boom, it go ahead, opens up Google Maps, and we can see that it even says Space Needle right there on top of it. Now, since I had put it in no navigation mode, we can say I have the option to do directions, sharing, or save to that specific point. Now, at the same time, what I'm able to do is say, you know what, I really want that to be driving as the default. So now, if I go ahead and relaunch this application, or maybe I want to have my user navigate to an office or to some structure or to somewhere in downtown Seattle, for instance, they'll go ahead and start navigating directly. So let's go ahead and see this now into Maps. I'll say Open Coordinates, just open it up by default here. It'll say, welcome to navigation. It's finding the best route from me automatically, and boom. I've launched directly into Maps, and I'm navigating from beautiful Building 25 in Redmond, Washington, all the way downtown. And as we can see, I may decide to take the 520 and pay a toll, or take the 90, even though it's 4 minutes slower, or take the 420 to save a few dollars. There you have it. In just a few lines of code, we've integrated Xamarin Essentials into our app and the Map API to, guess what, launch a map. Hope that you enjoyed this video. Check out all the documentation to not only launch it with these latitude and longitude, but also the place mark for a direct location with an address. And check out all the other videos in the Xamarin Essentials API of the week. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Hello and welcome back to Microsoft Build Live. My name is Seth Juarez, and we're here with some of my favorite people that work on some of my favorite things. And I'm not just saying this because I say it to everybody. I really mean it this time.
We believe you.
Yeah, okay. So I have here with me Shivani and David. Before I get started, remember, this is for you, or I will literally hog all of their time. If you go to #MSBuild and put questions in there, you will get them to these good folks. And then if you go to aka.ms/Microsoft Build Live, we want your questions, or I will literally hog all their time. They literally haven't even started the clock for me, which means I can go on forever this time. I'm really excited. So Shivani and David, why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us what you do?
Sure. I'm Shivani Patel. I work on the machine learning platform team, and I'm a program manager that works in MLOps.
Fantastic.
I'm David Ronchek. I also work on the machine learning platform team, and I lead open source machine learning strategy and MLOps.
For those of you that don't know, I went to school for machine learning, and I love working with these people. I work with David a lot already, and I'm excited to work with you. We're talking about MLOps, and it sounds like DevOps. Can you give us a 10,000-foot view of what this even means, David?
Yeah, you're off to the right path to start. The reality is today, you might hear about great news about new machine learning models, techniques, things like that, and you do see that. You see the industry moving forward extremely quickly. But the reality is the biggest challenge is taking those models and moving them into production where they actually are starting to solve real business problems. So just like DevOps did 10, 20 years ago, and where you might base everything off Git, a single code repository, you now are doing the same thing around machine learning. You check your models into your Git repo, and then you execute a build pipeline that takes that model all the way through to production, along the way testing, validating, unit testing, and rolling out in a programmatic way.
So when people are talking about AI, though, and you say models, it's like this nebulous robot brain thing that's very squishy. is this like an actual file or something? I mean, what is it that we're actually moving through the process? Is there code? Is there magic?
Yeah, you know, you're not far off. It's a directory full of lots of weights that your system is going to use, so that when you come in and say, here's a picture, what do I do with this picture? The system is going to look inside the directory and grab the information and give you a response back.
So it sounds like there is a thing that comes out of the whole machine learning process. Let's just say it's a file of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
This needs to be treated as an asset and then put into some kind of DevOps-y type thing.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And not just that file. You want every aspect, not just the file that goes all the way through, but you need to record and audit how you built that file so that you can always go back and reliably reproduce exactly what you created.
And I've heard that with machine learning, it's a little bit different, right? Because before you'd type in some code and then stuff would come out. But now you have the marriage of data and code building some extra thing that now needs to come out, and that needs to be traced somehow. What are we doing to help developers do this for their models?
Great. So for the audit trail, we're going to be able to visualize and see a full digital audit trail from the beginning of the creation. So, you know, creating your training scripts, which data set you're using, and then being able to track that in the model that you've created and when it's being deployed out. So you have that full visibility to see, okay, this model's not functioning great. What aspects cause this issue?
I see. So this audit trail to me is super interesting because, like, what is involved with the audit? What are we auditing? What is it that people are seeing when they're, because again, like the way I understand it is I build this script, the data comes in, something comes out, but then there's like a little bit of a squirreliness. What is it that I'm auditing, and how is it getting to the end of the row?
So what you're going to see is, let's say you do an experiment run. It'll give this view. You'll do like a run list, and you'll be able to see which branch, where that code lies of that actual training script.
See.
So you'll get a full view. Like let's say you use a Jupyter Notebook. That cell will give a nice view of the actual branch, and then down all the way to what environment you also did your training on, as well as all the packages that you use. So you have visibility every single time that you run this model.
And this is crazy, right? Because I once had to do something for a researcher at MSR. They're like, here's my code. I need to put this into production. And I was like, this is running like PyTorch 0.2, and I'm running on a Windows box. It doesn't even work on Linux. How do I even do this? Give us a high-level overview of how data scientists should think about the ML ops process.
Yeah, it's a really interesting problem, and you might have heard the term reproducibility or reproducibility crisis, and this is exactly what we're trying to solve for here. Today, a data scientist might go to their machine, whip open Jupyter or Python packaging or so on, and do a bunch of installations on their laptop or their custom rig, and then once they get a model, once they get that file, that package, they throw it over the wall to machine learning engineer. The reality is that's a big problem, because then all that reproducibility and exactly how they built it is gone.
Right.
What you want to do, what a data scientist should do, is check that code into Git, and then Git fires off an entire pipeline. And thanks to Azure Machine Learning, we've built a whole bunch of services that now make that auditing and validation and so on much, much easier.
So let's talk about Azure Machine Learning Service, because now that I'm getting a picture of, like, there's my code, there's this trail of stuff, you know, like you're used to seeing in DevOps. But like I said, when we did this stuff before, someone would email me a zip file with like a protobuf file, which is, needless to say, what we did in the 90s as programmers, right? And so now we're trying to upgrade this. How does Azure Machine Learning Service in general help with the ML ops story? And then are we doing more beyond that? Because as a programmer, I'm used to using like Azure pipelines, for example. So let's start with the Azure Machine Learning Service bit.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Today, with all the announcements that we have here at Build, we have a number of services that are designed to help with each stage of the ML ops process. So we have a model management service, we have ties into Git, we have a validation service, we have a rollout service, all these various things. And you as a data scientist can pick and choose whatever Azure Machine Learning services you'd like. If you already have a great deployment service, great, continue to use it. But over the top of that, we integrate with the Azure Machine Learning extension, Azure DevOps. And so now that DevOps pipeline that developers are already familiar with can now execute in a first-class way an ML ops pipeline.
That's awesome. So I want to dive into that a little bit more, obviously. But before we do that, let me see if I have some clarity into Azure Machine Learning Service, because it felt like it was a buffet of things you can use. You don't have to, and we want you to, obviously. But Can you tell us what items are on the menu, so to speak, and how people can take advantage of it?
So there's probably more than the 15 minutes we have here to talk about. But that said, some of the ones that we really want to highlight right now are our model management service, which is a brand new, it's actually been out for quite some time. It GA'd in December, but we've added a number of event-driven things right now. So you check your model in, and we can programmatically compare it with previous versions of your model, make it available for download and deployment and things like that. We have a brand new Azure Machine Learning validation service.
Oh,
so
that's
you
cool.
check your model in, we can validate it and make sure it's healthy and ready to go. We have a profiling service, so we can look at your model and say, oh, this needs GPUs, this needs CPUs, and so on. And then we've done a number of things around deployment as well. There's lots more. You should go and check out all our docs. But this is all tied together with the Azure Machine Learning extension.
Awesome. So let's talk about that extension or the Azure pipeline stuff that I saw a little bit of it and I was super impressed. Why don't you describe what it is that you can do with it?
Okay, sure. I'll talk a little bit about the extension first. So basically, it's just a machine learning extension that you can install in Azure DevOps Project. And what it'll do is it'll scope down your resources down to your Azure Machine Learning workspace. So all your experiments, your compute, your deployments, you can be tracked to that specific workspace as you work on the project in Azure DevOps. And so another great thing about the extension is that it also triggers release pipelines when you register a model with Azure Machine Learning. So you register that model anywhere, kick off a deployment pipeline, which will basically package your model and deploy it out into production.
That's awesome. So you mentioned this concept of a workspace. For those that don't know what that is, this is the first time you've said this. What is a workspace?
It's essentially just a top-level resource of your project.
I see.
And so it just manages all the bits and pieces, so the assets, artifacts that you're creating throughout your entire machine learning lifecycle,
I see.
and tracks all of those.
And that's part of the Azure Machine Learning service?
Yes.
Okay, so you create a workspace there.
Yep.
You have your stuff in there if you want, and then you're able to actually automate your code and your deployments and your stuff from Azure pipelines. Is that right?
Exactly. And then you can track each of those pieces and where they're going without even, having to manage it in your DevOps. You just have to run through that. As long as you're connected, you'll see it in your Azure portal.
So tell us a little bit about what that tracking means, because I mean, when we're talking about code, it's pretty clear what we're tracking, right?
Right.
There's this code, and it changed from here to here, and then there was this assembly if you're using .NET, or a jar file if you're using Java, or whatever, some binary if you're using C or C++, and you know that that's the artifact that was produced. Like, what is it that we're tracking in the machine learning pipeline, and then how is Azure helping? Because I want to make sure there's some clarity with that.
Right, and as you mentioned, you have, with machine learning scenarios, you have data and models, and those are the two artifacts that you need to be able to manage and track throughout your process, because you're updating and changing those just like regular software code.
Sure.
So what we're doing with Azure Machine Learning Service is that, let's say every time you create an experiment, it'll track that experiment, and like I said, give you the ability to see that experiment run and the code that's in it, and where it's being trained, as well as what data set's being used there, because you want to be able to track data, as I
see.
mentioned.
And for a developer, just not to interrupt, but what does the experiment mean? Because I'm used to writing code, and then the thing comes out, and I'm like, maybe it's an experiment, but because Seth, this code will never work, but let's try it, right? But I feel like experiment means something different for a data scientist.
It's basically just running a training script.
I see.
It's exactly that.
With
So
different
taking your different
parameter-
data. Yeah.
I see.
So every time you have new data, run it over and over and over to kind of train it and see an initial model.
I see. That's why I think data scientists are mostly spending their time with their doors closed under the desk crying, because they're trying a lot of stuff. Because nobody
Absolutely.
knows when you start if this thing is even going to work,
Right.
and you just try multiple different things for the same project. Is that right?
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
right. Okay, cool. David?
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. For the listeners out there, I'm sure that most folks know this, but the term you might hear a lot is what's called a hyperparameter. So with a standard program right now, you might launch it. You can imagine going to your command and running something, and you might have a parameter. In data science, there's a concept called a hyperparameter.
It's like an excited one.
Very excited.
Yeah, very excited parameter.
This is some of the essence of what makes how you train a machine learning model. So you might say, well, this number of epochs and this batch size and this learning rate and things like that. And that's where there's really no guidance today. That's why data scientists are sitting there crying, because they're trying everything under the sun in order to do this. And so it's not just enough to build your model, to build a structure. You actually have to explore and experiment in an entire space.
I see.
And so you want to track all those things in the exact same way that you track your code, just like in addition to that, we also have some brand new announcements around data sets and checkpointing. So you can checkpoint your data as well, which gives you one more thing to audit.
I see. So if I'm understanding this a little bit better, like usually when I write code, I try a bunch of things and then I check it in. But what's happening is in data science, when we're trying a bunch of things, we need to keep track of those trying a bunch of things first.
Absolutely.
Which is something we don't do as regular programmers. We just check it in when we think it works,
Yeah.
right? And then it goes there. But we want to actually check in all the little different things. We tried with hyperparameters, you mentioned learning rate, epoch, whatever, or even model selection problems, which is what do I even choose? And so that's what you're tracking inside of Azure Machine Learning Service, or is it happening in Azure Pipelines, or is it both?
So it is Azure Machine Learning Service does the tracking across this automatically for you. So you don't even have to think about it. We record your hyperparameters, we record the code that you did, and the checkpointing on the data as well. And those three together are what really build an ML solution.
So how does that attach to Azure Pipelines then? Is that just like a service that just anytime something's checked in, stuff happens?
So are you referring to Azure Pipelines or Azure Machine Learning Pipelines?
Azure Machine. Well, is there two of them? Why don't you describe both?
Yes. So the Azure Pipelines is a Azure DevOps concept. So you're basically running stages in Azure Pipelines.
I see.
So that is DevOps centric. So now the Azure Machine Learning Pipelines basically can take your experiment and turn it into a reproducible format. So every time you have new data, you don't have to create this new experiment. You'll just ingest that data and run that experiment over and over for different, let's say, categories or different stores that you have.
I see. So Azure Machine Learning Service Pipelines is about the steps inside of machine learning.
Exactly.
Azure Pipelines is about the steps when I check new code in and I want something to happen. Or, for example, an event happens and I want something else to. It's like an orchestrator between it. Is that a fair?
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can run these Azure Machine Learning Pipelines in an Azure Pipelines, which gets a little confusing. But you can basically treat the Azure Pipelines as kind of like the father, the orchestrator of all of it.
And this brings up a good point because there's a question that's coming. If I don't use Azure DevOps, what other ways can I use ML Ops? And you're saying, yes.
Well, so ML Ops is a philosophy,
Yeah.
not a product. It's how do you tie all these components together? And the reality is that a ML engineer or a data scientist will often have many different pipelines that they will string together. They'll have a data pipeline, they'll have a training pipeline, a packaging pipeline, a rollout pipeline. Those could all be part of one pipeline, or they could be independent pipelines based on whatever the needs are of an organization. So if you use an open source CI/CD system, you might orchestrate those together. If you have something that you use on-prem to do your data prep or something in the cloud to do this, you're totally fine. And to be clear, we have released as part of our open source machine learning GitHub repo an entire set of open source pipelines that you can download and you can use with Azure DevOps, or because they're all YAML, they're quite easy to convert to the CI/CD system of your choice.
That's awesome. So we have about a minute left. Where can people go to find out more about this, and what should they check out first? Let's just say there's a budding data scientist out there that's like, I want to try this stuff. What should they look at first? How can they get started? What do you think?
I think you should get started with aka.ms/MLOps, and they have these examples that you can walk through step by step, so you can understand, what are pipelines, what do they do, and how can it help me?
Fantastic. What about you, bud?
And in addition to that, I would just add, definitely go there first, but we have a great blog that walks through all this with all the various steps. And thanks to our amazing doc team, over the next week or so, we're going to have more than 20 different documents coming out to talk about the different steps about the MLOps philosophy.
Amazing. I'm excited. I can't wait for the time where I literally can type code in, check it in, and run these experiments, because it usually took a long time, and having this automated is absolutely wonderful. Are we ready for Christina over there? Is she out there? Looks like we have Christina out on the floor. Let's send it over to her. How you doing, Christina?
All right, welcome back to Build Live. I'm Christina Warren, and we are in the hub, and we're at the IoT Center, right? Is that what this is called?
Right, yeah. This is the Hangout Zone. This is the Pop-Ups area.
Pop-Ups area. Okay, so this is Jenny Morgan. She is one of our event coordinators, and this is Suze Chen, who's also on our team, and this is Paul DiCarlo, who's going to be showing us a really cool demo in a little bit. So tell me a little bit. So this pop-up area.
Yes.
So these are different things every day?
Yes. So the Hangout Zone has lightning talks, demo stations, and then these pop-ups areas. So basically, yesterday was a bunch of different pop-ups and meetups with Tanya from our team, as well as some of our LEAP and Gleam volunteers. Today is IoT Day, and then tomorrow is going to be the Living Computers Museum, which is going to be a really cool place to play with retro games and stuff like that.
Which is a great segue that we'll get to in a little bit. But Suze, tell us a little bit about what is happening at these IoT pop-up stations.
Yeah, okay, so we have Paul here, who's going to showcase our demo, his demo, on the translation for his game. So over to you, Paul.
Sure, so this is a pretty cool demo that we set up like last week to translate retro video games using so Cognitive Services. You guys know the service that's in the cloud where you can like do all the cool AI as a service stuff. It's a container now. You can pull it down, run it locally, get all those features on your device, and why not combine that with that awesome Azure IoT Edge product, and then we can go ahead and build something where we can translate live video games using Cognitive Services.
So this was so cool. When you were talking to me about this earlier, I'm just like blown away with this. So you took RetroArch, right, which is like an open source game emulation system, right?
Yes, a front end for a bunch of emulators, yeah.
And you were able to basically build in this cognitive service-based plugin that will translate text that's on a screen in a video game in not that long. It takes a couple seconds.
6 seconds or so. Just depends on the Wi-Fi that we're kind of getting here today. But any of the target languages that you can translate to with the text translation service in Azure. So there's many. You can translate to Klingon, Japanese, Korean, French, as we've got demoed here.
So, yeah, let's take a look, and then I'm going to ask you some more questions about how this actually works, because I'm actually interested in what you're actually doing. But let's show us, give us a little bit of a demo showing us what's going on.
Here's a quick demo. This is a favorite I'm sure everyone's familiar with, The Legend of Zelda for Super Nintendo. And you'll see here I've got a translated screenshot here of one of the game screens that's showing it in French. And so the way that I do this, we actually mount this to a button press on this Xbox controller here, and once I push that, that's going to go ahead and take a screenshot that you can see there. And because I've got this configured in Azure currently to translate to French, it's going to pull that down, and you'll see there we go. I've got myself a live translation of my game. And so this is great because, you think about this, the inspiration. I was in Japan recently, and got all these Japanese games, and I just don't know how I'm going to play them without the assistance of something like this.
No, this is so incredibly cool, and I know that there's some other cool demos that are going on too, but, I mean, so what you're doing, because what I love about this is you were able to, I didn't realize that our machine learning, like language transfer stuff was good enough that it could OCR off of a screenshot.
Yes, and it's really amazing. Actually, you just pull it down, and it basically runs almost exactly like the way you would interact with it in Azure. So it exposes itself on a port that you set up. You make the same exact web request that you would to the Azure service, except you're not going all the way up to Azure. It's just right there. So you just get it right there on the device, which makes for some really cool scenarios. Like if you want to, this is but one way to do it, but imagine how you could supercharge a lot of different IoT solutions by bringing the AI down to the device instead of going up to the cloud for it.
No, I mean, you're exactly right. And I mean, what I love about this is it kind of shows in a way that we can all kind of, think, what would it be cool if I had like a Japanese video game and I could see it in my language? Or maybe I speak a different language and I want to have that translated. And the fact that you can do that, gives it like a real world example that we don't often see. Sometimes it's like esoteric. Oh, I'm translating, like my business files. Okay, cool. But like this, I'm actually saying, oh, this can be used in a lot of use cases. And like you said, you're able to do it both like on the edge and the same way you would do things on the cloud.
Absolutely. So if you're familiar with the way to do it now's the time to bring it into your solutions that you might have deployed, in a factory or what have you. But of course, what I'm most excited about here is that we're really enabling a whole library of video games in this case here that some people just might not have had accessibility to because we're able to unlock that with localized AI with the power of these cognitive services containers.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Let me ask you this. If somebody was wanting to get started with IoT stuff, you've been doing a lot of this sort of kind of hacking around. What would you suggest that people do if they're wanting to get started either with cognitive services or with IoT on edge? Like, what's kind of your advice?
Well, the first thing is like the hello world for IoT is blink the light. But once you've gotten there, it's no different if you want to strap on some sensor to calculate something or gather telemetry for something. Just figure out what it is you actually want to capture. Blink the light first, then learn how you connect those sensors up. And then a lot of the documentation that we have out there on Azure, if you're looking to connect devices, it's really easy to go ahead and get started. And that doesn't matter what your use case is. If you're wanting to build something that maybe we haven't seen before, the docs are good enough to kind of get you started on that runway. So I would say check out some of the documentation for IoT Edge or any of our other IoT products that we have in Azure.
Very cool, very cool. And how has this been a hit today?
so far? Completely. And the fact that everything is near each other, so I mean, the whole audience is just really absorbing this area. So I love it. I love it. So, so tomorrow we're going to have the Living Computer Museum. So, have any of you been to the Living Computer? Yeah. Yes. Have you been there?
I haven't been. I brought my floppies, but I'm waiting for them to bring the machines so we can run some of the games that'll be on those discs tomorrow as well.
Yeah, no, if you're ever in the Seattle area, the Living Computer Museum is like amazing. It's just like the coolest retro computing place ever. And what I love about this is it was like bringing the two worlds together. Like you've got like your latest, most cutting edge technology, and right, Susan, like also you were doing it with stuff that we played like 20 years ago or more than that. But right. We're getting old. We don't want to think about how long it's been. That's really cool. What other types of IoT demonstrations do we have set up?
So we've got some cool stuff like just behind me here. We've got Sapy Designs from Houston, Texas. They've got this really awesome glove here that can detect AC current. So this is actually used like in industrial fields here. They put this in the vicinity and it can actually start to monitor and show you exactly what's happening. So you can see there's a graph there that's showing that they're in the midst of an AC electric field. And so this was created for one of their partners, one of their factory partners, and is actually going to be deployed potentially in the field using their own custom Azure certified devices. So they actually built and manufactured these devices in-house, brought them all the way out here and are showing off their really awesome use cases for using their custom fabricated chips.
See, and I love that, right? Because again, it's like showing a real world use case where they needed something, they're actually fabricating their chips, and like this is solving a real business problem. So this is awesome. This is so cool. This is really useful. I love this. So if you're around Build today, be sure to check out both of these areas. But also, Paul, are you going to have this up on GitHub so that if people wanted to play around with this, they could? Or what are you going to do with this?
This is on GitHub right now. It is fully reproducible. So I post under the name Toolbox. So if you want to find me on GitHub, you can see it there. Or just come down here. Like, we'd love to join in on a game, you know? And it doesn't really matter where you're from. We can translate it to your language and accommodate. We're accessible over here.
I love it. It's so good. What's been your favorite game so far that you've translated?
Sometimes I just laugh at some of the translations that it comes up with, even though, like, because they're just so literal. Like Street Fighter, we get Kaye Fighter, or Streets of Rage, you get Rue de Rage, you know, if you're translating it to French. And I like turning Tetris into Russian because it just made it seem more authentic that way.
I mean, it really is, right? I mean, that's like, that and Microsoft Solitaire are like the two biggest time wasters of all time. Like, more productivity has been lost with those games than anything. And I love like converting it back to its classicness. But you know what's great about Tetris? Even if you turn it into Russian, like you still know how to play.
You can still play.
Like that's still the great thing.
And we had a guy from Ukraine pop in, and he verified that those translations were spot on. So we did get some validation.
All right, verified by somebody who would know. Very, very good stuff. How long did it take you to put this together?
About a week worth of development. I've kind of had the idea for a while, and I actually was trying to do something different. I wanted to do like facial detection and detect, you know, when you get mad when you fall down the hole in Mario or something like that. And when I was shopping for the containers, I saw, oh, there's extract text. So I'd already, this idea has been going around for a while. I said, that's the way to unlock that ability and unlock, you know, potentially playing games in a variety of different languages. And you know, really, I mean, these cognitive services, and when you think about using them just for this use case, we can translate anything, books, you know, subtitles for movies.
I was actually going to say, subtitles for movies, if it doesn't have them already built in, you could now do that. And now with some of our speech APIs, too, that does the automatic translation stuff, there's opportunities in that, too, even with voice text. So this is really awesome. All right, so that does it for us. But if you're around, be sure to check this area out. Follow Paul on Toolbox on GitHub to see all this stuff. And we will see you later.
Cool. Thank you, Christina, and welcome back to the MS Build Live stage. I am Damien Brady. I'm joined today by Matteo Collina. Matteo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Damien.
Awesome. So, Matteo, you are one of the maintainers of Fastify.js, correct?
Yes.
But you're also one of the co-organizers of NodeConf EU, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a node-based conference based in
Europe, Ireland.
In Ireland?
Yes, it's organized by the company I work for, Nearform. We are a Node.js professional services company. We help companies build, deploy, manage whatever JavaScript application, both on the front end and on the back end.
Right. So the point is that you know Node, right? You are.
Yeah, I'm part of the Node.js technical steering committee as well. So
okay.
So yeah,
All right.
I know Node pretty.
Yep, awesome. So you are one of the maintainers of a tool called Fastify, or a framework called Fastify.js, right? For those of us who don't know, I'm not huge in the JavaScript community. I do a little bit, but I don't do a lot. What is Fastify?
Okay, so at some point some years ago, I was getting a little bit frustrated on the status of the frameworks in Node.js and of the web frameworks in Node.js. I didn't see much innovation happening in that space anymore. That space, if you know Node, you probably have used Express, and Express dominates the ecosystem. But I didn't see much innovation happening anymore in that regard. In fact, Express has been stable for such a long time. And so I started to think about what were the major things that wanted to do differently and want to innovate. And I wanted to see a better use of the new language primitives that were introduced in the JavaScript language, from async await, promises, TypeScript support, great TypeScript support, and all those things that developers use these days. On top of that, I really want to provide a better performance out of the tool. I wanted to create a framework that was a zero-cost abstraction. And in order to do this, I had another goal. And I wanted to create building. I don't know if you ever tried to build a framework, an HTTP framework. Don't do this. Okay, I've done it. Don't do it. Like, it's an impressive journey. It's super hard. There's a lot of things to consider. It took the framework is 3 years old, and it took us more or less 2 years before becoming like production grade. And the reason why we were able to do this was because we focused on community first.
Okay.
So we started building a maintainers community from day zero. So I started working on this thing together with a friend of mine called Thomas Della Vedova, and basically when we had 0 lines of code. So essentially, I really wanted to do it, but my first goal was, can I convince somebody else to do it with me?
Okay.
And that's how right now I think we have 11 active contributors on the framework.
I was going to ask. So it is an open source framework.
It's an open source framework with an open community. It's very easy to contribute to the framework. Mm-hmm. We are very friendly in reviewing your code. We are also very strict, so there's a lot of iteration on the pull requests. But these enable us to keep the same level and the same high quality level that we have in all the frameworks. So.
And that was kind of a key guiding principle, right? Was to be able to enable the community to contribute
in
a meaningful way, without impacting the performance and the quality of what
exactly.
was there.
And this is why the CI infrastructure and the CI pipeline was super important.
Yeah.
Also, Fastify is a great user experience and developer experience out of the box. So all of that together means that I wanted to have a great user experience, but also a great way of developing the frameworks itself. So,
of course. So let's talk about that a little bit, the build and CI process and so on, because if you have these two potentially competing aims, you have the ability for anybody to contribute, but you still want to maintain that quality. You don't want contributors to submit code that is going to break something unexpected. This is where a good CI pipeline comes in.
So one of the hardest thing for us has been to provide an environment where developers using whatever machines that I am a very Unix person. So I code on VI, I use Tmax, and I don't care essentially.
Yeah,
and
right.
This is whatever. Like, I'm oblivious to a lot of other things that are happening in the developer community, to say in that regard. Been using those tools forever. But a lot of other people are not friendly tools. The tools that I use are not friendly tools.
No.
I
would not be using Vim or VI.
I know, but you should.
I tried once, but I couldn't close
you probably
it, so
still
that machine,
you probably haven't exited yet.
Yeah, no, the machine's open in my desk at home. I can't get rid of it. Yeah.
So essentially, it's one of the things was providing a really good developer. A really good way for developer using Mac, Linux, and Windows to contribute to the framework itself.
Yep.
The reason is we had some problems in the past that things were not really working on Windows. And that was a very big problem and very frustrating for our users as well. So in order to address those, we had to add to test everything also on Windows. On top of that, we also wanted to test everything on Yarn, because I don't know if you know about the Node ecosystem. There is NPM, which is the default package manager, but you can also use a thing called Yarn, which is also very popular in the React community, especially. So that Yarn, but is slightly different. So we wanted to make sure that our setup was also work complete, 100% working with Yarn.
So that means that every single time somebody submits code, you need to make sure it works on Windows and Linux and Mac,
yes,
and Yarn and NPM.
On 4 different versions of Node on all of those.
On 4 different versions of Node as well. Okay.
So it's a lot of CI runs.
Yes. Yeah.
A lot of CI runs.
So that was obviously something that you started doing quite early in the project?
Yes. At the beginning, we were testing only with Travis. That was not enough on Linux. That was definitely not enough. Then we started testing on... then we needed to test... we wanted to test Windows. We tried AppVeyor.
Okay.
Now, doing a build on AppVeyor on 4 different versions of Node was taking us maybe half an hour to an hour, which was a huge turnaround time, especially when we wanted to cut releases. So we really wanted to make sure that all the tests were passing before our release was cut. And so it means there was always this back and forth process of waiting AppVeyor to finish. Also, on top of that, there was some other stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, so it was Travis and AppVeyor were the 2 things that you tried, and spoiler alert, you tried Azure Pipelines.
Yeah, so there was a couple of things that went to Azure Pipelines. So the first thing that came to us was because of how slow and how flaky AppVeyor was for us.
Okay.
So all of this in the open source version. By the way, we are not paying a dime to anybody. So thank AppVeyor, thank Travis, thank Azure Pipelines. We are all on freeware. Sorry. And AppVeyor was too slow, and we tried Azure Pipelines at the beginning to change from AppVeyor to Azure Pipelines to speed up our Windows build, and we also added the Yarn build on Fastify on pipelines as well, because of it's super fast.
Yeah, and so this is some of the advantages of open source tooling like this, right? You can have your CI builds in Travis and in AppVeyor and in Azure Pipelines, for example. You can use all of those things to see what works for you.
Yeah. And by the way, those are great tools, and I'm a fan of Travis. It works really well. It was not, and AppVeyor as well, I used in a lot of projects. It's just that with this, we have a lot of tests, huge amount of that. We'll see that in a moment. But
yeah, we'll have a look in a sec.
We have a lot of things to check. Web framework is a very, very complex beast. Let me just say this. Don't try making one at home. And so basically we had to do a lot of work and make sure that that everything was running smoothly. That's it. So
you made the decision to give Azure Pipelines a go. I think you mentioned to me before, part of it is because we do have hosted build agents for Windows, Linux, and Mac, correct? So you could test across these operating systems relatively.
Yes, that was one of the key parts. We wanted to reach the point where we had a tool where we don't have to rely on 2 or 3. We want to reach a point where we don't have to rely on 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, different providers to simplify maintenance, more or less. Also, when you're choosing a CI system, you want something that is very stable. So you don't want botched builds. You don't want flaky tests. Now, flaky tests are a really bad thing, okay? Because you want an environment where if a test fails, it means that there is a bug.
Yes, yeah, the test should pass every time, otherwise it doesn't.
Yes, and with some of those, both with recently with Travis and before that with Azure Pipelines, we ended up, and before that with AppVeyor, we had some flakiness that was introduced by the platform itself.
Yep. So you want to get rid of that. I'm going to jump in. I want to show people what this pipeline looks like.
Yeah.
So if we can jump to that screen that I've got here, we should be able to see Fastify.io, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Yay! Hi!
Yeah.
That's a nice logo,
familiar
right?
with
We have
that
a
website,
so
I
you need to, if you build a web framework, whatever, you need to have a nice logo, okay?
Nice logo.
It's,
Logo
you know,
first, then URL.
that's the first thing that you need, a nice logo. We had a very bad logo before that, so just saying.
And then, of course, it's on GitHub, right? It's an open source project.
If you go back to the site for 1 second, just to show you what this look like, if you can scroll down a bit, you can see it's used by some companies around. You can see it's very similar to Express. Stay there, go up. Yeah, stay at the top. You can define your routes using async await and all the cool stuff that you can want to expect.
Cool.
It also supports TypeScript, by the way.
Awesome. So the code itself is in GitHub. The first thing I noticed when I came here, as well as the amazing logo, great job on the logo, we've got all these build badges, which is really common, and one of them is the Azure Pipelines one.
Yeah.
And so the project itself is public, but as well as that, the Azure Pipeline is publicly listed as well.
Yes.
So I'm not logged in at all. I have no special access to your Azure Pipelines instance, but I can see the build result.
Yes. Oh, and you can also see our configs, which took a significant amount of time to do. So go and copy it.
Yes. So we can see it's running Yarn, different versions of Node, Windows, different versions there. We can see the whole logs from everything that's happening as well. I think I chose the worst task.
Yeah, you should look at the run test ones. That's the only one with some meaningful things. Run tests.
Run tests. Okay.
This is a lot of output.
So a lot of this stuff is, you've made this available to the public. There's a lot of output here. On the tests, because I want to make sure we get to all the things that are really exciting about this. We get our summary of exactly what's happened. We can see the process of these builds as they've gone through. We get code coverage support. I'll look at that in a second. You can see the code coverage across your tests. We even get our tests that have succeeded. And now this is Node, right? It's still, you're publishing these test results up to Azure Pipelines, and we're seeing, your failing tests over time, how they're performing now. So you get this nice graph, even though it's Node, it's not .NET, it's not Microsoft stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other one was the code coverage. That is a lot of tests, by the way. That's impressive. Nicely done. And 99.99% pass percentage is pretty good too. But code coverage as well was one of the cool things. So we can actually see the code coverage. And this is a Cobertura. Is that the name? Sorry? Cobertura? Is that the format?
So it is the thing. Now, it is the fun stuff about this, the integration, the glue. So essentially, in order to get our code coverage output digestible for Azure Pipelines, we convert our results to this format. It's called Cobertura, which is a format invented in the Java era, like, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago or something, which is a format for this type of data that Azure Pipeline can digest. So what we do is we generate that file, and then we upload that file to Azure Pipelines. So that's the flow.
Right.
And we do a similar things for our tests to get the test data in there. So in order to get the test data, we need to convert it to some JUnit format, which is a little bit obscure. So check out our configuration, because it's there is some time to save, by the way.
Yes. So you have this across a couple of things. I just want to show this summary. We've only got about a minute left, so I just want to jump into this stuff really quickly. This is a deep link into the commit that was changed, but I think you were showing me before the way that the templates are set up. You have a separate template for NPM and Yarn, and then you have a reference to that template from Azure Pipelines.
Yes.
And you're using cool things like matrix strategies so that you're actually building these things in parallel, running these builds in parallel in these different environments. So I would highly suggest, if you're going to look at doing this kind of stuff, definitely have a look at the way that you guys have done it.
Yes,
for Fastify.
definitely. Like, once I've done this, I've copy and pasted this stuff into maybe, I don't know, 20 different projects already.
Yep.
Like, copy and paste this stuff. Just go and steal it. It's fine.
Yeah, definitely. So github.com/Fastify or fastify.io is the project.
Yeah, fastify.io, yeah.
Okay.
That's the website. You can find all the links.
Yeah, and you can follow the links there and use that framework. Any final messages just before we carry over from the end of this show?
When we started working on when we started evaluating Azure pipelines as a tool, we encountered some bugs on Azure pipelines itself, and I've been amazed by the level of, even if you were open source, like for free type of things, of the high quality level of support that the Azure Pipelines team has given us. I would want to thank Martin
Woodward?
Woodward,
Yeah.
I can't pronounce this, I'm sorry. Martin Woodward for providing to fix that bug for us in a matter of a couple of days, because we were basically blocked and we were just super frustrated because we really wanted to use this. It was solving all our problems, minus this thing that was actually preventing us to use it, so rolling it out.
That's so good that you got that support from the team, and it's fantastic to see how much success you're having with this as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It has been fantastic for us. We are also migrating other. So Fastify is built. It's built as a plugin-based system. Mm-hmm. So we are also migrating some of the plugins to Azure Pipelines as well. Again, for having better testing, better Windows testing. I wanted to say one quick thing that...
We've got to make it quick because we've got to jump off.
Yes, they're kicking us out. The total build time, we cut down our total build time from 20, 30 minutes, 1 hour, to 1 hour to like 10 minutes with this.
Awesome.
So it's the level of quality of the builds and the speed of them, it's phenomenal. So
Awesome.
thank you.
I'm going to wrap. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us and showing us this. I'm actually going to send you off for a quick break, and we will be back with Anders Halsberg discussing Inside TypeScript. Send him your questions, the hashtag MSBuild, and the link below. Yes.
Here we go. That's it's like the last actual phone in the world. Nice. I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. Hi, I'm Burke Holland.
I'm Jasmine Greenaway.
And this is 5 reasons that JavaScript developers should even care about .NET Core. Thing number 1, .NET Core is cross-platform. So when we say .NET is cross-platform, does that mean that it works on all versions of Windows? What do we mean by cross-platform, really?
Well, not only all versions of Windows, but also Linux and Mac, and actually also on IoT devices, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So you could pretty much program your fridge with .NET Core if you have one of those little Samsung, whatever, Tizen things. I forgot what they're called.
Yeah, I think it's a Tizen fridge. It's a screen on your fridge where you can like see the weather, play video games.
Yeah.
But does anybody, I don't know why anybody would ever do that.
Right?
If you have a smart fridge, what's wrong with you?
Right.
But you could run .NET Core on your fridge.
Yes, absolutely.
Interesting. Nice. Can I run it on this iPad?
Not today, but maybe one day. Who knows?
Hey, listen, anything is possible.
Anything is absolutely possible,
Wow.
for sure.
Thing number 2, when you're building a single page application, it's easy to use .NET Core for a backend. So I think it goes without saying, although a lot of times we don't say it, single page applications kind of have to have a backend. And a lot of JavaScript developers do something else besides JavaScript. A lot of them do Java or they do .NET. So .NET Core is a very, very attractive option, or could be an attractive option for building backends for your single-page application.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can use the .NET Core's Web API, and it's super easy to get started. There's so many templates. Actually, in fact, there's templates on working with the Web API and with the front end. So, for example, if you're a fan of the Angular command line and you want to work with that independently with Web API, you can absolutely do that and work on your front end, work on your back end, and in fact, .NET or the .NET team has actually added libraries to make this super easy, so you can do things like hot reloading and not have to, or hot module replacement. And
so you save and it automatically recompiles, so you don't have to stop and restart again to see the changes.
Exactly.
Also, as a last final detail, approximately 0 JavaScript developers also write COBOL. I don't know if you know that.
Oh.
That's a scientific statistic. I looked it up.
Oh, really?
Well, there may
that's
be
true.
1 or 2. If you're out there and you write COBOL and you also write JavaScript, hit us up and let us know. We'll send you something.
Right, yeah. Huh.
Thing number 3, you can get started with .NET Core with only the command line. Now, I'm going to be honest, that's a little weird for me. I have a history with .NET, and I do believe you also need like 76 gigabytes of Visual Studio. Is that not the case?
So number one, Visual Studio is actually not that large.
Okay, 75 gigabytes. I'm embellishing. I apologize. It's not. It's like 4, 3, 4, something. I don't know. It's actually smaller than it was back in 2015 when I used to use it.
Yeah, it's much smaller. And you only need a IDE to get started, or IDE or text editor to get started. You could literally just download it and then do .NET Run, .NET New to create a new project, .NET Start, and you have your own .NET project ready to go,
Just right there on the terminal.
Yes.
What about Visual Studio Code? Some people may know I love Visual Studio Code. I also love my Light Editor theme. Don't at me. Don't at me. There's nothing wrong with a Light Editor theme. So for those of us using Visual Studio Code, which is a lot of folks, are there any tools or extensions that would make that easier?
Yes, OmniSharp. OmniSharp will take care of any references and things like that you might be missing in your library, any syntax issues. And yeah, OmniSharp is like your one-stop shop for all that with .NET.
So check out the OmniSharp extension. We'll put a link in the show notes to that extension for you. So go ahead and check that out if you're interested in doing .NET Core inside of Visual Studio Code. Excellent. Thing number 4, .NET Core is fast. And I know everybody says that, but I think that maybe we should talk about just how fast it is. So can you give us an example here so we're not just saying it's fast?
Yes, so my favorite example is Raygun. So Raygun, they are this analytics company that does a lot of like crash reports and things like that on apps, mobile and web apps. And they did a case study where they improved, switching to .NET Core, improved their throughput from 1,000 requests per second to 20,000 requests per second.
20x performance improvement?
2,000% increase, throughput increase, which is amazing.
Increase over what? What were they using before?
They were using Node, believe it or not. And so we actually have benchmarks that report every month or so about like how fast it is. And you know the reason why .NET Core is so fast is that in the past we had .NET was, as we know, was only for Windows.
Right.
And now that we have a lot of .NET had a lot of libraries that were only like Windows specific. And now so getting rid of all those libraries and improving these performances and like improving like performances like on things like collections, things like that, has made .NET Core super fast. And believe it or not, a lot of these improvements came from outside in the community.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which brings us to our next thing.
Yes.
Thing number 5, .NET Core is open source, which, cool story, bro. Everything is open source these days. What's in it for me as a JavaScript developer? Why do I care?
So yes, .NET's open source, and the nice thing about that is you get full transparency, you get interaction with the actual team that's working on .NET Core, and you also get the roadmaps. You can see the roadmap, you can see what's happening, what's coming up, and also have input. So we had a lot of contributors who come in and just add these like new improvements and updates and ideas and make .NET for them, because that's what it really is. It's about reaching out to developers, and open source is just a window to make this language ours.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so great. And one of the things that I love about open source, which I think you hit on, is the contributions. I remember when someone in the community added basically JSON support for .NET with Newtonsoft.
Yeah.
I remember that, and you had this third-party package, which eventually just became, they were just shipping it.
Yes.
So it's so cool that people can now add this stuff
Yes.
directly to the framework. And I also think that it's been around for so long that they've had so much time to iterate to make it super fast. So
Yes.
they've already hit all of the roadblocks and had all the hard issues and figured out and gotten around them. There's a lot of advantage in using something that's extremely mature, a very mature framework. A lot of advantages to that.
Yes, I agree.
As a footnote, I used to be a .NET developer. I was never very good. I only did it for a short amount of time. But what I noticed was that C# and JavaScript are actually quite similar, and it was easy for me to make the jump. So if you are a JavaScript developer, one of the advantages to looking into C# is that it's going to feel very familiar. And so if you're thinking, I can only do Node or I can only do JavaScript, you should look into C# a little bit and see if it might be for you. And we'll leave some links for you in the resources below where you can get started with that. I'm Bart Collins.
I'm Jasmine Greenaway.
And now you know 5 reasons why JavaScript developers should even care about .NET Core.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Seth Juarez. We're at Microsoft Build Live, and I have the amazing Anders Halsberg, my friend. How are you?
I am well, thank you.
Fantastic. Now, before we get started, because everybody knows here that I'll hog your time the whole time, they have given me 30 fresh minutes with you. But for those that are watching, the questions that are most important, obviously, are the ones that you have. If you go to aka.ms, Microsoft Build Live, and get your questions in for Anders. We're going to talk about TypeScript, all about TypeScript. If you want to sneak in some other questions, I'm sure he won't mind. You okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Or you can go to the hashtag MSBuild. All right. So, Anders, let's talk a little bit about what you've been working on recently. Obviously, TypeScript, 10,000-foot overview for those that may not know.
Well, I'm not going to. So TypeScript is all about large script JavaScript app development, better tools, and you know, we've fallen into a wonderful rhythm now. I mean, we've been open source all along. We've been on GitHub now for the last 5 years. And we've fallen into a release cadence of shipping every 2 months. And so there's always something new. We're always working on some new feature. In the last year, I would say there's been a lot of focus on higher order functional programming, like functional programming constructs, like variadic functions, and higher order function type inference are some of the like key features that we got in the last year, and they've long been on people's wish list. We focused a lot on scalability, better, you know, composite projects where you can allow you can break one big mono repo into multiple projects and have TS config files that reference each other in a hierarchy, and then do more minimal builds. And then we focused on incremental builds and the ability to be quicker at starting up in watch mode and get warm again, you know, because a lot of people use a compiler in watch mode where, you know, whenever they save a file, it gets checked and you see the errors. But starting up watch mode on a large project has traditionally meant doing a full compile first, and now we can actually suck up like a persisted state from a previous compilation. Finally, I'd say we focus a lot on the user experience. You know, as the checker gets smarter and as the features in the type system get more complex, sometimes the error messages get very complex too. And I've seen some of these like massive inverted pyramids of errors going off the screen, you know, and people tweeting about, is this the biggest error message ever? And we've worked hard to try to identify some of those and actually try to be more succinct in pointing out where the error is, instead of like saying, here, this variable being assigned to that variable, and giving an error at the top and then trying to elaborate all the way down to where the problem is.
I see.
How about we can actually like highlight that one problematic property down there and then say, oh, and by the way, it's declared over here. Click on this link if you want to go there. And so we've done some of that work as well. So it's a bunch of stuff. You know, I think we're really, like, one of the things that we see as a key axiom is always listening to the community. And that's what makes being on GitHub so much fun with the issue tracker there. And there's just so much conversation going on with the community, and the ability to upvote, you know, favorite issues. And we're always picking those off and going, okay, well, it looks like it's time to work on that. You know,
it's a perpetual cycle of stuff.
It really is. It's like nothing. You know, I mean, and I've always said programming languages are never perfect from day one. It's always an evolution, right? And they get perfect over time, and you gotta like be willing to iterate, and that's what we're doing.
It seems like this process of designing and using this language has been different than in the past. Can you describe that? Because it just occurred to me that you're designing it in the open and as a community. Tell me how that is different to when, for example, C# was designed.
Well, I mean, it's in the C# days, back when I worked on C#, we would ship every 2 years, typically. I think that was the cadence, and people would sort of report bugs, and they'd go into a black hole called our issue tracker, you know, and then they'd sit around and wait for 2 years, and then they'd discover that we didn't fix the bug, and then they get mighty mad, right? I mean, because there was just not that closeness. And I think the biggest difference for me with open source is this, like, there's just zero distance to the customer or to the user. They're right there, and we're right there on the issue tracker every day. So we have a very, very keen sense of what it is that the community needs and how to go about building it. So that's one thing that's different. I think the other thing that's different is TypeScript is it's a whole different kind of language in the sense that we're not actually building the core language. We're building a type system for an existing language, and we're retrofitting that on top, right? Which is different, and we're building, as type systems go, a very novel type system, structurally typed with generics, a whole bunch of type constructors that I've never seen in any other programming language. And so there's a bunch of interesting stuff there that keeps us energized.
So let's talk about because like you're mentioning some pretty like variadic, higher order functional type stuff, and is there a point in time where you're like, holy cow, because like when I did JavaScript, look, I was like 16 years old the first time I did JavaScript, and it was for a basic hover over button on my garbage website on GeoCities. Cape Canaveral 9807, just FYI. And you would hover over it, and then the thing would spin, right? I'm like doing like image.src, just dumb stuff like that. But now the types of applications that are being built with JavaScript are ridiculously complex, which means that we need a ridiculously complex way to define them. Tell us how TypeScript helps with this complexity that's happening nowadays in client-side development.
Well, if all you're writing is 10 lines of code, there are only so many bugs you can fit into 10 lines of code.
You'd be surprised.
And yeah. Well, it takes skill.
Thank you.
But as apps grow larger and larger, and as the original authors of code move out and new people come in, and they are presented with, here's 100,000 or 1 million lines of code with no comments in it and no type annotations, and it's like, how on earth am I supposed to find my way around in this, right? So writing types or annotating your code with types isn't just, a way of finding errors and validating your code before it ships and helping the development process. It's also a way of documenting your code for prosperity and for the people who come after, right? Because all of a sudden you're actually stating much more of your intent. And so it's important in so many different ways, that I think help with large-scale app development. And I think the statistics bear it out when we see the amount of adoption that we've gotten. I mean, it's phenomenal.
And it's not just like Microsoft; it's industry adoption. Like Angular only uses TypeScript. There's a ton of others.
I think it's everywhere. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about, because I feel like TypeScript isn't just type annotations, right? Because you kind of glossed over. Yeah, we need to add type annotations, and that's not all that TypeScript does.
No. That's sort of the thing that you manifestly see in your code, right? That is different from the same file in JavaScript. But it's tooling. And it's really like, in a sense, the types are there so that we can build better tooling. It used to be, in the old days, that types were in your programming language because the code generator needed to know what the types were so it could generate the right CPU instructions for it. And sort of correctness was, that's just sort of a side effect of it. And C wasn't actually necessarily correct always, right?
Yeah, of course.
But we've sort of gradually shifted, and today, largely in the development world, the biggest benefit that types delivers is really productivity, programmer productivity, because once you have types, your IDE can be much more intelligent about what goes on in the code. And then it makes it possible for us to build features like code navigation, go to definition, find all references, statement completion, doing safe refactorings that are guaranteed to work, and of course, checking your code.
Of course.
It's better to check it, before the space shuttle flies than whilst it's flying, right? I mean, so.
And that's pretty amazing. Like, but it's more than, like, I feel like TypeScript isn't just a language to put types over JavaScript. It feels like when you, like, I wrote down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different things that you were trying to hit on. It's not just that. Is there more to it than that? Like, because, like, if I'm writing, because I remember I wrote this app I built this scheduler thing, and it was all like jQuery. And I remember looking back at the code, and I looked at it since, and I'm like, I don't know what this is doing. And I wrote it. I can see the value of that, but is there a way that TypeScript can help with conciseness as well?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, right? I mean, like, types are a form of documentation, and it definitely helps there. I think there's another interesting aspect that I think some people have missed with TypeScript, which is if you're using Visual Studio Code, and you're writing JavaScript, you're actually also using TypeScript. You may not even know it. But our JavaScript language service is powered by the TypeScript compiler.
Right.
And we actually have limited ability to, but way more than none, ability to check your JavaScript. And indeed, if you add JS-doc annotations to your JavaScript code, that's just another way of telling us about the types. And we can slurp that up and then check your code.
That's cool.
It may not be quite as succinct as TypeScript, but if you don't like having a compile step in between, that's another way you can use it. So we're always trying to lower the barrier to entry and find different ways that we can deliver value in the tooling.
Awesome. So again, the questions, aka.ms, Microsoft Build Live. Get them in. We have Anders for another 20 minutes. A couple of questions already coming in. There seems to be a lot of cross-pollination between programming languages. To what measure is TypeScript influencing the evolution of ECMAScript? That's a really interesting question.
Sure. I mean, I think, no language gets designed in a vacuum.
Right.
And I think it's interesting. I think, for example, C# influenced ECMAScript, all of the async function support in async await in JavaScript is heavily inspired by the work that we did in C# on that, right? I think there are plenty of things, plenty of learnings that we have from TypeScript, and because TypeScript has the ability to, TypeScript is both a type checker, but it is also a transpiler that allows you to use newer features that can then be down-level compiled, and that gives you a great way to experiment with stuff, right? I mean, so things like decorators, have been in TypeScript for a long time, and are still not in ECMAScript, and we'll see if they ever end up there, but that's one example of an influence, right?
And that's really cool because, look, for example, like I said, I started with JavaScript doing hover over buttons, and one of my colleagues, Brian Holt, who now works on the Visual Studio Code team, he saw I was doing some ML demo, inside using TensorFlow JS, and I had written it in Vue, and I was doing it the dumb way, and he's like, hey, you could actually do some stuff. And he went over and he showed me, this is just regular JavaScript, just the innovations that are going in there. And I was like, holy cow, there's some serious computer science languagey type stuff happening there.
Oh, yeah.
In what way do you think TypeScript's going to keep going along that way, being more pure?
Well, I think we are always looking at what the community is doing.
I see.
And then we're trying to, in a sense, think about how can we tool that better, right? So one of the frameworks that's super popular these days, as everyone knows, is React, right? And React has a lot of higher order component patterns, like higher order stateless functions or higher order components. And that, in turn, means that we need to support things like higher order functions in TypeScript. And that's some of the work we've done in the last year that allows you not just to compose functions, but also to compose generic functions and end up with new generic functions coming out of that.
So that to some is just like, right? So why don't you help us out?
It's pretty crazy.
Tell us, what's a higher order function, first of all, and then why would you ever compose higher order functions that are generic? Because that level of abstraction
it's actually not that complex. Let's say you have two functions. Let's say you have a function that turns an array into a list. Okay? And then you have another function that can take a list and return a sorted list. Now let's say you want to make a function that can take an array and return a sorted list version of that array.
Got it.
That's a composition of those two functions.
Right.
It is like first call the one function, take the result of that, and pass it to the second function.
Right.
Well, you can write functions that compose functions.
I see. So basically,
so let's say you write a compose function that takes the array to list and the list sort. And you pass those two functions as parameters, and it returns you a new function that you could name array to sorted list.
I see. And so for those that are like C# devs, that's like the link type way of lazy evaluation.
Yep. But now imagine that these functions are generic, which is easy to imagine with this example because, hey, a function that turns an array into a list, well, is that an array of strings or numbers? Well, no, it's an array of T.
I see.
Oh, and the function that sorts a list of T. Well, if I pass those two generic functions to compose, I want to have a generic function be returned that takes a T and flows it through the right way.
That's amazing. Like now at cocktail parties, I'm going to sound really smart.
It's not easy to implement. We had to think about it and some There are a few languages that do it, like Haskell and ML do it.
Yeah,
with,
of course.
With unification engines, we don't have unification built into our type inference process, and we had to find a way to retrofit it into the logic that we have in place, and that was not easy, but it's in there now, and it's pretty cool.
All I'm saying is that
And
now,
but the net effect too is that you can actually use this for writing higher level React components that are generic that you can now write composition functions for, and people are doing that. So it all comes down to the community having a distinct and real need, that we can translate into, okay, this is actually this like crazy sounding computer sciencey feature
that's cool.
applied, right?
And that's cool, right? Because I learned basic functional programming in grad school, and I learned from the guy that made Scheme. And I finally understood that a function is also a unit of a thing, right?
Yes.
And you can pass
Function
it
is
around, you
also
can
an
put them
object.
together.
Yeah.
And it wasn't much later on that I realized JavaScript had this natively.
Well, this is one of the things, because Brendan Eich had a past in Scheme.
Oh, I see. That's cool.
He actually understood the value of having first-class support for functions,
Right.
and he did a remarkably good job of getting the functions right in JavaScript.
Yeah, and so now that I'm seeing, someone told me JavaScript is a functional language, I'm like, no, and I'm like,
Oh,
wait a minute.
it is.
It really
It
is.
is. It
Which
is.
kind of cool. All right, next question. By the way, questions coming in live, aka.ms, Microsoft Build Live, get them in. The next question from William, are there any language type system features now, TypeScript, that you wouldn't include today if you were starting the language from scratch?
I think so. I think, when we started out, JavaScript didn't have classes, it didn't have modules, it didn't have arrow functions, it didn't have a lot of stuff. And in particular, the modules proposal was taking a long time to mature through the ECMAScript committee, so we implemented a feature called namespaces, or, we used to call it modules, which of course was very confusing because there was a different kind of modules than ECMAScript modules. And so we renamed them to namespaces, and that's in a sense now a legacy feature that's in there. Today, there's a better solution for that called modules.
Right.
And there are great tools for packing together modules and delivering them to a browser like Webpack, for example. And so that whole tooling pipeline is a more modern version of what we did. But because we believe in backwards compatibility, that feature's still in there.
I see.
But this is the price you pay for being a real-world language. I sometimes say, show me the perfect programming language, and I'll show you a programming language with no users, right?
Nice. Amazing, yeah.
I mean, you know, once you have users, you gotta respect their code, so to speak, and not break it gratuitously, and that means staying backwards compatible, right?
So there was, now that I'm like getting a sense for this, there's like an evolution of JavaScript, and then there's an evolution of TypeScript, right? And it feels like TypeScript is always meant to be a little bit ahead of where JavaScript is right now. Is that right?
Well, yes and no. Okay. I mean, so there are two aspects to TypeScript, right? One is the typing. JavaScript and TypeScript primarily is meant as a static type checker for JavaScript.
Okay.
And that means we overlay a type system on top of JavaScript, but we are just purely a strict superset of JavaScript. So we add type annotations, but then when you compile, they all disappear again. Mm-hmm. Now, we also are a transpiler, but there are other transpilers out there like Babel or whatever that allows you to basically use all of the latest ECMAScript features, including all of the ones that haven't actually been standardized yet, but have gotten close enough in the standardization process that we can pick them up. So there are sort of these two aspects too.
Awesome. So we've talked a little bit about some of the language stuff, the higher order functional stuff. Talk a little bit more about scalability. What did you mean? Because I wrote that down. I'm like, scalability, what do you mean by that with TypeScript?
Well, originally, TypeScript, in a sense, had a mono repo view of the world. And what I mean by that is like the largest unit of work that TypeScript could reason about was a project.
I see.
And if you wanted, one part of your code to reference another part of their code, they'd better be part of a project together, or else they were not.
Yeah.
They were not. They could not really be checked together, right? And that works up until a certain level. and then it gets to be too much. You know, like for 100,000 lines of code, that's fine. Maybe for 200,000. For 1 million lines of code, that's a little much.
Right.
And at that point, you're really better breaking things into separate projects and that have a hierarchy, you know, where you maybe, let's take a classic example. You have some shared common code, and then you have your client code and your server code, and then you have tests for your client code and tests for your server code. So you sort of have a hierarchy of dependencies there, right? But when you modify stuff in, say, the core piece of code, if your modifications don't actually affect the public interface that the other projects see, there's really no reason to recompile those.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that wasn't really possible before because the only way you could reason about it all was to put it all in one big project. And now every time you made a change anywhere, we had to rebuild everything from scratch.
Yeah, which feels not
And
useful.
so now we allow you to decompose your projects into your mono repos into projects of a reasonable size, and then we can do incremental things on them, like incremental builds, incremental watch mode, et cetera, et cetera. And now it's really just sort of like turning the crank on making that better and better. That's what we're working on.
Which makes sense with the stuff you said before, like if you want to make reusable React components, and then you want to test them, because you're not going to have like you may have an example, but you may have like an application that's using it somewhere else. It's good to have these things in separate projects.
Yeah.
Which is cool. All right. By the way, keep the questions coming at aka.ms Microsoft Build Live, so make sure you keep those questions coming. Here's another one. As you mentioned LINQ, is there anything similar to LINQ operators in TypeScript or ECMAScript for that matter?
Well, I'd say almost all of LINQ, sort of the core pieces that LINQ is built out of, also exist in JavaScript or ECMAScript today. In particular, arrow functions are sort of a key enabler there. In C#, we also did the syntactic sugar, the sort of SQL-like syntax from blah, select blah, or where blah, select blah. That does not exist in ECMAScript, but it is really not crucial to what you can do with LINQ. You can still build fluent interfaces in JavaScript and have operators, you know, that query operators that compose together. And
D3 does that all the time.
Lots and lots of stuff out there. I mean, even TensorFlow.
That's right.
Sort of built kind of in that same philosophy, right? So yeah.
That's cool. Next question. By the way, keep all these questions coming, because like I said, I'll hog all this time, and he's okay with that, but I'm not. Can you provide any guidance for moving from JS files with JSLint annotations to CS?
To CS or to TS?
It says .cs, but I'm going to guess .ts.
Yeah.
What are the pros, cons of each approach?
Well, I think I touched on it a little bit earlier. You know, you can use TypeScript in many different ways. If you choose, you can simply stay with all of your files being JavaScript files, .js. And if you want type annotations, you can write JSDoc annotations that we can actually suck up. And you can still have declaration files written in TypeScript and then maybe just keep your code in JavaScript. And lots of projects do that, like Webpack, for example, has actually adopted TypeScript in its pipeline, but has not switched to TS files.
I see.
If you switch to TS files, you get a much more succinct syntax, and you also get stricter type checking capabilities, because now we can enable all of the features. You know, where in JavaScript, we sort of we wear a different philosophical hat when we're checking JavaScript. We're saying, hey, we're not going to bother you if this could be correct. We're only gonna shout when we absolutely know this is incorrect. Where in TypeScript, we tend to be a little more nitpicky. And you know, we go, hey, there could be something here that doesn't quite work out. We're not sure this is correct. You better add a type annotation here to convince us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. And so if you're okay with changing .ts and then getting yelled at a little bit more, and this happened to you, in fact. By the way, I love these questions. Keep them coming. aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. I walked into your office and you had just turned on the feature of like null checking. And you said you had
control flow analysis.
Control flow analysis for null checking, and you said our compiler had a lot of warnings.
Oh, it did?
Tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem. In a sense, what you're talking about there is our key dilemma, right? Our job is to find errors in your code.
Right.
Which means when we get better, we break your build.
Right.
Right? Because all of a sudden we find it. Because typically, the errors we're pointing out are cases that you never hit.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you'd
Yeah.
hit him, then you
Then
would
you
have
would know.
known about it
Yeah.
already, right? So in a sense, we're sort of telling you, we're telling you about something that might happen, but so happens to never happen in your code base, right? And it's sort of a dilemma, and this is why we end up with like more and more compiler switches, if you will, right? Because we sort of want to like not break your build, but on the other hand, we want to get better at checking your code, and that sometimes means breaking your build, right?
Which is interesting because the TypeScript compiler is written in TypeScript.
It's written
is it
in
not?
TypeScript. Yep.
And so when you build a new TypeScript thing that is better at checking another thing, you invariably the thing that's building the thing that you're building could find errors in itself.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. No, it's
Everyone,
very meta.
I try to word that very carefully. It was very hard. All right, more questions, by the way. Which of these languages did you enjoy inventing most? Turbo Pascal, Delphi. Did you do J++ too?
I worked on J++. Yeah, but there was not a lot of language in this. But it was an IDE. I worked on J++. Yep.
C# or TypeScript? Which one of those of your babies do you like the most?
That's like which one of your children do you love most? I love all of them.
We all know it's the
I mean,
youngest one. I mean, come on.
I honestly, every one of them was. I have been blessed to have, to have been born at the right time, at the right place. I mean, like right as the PC revolution started, and managed to get in on the ground floor and been able to ride it all the way up with like fun experience moving to the U.S. from Denmark. I mean, it's been fantastic, right? Turbo Pascal was fun because it was the first one,
right?
And I had no idea what I was doing, right? I mean, it was and yet.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And people are still using Delphi.
But I love what I do right now. TypeScript it's fantastic. It's so much fun to work on too.
All right, a couple more questions because we're running low on time. Like I said, we would be. What's your opinion of experimental decorators? Use them?
Decorators. Well, personally, I run hot and cold on decorators. I have to say, and the ECMAScript committee has gone through a whole bunch of ups and downs on trying to standardize decorators, and it looks like decorators may just be sort of an optional thing that is meant only for transpilers, and it's not going to be built into ECMAScript proper. So I think the jury is still out on the value of those.
I see.
Yeah.
What are decorators used inside of TypeScript, and why would you use it then?
We support it's still under the experimental decorators flag because at the time we did decorators, which we did because Angular really wanted to use decorators, and they do use decorators.
Right.
At that time, the JavaScript proposal, ECMAScript proposal for decorators was very nascent, and since then has evolved off in a different direction, and subsequently has sort of.
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So to answer your
but
question,
rest assured, we're not going to get rid of them. I mean, whatever we have, but it's not clear that it's the path forward. Yeah.
If you like them, then great. All right, next question comes from Daniel. Are there places where TypeScript could or should be used within a WPF, WinForms, or desktop? That's a good. You can do desktop development using TypeScript with Electron.
Well, I mean, exactly. I would say if you're going to go build a desktop app, such as Visual Studio Code, for example, then use the Electron toolset, which basically allows you to put a desktop Chrome around your web architecture app, and in there you can use anything you want, right? It's really Chrome and V8 and a
square
around it, right? That allows you to build desktop apps, and a lot of companies are doing it. I know, like VS Code, Slack's desktop client is built using Electron. I know.
I think
many
our
of
Teams
them.
might
Our
be.
Teams is as well. Yeah, I believe.
Awesome. Well, we have about 1 minute left. Unless they tell me otherwise, what should people go and do if they maybe not use TypeScript, or if they are avid TypeScript users? What are some features that they should look at, start using?
I don't know that there's like any specific feature. I would say I think it's very valuable to understand how TypeScript's type system is different from your classic. If you're coming from, say, C# or Java, you're used to a certain way of looking at the world. Everything is object-oriented, right? And you have hierarchies of objects and whatever. But there are different styles of programming that are possible in the JavaScript universe and with TypeScript. Like you can do a much more functional style of programming there with more algebraic data structures. We have features like union types
right.
that are absolutely crucial to how our type system works, absolutely crucial to how control flow analysis works, and it really makes a lot of sense to deeply understand the fundamental difference between that and the sort of classic OOPI view of a type system, I would say. Yeah.
Got it. Well, thanks so much for spending some time with us,
pleasure.
Anders. Always a pleasure. Let's give a round of applause here for Anders.
Thank you.
Working on wonderful things. I understand that Christina's out and about on the show floor somewhere. Christina, can you hear me?
All right, and welcome back to Build Live. We are on the 6th floor of the Washington State Convention Center, and I'm here with Jenny Morgan, who is one of our event coordinators who I've been talking with all day, kind of showing off things happening behind the scenes and what's happening on the 6th floor, in addition to some sessions and some content.
Right, we have the sessions. We also have 5 wellness rooms and then 2 quiet rooms. So there's kneeling pads there for prayer and just to kind of digest. And then in this area, we have a few different rooms that we can go into, but, you know, reading rooms, silent rooms, there's some yoga, so lots of cool things going on here.
Right, and that's important, right, because there's so much excitement happening. It can be overwhelming. Earlier we were with the puppies who are amazing, but sometimes you might need a break or you need to kind of clear your senses. And so having a wellness space is really important.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to kind of take a look at some of these rooms. So first off, this is the reading room. So what's going on in here?
So basically, if you brought your own reading material or you have something on your phone that you like to read, a blog or something like that, we also brought some reading materials with us. And so that's just a way to just kind of download what you've absorbed and also just maybe disconnecting and reading.
Just reading instead of watching videos all day.
Right,
So reading room.
Yeah.
All right, so that's great. Now, walking kind of back, this area, this is really special. So talk to us about this.
Yes, so we had 2 MVPs that they unfortunately lost their lives in the Christchurch shooting, and so we wanted to make sure that they were honored here at Build since it was so recent, and so they're being honored here with memorial trees, and we're asking that people come and get these finger pads where they can just get some ink on their finger and then press it onto the tree as if it was a leaf, and then once these are complete, then we're going to be shipping these to the families of the deceased, and that's going to just be, a really moving opportunity for, everyone to show that this is something that we really care about, and, our attendees feel the same way.
No, I love this. I actually knew Ada a little bit. He was a Windows developer and a Windows Phone developer back in the day, and I think it's great that we're doing this, and we're paying tribute to people who lost their lives so unfortunately, who gave so much to our community, and who we wish would have been able to be here today. It's really lovely. And then right next to this, we have, this is the silence room. So what is this?
Yeah, so it's a silent room, and it's kind of just goes, you're reading here, you're paying your respects here, and now you're just coming here for just a room that's completely silent. So as I mentioned, we do have those quiet and prayer rooms, but then we also have the silent room here.
That's great. And what's nice about this, too, is there are some sofas and some kind of seating areas. So it's not like a nap room per se.
Yes.
But if you did need to maybe close your eyes or just really kind of enjoy the silence, to quote Depeche Mode, you could do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we go over from silence to now we have the move room. So what is happening in here?
So we have the move room, and this is where you can stretch, you can do yoga. We have a guided yoga instructor. Her name is Jess. She's incredible. She's all the way from Maine, so across the country to come here to, bring some movement and just, loosening up your body when you've been sitting and just doing the same thing all day. Really good way to just stretch and just kind of come back into yourself.
Come back into yourself.
Yeah.
And has this been popular?
Very much so, and it's very beginner friendly or advanced friendly. So whatever level you are for yoga or stretching, just touch your toes or go into some crouching tiger pose or something. That's all welcome here. So
I love it. I love it. Okay, so back behind us is actually one of the sessions. We're not going to go in there, although we're sure there's great content. This is the massage area. Now, this has been one of the most popular areas in the wellness area for good reason, right? So what's going on in here?
So we have chair massages, so we don't don't need to change or remove any clothing. It's just you go right from your session into this area, and then you put your face in the cradle, and you're able to just, unlock all that tension that you might be holding in your shoulders. And there's been a line every single day so far, but manageable. So if you have, 30 minutes or so, definitely stop by the massage room.
You definitely should. Yeah, I actually got one a little bit earlier today. It was very wonderful.
You seem relaxed.
I'm much more relaxed, so I'm appreciative of this. All right, so we're going to actually go into this room. This is the listen room. But before we go inside, tell us a little bit about what's going on in here.
Sure. So, we've talked about all these ways to come back into yourself, kind of meditate. So this is a more imaginative way of meditating. AudioJack is our sponsor in this room, and you put on earphones and they put sounds through the earphones, and it's all of these audio, cues that your imagination then creates a story. And so it's really cool.
So it's
all
like a soundscape.
Sound. Yes,
kind of.
exactly.
Soundscape. Okay, awesome. So we're going to go inside, we're going to see this, and we're going to actually speak with David, who is the CEO of AudioJack, who is powering this stuff. Hey, David, how are you doing?
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So tell us a little bit about AudioJack and what it does and what's going on with all this.
Yeah, so an AudioJack is an audio-based movie. There's no words, video, music. It's all sound design. Hundreds of sounds are edited together to tell a story for your imagination. So you close your eyes, you might hear the wind in trees, and then feet, they stop and a door opens. Your imagination kicks on. But because it's all sound design, there's no language, gender, or race barrier, so everyone can engage. We never tell you the actual story, so there's never a wrong answer. And so we have a bunch of these here that are featured around the room so you can engage with them. And they all come from the mobile app AudioJack, which is free to download as well. And there's all these different categories: history, sports, wildlife. There's over 50 of them.
Nice.
To engage with. And so people can plop down here, put the mask on, and let their imagination go.
So you put a mask on as well. So,
yes.
So you're actually like completely depriving your senses except for audio.
Sound, yeah. So you throw this on, and here's one for you I have.
All right.
Yeah, so you'll throw that on, and then the headphones, and hit play, and then you're gone, and then there you go.
All right, pass me these headphones.
All right, here we go. Let's get you hooked up here. These are from our friends over at Bose. Hook these up for us here. And
nice.
It'll take a minute, and then it'll start to kind of play, and we'll get you going in there. Do you hear anything?
I do. I hear like crickets.
Yeah. And they last between 4 or 5 minutes, these over here, to give you a chance to really kind of calm. And the great thing about this is we work with, the UC Riverside Brain Institute, all these other programs that talk about this. And when you use your imagination, you're actually reducing your stress and anxiety. Because we found that about 68% of people have daydreamed less now. And when you daydream, you actually process through the day. Because when people have time to daydream, they pull out their phone. There we go. Let's stop
Very
that
nice.
for you.
Yeah. I was hearing some
And
helicopters over being. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and
that's
so that's what's
awesome.
about. That's for you to keep.
Oh,
That's
thank
yours.
you.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I know that you don't write stories out, you say, or at least you don't tell people stories, but do you actually write stories when you're creating these soundscapes? Like,
yeah, we have,
you have like a narrative in
Yes,
mind.
absolutely. There's a story behind every single one of these, but we never reveal what it is. That way there's no wrong answer. So you can all listen to this and then walk away and be like, my story is this, mine's that. You're all right, and you all have a way to engage.
Cool.
Because it's like, if you have a song about, like, oh, me and my girlfriend have this song, and then you find out it's about a car, it kind of kills the vibe. So we don't want to do that. We want to give you the freedom to engage with it, and also give you that, that kind of piece of, like, there's no wrong answer.
I love it. That's really cool.
Thanks.
This is great. So tell me a little bit about how long have you guys been operating? How long have you been?
Yeah, so AudioJack's been a company for about 4 years. Our content's used in education and health programs globally. The federal program for the blind uses it. We use it in education programs. Bose just partnered with us to launch augmented reality versions, and Microsoft reached out because this is used in health and wellness all over in a way since it's an international group of people here from all over the world. This is a way for everyone to come in and connect because there's no language barrier. My whole joke is like, if I take a glass and break it, it doesn't go le break in France. Like, it's the same sound. That's just the way it is.
The same sound.
And so what's really neat about that, too, and the studies we've been doing about the imagination, when you use your imagination, you are reducing your stress and anxiety. You're allowing your brain to freely think because we're in this always-on generation. Everyone's got a device. They're always like this. But when you use your imagination to relax, everything gets a lot better. Even the action-packed ones. I mean, they get pretty wild, but it'll still mellow you out.
Because you're thinking about other things, like you're trying to come up with a new kind of idea. You're not focusing maybe on what's stressing you out, or all the other things that are going on, trying to keep up with all the latest developer content and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so
that's a huge part of it.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you, David, for
You're very
showing us
welcome.
this. And this whole wellness area is fantastic. We've got so much good stuff up here. So if you're at Microsoft Build, we're going to walk out. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Be sure to come up here. It's on the 6th floor. Like I said, the massage room alone, you should totally check out, right, Jenny?
Yes.
Have you been able to get a massage yet?
I think after this, I'm gonna pop over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to, right? Because Jenny has been doing so much work today. We were talking earlier at the IoT booth. We were also playing with the animals earlier.
Yes.
We were, hanging out with the LEAP participants. So you've been doing a lot of stuff. What's also great about up here right now, because we're at kind of the perfect time, a new session just started, is that like all the kind of the snacks are out.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels very like, I feel very like, calm. So it's really good. You know, I'm like, that's so much excitement, so many cool things happening. But you know what? Like now I can get a snack. I can have a cup of tea. I can go into a silence room, get a massage, maybe listen to some audio soundscape stories.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Go downstairs, pack some puppies. All right. So that's it for us. We're going to head back to the Build Live stage now, and we will see you later.
Hey, thanks, Christina. My name is Mark McCurry. I lead Product PM for Blockchain Engineering, and welcome to Build Live. I'd like to introduce my two guests here. We have Vitalik Buterin, co-founder of the Ethereum blockchain.
Hello.
And we also have Mark Rasitovich, CTO of Azure. So thanks for everyone for joining us. I know we just came from another session. If you missed our VS Code demo, you can go to aka.ms, whack blockchain VS Code, and you can see a demo of that going right now. But we're going to get some questions. We're waiting for folks to come in. And as they come in, I've got a couple questions to get started. Mark, in that last session, you showed confidential consortium framework, which is huge, right? So you showed 60,000 transactions per second. You said the team can get up to 150,000. You're the guy behind that. You started that. So can you tell us a little bit about how that got started and where that came from?
Well, so it's related to our work that we've been doing at Microsoft, both Microsoft Research and then Azure, on something called confidential computing since back in 2014. This idea that we can create enclaves that are black boxes effectively protected by hardware or software from outside tampering. And I started to get interested in blockchain and cryptocurrency, learned the basics of it, and as I learned more about it, saw things like the proof of work algorithms that consume a lot of energy and slow down transactions, and even some of the other consensus algorithms that really don't provide the same latency and throughput as a centralized database. On top of it, it's complicated to get confidentiality in blockchains. You can do it with certain techniques like zero-knowledge proofs, but complicated to set up, complicated to manage, very kind of difficult to dynamically update permissions for access. And so marrying confidential computing with blockchain resulted in confidential consortium framework, which was previously known as COCO. We launched it as confidential or CCF framework. It launched on GitHub now, and it's integrated with Quorum. I demonstrated that in the session. So what we can do with a blockchain like Quorum is drive very high throughputs on transactions per second with very low latencies with flexible confidentiality. And so you can take and integrate it with other different kinds of ledgers. And so that's kind of the result of about a year and a half now of engineering work between Azure and Microsoft Research.
And people can go ahead and download that today, right? On GitHub.
It's on GitHub. There's documentation. There's technical paper that describes the protocols and the code that you can download, build, and run wherever.
Excellent. So on the topic of scale, Vitalik, on the public chain, you and I were talking to a young man. He was actually a high school student. He was filing patents. He was working on his company that was actually using state channels. And so I know there are some folks that are probably new to state channels that might be just getting access to Solidity development for the first time working on Ethereum. Could you talk a little bit about state channels and what they do and how they can benefit developers?
Yeah, so state channels are a layer 2 technology that sits on top of the blockchain, but where the basic idea is that you have a channel between two parties, and these two parties can send many transactions between each other, but these transactions don't go on-chain, right? They just mostly stay as messages between the two parties. And there's only 3 cases in which you actually need to send anything to a blockchain. One is when you're putting funds or putting assets or whatever into a state channel. The second is when you're taking things out of a state channel. And the third is when there's a dispute. So when one of the two parties basically either kind of maliciously tries to break the thing, or it gets hacked, or like some other really exceptional thing happens. So most of the time, like you could have thousands of transactions happening. You could imagine these being micropayments. You could imagine them being like rebalancing a financial contract. You could imagine it being like all sorts of things. And like most of the time, even though the interactions are all protected by the ability to put the state on the blockchain if you need to, most of the time you don't actually need to put any of those individual transactions on chain. So scalability increases by a huge amount.
So one of the other technologies that people have talked a lot about recently is Plasma. Do you want to talk a little bit about Plasma?
Yeah, so Plasma is the other big category of these layer 2 technologies that kind of sit on top of a blockchain and rely on the blockchain for security, but don't actually put things onto a blockchain unless there's disputes happening. And the way Plasma works is a bit differently. Basically, the way that it works is that you have some Plasma operator, and the Plasma operator kind of gathers up a lot of transactions into a block and only publishes a root hash of a block, so just a 32-byte hash, no matter how big the block is, onto the chain every time there's a block. And there is this smart contract mechanism that basically ensures that if the Plasma operator does something wrong or disappears or anything happens, then if you legitimately own some object inside of the Plasma chain, the contract ensures that you have the ability to convert that into an object that's running on the underlying public chain. So I think Plasma is interesting because it allows you to get a lot of the benefits of decentralization fairly quickly with like fairly few of the costs. Basically because you can run something that still looks like and works just a server, and you could basically take any existing application that runs on a server and like potentially kind of plasmify it, and it gets you these higher security guarantees. But otherwise, it just keeps working the way it did before, and the actual like incremental costs of running the thing are very low because the number of transactions you're pushing onto a public chain are very small.
So it sounds like whether it's a consortium network with TCF or the technology we just talked about, state channels and with Plasma, the concerns people may have had in the past about scalability for blockchain are really a thing of the past, or quickly going to be a thing of the past.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely very optimistic about scalability at this point.
So let's shift to a topic that comes up all the time. I do executive briefings for our customers all the time, and someone comes in with a really great idea, and you're like, that's a great idea, but it's not a blockchain solution. So a lot of times a database will do just fine. So what are the scenarios that you've seen people say, hey, this sounds like a really good blockchain idea? It's like, hey, that actually is better suited for a database or more traditional style application than blockchain.
Yeah, so the principle that I think defines what is a good scenario for blockchain is you've got multiple parties, you've got some transactions or workflows that they participate in with one another, and there's no single entity that they trust or want to turn management of the tracking of those transactions over to. So if they did, then that's where a centralized blockchain, or centralized database would be suitable. But in the case where you've got a bunch of parties, they're all effectively peers, and they don't want some middleman to operate the ledger, they can operate it in a decentralized way and do their transactions and get kind of visibility across them, is that a kind of case where blockchain could play a role.
So one of the things that we were talking about here is decentralized versus centralized. And so if we look at, as much I think we'd all love everyone to run everything in Azure, the reality is that a decentralized solution, if maybe with 30 different members of a consortium, at least one of them is going to be running maybe on-premises or something like that. So as you look at that, networking and identity becomes super important, especially federated identity and networking. Can you talk a little bit about some of the things we have in Azure and how people might be able to leverage those for those sorts of scenarios?
Well, so yeah, if people want to leverage higher level identities, I mean, obviously identity on blockchain is really represented with a cryptographic key. Right. But what we recommend customers do is they protect that cryptographic key and put it behind some other identity system that grants access to the use of that key. So in the case of Microsoft technologies, it would be Azure Active Directory with the key stored in cryptographic HSM, like Azure Key Vault. And so you can then give somebody access to or permissions to leverage the key that's stored in Key Vault to go sign transactions. You can revoke their access at any time. The key's never made available directly to them. And so that would be a more secure enterprise kind of approach to leveraging identities and key management.
So let's shift to a scenario for a second. So one of the things that comes up a fair bit is media. right? And so people say, hey, I've got these, I want to attest that this media file has not been tampered with. I want to go ahead and, you were talking about that in your last session with clinical trial details. But you don't put media on a chain, right? So Vitalik and Mark, what are some of the sort of best practices you would recommend for people looking at that from a solution scenario? So media doesn't belong on the chain, does it?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, like putting big hulking like PDF, music, or video files or whatever onto a chain is a terrible idea because the chain's just not big enough to hold that stuff. Like if you want to use the chain to authenticate files, then generally the technique you would use is you would take a hash of the file and put it on the chain, and then if you want to verify it later, you would just check the file you received against the hash, and if it matches, then that's the same file.
Yeah, one of the things I liked about the demo that you had, Mark, is you hashed the file, you hashed the metadata of the file, so people didn't take the file and then maybe say it was their own, which imagine if you're doing like photography and things like that. And then you also did OCR on the file, and you hashed the OCR data as well. So it was the image was the same, the content of the image is the same, and the metadata was there. And so regardless of what vector you're looking at, you had attestations across the board.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we talked about what not to put on the chain in terms of media. Let's talk about IoT. And so devices can, so IoT plus blockchain is an area that a lot of people are interested in. You know, one of the things that comes up a lot is we talk about provenance, so how did this good get from point A to point B? But there's also what are the conditions, so temperature and humidity, and you demonstrated that in your session as well. But should you put all the IoT data on there? How should people think about when they should, what IoT data they should be putting onto the chain?
Well, generally what we've seen is that a specific shipment, for example, would be represented by an instantiation of a smart contract, a shipping smart contract that would have ownership and transfers and keep track of the state of the shipment, like the humidity and temperature it had been exposed to and whether it's in violation or not. And so the example that I showed and talked about, which we've seen companies like 3M support, is for asset tracking and for keeping track of the fact that the pharmaceuticals being shipped are within boundaries, is have smart packaging that is got its sensors on it, and the IoT device that it's talking to has access to the smart contract and can fire events into the smart contract to say, hey, humidity violation on this particular instance of a shipment. And so that shows up in the blockchain. Everybody can see it. Everybody knows exactly where it happened. When you hand it off, you know that that it's that segment of the supply chain where the issue happened, not downstream. And so this is really transforming the way that tracking down problems in a supply chain and making sure that goods and services arrive at a destination in a proved state, healthy state, can be tracked. And it's a great consortium example because there's lots of different parties on the supply chain. It's not just one entity, especially if you've got a group like Starbucks working with the coffee suppliers and the different consumers of those coffee shipments from those suppliers.
So let's talk. You mentioned Starbucks, so let's take a pivot on that a little bit. One of the things I love about their scenario is they say, hey, you know what, we want to help the farmers. We want to help the farmers at the first mile. They may not know where their coffee is going. They may not be getting a fair price. It's hard for them to get credit. And so there's this whole topic in blockchain. It's one of the things that I'm happiest about, that I get to come up and work in blockchain every day, is this notion of blockchain for good, like where people are leveraging blockchain to provide value to people. And you guys travel around the world probably more than most people in this room and talk to people about blockchain all the time. What are some of your favorite like blockchain for good scenarios that you might talk to?
I mean, I think one of the ones that's kind of somewhat underrated is the really dumb one, which is like, I visited Africa about a week ago, and there was a hackathon there, and I actually asked the local African community like what interesting things are happening like with Ethereum there. The first answer that they gave is just people are using cryptocurrencies to work remotely for first world companies and like just be able to remit the money back to where they live. Sure. And even just that, like it just seems providing such a huge amount of value for them. And aside from that, I know there's projects there that are trying to replicate, like in places like Africa and India, like they have these different names for this in all their local languages, but these financial or credit systems that are based on these kind of local community mechanisms. So you have groups of people that all kind of put their money into some kind of pot, and like there's rules for when people can take it out and when people are supposed to put it in, and they try to replicate these kinds of things on blockchains. Insurance is also interesting. Like I know there's projects, and EtherRisk is doing like this is doing some of them. Like there's one in Puerto Rico, there's one in Sri Lanka. They're providing things like insurance for floods, hurricanes, like droughts, just things that are very easily verifiable. Because if you have something that's very easily verifiable, it's like, and that there's a lot of internet data feeds for, you can just take that and turn it into a smart contract that's like a few lines of code, and like boom, you have an insurance system.
Well, on that, so we had talked to some customers about that too. And so for folks who are unaware, in a place like Africa, you have smallhold farmers. They have like less than 2 acres of land, and they might make $365 a year. So it's not economical for an insurance company. Traditionally, they give them insurance. And so what Vitalik was just talking about, you have access to data. And so if you know that their farm is here, and you have satellite data that says, and with AI, you can say drought or no drought, you can automatically cut them a claim for that. And so you've got sort of this attestable process, you've got attestable information, and you can just remove this sort of heavy piece, which is claims for them right now. And then they could go for something that was impractical to profitable pretty quickly. Now, Mark, what are some of the scenarios that you're seeing in your travels with customers?
Well, one of them is related to this whole space, and I think Vitalik touched on it, and that is businesses in Africa.
Yeah.
So doing transactions with other businesses outside of Africa. And typically what they have to do is get credit, loans from banks, and actually the process to go and get a loan from a bank,
right,
for if you're an entity in a country like that that might be in Africa, is extremely onerous. And so very few of them actually get approvals to get loans from international banks that would allow them to do cross-border payments. So that's where cryptocurrencies can come into play, is to help them do transactions outside the country. The other place which we're involved with in Microsoft is digital identity. So with the UN's ID 2020, standing up digital identity, and that is also aimed at serving some of these people that are in parts of the world where they don't have strong identities, where they've got skills, but there's no record of the skills that they've got. So when they go apply for jobs, it's very difficult for them to prove that they've got the requisite skills. So with digital IDs and the wallets that go along with them, this is where they can carry around attestations of, this is me, and I've got these skills, or I've got these certifications, or I've got this history and experience, and then leverage that to go get employment. And so that's where the local infrastructure just does not support keeping track of those things or attesting to them.
Well, yeah, for that particular, with the ID 2020, what was interesting to me, and I'll admit I was ignorant of the fact, but you have someone who's born in a refugee camp. They could live their entire life there. They don't have a nation. They don't have an identity. And so how do you build up the things you would do in sort of a traditional democracy there? And so this was going to be super helpful for them. I think there's lots of things like that. I've even heard, I know Consensus is here, and they've done some work in Brooklyn for tokenizing energy for people that have solar panels. And so what I thought was really cool is, like, if there was a women's shelter, an after-school program, you could actually donate your energy for them to do some interesting things. So even whether it was far away or even in our own backyard, we're seeing some really interesting things come through. So one of the things we have customers talk about a lot is, hey, how secure is this? And we were talking about the DAO earlier today. And I think at the end of the day, like, bad code is bad code, no matter what language you put it in and where you deploy it. In the blockchain space, there's this notion of code verification. Or contract verification. Do you guys want to talk a little bit more about what that is and how that's helping people in these scenarios?
Yeah, so there's a few different kind of families of ideas here, right? So the underlying goal is basically to just try to ensure that contracts do what we intuitively expect them to do, and not just like do things that are like sudden, crazy, and unexpected, like have a hold that lets attackers steal 3.5 million Ether from them. So the simplest thing that you can do is just like manual audits, and there's plenty of companies that are doing manual audits. Going kind of a step above that, like basically you can kind of just start adding more layers of automation, right? So aside from audits, you can have testing, you can have tools for things like automated test generation. There's tools for static analysis, and tools for static analysis just tries to go beyond just like running the contract with one specific input, and it tries to say, for any input or for any input within some range, like what are some properties of this program that I can prove? And then you can go into higher and higher levels of abstraction, and then there's these formal verification tools that let you basically kind of express claims about code in a mathematical language. So you might express a claim that says, like, if this number goes up by some amount, then this other number goes down by the same amount, and that could be used to represents some kind of validity condition of a currency transfer system. And you could express these conditions, and then it would use like automated mathematical theorem provers to try to prove whether or not the code actually satisfies those claims. And like, this has been done for quite a few contracts, and it seems to be a pretty good way of really cutting down the possibility that there's serious issues in code.
So in the last session, we talked about this VS Code extension, and we said we ship software every day. You talked about debugging. One of the other things we're going to be adding is contract verification as well. So really looking forward to seeing how people leverage that.
I want to say also that Ethereum has a great paper on guidance for writing secure smart contracts and safe smart contracts. Really, I mean, it's a pretty long document, but it talks about all the pitfalls that have been seen out in the wild. I think is a great resource as well.
Yeah, I think that's GitHub Ethereum Wiki safety.
Yep.
Yay, hosted on GitHub.
Yeah.
Part of the family now, joy.
So DevOps, and so a lot of folks in here, as a developer audience, DevOps is not going to be anything new to them. But now we're doing DevOps in a consortium. So historically, I developed on my local machine. I do my tests. I would check in. I would go through a pipeline. But now I'm in a consortium of 30 people. And so I may have consortium member A, B, C, D, and E, and E has built an app on this, and B has built an app on that. So what sort of new tools do people need for that? Can they use the existing tools? What about Azure DevOps, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, Azure DevOps is certainly part of it. In fact, we've got a white paper, too, that provides guidance for developers that are writing smart contracts and want to ensure that they go through a valid test process, that that they follow the governance for the consortium on updating smart contracts. Versioning is a key consideration as well, because like you said, there might be a smart contract that needs to be upgraded, and how do you preserve the existing smart contract addresses that our applications are built on top of? So this is where registers come in for smart contracts where you can version. So all of these are kinds of considerations for creating enterprise-grade smart contracts.
So just on the enterprise grade for a moment. So a lot of customers have processes that exist already. They're running Dynamics, they've got Office, they've got, you've got multi-billion-dollar banking institutions using FTP of files or getting an attachment on email. I like to say the enterprise is messy. How does that work with the blockchain? Do we need to go all in and move everything over right now? Is it a gradual process, kind of like going to public cloud was, or?
Yeah, so I actually showed some demos of some of the things that we've got to support integration, because blockchains don't live in a vacuum. It's not here's the blockchain and smart contracts are operating in isolation. They're interacting with outside systems inherently. And so when you talk about an enterprise, and those outside systems could be a Dynamics database. It could be a SQL database over here. It could be a workflow over in this other part of the business. So with Logic Apps, with Flow, the Ethereum Logic Apps connector, the Ethereum connector for Flow, it's really easy to integrate, and we've got integrations for Ethereum, more coming for different ledgers, those external business systems with things that are happening on the blockchain. So both directions, actually, of integration, where the connectors, based off of, hey, some file shows up in a SharePoint folder, let's go fire a instantiate smart contract and deploy that in the blockchain, to blockchain transaction just occurred, emitting some event. We want to kick off some workflow based on that, like the humidity out of bounds event for a device or a shipment could kick off a workflow that says, hey, this is the mitigation process we're going to follow for making sure that thing never arrives in the hands of a consumer. So those are the kinds of examples that, in really just a few minutes, actually, it's so powerful to use Logic Apps or Flow to create these integrations.
So we're now integrating with existing systems. So a question for both of you. We talked about IoT data. All of it doesn't belong in the blockchain. Media doesn't belong in the blockchain. We've got GDPR. We've got we've got PII. What are some other things people should not be putting into the blockchain when it comes to data? And how should they look at if they can't put it in the blockchain? How do they make sure that it's testable? How can they leverage the blockchain in those scenarios?
Yeah, I think like the two biggest no-nos are probably private data and too much data.
Yeah.
So I mean, we pretty much covered that. Other things the blockchain doesn't provide, one big one is like extremely low latency, because blocks just are going to take like more time to confirm. Like in Ethereum right now, it take about 15 seconds. In the future, it'll go down a bit, but it's never going to be as fast as one computer. So like if you want a blockchain-based thing that has very low latency, then that's another actually a reason to use payment channels, because with channels you can have the same security guarantees as a blockchain gives you, like often, but the guarantee comes to you as soon as you receive the message.
So let's talk about scenarios again. We've talked about blockchain for good. Talked a little about, hey, with the transaction speed you have around financial services makes a lot of sense. Provenance is an area, Starbucks has talked about that. In addition to, we had Starbucks, we had Xiaomi yesterday. Are there other people you're seeing using using the blockchain for provenance type scenarios? Any interesting things you're seeing there?
This is the sort of area where I see kind of lots of proof of concepts just constantly popping up, and I myself honestly haven't seen anything live yet that I find super impressive, but I'm sure there's things kind of working in the shadows diligently, as there always are. Yeah, I mean, if the Starbucks thing pans out, that'll be really interesting.
So there's one that I saw, actually we saw a couple of scenarios of this in the justice and public safety space. Where you think about with evidence, there's this chain of custody and you've got a mixture of media and other documents and things like that. And so that was one where a bunch of companies came in at the same time asking us about it. But going back to, hey, we want to make sure that it's decentralized. We've got hashing on the chain. This technology IPFS, Interplanetary File System. Can you talk about that? So for people who want to have the storage distributed as well?
Yeah, so the IPFS is this kind of collection of technologies, and it's basically trying to create a decentralized way of looking up and accessing files. So one of the core ideas of IPFS is that instead of addresses of files being kind of server-based, so like something/something, which is basically saying, go contact this server over there and tell him this magic number and he'll give you the file. Instead, it's like content-based addressing. So you just ask whoever, like, hey, here's a hash of the file. Do you have the file that has this hash? And you don't really care who gives it to you. So then on top of that, like they're building the things like distributed hash tables and these mechanisms for searching for files, and then you can have layers for actually storing the files. So like IPFS definitely doesn't kind of solve every layer in its current form. So like if you want to like store files and get them backed up for a long time, then like Filecoin might be the right choice for that, or like Swarm, which is one of the kind of Ethereum's sub-projects, is also something that we're working on for that. But it's, you know, like the sort of thing that it's useful for is basically like if you just have a file and you wants to have that file stored either for kind of public consumption, so there's a lot of users that would need to download it, or for your own backup, like it can serve both use cases. Yeah, you can do that.
So we're talking about Ethereum, but there's really sort of two Ethereums, right? There's F1 and you're hard at work on F2.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about F2 and sort of what some of the drivers are for that and sort of the key components?
Sure. So the two biggest parts of ETH2, one is proof of stake. So we have a proof of stake consensus algorithm called Casper. So we love proof of stake because it's much more energy efficient than proof of work, much cheaper to run, also potentially stronger security properties. The other big part of it is sharding. So this is massively increasing the base layer scalability of public chains by potentially a factor of about 1,000. And the way it does this is basically by, instead of requiring every node in the network to process every transaction, you actually distribute the work. So you would just assign some random subset of nodes to verify each batch of transactions. And by doing that, like if you have more nodes in the network, then your scalability goes up.
Excellent. So let me shift gears for just a second. Someone asked me yesterday, Mark. One of the things with the new tools we have, they work with the public chain, and not just because Vitalik's here, because we believe in the public chain. But they said, hey, your tools connect to the public chain, and the tools themselves are free. You don't make any money when people develop for the public chain, I don't think. Why is Microsoft doing that? Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at a bunch of things Microsoft's doing, we don't make money off of things like VS Code. And so it's in the same spirit of that. When we go and talk to enterprise customers, there's a larger business problem. We want to make it possible for them to get going with that business problem and not have to worry on the low-level mechanics. And so what this does is make it easier and faster for them to get up onto a solution. And we figure if we're there working with them, giving them technologies, understanding their problems, showing them how to integrate with higher-level systems like we've talked about, that they could potentially be a Microsoft or Azure customer, deploy their nodes on Azure, deploy their consortium on Azure, take advantage of the other things that we've got there. But at the heart of it, too, is that enterprises are actually demanding open technologies that they can leverage wherever they want to. And so CCF, while that runs in Azure on our SGX servers, you can take CCF, the Confidential Consortium Framework, and run it on your own SGX servers. Now, we hope that Azure's a best place to do that, and that the other benefits that Microsoft and Azure provide mean that customers will do that here. But if we said created something that's like, you can only run it in Azure, and you have to pay for it, obviously that's going to limit adoption, especially in the blockchain space, which is made up of consortiums where some customers might be Azure customers, other ones want their nodes to run in their own data centers on premises.
So we're just wrapping up the session, but there's a great question there. So can you, from one of our viewers at home, that's Tanya Janka, could you please name a few security best practices for blockchain?
Yeah, so there's different kinds of security on the blockchain. So like there's different kinds of risks you want to guard against, right? So like for example, if you the risk you want to guard against is the risk of bugs in your smart contract code, then there is that safety page that I mentioned. There is also all of these like different code verification tools and like auditing processes and things that you can go through. So there is an entire kind of list of things that you can do. If you want to secure assets, then one thing to look into is that you don't really want to store large quantities of assets in a single private key, because a private key can easily get lost or it can get stolen. Like you want to have some kind of smart contract multi-sig solution, and that like the Ethereum Foundation, for example, stores the bulk of its funds in a 4f7 multi-sig wallet, and like most big projects do something like that. So you can do things like that. Also, it's when you're building an application, it's important to just kind of reason explicitly about like what security properties you're trying to provide. So this is basically just a question of like, why are you using a blockchain in the first place, and actually make sure you're getting the benefits that you claim to be getting.
Excellent. So I think that's a great note to finish up on. Vitalik, Mark, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Mark.
I think now we're going to go ahead and check in with Christina. Hello, Christina.
All right, welcome back to Build Live. We're in the showcase area now on the show floor, and I'm actually at the JavaScript and TypeScript booth, and I'm super excited because not only am I here with my coworkers and fellow advocates, Cassie and Jeremy, but we're here with Anders, who is the creator of TypeScript and C#. One of the creators of TypeScript and C# and lots of other amazing things. And thank you for being here. This is so cool. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I'm just kind of nerding out right now. I know you two are as well. And Cassie, we were talking earlier, and you're saying, like, you are a C# person.
Yes.
Right? You're into C#. You're not a JavaScript person. But you like TypeScript.
Yes, I love TypeScript because it makes it a lot easier to do full stack development because it streamlines how I do things from front end to back end.
Very cool. And when did you co-develop TypeScript? How long has it been now? How many years?
Well, we got started probably, it went public about 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, and we worked on it for a couple of years before that, so it's been a long time by now.
But the popularity, like, it keeps just rising popularity.
It has grown to numbers that we never would have fathomed possible ourselves. Yeah, but it's wonderful. I mean, it makes us. I mean, it just energizes the team to see that level of adoption and that level of support from the community. Yeah, it's wonderful.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Jeremy, when did you start using TypeScript?
I started using it actually the day after a conference presenting a framework. We used Backbone back then before Angular and Vue and React. And it came out, and I said, this is going to be huge. So I scrambled back and refactored my whole application to use TypeScript and worked that into the back. So I showed it the normal JavaScript way. I said, but there's this new TypeScript thing coming out, and look what it can do. And I've been using it since then. In fact, one of the most impactful projects I was on was a massive enterprise project. We spent 2 years rebuilding a bunch of different components to a web-based app.
And we started out using JavaScript, and we were just having tons of issues. Velocity, for some reason, the customer wanted us to deliver it faster, ahead of deadline. And so we looked at options to accelerate it, and we decided to go with TypeScript. And just converting that existing application to TypeScript, we saw a velocity increase of 4 times.
Wow.
And we were measuring this and tracking this. So I became a very firm believer after that exercise of it.
Definitely. Okay, so you're now going to show us a little bit of a demo of why JavaScript people should be paying attention to this. Or
yeah, absolutely.
This, right? And Cassie and Anders, of course, are going to chime in the kind of their comments as well as you go along. So, I mean, you're kind of doing it in front of the Typefather. So
right. There's no pressure when someone comes up and says, "Why should I use TypeScript?" and you start to answer, and Anders walks around the corner. And you're like, I hope I'm getting this right. But what I like to show people is I start with a very simple piece of JavaScript, and I've got a function that just takes 2 parameters, and what I'm logging back is I'm doing something very natural. I'm saying the first variable, colon, second variable, I happen to multiply that by 2. Now, JavaScript is a very flexible language. That's why a lot of people like it.
Right.
So, of course, what I'm going to type is the answer to everything is, and pass it 21.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is with JavaScript, it's perfectly valid for me to do it the other way. The answer to everything is. And what I love about JavaScript is I feel like it's written with a sense of humor, because if we run this application and we pass it, it says, of course, 21, not a number.
Right.
And is not a number. And we can multiply not a number by 2, and it's still not a number. That's why it's fine. And so the first thing I tell people is what's interesting is TypeScript is used by Visual Studio Code to give me IntelliSense inside of the code completion here. So if I do foo, it's inspected and figured out what it can, that X is anything, Y is anything. So the first thing I can do, the first step to taking advantage of TypeScript, is I can do something like this with comments and annotate what I'm expecting. So I'll tell it that first parameter is a string, that second parameter is a number. And when I do this, and I come down here and I look at my function, it's telling me string and number, which is great, but now I'm expecting people to read the documentation and learn from it.
I mean, and we know we all should read the documentation, but I mean,
right. I like
realistic.
things to be automated, so I don't have to keep asking, did you read it? Did you follow it? So if I just do this simple comment at the top and tell it to use TypeScript checking, suddenly it throws an error for me, and it tells me something bad just happened. I'm expecting a string, you didn't pass me a string.
And the interesting thing here is like, this is the TypeScript compiler checking it, but what you're writing here is JavaScript, and we're just sucking the types out of comments, so you don't even have to compile this to run it.
Right.
You know, it just runs the way it is.
And that's what I have a lot of people ask me. We have a huge JavaScript code base. How do I start taking advantage of TypeScript? And the first thing I say is you can start using these comments, and you already get those checks. But the other thing I point out is that TypeScript is really just JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to rename the file so that the extension is TS instead of JS. And when I do that, suddenly, and I actually moved my comments. I want to keep them there. That's okay. I can throw them back. Let's pretend like we were right here with a parm X of string and a parm Y of number. And we were doing that. So basically, it's starting to give me some hints. It's saying, okay, we're in TypeScript world, but we have some hints. What's nice is if I hover over this, it's looking at those document types. I click Quick Fix, tell it to annotate, and now it's using this TypeScript notation to tell us X must be a string, Y must be a number. Now, at the end of the day, when I have this piece of TypeScript, I can come down and compile it. I'm just going to call the TypeScript compiler, tell it compile the TypeScript in my directory. I get a JS file, and if we look at this, this file looks very much like the JavaScript we started with. So there's no surprises. We're not taking a completely different language and translating it to something different. In fact, the way I used to sort of bait people into trying TypeScript is I'd point out the JavaScript it generated. If for whatever reason this experiment fails, you can take the JavaScript that it generated and actually check that into source control and continue on as if nothing happened. Now, no one has ever done that because there's so many advantages, but that's one of the powers of what it's doing.
Takes the risk out of making the change.
Yeah, no, which is important, right? Because you don't want to be, okay, sometimes I'm using this, what if I'm adding this and it makes some other change? But in this case, you don't have to worry about that.
Right. And the other big thing that's huge is there's support for different JavaScript versions, right? So I may be in one of those organizations where I have to support an older browser version. Or an older Node version. So
Node, I think, being more prevalent at this point than the browser stuff, right?
Right, exactly.
I mean, because and their release schedule is so frequent, even their LTS stuff. That I mean, they just had something go end of life. That if you have something that you haven't updated, that can be a problem.
Well, I never thought we'd see the day that JavaScript would get so many spec updates as quickly as it's getting.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, there's a few things I look at: past, present, and future. So right now, I'm in the past. Because this index.js that it compiled, it took a modern feature called string interpolation, which will parse out variables from the string, and it turned it into just simple string concatenation, because that's what the older JavaScript supports. All I have to do is come into my configuration file, and I come up here and I tell it, you know what, I'm done with those old browsers. I want the freedom of being on the edge, so let me go to ECMAScript 6, which is more modern. I'm going to just recompile it. And after that simple recompilation, which is right there, now suddenly it's just passed the interpolation through. Now I said past, present, this is present, but for futures, what I've loved about TypeScript is as new features of the language are on the drawing board and not quite released, TypeScript adopts those features. And so I can start using things, even if I'm on an older version of JavaScript, using the conventions that are perfectly valid modern JavaScript. And what happens is when I finally get to switch and that future becomes the present, then it's just passing through. The code is done, and I've already learned that syntax.
And I think you've shown sort of the two key value drivers of TypeScript. One is the type checking and the great tooling that you get out of it, and the other is the transpilation of your code that allows you to target different versions of JavaScript in older runtime environments.
Yes.
Right? And so it's sort of a combo of both, but you can actually use it just for one or just for the other.
Right.
A lot of people use TypeScript in combination with Babel, for example, where they're just using the tooling and the type checking, and then they're using a different transpiler or no transpiler at all.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anders. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Cassie. And we're going to go back to more content. We will see you later on Build Live.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's awesome to be back here live from Build. And I have one of my best friends in the entire world, Miguel de Icaza here. Miguel, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, James.
Absolutely. I feel as if we were just literally on stage together.
we were just, 10 minutes ago?
About 10 minutes ago, we had just finished our amazing session where I got to talk all about my love for Android and your love for iOS.
Yes. In fact, we were discussing the fact that in our relationships, that you made it work, right? That your household comes from very different backgrounds. You have like an iPhone member of the family and an Android member of the family, and I said I no diversity in my place. It's all iPhones.
All iPhones. Now we're super diverse. So we have Mac, Windows machines, Android tablets. We have Google Homes. We have iPhones, iPads. It's very diverse. And what's unique about it, I was talking about, is that my fiance, she had this great analogy. Someone was asking her about this relationship at her job. And she said, you know what I really like about it is that I can now test all of my apps or my websites that I'm developing on iPhone and Android. And they're having this, she's like, only developers in a relationship will talk about the testability of websites on their mobile devices. So it's an advantage to be in a very multi-device household. And I think it's where like Xamarin came from, I guess. So
yeah, that's exactly where it came from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's important that being take the photo. So okay, we talked about a lot of different things in our session.
Yes.
I think one of the most interesting parts that came from it is someone just at the booth asked me, I said, can you show us how to build beautiful applications? Like, how do we do that? And how has that evolved over the years? Because beautiful in applications seems to have evolved about that. So I wanted to kind of pick your brain a little bit more on that and what we're doing in that space.
Well, so we've just recently introduced this visual way of styling your application. And You know, for the past year, a lot of people have told us that we probably should support a way for people to manually rendering their user application. But I think that they've been approaching this a little bit from the coding perspective. I think that one of the lessons that we learned in the last, you really should have learned this on day one, but I guess it took us 10 years, is you really got to start with the design. You really got to start with a good design team. Oh, thank you. Oh, look, David Platt is back there. You got to start with the design and prototypes, even paper prototypes. I worked with this engineer a designer, Anna Dirks, many years ago, that did UI prototypes on paper.
Yeah.
And she would bring in a piece of paper and like, what do you do here? You click here, and then she would bring another piece of paper, and you did usability testing that way. And I think it's a lot cheaper to do it that way than the approach that you and I are probably more inclined to do, which is we start by brute forcing, putting things on the screen, and then trying to make them look pretty. And that is just a very tough path. I think it's a lot better to work with a designer, come up with a design, and then making the code do the magic to match the design is a lot simpler. So with Visual, we're sort of embracing, for many years, we have the default user experience of the platform. And with Visual, we're making it easy to style your application across the board with a particular design system. So the one that we're shipping today is the Google Material one, which looks glorious. It's very nice.
Good,
but,
especially as an Android user. Big fan.
That's right, as a big Android user. But as a Microsoft employee and a believer, we just announced yesterday the Fluent design system, and it comes with a expression. I learned this word too. It's called an expression. So it comes with the Fabric expression, and we're going to be bringing the Fabric expression to Xamarin Forms developers. So we'll make it very easy for developers to either go full native, full material, full Fabric very easily.
So that way you don't have to develop your own design system. You can take advantage of all the things that these companies have done, or do your own, I guess. Maybe.
Yes, I mean, I don't want to name names, but I just went to a conference a month ago in April, third week of April, San Francisco. And second week. And the conference had an app. And it's an app taken out of, I would say, 2010. So it looked like an app that would be suitable for 2010. But they went out of their way to implement a series of idioms that are just incredibly obnoxious. It was a very bizarre set of choices. And I think it's the danger that you fall if you think that if you don't start with a good design to begin with. So there were gradients everywhere, gradients in one direction, in the other direction, in diagonal, in the other diagonal, pop-ups with different gradients and different colors, no palettes, right? So I think that there's a lot to be said about consistency. And I think that you should build applications with these design languages and these design systems. And only after you've built your first set of apps with this, you should graduate to style your own.
Got it. Yeah.
But I think that you're starting the wrong place if you start with the idea that you're going to build something from the ground up as your first step.
Yeah, it's hard to, like you said, to try to brute force everything. And if you don't spend a lot of time with the designer, like I did, I spent a lot of time with Antonio, our designer at Xamarin. And even the designer may want something that's against the design system.
Yeah, you got to get a couple of apps under your belt first. Yeah.
So one of the other things we talked about, we only had on a slide, was sort of that we have the native, we brought all of .NET to iOS and Android and Mac. And then also we bring all of the native platform APIs. Now, one thing that I thought was really unique that we've talked about a little bit in demoed is the interpreter. So the C# interpreter, and maybe a lot of people don't even know what the interpreter is. So I thought this is a perfect time where we can get me and you on stage to talk about the interpreter, aka you, because I don't really understand anything about it.
So what you folks don't know is that James said, we worked on this presentation together, and James added this whole section on the interpreter. And what the interpreter allows you to do is to essentially, iOS, as you might know, does not allow additional code to be loaded, right? And you have to compile everything statically. So we built an interpreter, so you could do minor updates to your application with the interpreter, and to solve other things like reflection emit and other things like that. And James put a whole section on the interpreter. I said, James, you know what? This just does not fit the story, the arc of the story.
I tried to force it into the story, and it didn't work.
All right. And the first question that I get as soon as the presentation is over is there any way that I could load some code after the fact? I was like, oh.
You
Yes,
ship
well,
the app.
interpreter.
You're in the, you're even in your enterprise app store, and you need to ship something.
Yes, you need to ship a minor update. You need to ship that a new screen. You need to add an extension. So, so the interpreter. So it was a victory lap for James.
I told you. See?
Yes,
Yeah.
you were right. So now we support assembly.load. So if you get a DLL from anywhere, you can load it and execute it dynamically. And people have done, there's some people that are doing hot reload with this thing. There's people that are shipping updates to their application this way. So it's, I'm very happy with the interpreter.
And it seemed like, I know that on the slide specifically, that was probably the most important part to me. Assembly load, awesome.
Yes.
But system reflection, emit.
Yes.
For the first time, truly kind of ever on an iOS device.
On an iOS device and on any other system with static compilation.
Yeah.
Now we have the capability of doing the interpreter across the board and generating code dynamically and executing it. Yeah, so it really completes the .NET story on iOS.
Yeah, and as the .NET story grows, I think a lot of developers here are hearing about .NET 5. We even spent some time to talk about it in the world of mobile. Someone asked me, though, well, how does that, are my apps, I have to rewrite all my apps, I have to reduce something? I'm a little confused. So what is the story of .NET 5?
Yes, so
there?
First of all, I'm a big believer of we don't break customer code. So as we go to .NET 5, what we're doing is we're switching the class library that Mono has maintained for many years, right? So we had millions of lines of code in class library code that were, half of them were Microsoft already, and half of them were homegrown from an open source effort.
Yes.
But we were separately maintaining another full code base of that. And with .NET 5, we have one implementation. We're converging those two. And the nice thing is that we're running all the tests right now. So we've had a very extensive test suite, and we don't have, there's no deviation between these two. So as far as the perception from the user, it should be the same. But for us, the maintenance will be lower. We're going to be able to write twice as much code because we don't have two teams maintaining two class libraries. We're just going to have one team, the one .NET team.
So really, for developers, it's less about really changes to your app. There's really no changes to your app. It's more about the underlying runtime.
Well, we'll support the runtimes, right? So when you choose .NET 5, there are going to be two runtimes: the Core CLR runtime that you know and love, and the Mono runtime. And they will both consume the same set of libraries, and you'll be able to switch it. We'll make a default available for you. So if you say .NET Run, it will choose a default for you.
Like when I'm making a web app and I say .NET Run, that's going to run on Kestrel, but I have the option of running on IIS.
Yes, so, yeah, exactly. So you'll have so by default it will use, for example, web workloads. Most of the time, that's always going to be Core CLR.
Yeah.
Right. If you're doing a microservice and you want a smaller footprint, maybe you'll use Mono VM. On WatchOS, right, tiny device, we're going to put Mono. WebAssembly will use Mono. Android is an interesting piece because Android has gone goes from very low-end $30 phones to fairly high-end Pixelbook machines.
Yeah.
Right. So it is likely that you will want to use the Mono VM for mobile workloads, but you might want to use the RioJet VM for running fuller, more full-blown applications on things like a Chromebook, a high-end Chromebook.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a spectrum there, and we'll give you the options of choosing one versus another.
And another part of .NET 5 I thought was unique is, in the world of Xamarin, we've always been able to take those iOS and Android libraries. I got this question right after, with .NET 5, I can do this Objective-C Swift thing. Can I do that? Oh, you can do it today with Xamarin, right? But how does this change that story for developers?
Well, so what happened was that Mono has grown. The Mono VM took .NET and kind of embraced and extended.
Yeah.
And we added features that were necessary for mobile workloads, in particular, interop with Objective-C and interop with Java. And Core CLR kind of took its own path with things like assembly load context. So there's a couple of differences in the VM, and we're essentially at this point making sure that there is no difference, right? That they both have the same support. So Core CLR is getting Java and Objective-C interop, and Mono is getting a few things from .NET Core put into it. But essentially, you really shouldn't be able to tell the difference other than they'll have different performance and memory usage characteristics. And you'll be able to switch between those two.
Perfect. All right, I get to ask you literally anything right now for the next 3.5 minutes. So the question I guess I really have is what excites you, Miguel de Icaza, in the world of mobile development? Like, what is the next? What is the excitement? What keeps you ticking, and get excitement. I just literally didn't discuss this with you earlier, so now I have to
Oh,
talk while you
now I'm
think
on the
about your
spot.
answer.
Well, I think I have this thing where I think that I've made it a routine now that on Fridays I go to the App Store and the Google Play Store and I download apps.
Okay.
So I spend like $40 of things every Friday because I'd like to look at new user experiences, new games, things that people are playing with, and I really like to look at all the innovation that is coming out of this mobile app. So it's kind of a routine now that's what I do, and my phone is full of things. But development-wise, I think that the most exciting thing to me right now is C# 8. With C# 8, we're introducing this thing called nullable references.
Yes.
And we'll be able to annotate the code and say, hey, this thing, we know it's never going to be null, or this thing could be null. And this is going to eliminate a whole class of bugs that we as developers have been suffering for so many years. So this was actually a discussion that I sold to, I was selling this hard to Matt Storgensen at Evolve in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So that must have been
2014.
2014.
Yes, correct, yeah.
So,
I was there.
and Matt's like, well, it's too hard. It's like, no, but it's just a couple of hacks. It's just, we got to check in a few places. That's it. Now, it turns out he was right. But it turns out that it was right for me to push to the end, right? Because, it took years to build. But I think it's worth it. I think that eliminating that class of bugs is going to be fantastic. And the .NET team has been doing a fantastic work of getting MS Core Lib fully annotated, right? So we're annotating for nullability everything in MS Core Lib, and we're taking it up the stack, right? So we're going to eliminate a whole class of bugs across the spectrum everywhere, right?
Nice.
And this is something that F# does, but for the F# data types, but this is going to benefit everybody in the ecosystem. So I would say that's it. User interfaces and C# 8 are my thing.
I got 1 minute left.
Yes.
So I guess as we progress, we see tons of advancement coming in mobile and desktop and web. What about the console? What about the terminal? What do you have for us?
Well, I've been working on a platform, on a UI toolkit for console applications. I'm glad you asked this. I did a presentation called Retro.net. And, I still spend most of my day in the console. And I still, to this day, I still use the Midnight Commander, which is a tool that I wrote in 1992. Right, so I've been using this tool nonstop every day for 18, 19 years.
Yeah.
So I wrote a UI toolkit for C# developers to create console apps.
Beautiful.
And I guess this goes well with the new announcement of WSL and Terminal. So I guess I'm on the edge of new tech.
The edge of terminal. Well, awesome. Thank you, Miguel, so much
Thank you very much, Tim.
for answering all the random questions. And thanks to everyone
having
for
me.
here and everyone watching Build Live. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more Live from Build.
Why is it that you say that developers really are storytellers? So here's the thing about people. People are storytellers. It's part of who we are, is we tell stories. And this is true of every human society. We all tell stories. And developers are really no different. We also tell our own stories, and we tell them in our own way. And some of them are really obvious. Some of those ways are really obvious. Like, for instance, we all write specs. And the specs that we write, or the emails describing a feature or whatever, those are stories. They're technical, but they're stories still. They tell the story of a feature, why we're doing it, what's going on, how we're going to build it, and what's the resulting going to be. Our code is also a story. It tells a story, and it's a living story. It's a story that changes over time. As you change your code, you're changing the story of the thing you're working on. And if you're careful and you look at the code, you can actually see some of the previous versions of the story, because we all leave pieces of ourselves behind in our stories. The storyteller is always different. And so as code moves through time, you can actually look at the older versions and the newer versions and see how we went from here to here. Well, that's a story. And that's what we as developers, as software engineers, that's what we do. We tell stories.
Hello, Microsoft Build 2019 attendees. When you get done with all the awesome stuff at the conference, there's a couple of things that we want you to check out if you have the time. Where are we at now, Jeremy?
We are at the Great Wheel. We're right on the waterfront in Seattle. We're going to go up and check out the sites.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. When this was built in 2012, I believe, it was the largest Ferris wheel on the West Coast.
That's pretty impressive.
It's one of 3. See how we're coming out over the water?
Okay. Oh.
It's one of 3 built out over the water. This is a mile from the convention center, so really easy to get to. You can look in one direction, see the Olympics, you can see the islands, you can see the city, and you can see Mount Rainier. We're here at the Living Computer Museum and Labs. This was founded in 2006 by Paul Allen. It's got the largest collection of vintage mini computers, mainframes, microcomputers.
I'm pretty excited to be here myself.
What's cool about these is they're actually usable, hands-on. You can go.
He's not even getting in trouble for that. I'm excited because the best part about this place is you can actually touch the computers. I'm getting flashbacks to Oregon Trail and when everybody died of dysentery.
This is my TI-99 4A and Commodore 64 days. I got to go see if they have one in stock.
Let's check it out. This way?
Let's go. This way.
All right, Microsoft Build 2019 attendees, you got to come to this place. We've already seen a lot of cool stuff. You even got to play with some stuff?
I got to get on my computer that I started programming with. It took a couple tries, but I got a program up and running.
It always takes us a couple of tries, though, my friend. What other cool things did we see?
We saw mainframes. We saw the prototype of the first Apple I computer. And we saw just lots of cool tech.
You know, if you have time, please come down after all the cool content to not just learn what's brand new at Microsoft Build 2019, but to see the history of what brought us to where we are.
What improvements did we have on the display engine of HoloLens 2? One of the most important immersion values for me is this concept of pixels per degree of sight. The number that we picked for HoloLens, which is the highest number of any headset out there, is 47 pixels per degree of sight. Now, this number is important because this is the number that allows you to read 8-point font in a holographic website. This is the number that allows you to precisely interact and see holograms in the space in front of you. Now, as we move from HoloLens 1 to HoloLens 2, we wanted to keep that number constant, 47 pixels per degree of sight, while we more than doubled the field of view for HoloLens. There's no such display that works at the power profiles that we need for HoloLens in existence in the world for it, so much in the same way we invented time-of-flight sensors for Kinect, a holographic processing unit for AI inferencing on the edge, or the lenses for HoloLens 1. With HoloLens 2, we had to invent a brand new display system. Now, this display system is based on MEMS. It essentially allows us to steer photons, allowing us to shrink the product while more than doubling the field of vision. To put it in perspective, this is like moving from a 720p television to a 2K television for each of your eyes. The way that the display works, you basically shoot light towards a mirror. You have a fast scanning mirror that will scan at about 24,000 times per second that will essentially move light, the photons, in the horizontal. And then they will hit a second mirror, a slow scanning mirror that will scan slowly at about 6,000 times per second, which will then distribute those photons in the y direction. And this allows us to now form an image on the back of your eye with the smallest and most power efficient 2K display in existence.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build Live. I am Damien Brady, and I'm joined at the moment by Edward Thompson. Ed, thanks for coming and joining me.
Hey, the pleasure's mine.
Awesome. So we talk together a lot about Azure DevOps and Azure pipelines and all that kind of stuff. So it's awesome to have you on here to kind of talk about the product itself and some of the new stuff that's come out. And a few open source information and things like that. So
Yeah.
for those who don't know, what is Azure Pipelines?
Azure Pipelines, so let me take a step back.
Okay.
And let me talk about Azure DevOps.
Okay.
So Azure DevOps, we used to call it Visual Studio Team Services. And several months ago, I think it was September, we decided to change the name. But we did more than just change the name, right? This was more than just a rebranding. What we actually did was we took Visual Studio Team Services and we broke it up. So, and the reason that we did that is because, you know, if you were using, say, GitHub for version control and you were happy with GitHub, and we got no problem with that, you might look at Visual Studio Team Services then, and you might say, well, Visual Studio Team Services has version control in it. I've got GitHub. I don't need VSTS. And you would, you know, ignore the fact that we've got a great continuous integration and continuous delivery pipeline for you that is totally agnostic about your version control system. So we took VSTS, we turned it into Azure DevOps, and we broke it up. So now there's separate products. There's Azure Boards for your work item tracking. There's Azure Repos for your version control. There's Azure Pipelines for your build and release.
Okay.
So that's where Azure Pipelines comes in. And the idea is that if you are using GitHub, then you can bring in Azure Pipelines just fine.
How's it? I'm so sorry, but I'm totally crashing your show.
And we've got Abel Wang. Hi,
Abel. Abel Wang. So this is one of my colleagues, Abel Wang, who has been, he deserves a round of applause. Good to see you on stage again, man.
Thank you so much. This is actually the first time since I've
for a while.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see you.
Really sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm glad to see you.
This was just too good of an opportunity.
I think so
I'm
too.
Jump on stage with them.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
now officially the third most knowledgeable person on the stage, rather than the second. But thank you. So we were talking about Azure Pipelines as part of this product.
That's right.
And if your code's in GitHub, you don't need to put it in Azure Repos to use it.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, you can build your code, whether it's in GitHub, Azure Repos, you know, Bitbucket, a Git repository on a machine under one of the developers' desks. Please don't put a Git repository on a machine under a developer's desk. But if you do have that, you can still build it with Azure Pipelines. We don't care where the code is. So we'll take it, we'll build it, and then we'll deploy it.
Yep, for sure. And this is, so you're mentioning pipelines being used for, you know, if you have your code in GitHub, but this goes the other way around too. If you don't want to use pipelines, but you want to use Azure Repos, or you want to use Azure Boards, but not repos and pipelines and things like that, that also.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so that was the point of Azure DevOps. We want you to take whatever you want, whatever you need as part of your development process, whatever hole you have, and fill that.
Yep.
So Ed, what about people that are like totally invested in some other build, it's like Jenkins or whatever? I know people have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building out their pipelines. Can they still use our product?
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's two ways that you could do that. Either you could point Jenkins at Azure Repos. That's fine. You can also have Azure Pipelines drive Jenkins. So we've actually got a plugin to, you know, a task for Azure Pipelines that is run a Jenkins job. And so whatever Jenkins infrastructure you have, you can take advantage of. You don't need to change that. You can take that build output and then use Azure Pipelines to deploy it, whether that's to Azure or, you know, another cloud, on-premises servers, that machine that's under the desk that's also serving Git repositories. Please don't deploy to machines under the desk either. But, you know, if you do, you can do that.
Yeah. So some of the Azure Pipelines has been around in some form or another. It was, you know, a build part of TFS and then Visual Studio Online and VSTS and so on for quite a while.
Almost 15 years.
Almost 15 years. It's better now than it used to be.
It's absolutely better now than it used to be.
I'm going to stick there. It's better than it used to be.
That's right. That's right.
And really powerful, especially for open source and things like that. But there were a few announcements to do with pipelines that came out at Build.
That's right.
During the keynote, you might have seen our boss, Donovan Brown, mentioned a couple of things. And one of them was one of my favorites. It was YAML for release definitions as well.
Yes.
So let's talk about YAML in general, like why AML format for defining your builds, why you would do it, and why that's important.
Right. So YAML is yet another markup language. It's just a textual description of how a build can work. And the reason that you would want to do your build, define your build with YAML instead of like the visual designer. The visual designer is nice and easy, right? But if you actually have a file that describes the build, you can check that in alongside your code. And the great thing about that is that as your code changes and as the way you need to build that code changes, you'll always have that checked right in. So if you go to a different branch, let's say you need to, I don't know, if you're servicing a box product and you need to come out with a 3.1, but you're busy working on, your team's working on 4.0. They've totally changed the way builds work for 4.0. When you go check out the branch for 3.1, you need to still be able to build that branch too. So the actual description of the way builds work is checked right in.
And that can be really valuable.
It's incredibly powerful.
When somebody clones your code, and I think I like the way that you put this to me, Abel, when we were talking before. When somebody when somebody clones your code or forks your code, they're not just getting the code that you wrote, the application, they're getting the way to build that application too.
Right.
Which is really powerful, especially in open source.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. I just want to jump back really quickly because we have a question from somebody who's watching online. And it's a question that I've been asked a few times and we talked about before. Azure Repos is Git repositories.
Yes.
GitHub also is Git repositories.
Yes.
Do we need to move everybody to one or the other? Are they going away? What's the story there?
No. Nobody's going away. Nobody's going anywhere.
Good.
At least not, as far as I can see. So I think GitHub is great. I used to work at GitHub. I love GitHub. GitHub is incredible for open source. GitHub is incredible for inner source workflows and collaboration. Azure Repos, there is no version control provider on the planet that can handle the Git repository that is Microsoft Windows, except Azure Repos. So they've both got strengths. If you're happy with what you've got, there's no reason to think about changing it.
And this is the trend, right? If you're happy with what you're using, we're not forcing you to use the entirety of Azure DevOps, which is why we break it up in the first place.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I have a question about the GitHub versus the Azure repos. If I'm starting a greenfield project, which direction should I go? Is there like one that, a certain reason that I'd be like, ooh, I want to go Azure repos more because it makes more sense?
Sure.
Or is it just like it really doesn't matter which direction you go?
I think, so if you're doing an open source project, I would absolutely do GitHub because
Makes
that's
perfect sense.
where everybody expects to find your open source, right? That's where everybody wants to do their collaboration.
Yep.
If you already have other projects in Azure repos, then why have two different systems?
Right.
But really it comes down to preference at some point. Do you like the way pull requests work, collaboration works on GitHub? Do you like the way it works on Azure repos? Just go with whatever makes you happy. I mean, we got too many problems. We've got tabs versus spaces. We've got YAML versus JSON. We don't need to worry about GitHub versus Azure repos. Just go with what makes you happy.
And it's Git, right?
Yeah.
It's Git. So I derailed us a little bit on that. We were talking about how the YAML lives in your lives in your code. And that's the same whether it's in GitHub or Azure repos. You don't need to use Azure repos to put the YAML build definition in.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it can live in GitHub alongside.
Sure.
Well, one of the other announcements that came out was kind of an extension of what that YAML could do in that we now have multi-stage YAML definitions.
That's exactly right.
Multi-stage pipeline.
That sounds kind of abstract when we say
doesn't it?
multi-stage.
Yeah. Do you like how I did that?
What's that?
Abstract, so you could explain it.
Yeah. So just tee that up for me. So the idea is that YAML is good for builds, and YAML is great for builds. But what if you could do releases with YAML too? Because it used to be until yesterday, so 2 days ago, two long days ago, you had a tab over in Azure DevOps that said builds and one that said releases.
Yep.
Now you have a tab that says pipelines. So we're bringing these two things together because what is a build and what is a release? That starts to get a little questionable, especially if you're automatically deploying to a staging server on every merge. And some people do that. And so it gets a little hazy what's a build and what's a release. So we now have multi-stage YAML pipelines. So you can do a build, and then you can do a release, and you can define that release in YAML just like you can define the build in YAML. And that's really, really powerful. If you don't like that, that's fine. You can still use the visual editor. That's fine too. but I really like being able to define my releases in YAML. The other thing that we've added is if you're overwhelmed by YAML, as I often am, I like it, but it can get a little dense. Over on the right-hand side, when you click Edit on a YAML pipeline, now over on the right-hand side of the editor, you can actually see some tasks, and you can click on that task, and you can actually enter some values. It'll ask you, like, if you want to deploy to AKS, what's the name of your container registry?
Yeah.
What's the name of your AKS pod? And you type that in, and you click Add, and it will actually insert YAML into that file. So you're kind of getting a bit of the best of both worlds when it comes to YAML being able to check in your configuration as code and being able to do some editing without having to memorize how all the YAML works.
Which is fantastic, because another way that we used to do it quite often was you edit it in the visual editor and then you export the YAML.
Right.
And then you have this disconnect, I guess, between the visual side and the other one. So this kind of closes that gap somewhat.
It's starting to. We're going to do more. This is just the first piece of that.
Yeah, it definitely helps things. One of the other things that I think is really worth mentioning in the last few minutes we have is the open source offerings that we have for Azure DevOps in general.
Yes.
Yeah. So can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah. So we rely on open source on the Azure DevOps team. So many of the components that we use are open source, and so many of the team members actually contribute to open source projects. I work on an open source project. I'm a core contributor to a project called libgit2. And we want to give back to the open source community because we take so much. And so one of the things that we have is a very generous build offering, pipeline offering for open source projects. Yep. So we offer open source projects 10 parallel builds and unlimited build minutes per month. And I think that's the most generous in the industry.
I've been told that.
Yeah, and so that's for our hosted build agents, and we run, in the cloud in Azure, we have Linux VMs, Windows, and Mac OS. So whatever kind of application you're building, you can build it with Azure pipelines, and it's free for open source projects, completely free.
Which is very cool. And it's also free to an extent for private projects, right?
That's right. You don't need to be an open source project to get the free offering. It's just not as generous, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, that's right. Abel, have you seen any of the other build announcements that have gone on around Azure DevOps? I think there was, what was the other one we were talking about before? There was one on pipeline analytics or something like that came out.
Yeah, the pipeline analytics.
One that I'm actually excited about is AAD and also GitHub authentication.
Oh, that's
they work for each other now, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's cool.
Just like, if you are in GitHub, we're trying to make that transition between Azure, the rest of the Azure DevOps family, and GitHub a little bit easier. So AAD integration, login from GitHub to Azure. We've got a new Azure Boards extension in the GitHub Marketplace.
That's right.
So better integration between Azure Boards and GitHub pull requests.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's come out. How do people get started? If they want to actually try this stuff out, they've got a project in GitHub or something like that. They want to try it out. Where do you start?
Yeah, the easiest way if you've got a project in GitHub is the GitHub Marketplace. It's up at the top of the GitHub menu, Marketplace, and then just search for Azure Pipelines, and it'll just walk you through the getting started. You don't need to have an Azure DevOps account already. You can just create one on the fly, and you'll go from there. It'll choose the type of template for your repo, and it'll just build you a pipeline right there.
We may have some videos that show that.
One or two.
We've got one or two videos that show that, yeah. Those templates as well, they're built around kind of your nice, easy path for the languages that it's discovered. And
yeah, that's right.
But it's incredibly extensible, right?
Totally extensible, yeah. I mean, if you want to add tasks and define them that way, if you want to just run some scripts, that's no problem, whether that's PowerShell or Bash or even CMD, I guess. If you wanted to do that, you can do that.
One thing as well, you mentioned hosted pipelines or hosted agents, Windows, Mac, and Linux as options, and you can run your own, right? You can run your self-hosted agents.
Sure, yeah.
And I think there's a few different flavors as well, so you can download them not just for Windows, Linux, Mac. What ARM is supported?
You could run an ARM job. The other thing you could do, and this is what I do with my open source project, because I'm old and I write C. Right. So we build on Mac, Linux, and Windows. But we also build on Linux for ARM because we have people embedding our software on their phones. And so we actually use QEMU because our hosted build agents are real virtual machines, and you can run another emulator inside of there. So you can run QEMU, emulate an ARM, and not spend a penny out of pocket. Now, if you want, you could, of course, run it on a Raspberry Pi under your desk. But, you know, this is how I don't feel good about infrastructure under a desk.
I put it on top of my desk when I did that.
That's
though.
better.
That's better? Yep.
Yeah,
I can
that's
see the
okay.
lights.
That's acceptable.
Yeah. Yep. So you kind of, it's not just those environments and the tasks that we give you and the templates we give you.
Right.
You can do your own tasks, any scripts that you want to run, and then run them on any kind of infrastructure as well.
That's exactly right. Yeah, whether it's on-prem, cloud, a mix and match, that's fine.
And even, not sure if we're allowed to mention this, but even other people's clouds.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, you can deploy to another cloud, you can deploy to on-prem, you can build in another cloud, you can build on-prem, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I ask another YAML release question? Because I'm super excited about this.
Yes.
Right? So, and I wasn't paying too much, don't tell Donovan this, but I wasn't paying too much attention during the keynote. Because I know our release pipelines, what you can do in them is extensive. There's so much cool things that you can do. How much of that can we do with the YAML releases? And are we planning on, or can we do everything, or are we planning on slowly building that out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes to both. You can do everything, and you will see more growth, especially in that marketplace. You know, we just added the Go to AKS, very straightforward in YAML.
Yeah.
You're going to see more, better coming to YAML.
Yeah,
Cool.
so there is plenty more to talk about, but we are out of time. Thank you so much, Ed, for joining us here.
Thank you.
And thank you as well, Abel,
Thanks,
for your
Abel.
surprise experience.
crashing the-
Yeah,
That's
for crashing
right.
the party. And everybody else, be right back. Stay with us.
How is VS Code built and maintained? Every 6 months, we update our roadmap that tracks what we want to do in the next 6 to 12 months. You can check this roadmap out in the wiki section of our VS Code repository in GitHub. Each iteration is typically 4 weeks long, and the planning for this goes based on the themes that is outlined in the roadmap. First week of the iteration is the dead week. Bug fixes, refactorings, engineering dead items. This is what we concentrate on the first week. By the time the week ends, we finalize our iteration plan for that month. This plan gets published as a GitHub issue with the label Iteration Plan. It tracks each feature we are going to work on, who owns it, and a GitHub issue link to it, which tracks the said feature. The next 2 weeks is the development time. We work on the said features and any bug fixes that we need to do based on the incoming issues. The last week is the end game. We create test plan items, become testers, and test the features that we worked on. This is followed by bug verification. Invariably, every month, this goes on to hundreds and sometimes 200 bugs that we need to verify. Followed by content writing. We write the documentation and write up our release notes. By the time the next week rolls on, we are in the dead week of the next iteration. By the time it's mid of the week, the stable release has been, well, stable for a week, and we release the monthly update. Apart from the monthly updates, we also release nightly builds. So if you want the greatest and the latest of VS Code, you should get on the Insiders bandwagon.
Hi, I'm James Montemagno, a program manager here at Microsoft. Today, I'm going to show you how to deploy your very first iOS application written in C# and .NET using Xamarin from Visual Studio 2019. So let's get started. All right, let's get started by launching Visual Studio 2019. I'm brought here to my brand new Getting Started experience, and we're going to create a brand new project. Now here, I'm able to browse all of the different workloads that I have and different project types. So we're going to go ahead and select Mobile. Here I'll find all of my different mobile applications that I can build with Xamarin and .NET, from tvOS, iOS, Android. Let's go ahead though and create the very first one here, a cross-platform mobile app, leveraging cross-platform user interface with Xamarin Forms. We'll go ahead and leave the default app 1 and hit create. From here, I'm able to create a brand new project using several templates, such as a master detail application with flyout navigation or a tabbed page. I can also add an ASP.NET Core Web API backend project that I can debug locally or deploy into Azure. But let's go ahead and create a blank application. We can select between Android and iOS. We'll leave both in place and hit OK. Now this will scaffold out my entire project, including a .NET Standard library with my shared code and user interface, and an iOS and Android project. Let's give it a few seconds to finish setting up the project. Now that our project is ready, let me walk you through the structure. Here I have my .NET Standard library with any NuGet dependencies that I may have, and I also have my Android and iOS project. Now inside of the iOS project, we have our main app delegate, which is our starting point of our application. So here, this is a Xamarin Forms application, so it's going to go ahead and load the application. But a bulk of our business logic is all going to be in this .NET Standard library that's shared between my iOS and Android application. Now for our main user interface, this will be our main page.xaml, which is our Xamarin Forms XAML that says, welcome to Xamarin Forms. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set the iOS project as my startup project. Then what I'm able to do is launch on a simulator. Now to be able to deploy and debug our iOS applications, we're going to need to connect to our Mac. So let's make sure that we have access to the network. Now we'll need to set up our Mac for remote compilation and debugging for iOS development. Here, this will walk us through how we can pair with our Mac. On our Mac, we'll need to set up sharing, which is located in the sharing remote login, so we can communicate over SSH. We'll finish up by allowing access for specific users and hit next. Now, based on your network, your Mac should show up, but I'm here on CorpNet at Microsoft, so I'm going to need to add my Mac via IP address. So once you have your IP address of your machine, you can go ahead and type it into this box. Now I'll be prompted to enter my credentials. Go ahead and enter my username and password of my Mac machine. And this will go ahead and configure my PC and my Mac to ensure I have all of the proper installed parts installed for iOS development from my Windows machine. So let's give it a few seconds to ensure everything is installed and configured. There we go. We're connected to our Mac via IP address. And now what we see in our drop-down list is all of my iOS simulators that I have installed on my Mac. So we can go in and select a specific, let's say iPhone 6 running iOS 12.1. Now all I need to do is hit debug. This will compile up my application and start it in debug with our remote iOS simulator for Windows. This will communicate over the network to give me a one-to-one representation of the iOS simulator that I can interact with. And if you're on a touchscreen, you can even use your touchscreen for interactions. Let's give it a few seconds to finish the installation and launch our app. Here we go. Our application has launched and it says, welcome to Xamarin Forms, a one-to-one of what it says in our XAML with our label, welcome to Xamarin Forms. I can, of course, add more controls and start building out my application and use Visual Studio 2019 for complete iOS and Android mobile development with .NET and Xamarin. And there you have it. You've just deployed your very first iOS application written in C# with Xamarin from Visual Studio 2019. Now, if you have any questions at all, feel free to reach out, and thanks for watching.
All right, welcome back. We are at Microsoft Build 2019, and I'm live here on the show floor. And I thought we'd just go walk around and see who we could find, so let's go. So one of the cool things about Build is that you're able to go to a ton of booths. You're able to talk to a lot of people, and I thought, hey, why not try to run into somebody, maybe, I don't know. Oh, look! John Galloway, how are you?
How's it going, Seth?
Oh, and you're mic'd up?
Yeah, I wore my mic today.
How did that even work? And you're mic'd up to our audio guy, too?
Yeah, I just, it seemed like a best practice.
So lucky.
Yeah,
so tell me a little bit about who you are, my friend.
Well, I mean,
that dude just walked right in front of our shot. That's okay. Don't feel bad. Everyone, look, this guy right here walked in our shot. It's okay.
Yeah.
You okay? Okay, good. You keep going. We got you, boo.
And so that ends the story. That takes you up through today of who I am.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So he is the guy walking in front of us.
Right.
John, tell us what you do, my friend.
So lately, I've been working for 2 years on the .NET Foundation. So .NET Foundation is kind of this behind-the-scenes thing that supports open source .NET.
Okay.
So there's dozens, like 70 plus projects on .NET Foundation. There's things like Core CLR, Core FX, ASP.NET, but then there's also a lot of community projects, things that you use all the time, like JSON.NET, XUnit, NUnit, AutoMapper, Identity Server, just on and on and on, right? So these are all projects that we care about.
I see. So let's back up, because I feel like I don't know exactly what the .NET, like if I have a really good .NET project, what will the .NET Foundation do that helps?
Great question. Yeah. So there's some beginning things of just like, let's make sure that we've got do you have a license? Do you also have things set up so if you get, I don't like to say hit by a bus, if you get abducted by aliens.
Okay, which is more likely.
More likely, right? Or win the lottery.
Oh, yeah. Right? And then you want to live in Hawaii.
Right. So what happens to your project? Yeah. Right. So we want to make sure that we've got things set up for access to GitHub, access to secrets for logins, all that stuff. That your project and just policies and all those things set up so that your project continues on.
Right? I see.
So there's all this kind of stuff like the basics of making sure the projects are long lasting, and then there's a lot of other things that are take it further. You've got projects where you have 1 or 2 people that are working on weekends to keep the thing running. Do you want them to be doing administrivia, or do you want them to be fixing bugs and stuff? So things like certificates and code signing and just CLAs, all the infrastructure stuff, Azure DevOps.
So is the .NET Foundation helping build that? Are they providing resources?
Yes.
I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm thinking, yeah, holy cow, if I have a really popular open source project and I want to take a vacation, are you staffing people answering issues?
Well, so that's a great question. Up till now, it's been basically, there's one executive director, and then there's a board of directors.
Right. They were just elected, right?
Well, yeah, so up till now we had 3 directors and 2 were Microsoft employees and 1 was appointed by Microsoft. So it was mostly Microsoft run.
Right.
What we did now is we had an open election. So we had people could join as members. We've got just about 500 members now, and then members could run in the election.
I see.
We had 6 open seats. 1 was appointed by Microsoft. The other 6 are community elected, which is crazy. Yeah. It's way majority run by community. And we were like, what if nobody shows up? We've got 6 seats.
Yeah.
We had 45 people running for these 6 seats, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So yeah, we've got a new board, and it's all these who's who of .NET open source. So John Skeet, Phil Hack, Oren. We've got Iris Klassen, Sarah Chips. We've got probably forgetting 1 or 2, and they'll hate me for it. Ben Adams.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. We've met several times already, and we're like, what are some things we want to fix and make better? So, and the cool thing is now it's not just John. It's I've got a club, right?
But they're not answering issues on AutoMapper on behalf of Jimmy Bogart.
So that's an important thing. We support projects. The projects keep running themselves.
Okay.
So basically, we're not going and taking over projects.
I see.
We're supporting Jimmy Bogart behind the scenes. So
he needs a lot of support.
So if Jimmy needs a CLA setup, or he needs a signing certificate, or he needs Azure instance stuff, or build servers, or whatever, he sends an email and says, "Hey, dudes, can you help me out?"
So it's the resourcing of what you need. But if you're starting to do some open source and you need some governance, you can help direct. Maybe here's some good ideas that you could use, depending more like an advisor, and some maybe financial support with Azure resources.
Yep. And Azure, but then we talked about a lot of other things, and we have other stuff already, stuff like build servers and things.
Okay.
So it's and in a way, I feel like we're just getting started, right?
Okay.
So we're doing some things to support projects. We'd like a lot more projects to come on. We'd like to do a lot more for them, and we'd like to do a lot more than just support projects.
I see.
So things like speaker tours and student internships and all kind, and then getting companies involved in .NET open source. So being this kind of like behind the scenes, like making open source awesome on .NET. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of support, a lot of resourcing. We have about 3 more minutes.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about like a project success story and how they've been supported, because we've been talking a lot about it in the abstract, but you already have projects in there that you're helping.
Now they're going to go to us.
From DNN.
All right, it's that
15 minutes.
Oh,
All right.
I just heard myself.
Hey, everybody. Thank you.
I
Welcome
guess-
back to...
Well, that was abrupt. We're ready. We're pros. Are we on?
Welcome back to Build Live. I'm Tim Hewer. I'm here joined with some colleagues of mine. Lindsay QBasic. No, that's just kidding. That's how you say her name, but she's not an expert in QBasic. Maybe. I don't know. Are you?
No, sadly.
Okay. We'll ask you. Bring your QBasic questions to us.
Next
and
time.
Joe Stegman, both from the Windows UI platform team and accessibility team.
That's correct.
In Windows.
Yeah.
So welcome. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks for having us.
And both of you guys had a presentation this morning, right?
Yeah, we did the same presentation.
Same presentation. I think it's already live, so if you haven't seen it, feel free to go out on the YouTube channel and look up, what was it, Windows UI Roadmap.
It's called State of the Union Windows Presentation Platform.
That sounds way better.
And it's the only State of the Union talk at Build today. If you watch the talk, you'll get the backstory on that.
So what are the 3 things that we should take away from that talk?
Well, I think the first is that we're doing a lot of work to decouple the presentation platform from the core operating system, which gives you the opportunity to basically have access to all of the new UI features we're building on down-level versions of Windows.
We're also doing a high-performance React Native version for Windows. So if you want to share assets, if you are a web developer and you want to share assets between your native application, your mobile application, even your website, you can do that now with React Native for Windows.
And third, we're continuing to evolve the XAML Island story so that Win32 apps have access to all the same great new features that we're building in the Windows 10 stack.
Awesome. So little known fact, I used to work for Joe. And
he was my favorite employee, other than Carolina, who's in the audience right now.
Now you're correct.
And Paul Gus, who might be in the audience right now. They're all 3 tied for the favorite employees.
So we had, when last we talked, we would always draw this diagram, interested in this decoupling story, because we had this, when we worked on Windows 10 and Windows 8, we talked about having the XAML layer on top of the composition layer, which was on top of DirectX and stuff. So where in that kind of layering are we decoupling from the OS? Help me understand that a little bit more.
So it's the layering is, as you describe, it's sort of DirectX. And then after that, we have the visual composition layer and XAML on top of that. We're taking DirectX stays in the platform, but effectively the composition layer, the visual layer, if you will, and our animation layer, and some of our input layer, and everything above that, including the whole XAML stack and the XAML framework, we're decoupling all of that and then making it available on in-market or previous versions of Windows 10. So effectively, you just need a baseline RS2 UWP application, for example, or baseline application running on RS2, and then you can now use the stack on that in any machine, Windows 10 greater than that.
So essentially, we're taking the story and making it more capable down level.
That's correct.
To that certain baseline that you mentioned, which is the RS2 build.
And
Awesome.
it works in both UWP and with XAML Islands, it works on a Win32 app. So if you have a existing Win32 code base that runs on Windows 10, RS2 and above, which is what, 17?
RS2 was
1709,
1709, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Anything there or above, you'll be able to use our whole presentation stack in your application, whether it's Win32 or UWP.
And Lindsay and I were talking about this just a little bit before, is like, so when we also heard yesterday during some of the keynotes, as well as some sessions today, about the .NET Core 3 story and enabling more WPF and Windows Forms developers to move forward with that story as well. And we were talking, how do I get like fluent design as a part of that story? And this is the XAML Islands aspect, right?
Right. This is where you're able to use any of the controls that we're building in WinUI or in the Inbox platform today in your WPF and Windows Forms application with XAML Islands already. But as we talk about in our talk in more detail, with the .NET Core 3.0 update and Visual Studio 2019, this whole workflow gets a lot better. You're also able to use managed controls that are written in managed code, and it's just a lot easier to get started and bring UI updates to your existing apps.
Awesome. And then one of the other things is part of the term we call for lifting everything up. We have something today that we call WinUI, which is our controls decoupled from the platform, so we ship them outside of Windows. This whole thing that we decouple we call WinUI 3.0, but as part of WinUI 3.0, we're doing all the visual layer, which is our composition animation layer. We've done a bunch of new work at that layer of the platform, a bunch of new 3D improvements, and by lifting that up and now making it available on in-market versions, people will be able to use XAML Islands, which will also be lifted up, and they'll be able to take their Win32 applications and update them not just with UI, but with some of the improvements we've made at the 3D visual composition layer.
Yeah.
And one of those is my favorite is like being able to use Lottie, right? So Lottie is this huge animation framework library, I guess, depending on how you look at it, but resource, let's call it a resource, and being able to use a ton of Lottie-style animations within that through these layering and these decouplings, right?
Yeah, so in our talk, we actually show a demo of this. Lottie, for anyone who hasn't heard of it, is basically a cross-platform tooling infrastructure that lets you use this whole library of Lottie files that's public and maintained by Airbnb. And it gives you all of these cute vector graphic animations. And you're able to use this tooling workflow to export native code on iOS, Android, web, and now Windows. What we're seeing is that on Windows, you could only do this on the most recent versions of Windows, which was problematic. And so with the updates we're making to WinUI 3.0, you'll get those same capabilities on all versions of Windows. So all kinds of cool improvements where that's one good example because it's one of the more recent things we've added to the visual layer. But the whole effects pipeline, all of the additions we've made to animations like natural motion and physics, all the 3D improvements that Joe was just talking about with Windows 3D and bringing better 3D capabilities to the Windows 10 stack, all of that will be available as it ships later this year.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's great. It's all available to in-market versions of Windows, and it's available to both Win32 and UWP applications. So that's what we're most excited about, and that was really our big talking point, I'd say, this morning in our talk.
That's great. I think one of the themes that we've seen at Microsoft over the past couple of years, and certainly in the .NET ecosystem, certainly, but along with our tooling stories and everything, is this kind of theme of open source as well. What can you tell me, Joe, about like how has that transitioned from a WinUI standpoint? Like how has WinUI embraced that philosophy at Microsoft? What are you guys doing about that? How can the community engage more with the Windows Dev platform with regard to open source?
So we have currently our controls library WinUI is all open source, and it's not just open source from the standpoint of our sources out there, and we'll take pull requests. Everything we do, our spec process, how we decide what we're going to do next, we're doing all of that in the open for our controls now. So with WinUI 3.0, where we're taking the whole composition animation system, all of that up and into WinUI, our goal is to take all of that and not just make it open source so that the community can participate, but also our spec process, how we evaluate features, our doc writing process, all of that, everything we do is all in the open. It's really 100% open development, and we're pretty excited about that. And right now, for WinUI that's out there, the controls, the community can already go there and engage. A lot of people already do, give us feedback, add new requests for feature requests, give us feedback on existing feature requests, make pull requests on our source, on our documents, you name it. It's already open.
What is that like? So Joe, you've been around the UI frameworks, I think, for the longest time, probably at Microsoft.
Are you saying I'm old?
Maybe, a little bit.
Okay.
I want to know if you're offended that the sign says WinForms and not the proper name.
So I've told a lot of people that, because I've been around for a long time, that I was on the, as you know, I was on the Windows Forms team. And I say Windows Forms because it's been beat into me. Because Windows Forms, we had the name Windows Forms. WinForms was owned by somebody else. They had back in those days, they did have domain names.
That's right.
And somebody registered it, and they had a company called WinForms. So we could not use it. We couldn't have it in any of our marketing literature. at all. And fast forward 30 years later, I guess everybody's forgot.
Everyone's fine with
I
it.
still work. When I last worked on it, it was a big deal. And so every time I see WinForms, I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
That's
I got
think,
that feedback during all of our dry runs from Joe like 10 times, and I think today I still said WinForms a few times.
Yeah. Every time I can, I like to needle them. But in all honesty, having worked on Windows Forms and everything, like this is a pretty big culture shift for Windows client frameworks to embrace this openness and being a part of the community and contributions, right? Is WinUI, the open source aspect of WinUI, does that go, how far in those decoupled layers does that go today?
The question, how far back does the...
How far, is the visual layer open source as well?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So not yet, but as part of WinUI 3.0, all of that open sourcing is on our roadmap.
Oh,
Today,
great.
just the controls are open source because only WinUI 2.1 is there so far. But yeah, as part of our decoupling, our eventual goal is to open source everything.
That's great.
As we get there.
Yeah, so everything that'll be in WinUI, that is, it'll take us time. The biggest thing, it takes a lot of time if you've taken things open source before. Our test infrastructure is all based on internal test infrastructure, and then getting everything building in the open, which you need to do to make it open source, and then making sure your code is all good enough to be shared with everybody in the open.
Right.
Those take a fair amount of time.
Right.
But we're committed to it.
So we talked about some of the controls as well. What are some of the highlights of, I think every time someone talks about UI frameworks and stuff, they're like, what new widgets did I get? How can I make my app cool? What did you enable for me in this release coming up?
Well, I was going to say, this was part of
about this,
yeah, we kind of mixed and matched on our talk on what we covered. I think we covered two things. One is controls that are already shipping in WinUI 2.1 as of a couple weeks ago, as well as some controls that are currently being developed. So in terms of new controls that were just added, animated visual player is one of my favorites because that's how you get access to Lottie. But I think there's a lot of good improvements that are going on. What's your favorite?
Well, there are the oldie but goodies. We're just adding a tab control back, which is used in the new
terminal.
In the terminal, exactly. So yeah, I know it's about time we had a tab control, but we do have a tab control on the platform. We're doing some of those standard LOB controls. We're doing input validation in the platform, which is kind of nice. We did a teaching tip, which doesn't seem like much, but sometimes you do these little unexpected things, and a lot of people use it. And basically, a teaching tip is first time you run an app, and it says, by the way, we've updated this, and we've updated this, and it'll do it once, and then it'll go away, or the developer can set it. But just that project has been just fun doing. It was one of the first things we tried open source. We got a ton of feedback. So it's just been kind of cool to go on that ride, taking that thing as one of our first open source.
I'm seeing a vision of combining teaching tip and animated visual player for a WinUI Clippy.
Absolutely.
And
I'm ready for it.
You could be a program manager on the UI. You could.
Step 3, profit.
Profit. Which, does that have anything to do with your shirt there, Tim?
Hey, well, we're embracing open source in the client community, right?
Okay, I didn't. Yeah. Yes, of course. I didn't realize we could wear our ad shirt. So anyway.
Kickbacks.
Yeah, it's great. Actually, it's a good lead-in question too. Let's talk about your relationship, the UWP platform. You mentioned React Native as well in those efforts. How are you addressing the mobile landscape with React Native and Xamarin? Both of these platforms kind of living on top of the native UWP layer.
Yeah. So the one way we think about they're both analogous, and Xamarin Forms are great solutions for the .NET developer who wants to target mobile and maybe target desktop as well, and to be able to share assets between mobile and desktop, or just between iOS and Android even. And React Native is an analogous version of that allows you, if you're a web developer, to be able to share assets between now your mobile applications, iOS and Android. So you can not really write once, but you can share assets easily between iOS, Android, and now we have a high-fidelity desktop implementation. And with React Native, you can also share assets via React with even your web properties as well. So we think of them as kind of two heads that address different types of developers, but solving the same kind of problem, which is efficiently building cross-platform apps, which is mobile and desktop. And based on your skill set, you might choose one versus the other.
Great. That's awesome. So we got about a minute and a half left. I see a couple questions come in, so let's see if we can tackle some of them.
All right.
Kevin's asking, will the WinUI 3 release be aligned with support for .NET Core 3? Do we know dates on those yet?
So they're not aligned. It's somewhat orthogonal. We can do .NET Core 3 requires us to do, actually the .NET Core team has to do some work to make .NET Core 3 work, but they can do that work independent with us having to update, if you will, WinUI per se. There is a commitment to do the work. We just don't have a time frame yet for getting .NET Core 3 support for, if you will, .NET Core 3 support for UWP. It's a little weird because WinUI works on Win32 and .NET Core 3 works in Win32 as well, if you will. So you could use WinUI via XAML Islands with a .NET Core 3 app. Yeah, everybody gets really confusing, but you could.
Yeah.
So it's .NET Core 3 for UWP, and that's the thing that is not yet targeted. And once we do that, you'll be able to do a .NET Standard 2.1 app in your UWP.
Awesome. So we're just about out of time. Thank you, Lindsay and Joe, for joining us, summarizing some of the highlights for WinUI. Look forward to engaging with the community and the WinUI roadmap.
Thanks for having us on.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
You won't want to miss our last segment of the day coming up, Open Source Passion with Hanselman. Thank you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman.
I'm Stephanie Hurlbert.
And it's the Open Source Show. I work on C# and opensource.net at Microsoft, and I've been here about 10 years.
I am a founder at Binomial. We work on open source image compression solutions.
Open source image compression solutions. Okay, I have to go and search for all of those things.
Yeah, most people know of JPEG though, right? JPEG doesn't work on GPUs.
So GPU is the graphics card, graphical processing unit?
That's right. GPUs were invented a while ago to help images get displayed on the screen. JPEG was invented before that. So we are working on getting images up to modern standards. And the web has been the hardest place to make that transition.
Mm-hmm. Now, a GPU is another computer in my computer, right?
A little bit, yeah. It's the difference between the GPU and the CPU is that the GPU is very parallel. So it's used in things like AI and machine learning and also graphics because it can run a lot of little tasks like displaying all the pixels on your screen at the same time.
And the texture is like if I'm walking in Castle Wolfenstein and I see a brick, I assume someone took a picture of a brick and then made bricks all over the wall?
Exactly. So a texture in a game could be one that covers, an object wraps around it. Like my face would be a 3D model and a 2D texture would show my face. So there's that application, but there's also just 2D images on websites. Whenever you're browsing, you see, what's normally a JPEG or a PNG now. And we're working to get those working on the GPU as well.
So you're making a new texture compressor.
Exactly. We're working with open standards and why open source is close to my heart. We're working with the Kronos Group in this case to make it an open standard so that anyone can make image compressors and replace JPEGs with modern equivalent.
But how do you make a company and do open standards at the same time?
It's really interesting balance and one that I hope a lot more people take to heart. We have a closed source component, the compressor, and we have the open standard that anyone can make compressors for. So we just provide one solution. It's how we eat and pay the bills. But we keep the standard open so anyone can kind of thrive in this ecosystem. It can live on its own and other people can pick it up.
Is that because the business that you're in, which is texture compression, includes both the compression part and the decompression part, and one half of the coin, one side of the coin can be free and the other side can be charged for?
Exactly. So texture compression is nicely sorted to that. One part can be open, anyone can compress to that spec, and then a part of it can be closed. But you can also do that with, for instance, games can have a proprietary bit of the game and then release an API.
Okay, so the standard is the goal. So it's like make the Kessel run. And then if you can make it in less than 12 parsecs, that's on you.
And, it's all about trade-offs. For example, we are not real-time compression. We aim for the smallest image possible. Others might look for compressing it in the fastest amount of time. That's not what we do. We welcome other people to make solutions like that.
I see. Each of those is to the spec, so there's room for everyone to play.
There's room for everybody. So, and it's through the Kronos Group, it's through an initiative called GLTF, and we're actually actively inviting people to help us make that open standard.
Is this a thing where I need to know a lot of math? Your background is in math. You have degrees in math.
To make the compressor, it does require some math knowledge, but you can work on all kinds of things around it. You can build tools for the ecosystem that don't require math. They just require knowing the existing pipelines and, for instance, getting it into modern engines or web browsers.
So when, like, as far as I got in math was like the thing that looks like a giant E means like sum. That's as far as I got.
Oddly enough, a lot of math and graphics and image compression isn't that advanced. It's linear algebra. That's advanced, but it's not. You don't need a PhD to know linear algebra. You can take, undergrad college course and have all the math you need.
So it's Khan Academy level math. I can learn. I can teach myself with OpenCourseWare.
And the key is just looking at papers from SIGGRAPH is a good example, from graphics conferences, seeing what the cutting edge algorithms are and trying to learn from that. And you can honestly get up to speed and teach yourself.
Seriously.
Yeah.
So even though this initially
is just a small part of it. A lot of it is optimizing it for certain CPUs or certain computer science concepts. So it's a lot more than just math.
So it's cool, and that's what you're working on day to day.
What about you? What are you up to these days?
Well, one of the things that I'm excited about, I'm not doing it by myself, it's part of a larger community effort, is an open source artificial pancreas.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so I'm a type 1 diabetic. That means that my body doesn't produce any insulin at all. I've been that way since I was 20. So I'm going to pull stuff out of my pocket here. I've got an insulin pump.
Wow.
That is plugged into my body 24/7. This is actually the tube, and the insulin is in there.
Mm-hmm.
And a screw drive turns and then moves that plunger, which then delivers the insulin. And I keep that under my pillow, and I make sure that I don't rotate twice in the wrong direction. You surprisingly, after many, many years, you learn not to do that. If you rotate once, you got to rotate back the other way so you don't get tangled up in your tubes. But this is a very, very old insulin pump, and there's no open specifications for how to talk to it. And it's pre-Bluetooth. This existed before Bluetooth. This uses radio frequency, sub 1 gigahertz, around 916 megahertz radio frequency, similar to a garage door opener.
How did you hear about this?
Well, the insulin pumps are something that lots of diabetics use, and this is basically the write, not the read. It's the write. I can deliver insulin and then send it down. I canceled that. This doesn't know my blood sugar. So there's a loop that I have to close. I have to check my blood sugar and figure out what my blood sugar is. So this is the write but no read. I've got a sensor plugged in here. It's actually a Bluetooth device that's plugged into my belly right here. I can go on my phone and show my blood sugar.
Wow.
That's my blood sugar. And you can see tacos, and now it's coming back down. So it's a little bit high during lunch, and it's coming back down into the normal range.
That's fascinating.
This is the read. So this is one company, and this is the write, different company. And the loop is me looking at my blood sugar, thinking about what I should do, and then making a decision.
Got it.
If I can close that loop, maybe I would not have to think about it.
Right.
Right.
So is this an open source project anyone can contribute
There's
to?
actually 2 competing but collaborating open source artificial pancreases, and possibly another 3 or 4 coming up.
I see.
So what a number of people, and this is a whole community of people, have done is they've made a bridge. This is a non-Bluetooth enabled pump. This is a radio frequency to Bluetooth bridge with a GPS tracker on top with open source hardware.
Wow.
And open source software inside of a 3D printed case. It's called a Riley Link, R-I-L-E-Y. That makes this 15-year-old insulin pump now Bluetooth addressable.
That is fascinating.
Brings up a really interesting thing. The great thing about open source is that if you want to get involved, you can look at Nightscout at nightscout.info. You can look at OpenAPS at openaps.org, which is a group started by a woman named Dana Lewis, who's a Seattleite. You can talk to her. She's great. And Loop or LoopKit, which is the tool that I'm running. You can go and Google for LoopKit. So there's a lot of really cool stuff happening in the health world right now, and that's kind of what I'm excited about.
I love that.
Yeah. We're doing all kinds of great stuff on open source around Microsoft. Check out opensource.microsoft.com. Be sure to subscribe on the subscribe button here on YouTube.
Absolutely. If you want to learn more, check out binomial.info for the work I'm doing. If you want to try our compressor, you can talk to us that way. JLTF is the open source initiative. There are links in the description that can get you even more resources.
And have a great day.
Have a good one.
everyone. I am Tanya Janka, and with me here is Pamela Dickbull.
Hello, it's great to be here.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
So Pamela's going to tell us some pretty cool new stuff about authentication, specifically identity access management. So WebAuthn, a new standard.
Yes. So my job at Microsoft is Director of Identity Standards, which means I work a lot with externally facing parts of identity and access management. And for developers who want to try to authenticate users to their websites, today they're stuck with a problem. They really can't trust at any time what kind of hardware a user might have.
Okay.
They can't, they have to use passwords. They have to use things like security questions because it's the lowest common denominator for everyone.
That is the best way to put it.
Yes, and that's terrible, and it's not going to move us forward as a society. Okay. So what's happened is we have created a standard called Web Authentication, and Web Authentication is in a standards body called the W3C, and it has a companion specification called FIDO. So you might be familiar with FIDO. It stands for Fast Identity Online, and the idea behind both FIDO and WebAuthn is to make everyone's hardware work for everyone themselves. Okay. So I'm going to show you a couple of things.
Okay.
So when you all log in to something like your cell phone, a lot of these devices have fingerprint readers on the back, and it's very easy. You just touch your fingerprint, go on with your life.
Absolutely.
Right? Yes. But it's only good for this device, or has only been good for this device until now. What we have done in the industry, so everyone, Google, Apple, Lenovo, you name a hardware manufacturer, and they are involved in this standard, what we have done is created a standard that will allow you to take a local mechanism for authentication and then create a cryptographic key out of it that can be sent to the internet. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right? Which sounds really hard, and it is really hard. It's taken us 7 years to do it.
Oh, wow.
At least. And what it means is that we can now use built-in hardware, like this one, or your laptop, or your Fitbit, or various other pieces of hardware. You can use the authentication mechanisms there if they follow the standard, or you can use this. So what this is something called a security key, also known as an authenticator.
Okay.
So the thing that's in common for all of these certified devices is that they each have a secure element in them. So if you think of your laptop, you have a TPM inside of it. You have a cryptographic store that you can unlock. Well, this thing also has a cryptographic store. I'll show you one more. So this one has a cryptographic store in it, and it has a fingerprint reader in it, just like your phone. It's like you grabbed your cell phone, ripped the fingerprint reader out, and made it portable. So this is called a roaming authenticator. And the idea behind this is that there's a secure element. You're going to unlock a private key that's going to let you do a cryptographic dance with a website. And the only time that this dance occurs is when you as a user do something. So you have to perform what we call a gesture in order to unlock this cryptographic store, in order to use your private key to sign a document.
Could you give us a couple examples of what a gesture could be, or what do you mean by interacting with them?
Yes. So there are 2 different types of tests that we run today. And remember, for these keys, everything is local. So there's, if it's a fingerprint reader, for example, on this one, I can perform a gesture called user verification, which is simply touching my authenticator. Or I can use this one. This one you can have a test simply that is user presence.
Okay.
The difference between the two is that user verification lets you know it's the same person. It doesn't know who that person is.
Okay.
It only knows that it's the same person again and again. Whereas this one just lets you know there's a human involved.
As opposed to a script.
Right. So it's not a bot. It can't be, it shouldn't be man in the middle, because we have all this crazy cryptography around how it all works. And we've also engineered the browsers and the operating systems to take care of this, what I would call a ceremony. It's like a dance, right?
Yeah, like a handshake.
Yes. So you can try this today. And the great thing is you don't have to only try it on Microsoft equipment. It works. It works in various forms because we're still getting to the point where it's all becoming ubiquitous. But you can use Firefox. You can use Chrome. You can use both versions of Edge.
Okay.
It works very, very well if you go into the Windows Insider version of Windows 10.
Okay.
And what you'll see when you get into that Insider version is you can go to a number of test sites.
Okay.
You can start out, kick off the dance, and then you can use either this or the built-in hardware on your laptop and just see if it works.
Cool. So let's say I'm a software developer.
Yes.
Would I use this instead of multi-factor authentication?
I don't think so. So you get to choose what you do, but my recommendation would be no, because this is one factor. So I don't recommend single-factor authentication for any reason at any time. What we are working on in the Azure Identity Division is working on a case where this becomes a replacement for passwords, meaning it's your first factor.
Oh, nice.
Right? So if you lose this, you still have to have some mechanism in order to recover it. And so this becomes a great complement to multi-factor authentication that your organization might choose, like SMS or email verification or whatever you want. I mean, you do have to make sure that it's all the same level of security, but the more factors, the better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So let's say I had one of these. It could be in my laptop, and then instead of entering a password, I would be able to just click the button or put my fingerprint, and then it would be like, oh, that's Tanya.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
We are working on the idea of, there's a special part of the specification that allows you to share a symmetric secret with your device, the device itself, and unlock it, for example, if you're on the airplane.
Cool.
So pretty cool.
Where's the secret stored?
Aha. Well, the secrets, so the actual secrets are stored on the device. And they never leave the device unless you perform the gesture. In the case of unlocking your laptop, though, it's a special case because you have to be able to negotiate those secrets before the user ever interacts. And so that is a special extension that we've negotiated.
Okay, this is good. So let's say I'm a software developer.
Yes.
What types of situations would I want to use this?
That is an excellent question. You may want to use this if you're running, if you've got a website that works against consumers, this is a perfect thing to use because you don't have to recommend a certain type of technology. So you can, set up your login page, for example, and you can ask for a WebAuthn connection, a WebAuthn credential right on your login page. And what comes back is a credential that you can store and use. The great thing about it is there is a standardized API that is a JavaScript API that you can adopt, and all you need to know are 2 JavaScript commands. So if you want to try this at home, it's called navigator.credentials. That's the object in JavaScript. And there are 2 methods, get and create. Okay, so when you create a credential, you are literally generating a whole new private key inside of this secure element. You are then transmitting, sending signed information that is privacy preserving, so nothing identifying other than your account name, up to the internet. And once you do that, you now have this private public key pair that can work for you for the entire lifetime of your website. So from a developer perspective, you don't have to care if it's a phone sending you the credential or if it's one of these security keys or if it's the built-in fingerprint reader on your laptop. You don't care. You get the same information every time, which is a credential. And when you want to authenticate somebody with that credential, you call navigator.credentials.get.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
So this is going to be a standard, meaning that all of the companies could use this. This isn't going to be proprietary to Microsoft.
That is correct. It is a standard already. We ratified it not very long ago. So yes, any vendor out there can go and implement the standard. What we already have is consensus with all the browser makers, a lot of the operating system makers, not all of them. And what I expect to see is that more and more hardware will come out that just supports these specifications automatically.
Oh, I hope so too. As a person who does not want to know any of my passwords, As a security person and a software developer, I'm sure you know there are a lot of passwords up here, despite the fact that I have a password manager.
Absolutely. The greatest risk right now today in organizations is the reuse of passwords, because people use passwords in insecure places, and then an attacker can steal them from an insecure place and use them in a secure place.
Yes. And also the fact that people aren't using multi-factor authentication.
Absolutely.
So they reuse the passwords, they don't have the double check of the multi-factor, and then game over.
Absolutely. So this is an all-new paradigm. We are working right now to make sure that you can, in fact, use only FIDO and multi-factor authentication and no passwords in our entire platform. That is a big job, a very, very big job.
I really, really, really look forward to this. So let's say still I'm a software developer, and then I want to start using this. Where would be a good place for me to start or learn more?
So you can go find sample code on how you can call the JavaScript API I was talking about. If you Google the Edge WebAuthn, so WEBAUTHN dev guide. There's a whole guide with sample scripts that'll let you run this and give it a try.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is authn as in authentication and not auth-Z or Z, depending upon if we're Canadian, by the way. Both of us are Canadian.
Yes, we
Microsoft Canadian ladies. So we might say Z. But definitely this is WebAuthn as a standard.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. I think as a security person, a lot of security people are going to be pretty excited about this.
Yes, and there's a ton of cryptographic goodness baked into this. So the beauty of using standards is that nobody's dreaming this up at the last minute. We've spent 7 years debating all of the risks, all of the mitigations for those risks, all of the features. And as a result, it's a consensus process. So, nobody gets their way necessarily. But it means that, this is a well-examined pattern. If there are risks, we know what the risks are. And we have suggestions for how you can mitigate them as a developer.
Very cool. Earlier, I saw your keychain, and you had a whole bunch. You had so many more than that. It was really cool. We didn't want to bring it up here because we thought it might be intimidating with so many amazing gadgets. Where did you get them?
You can get these on Amazon. So this is the other great thing about them. These are not expensive custom things that you have to proprietarily install. So you can, if you look up security key on Amazon, you're going to find a whole bunch of these. And I have a few. I might have just a tiny little collection. You don't actually need to have all these unless you're a geek, like I am, who loves this stuff. But you can get red ones and blue ones and clicky ones and
Can we get purple
fingerprint
ones?
I don't think there's purple ones. I'm a little sad. Yeah, I'm sad that there's no purple.
It'll come along. It'll come along. They'll understand that women want to buy these too, and maybe they need pink and purple and all sorts of other cuteness.
Yes, I think you're right.
Absolutely. There's a Microsoft store here. I wonder if they have some. They probably do.
I don't know. It's quite possible.
We should definitely go check that out after this interview.
Yes, I'd love that.
So I'm a security person, and I want to make sure someone has implemented this properly. Can you give me just one tip, maybe as a security person, of what to look out for when I see this?
Absolutely. So there's a huge certification program that comes with creating hardware like this. We spend a lot of time going through whether these devices or whether the devices that are built into your laptops are susceptible to things like sidejacking, side channel attacks, crazy things like are the chips enveloped in plastic. I mean, I won't even pretend to be an expert at these things, but they're super cool. So there's a certain guarantee that comes from being a FIDO certified element. But if you're a web person and you want to understand that you've done things right, your best bet is to go to the FIDO Alliance, which is fidoalliance.org, and you're going to get recommendations there. You're also really able to talk to the people who make the spec. A lot of us are on Twitter, for example, and we have a blog at Microsoft called the Identity Standards blog.
Oh, that's awesome.
So you can go to aka.ms/Identity Standards blog.
I will.
And ask us questions, and we will be happy to help you make sure you're doing it properly.
This sounds great. Watch out, because I'm going to do that. I think we both know.
It's too much fun. I mean, we could do this all day.
Well, thank you so much, Pamela, for being on the show with me and teaching me a whole lot of really important new lessons. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it too. All right.
This is the end of your Day 2 Build live coverage. However, don't worry, it's not the end of Build. We'll be back tomorrow morning, right here at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time, so you won't miss a single thing that's happening. Please join us at the link below for Day 3's live stream and tweet at us using the hashtag MSBuild. It's been such an amazing day. I hope all of you have enjoyed it. I know I did. And on behalf of Microsoft and on behalf of our guests, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks.